I crossed into a parallel world with the cultivation of a celestial master in a purple robe, only to find out that there was no Taoism in this world. Even with supreme Taoist skills, I could only be a talented live streamer. Until one day, when I casually summoned a heavenly thunder during a live broadcast, the 8 billion global netizens couldn't sit still, and people from various countries went crazy trying to top the charts. It turned out that half a month ago, there were frequent ghost incidents, and countless evil spirits invaded the Blue Star, causing large-scale slaughter. The entire Blue Star had no way to deal with these evil spirits, but I could easily eliminate evil spirits within a radius of thousands of miles with a wave of my hand. In order to teach more people how to deal with ghosts, I decided to livestream and teach everyone how to exorcise them. As the livestream started, hundreds of viewers quickly flooded in. Hey, why isn't the streamer doing driving lessons today? Are you teaching exorcism instead of chasing traffic? Should I say it or not? This streamer is really bold. Actually doing an outdoor livestream at night. The number of people in the livestream room is stable, and I feel somewhat satisfied. Everyone, since I am live streaming to popularize science, I must definitely tell everyone how to effectively deal with ghosts. I just finished speaking, and the barrage in the live broadcast room was flooding. Wow, we're just starting the broadcast and already fooling ghosts? This person is a fraud. Everyone, please report and support the anchor. It's really funny to see an old lady hiding in the blanket, making me laugh. I looked at the barrage, not feeling angry at all, even feeling a bit amused. I ignored it and went straight to the place where the black mist was spreading. But as soon as I reached the intersection, I was stopped by the official combat personnel in the room. You brat, are you asking for trouble? The person's name is Zhou Dongliang. Seeing the person in front of me surrounded by gloom, I knew he was haunted by ghosts. Is there a haunted house here? As soon as I said this, Zhou Dongliang and the audience were shocked. They were surprised that I could ask such a silly question. Zhou Dongliang was already annoyed by his own experience, and now someone was provoking him. He got angry immediately, but when he was about to reach out and grab me, he suddenly froze. He looked at his hand grabbing the air, then looked at me who was 2 centimeters away from his hand. His eyebrows furrowed. But my next words made Zhou Dongliang's calm heart ripple again. You encountered a red ghost in that house, right? Zhou Dongliang was astonished. How did he know? They did see a figure before, although it was just a moment, but it was indeed red. I said solemnly, let's go. Let's take a look. Kid, this is not a place for you to come. Zhou Dongliang immediately stepped forward to grab him, but his hand grabbed the air again. A team member squatting in the corner saw this scene and was shocked. How could he grab the air? Seeing this, others also ran to stop them, but they didn't know when I had walked behind them, as if I had been walking all along without stopping. I arrived at the front of the old house, opened the gate, and a cold wind blew in my face. Now I will explain to everyone on the spot how ordinary people should deal with ghosts. When Zhou Dongliang and the others chased in and were about to pull me out, the door mysteriously closed. A team member tried to open the door but couldn't move it. I calmly said, the ghost doesn't want us to leave. It wants us to die here. Hearing my words, several people's faces were filled with fear, but Zhou Dongliang wanted to use explosives to blow up the door directly. I calmly said, it's useless. It is determined not to let us out, unless a tank can come through. They looked at each other because I was right. Earlier, Shaoli was taken to the 2nd floor, so they tried to blow it up, but only made a hole. I looked at the ceiling and asked, someone was taken, right? He's still alive. Go find him, and quickly returned to the 1st floor. Zhou Dongliang looked at him with a stern face. He had thought about it, but rushing up would only increase casualties. The ghosts you encountered, they don't have heads, right? Zhou Dongliang was stunned. He did hear the ghost say before, I want my head. From their expressions, I could tell I was right. Now it's not upstairs but in the kitchen. The audience in the live broadcast room exploded when they saw me talking nonsense with my eyes open. Don't scream at me, you act like you can see it. This anchor is really bold, even daring to deceive the official personnel. I know talk is cheap. Then I took out a willow twig I picked up on the road and walked into the kitchen under their gaze. I raised my hand and made 10 consecutive strikes. In the eyes of the people, it seemed like I was striking at nothing, but screams echoed around. Zhou Dongliang and the team members were stunned. They were all too familiar with these screams. It was the ghost. Can he really see ghosts? Most importantly, why can an ordinary willow twig cause so much pain to the ghost? The people in the live broadcast room were also stunned. What's going on? Oh my, did the host really draw something? Or is it fake? It must be sound effects. Yes, it's sound effects. While I was drawing the headless fierce ghost on the ground, I let them go upstairs to rescue people. When you come back, I will give you a good explanation. Zhou Dongliang gritted his teeth and arranged for other team members to go up to rescue people, while he stayed behind to guard. Soon, the team members rescued Shaoli. but he remained unconscious and couldn't be awakened. Just then, I walked over. Zhou Dongliang anxiously asked, "You're here, but where is the ghost?" I replied calmly, "I still need it for demonstration later. Let it rest for now." Before Zhou Dongliang could say anything, I raised my hand slightly and reassured him, "Don't worry, with me here, there won't be any trouble today." I glanced at the unconscious team member and said, "He just lacks positive energy. It's nothing serious. Rest in the hospital for 10 days to half a month, and he'll be fine." Although they didn't understand what I meant by positive energy, hearing that he was fine finally relieved their anxiety. Now let me explain how ordinary people can see ghosts. As soon as I mentioned this, Zhou Dongliang and the others became alert because this question had puzzled them for a long time. The first method is to apply cow's tears to the eyelids to see things that are invisible to the naked eye. One team member asked, "Are soldiers full of positive energy?" I replied, "Of course, soldiers have strong positive energy." However, Zhou Dongliang felt something was wrong. He asked, "If you say that soldiers have strong positive energy, why have we lost so many people in the past half month?" I countered, "At the beginning, were you able to drive away ghosts wherever you went?" Zhou Dongliang nodded. "Yes, we were fine at the beginning, but as time passed, things got more serious." I explained, "Do you know why ghosts didn't attack you directly at first but scared you instead? It's because ordinary evil spirits dare not harm you when your positive energy is strong, but when your positive energy decreases to a certain level, it becomes their home ground." Just as Zhou Dongliang and the others found my words reasonable, the live broadcast room suddenly became active. I wiped a few drops of cow's tears and couldn't see anything. I wiped them as well, and they couldn't see anything either. However, at that moment, the audience who had wiped cow's tears saw a headless figure in a red robe. I couldn't believe it. It passed through the ceiling and fell down. The actors are finally online. I'm not lying. I'm a farmer, and I saw it too. The host wasn't lying. Keep going. I thought there were no actors. I have 300 cows at home, and I saw it too. The host really has something. Just as a scream was heard, a gust of wind blew into the kitchen, and the pots and pans on the table seemed to have been knocked over and fell to the ground. This scene made Zhou Dongliang and the others at the scene widen their eyes in disbelief. They understood that this couldn't have been staged with tricks or fish lines. My goodness, I saw the master draw that ghost into the kitchen, knocking down the pots and pans inside. If you didn't wipe cow's tears, you couldn't see it. At that moment, we were all shocked. After half a month, we finally encountered a master with real skills. Suyu skimmed his lips and glanced at the headless stern ghost that had collapsed in the kitchen. "Don't interrupt my science. It's not time for you to come out yet." Then he continued, "The red ghost that everyone just saw belongs to the night ghost, and has an extremely high level of resentment. If you come across white or black ghosts, it might not be too dangerous, but if you come across a red stern ghost, there is a high chance that someone will die." Hearing Suyu's words, cold sweat broke out behind Zhou Dongliang and the others. In that case, they recalled that the white gargoyle and the black gargoyle did run into each other, and the red gargoyle the other combatants ran into, and it turned out just like he said it would. Anyone who encountered the red ghosts and monsters did not come back alive. Zhou Dongliang looked towards Shaoli who was unconscious. If it had been any later, I'm afraid he'd be dead. No, not just him. I'm afraid everyone will die. One of the combatants couldn't help but ask, "We don't have enough young energy to die when facing the red-robed stern ghosts, so is there any way to get rid of them? Or is it like you just whip them with a willow?" This was a question that Zhou Dongliang and the viewers in the live broadcast room, who already believed in Suyu, wanted to know. Suyu raised the hand holding the willow. For ordinary people, the first means to effectively harm ghosts and monsters is the willow. The willow tree is one of the 5 Een trees, and because it is Een, it tends to gather ghosts and evil. Although the willow tree gathers Een, at the same time the things that gather Een can also harm the things that are evil. As he spoke, he took a few more rolled-up willows from his pocket and distributed them to the combatants. Originally he had wanted to get a bundle to smoke the ghosts out. More convincing. Now that you run into official combatants, it's much more effective to have them, and they're the ones who deal with this kind of thing, and it works best to let them try it out for themselves. Suyu continued, "You guys just said that there is not enough yang qi, but there is actually a method to temporarily raise yang qi. That is to burst into foul-mouthed cursing, to curse out the anger in your heart, and to curse out as dirty as you can, just like the usual beating of your son and cursing the leader. As long as the anger is still maintained, the yang energy can still be raised quite a bit." And just then, the viewers in the booth, who had wiped tears from their cow's eyes, were brushing off headless ghosts or floating out of the kitchen. When Zhou Dongliang and the others saw these pop-ups, they were immediately alerted. Suyu said like a nobody, "Come on, now you guys try it according to my method." As he spoke, he pointed to the stairway next to the kitchen. Zhou Dongliang and the others rushed up without saying a word to draw 20 or 30 consecutively, cursing and swearing as he smokes. It's a terrible curse. Suyu was surprised. People who seemed so stoic and cursed so hard. The headless knight was just jerked around by them for several minutes. Froze was pumped to the point of screaming miserably, and his body was somewhat transparent, and faint white smoke was still coming out. Those in the live broadcast room who originally didn't believe in Suyu saw the official combatants being so cooperative and saw white smoke coming out of thin air from the stairway. For a while, it all started to look a bit believable. When Zhou Dongliang and the others saw the sudden white smoke, they stopped and looked at Suyu. Grand Master, what's going on here? Suyu said. This means that you have inflicted effective damage on it. Just like a human being would bleed when wounded, a ghost would smoke when wounded. But ordinary people can't smoke it. They can only injure it. And ordinary people have another way to kill it. At these words, Dongliang Zhou and the audience who had wiped tears from their cow's eyes were all shaken. Kill the ghost. Who would have dared to think about this for half a month? Every means imaginable has been thought of. And none of them have been able to be too effective against ghosts and monsters, short of artillery aimed at residential neighborhoods to wash the ground. But now someone is actually saying there is a way to kill ghosts. How can this not surprise people? To say that someone had said that before, they would have backhandedly cuffed the person. And now, the teenager in front of me cop things all corresponded to each other. Even though it is hard to understand in the heart, but also have to believe the fact in front of the eyes, and the feeling of the hand when smoking ghosts, but also really not the same as smoking air. Zhou Dongliang subconsciously asked, what method? So you told the combatants to stop for a moment and let the night ghost take a breather. Headless Knight flew upstairs in a flash. Suyu ignored it and continued. The first method, the peachwood sword dipped in chicken blood, but the conditions are too limited for a demo right now. The second method is simpler. It's frying ghosts in hot oil. The people in the live stream and the combatants on the scene were speechless for a while. Originally they thought it was some kind of shocking tactic, but it turned out to be that simple. Deep fryer? Want some breadcrumbs on it? I have a heavy taste. Add some chili oil and cumin. I told you this dog anchor is a fraud. Is there any basis for what he's saying? That, please, can I eat it after it's breaded and fried? Up front, please put away your bold ideas. Zhou Dongliang touched his head, feeling a little dizzy. How badly they've been screwed by these ghosts and goblins over the past half month. Now all of a sudden there's a law that can actually deal with it. And it's so easy. It was all a bit unbelievable for a while. But when they pumped the air with the wicker, they did feel like they were pumping something invisible, and the screams and white smoke were seen and heard. But, Tony Zhou looked in the direction of the door. The door is locked by a ghost. How do we get out? Suyu said. That was just now. Now that it's been whipped so badly by you guys, how can it still have the energy to lock the door? Zhou Dongliang walked over and pulled, and the door was actually really opened easily. He immediately ordered, Old Gua, Little White, and Monkey, the three of you go get help from the surrounding residents. Let's start a pot, boil the oil, and fry the ghosts. Yes. The three combatants responded in unison and immediately ran off to find the neighborhood. Zhou Dongliang walked over to Suyu. Master, so now Suyu found a stool and sat down. Don't worry, now the severe ghost will not come out. It was smoked by you guys, also need some time to slow down. We'll just sit here and wait. Zhou Dongliang also sat beside him with the cell phone Suyu used for live broadcasting. Instead, the pop-ups on the live stream swiped. No, this dog anchor has some skills. Even the official combatants are fooled? I'm also convinced that you guys just believe it? According to scientific research, when people encounter things they can't understand, they will initially look for all kinds of literature to try to find out what can be said to explain it. And if they can't find it, they'll start barreling. You dog drags are still on the whole scientific basis. When this is over, you'll be waiting to be arrested. I'm also convinced that you guys really believe in just this kind of unscientific thing. I'm laughing too. It's haunted and you're trying to explain it with science? Do you think ghosts have something to do with quantum entanglement? Or is the molecular structure different from other species? The tug word in front of it, right? It just so happens that it's my intellectual blind spot. I can't bar it. I'm not barring it. As Zhou Dongliang watched these pop-ups, his tense spirit relaxed a little. Suyu suddenly asked, how many people are in my live room now? Tony Zhou said, there are more than 2,000 people. Suyu nodded slightly. More than 2,000 people were enough for now. A few minutes later, 3 team members returned with mouthfuls of smoking hot oil each. Captain, Master, are 3 pots enough? If it's not enough, there are a couple of families back there who are still burning oil over a big fire, so they'll bring it to us in a few minutes. Suyu looked toward the stairway. A corner of the red coat is showing on the wall. It is now at the head of the stairs, and you will go over in turn and splash it directly. A member of the team called Laogua was the first to walk over. raising his hand and splashing it on the stairway. Ah, ah, ah. An instant later even more miserable screams resounded all around. Captain, it's working. It was the first time he had ever executed against a ghost, feeling excited. Immediately after that, a second team member ran up and threw oil. When the third member of the team had just finished splashing, several people came to the door, all residents of the neighborhood, and they were all carrying large pots filled with boiling hot oil. Zhou Dongliang immediately commanded them to enter in order to splash oil. At that moment, the screams of the severe ghosts were like pleasant music. For Zhou Dongliang and the others, after half a month, this was the first time they had heard a ghost could scream so miserably. Before that, it was all humans who made such screams. The stifled feeling in his heart subsided for a while. In just a few minutes, there had been a dozen splashes of hot oil. Thicker white smoke filled the air. Zhou Dongliang was still confident at first, but until he splashed so many times, he could still hear the screams, which meant that the malicious ghost was not dead at all. He looked to Suyu. Suyu seemed to have known what he was thinking and hurriedly greeted everyone to stop. Are you all wondering? Didn't I just say that hot oil can kill ghosts? And how come all the severe ghosts are still alive after being splashed so many times? The crowd nodded. Suyu said, that's because light splashing won't kill them. You have to catch the ghosts and fry them in the frying pan. Zhou Dongliang and the others looked at me and I looked at you. Catch a ghost in the frying pan? You can't even see it, let alone catch it. How can you catch it? Suyu seemed to know what they were thinking. So yeah, ordinary people try not to think about killing ghosts. It's best to aim to knock them away. Otherwise there's a big chance that they'll be hurt by the ghosts instead. If you really want to kill a ghost, an ordinary person can catch it in cling film, grab it and throw it straight into a frying pan until dawn. Suddenly, the surroundings suddenly went cold, and even Zhou Dongliang and the others felt a chill that pierced into their hearts. The residents outside the door felt the same. So you looked at the red-clothed stern ghost that slowly got up and laughed. Does it suddenly feel gloomy and cold? It's the night ghost getting angry to put up a fight. Zhou Dongliang is a little anxious. The severe ghosts are going to fight for their lives. Not all the people here will have to die. So what now? And you just kept saying ordinary people. Is there a law for people who aren't ordinary? Of course I have. Next, I'll show you in person. Not just any man's law. As soon as Suyu's words fell, a vicious, sinister wind struck. The headless stern ghost charged forward with a sinister roar. Those viewers in the live broadcast room who had wiped their cow's tears instantly pissed their pants when they saw it. Master Turkey Bar, go, it's coming at you. Crap, dying. Mom, I fucking pissed myself. I don't dare to look. I'm afraid a lot of people are going to die today. Tee-hee, the comments section won't pull up. I'm going to be scared to death first. Seeing the live pop-up, Zhou Dongliang immediately shouted, Master, it's coming, quick. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly saw Suyu's eyes glowing with golden light. The headless stern ghost Scarlet Claws had just grabbed at Suyu's head when steeply, his body's protective golden light blossomed out around his body, illuminating even the dark room. The claws of the headless stern ghost just had a touch, and instantly the claws emitted rolling white smoke, all the while letting out an incredibly discreet scream. Rather than other people who could not see it, such as Zhou Dongliang, they could feel extreme pain just by hearing this sound. But what made them even more astonished beyond measure was that the teenager in front of them was actually wrapped in golden light all over his body. This kind of scene that only appeared in movies was now actually appearing in front of their eyes. The Turkey Bar Guru is glowing. Sure, it's not special effects. What the hell is going on? Can anyone tell me? Out of nowhere, golden light emerges from his entire body. What kind of bullish ability is this? Shouldn't this kind of thing be in a movie? I'm not dreaming, am I? The audience in the live broadcast room might not be clear, but Zhou Dongliang, who was at the scene, they were incomparably certain that this was definitely not a special effect, but an actual golden light. They didn't understand why the teenager in front of them was fully wrapped in golden light, and why that golden light was able to make the stern ghosts emit a scream that was more miserable than even being fried in oil. But that brilliant golden light, even for ordinary people like them, after seeing it with their own eyes, their hearts unconsciously felt incomparably at ease. And next, Suyu's behavior shocked them even more. Suyu grabbed the headless ghost in front of him and slammed it to the ground. The ground was all smashed out of depressions and shattered into spiderweb-like cracks. This is followed by a kick that sends the night ghost flying out the door as a ball. The people such as Zhou Dongliang and the ordinary residents standing there at the gate only felt a gust of gloomy wind passing through them. At the same time there was an eerie shriek that pulled away outward. When they still didn't understand what was happening, they only saw Suyu put his fingers together. At this moment, a golden light sword actually condensed out of the protective golden light. One finger of golden light from both hands can still turn into a sword. This is too awesome. Sure, it's not a movie? How in the world did he do that? It's unbelievable. Blackie talk. I feel that this golden sword transformed into golden light is not simple. Is this really fake? How can it be faked when there are official people present? I'm starting to believe that the Turkey Bar Guru is the real deal. Master Turkey Bar, you're old and handsome. Just as the live feed popped up, the people in the room were also unconsciously rubbing their eyes, thinking they had misread the situation. But how can what is happening right in front of us be fake? The residents and the combatants, all of whom had their brains down at the moment, looked frozen. They were like the viewers of the live broadcast, completely unable to comprehend what was happening in front of them. It feels like special effects. But what kind of awesome special effects can you get right in front of your eyes? If it's AR or VR, that's all the equipment needed to make it work. But if this isn't a special effect, then how did this come about? All kinds of doubts and incomprehension turned 100 times in the hearts of the people, and none of them could find a reason that could be explained. On the surface, Zhou Dongliang didn't look as surprised as the others, but inwardly, he had already turned over a river. Worldviews are taking a pounding. The last time the worldview was hit so hard was half a month ago when the Ghostbusters mess happened. At this time, only to see Suyu pointing towards the door. In an instant the golden sword shot out, swept over everyone's head to penetrate the headless stern ghost's body, only to hear a miserable scream. Boo! An explosion was created out of nowhere, and it emitted white smoke that dissipated in the blink of an eye. At this moment, everyone froze in place. At the same time, after that incomparably miserable scream, everyone felt that this place was not as gloomy as it was at the beginning. The live stream pop-ups went wild. Crap! Blasted 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 blasted. Headless Knights blasted 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 blasted. I saw it. Just as the golden sword penetrated the body of the night ghost, and the night ghost instantly exploded. The night ghost was really killed. Even his body was blown into white smoke. It can't be explosives. It's against the law. Call the police if you don't believe me. The master of the Turkey Bar still glows. Bull. Master Turkey Bar. Bull. Master Turkey Bar. Bull. Can the Turkey Bar Guru come and stay at my house? I have a big bed and I'm slutty. Old auntie roll ah. Turkey Bar Masters come to my house top computer, and a lot of snacks. And when you're tired of playing you can come to my room and sleep together. I burp milky 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 milk. Address book die aside. Master Turkey Bar. My name is Ruyan Lu. I'm the female president of a listed company. You can come and live in my house. My house has a big bed. As long as you nod your head, you are my white moonlight. Is this the strength of a Turkey Bar master? It's even possible to kill ghosts with a golden light. Master Turkey Bar wouldn't be a hermit high priest, would he? No wonder the Turkey Bar master said before that he didn't come half a month ago, or else all the ghosts and monsters in a 20-mile radius had emigrated. So it's not bragging. Master Turkey Bar, my number was stolen earlier. Not that I'm scolding you. Yeah. It was my cousin who was on my number before, and I was already playing. All kinds of gifts were swiped violently in the live room for a while. The gift-giving prompts are catching up with the screen full of pop-ups. People like Zhou Dongliang and the surrounding residents who were at the scene were just as shocked as the people in the live broadcast. The golden sword would even fly out according to Suyu's instructions. It was better than a gun. Moreover, from their perspective, they could only see the golden sword quickly skimming past their eyes and exploding when it flew in midair. Good. Great ability. It's actually just like that. In just a moment, a stern ghost that was so powerful before, just like that, it's gone? Is this really possible? For a while, the surrounding residents and combatants felt like they were dreaming. One of the team members also felt the directional blasting explosives on his person and realized that they were not missing. And Zhou Dongliang was very sure that it was definitely not explosives. Suyu didn't have anything on him at all, let alone take the directed blast bombs they had on them. The motion of this explosion, and the rolling white smoke emanating from it, was by no means something that could be produced by a directional demolition bomb. Not to mention that there was that mournful scream, all ringing out there. This was enough to show that the cloudy wind just now was Suyu throwing the ghost out into midair and then eliminating it with a single shot of his golden sword. And it was further confirmed when he saw the pop-ups from those who had wiped their cow's tears, from the viewers of the live broadcast. In other words, the ghosts and monsters that they ordinary people could not destroy and had to exert a lot of effort to destroy. In front of this young man in front of them, it only took less than 30 seconds. In other words, the teenager in front of him only needed less than 30 seconds to destroy the ghosts and monsters. And he spends a lot of time on science to give the common also the ability to destroy ghosts and monsters. Otherwise the fight would have ended the moment he entered the door. The moment the headless ghost appeared in front of him, Zhou Dongliang looked deeply at Suyu, and in his heart, he was very impressed with his chest. If it were anyone else, they would have traded this unique knowledge for wealth. Instead, He is giving this valuable knowledge away for free. What an open-mindedness this is. At this moment, human beings dealing with ghosts and monsters is no longer an empty talk, no longer a dream, but something everyone can do. Thinking of this, Zhou Dongliang suddenly felt that the future was once again full of hope. Sooner or later, with this teenager's science and his abilities, mankind will return to its former normal life. No longer will they be free from ghostly attacks. While the crowd was still confused, Zhou Dongliang was the first to come back to his senses. The eyes he looked at Suyu again were filled with admiration and respect. The others also came back to their senses at this time and looked at Suyu with excitement. Master, were the night ghosts really destroyed just like that? Zhou Dongliang was holding Suyu's cell phone, and he saw all the pop-ups in the live broadcast. But it all happened so fast that there was still some disbelief in the heart. And it started and ended in a flash. Like a dream. For everyone else. Make them believe it and kind of disbelieve it. It really is too easy after all. Compared to their previous missions, when they were afraid of whether they could go back alive or not, and afraid of the sudden appearance of ghosts and monsters, and the pressure was directly drawn out. This time was really too easy. None of them had to do anything but whip them with a willow and start a pot of boiling oil to splash them out. In the end, Suyu would then make an instantaneous second kill. Everything was so easy. Suyu slowly said, "Do you guys feel that it's not as gloomy here anymore?" Zhou Dongliang and the others nodded. Right at the moment they saw the golden light sword explode, all of them felt that it was indeed not as gloomy here, and there was no more gloomy wind. That means the night ghost was successfully destroyed. Hearing Suyu's words of such certainty, no one in the room doubted it, because they were the ones who had been there and experienced it firsthand and could feel the place was very different from what it had been before. Zhou Dongliang respectfully came in front of Suyu. "Master, may I ask why your body just glowed gold? And how did the golden light transform into a golden sword?" His eyes were filled with undisguised curiosity. "If you can learn it, even if it costs everything, as long as one has such an ability, one will be able to successfully destroy the ghosts and demons that disturb the earth in the future. No more people need to be scared or killed by ghosts. Bring back peace on earth." And the minds of the people around them and the viewers of the live stream likewise wanted to know how the hell this was done. As soon as he said this, Suyu immediately sat upright. "I'm glowing all over. That's because I'm casting one of the 8 divine incantations of Taoism, the Golden Light Incantation. And in one man's, the Golden Light Mantra is the unique means and mandatory initiation spell of the Heavenly Master's Mansion of Longhu Mountain." When the crowd heard this, it turned out that there were 7 other divine spells that were so powerful. The Golden Light Mantra was still a basic divine incantation that was required for initiation, and the young master in front of him had already cast it so powerfully. If he knew all 8 divine incantations, then how strong must this master in front of him be? Instead, Zhou Dongliang noticed the 2 keywords Suyu mentioned. One person and the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's Mansion. Why would he say something like under one man? Could it be a surrogate for some sort of meaning? And with the mention of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master's Mansion, could it be that this young master had come from here? But Zhou Dongliang had never heard of it. However, if it was a hidden mountain sect that shunned the world, the place where they were located would not necessarily be named with an official name, which was also a good means of hiding. Since it's an organization, there are a lot of people as powerful as this young master. Thinking of this, Zhou Dongliang's heart burst with excitement. The light of the Golden Light Mantra is a kind of hallowed light of life, and when it is cast it is as if there is a lifelike golden stream of light scattered around the body, which can be collected to protect the body and released to attack the enemy. The essence of the Golden Light Mantra is actually to enhance one's life cultivation by entering a positive state, and the Golden Light is just the product of matching some ritual incantations. When practicing and using the Golden Light Mantra, the focus is to enter the state of righteousness more perfectly, and through prolonged practice, the life cultivation is improved, and the Golden Light will naturally show a tendency to become more and more materialized as the life cultivation improves, and the higher the degree of materialization, the greater the maneuverability of the Golden Light Mantra. But when practicing the divine mantra, one's body and mind must be upright, for both the 8 divine mantras and the other spells are, as I just said, the light of life in the hall. And when it comes to the Lung Fu Shan Heavenly Master's Mansion and the Golden Light Curse, there is one person who must be mentioned. This person has long been the Golden Light Incantation to the highest cultivation, can be 1,000 changes, the group of evil, no one can be defeated, all the people in his one person, is the top. This man is Zhang Jiwei, the 65th generation of the Heavenly Master's House of Longhu Mountain. Once the word absolute top came out, the people present in the audience in the live broadcast room felt their scalps numb at the same time. Just like being struck by lightning, Jedi means the highest peak of a mountain, and when applied to a person that is the strongest on earth, invincible in the world, to be able to receive such a high evaluation, one dared not imagine to what extent this Zhang Jiwei was actually strong. Moreover, Once the crowd heard that this Zhang Jiwei was the 65th generation of the Heavenly Master, then I am afraid that this Heavenly Master's mansion has existed for a longer period of time than they had imagined. People suddenly felt secure in their hearts at the thought of having such a powerful organization, silently protecting them behind their backs. Now there was another disciple of the Heavenly Master's house coming out and displaying such a strong, crushing ability to crush the severe ghosts, which made them feel even more overwhelmed. Zhou Dongliang stabilized that excitement in his heart and walked to Suyu's front to respectfully salute. Master, I dare to make a request. Could you teach the Golden Light Mantra to the combatants of the Special Warfare Bureau against ghosts and goblins? If we can learn the Golden Light Mantra of your Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's house, we will be better able to deal with ghosts and monsters and return peace to the world. There was a bit of an urge within the combatants around them, and they were all very eager to learn. They all followed Zhou Dongliang to respectfully salute Suyu. Suyu's eyes turned slightly to think for a moment. It's not a big problem to teach you the Golden Light Mantra, but if you want to practice it, if you have the talent, it'll be 10 or 20 years at the shortest. Right. And if you don't have the talent, it'll be at least 30 or 40 years from now at the longest. Zhou Dongliang and the others and the viewers in the live broadcast room froze. Surprisingly, it takes more than a decade or even decades to have an effect. You'd be an ancestor well connected to survive a year in this situation. I'm afraid they'll all be dust in a few decades. And at the same time, a sudden thought occurred to all of them. Previously, Suyu had said that the Golden Light Mantra was the light of life, and that prolonged cultivation could increase the cultivation of life. And it was just mentioned that it would take decades to cultivate the Golden Light Mantra to this level. If you add the rest of the 7 divine mantras, the eyes of the crowd looking at Suyu changed once again, their eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be that the person in front of us is that old Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain? It has been cultivated to the legendary realm of returning to old age. Knowing that it was impolite to ask directly, Zhou Dongliang pursed his lips and finally decided to ask the doubt in his heart. Master, is your surname Zhang? Suyu quickly said. I am not surnamed Zhang, nor am I the old Heavenly Master Zhang Jiwei of Longhu Mountain. Don't misunderstand, and don't think anything, or you'll be disrespecting the old Heavenly Master. Suyu though clarified in the first instance that he wasn't, but in the back of some people's minds was the thought that he must not want to be exposed if he refused so quickly. After all, to be able to cultivate to such a legendary realm as returning to one's old age, one must not want to be found by trouble. That's the first thing that says you're not. Suyu did not know what they were thinking, but looking at the people of this world who were now suffering from ghostly attacks, in his heart, he also felt pity for them, thinking about whether or not to pass on the mantra of the Golden Light Mantra to them. But they had no cultivation, so even if they recited it, it had no effect. At best, it's a figure of speech. It would be better to have more science on dealing with ghosts and spirits so that they at least have the means to protect themselves. Suyu took back his cell phone from Zhou Dongliang's hand. Now that it's safe here, I'll leave. Zhou Dongliang hurriedly said. Master, where are you going at this late hour? Why don't we accompany you? The rest of the team nodded, wanting to follow, because that feeling of security around the big guy is addictive. Suyu waved his hand. You have your responsibilities, and I have my goals. Besides, that brother of yours is still unconscious. Hurry up and get him to the hospital. But hospitals are rather gloomy, so don't run around in them if you're not doing anything. Suyu thought of sending some charms to the hospital when he had charms in the future. When Zhou Dongliang heard Suyu mention it, he remembered that Xiaoli was still unconscious. Well then, I hope we'll meet again next time, and then we'll ask you to continue to give us science. Suyu nodded and slowly walked towards the intersection, towards the direction of the treasure hunting point, faded away as everyone watched. Captain, Master Turkey Bar is really good. I wonder if he takes disciples. Now I finally realize what it's like to have a big brother with me. It feels like the sky is falling and I don't even need to worry about it. Captain, why don't we ask the Bureau to see if we can operate with Master Turkey Bar from now on? Tony Joe nodded, agreeing with his teammates. Yes, it's a blessing to have the help of a Turkey Bar Master. We'll talk to the Bureau about this when we get back. Well, without further ado, we have our mission. Let's get Lee to the hospital first, then go pick some more willow, and get some chicken blood and cow tears ready too. By the way, you guys take down all the knowledge that the Turkey Bar Guru has just popularized, and I'll type it up as a report to the Bureau later. After explaining things, Zhou Dongliang and the others took the unconscious Xiaoli and got into the car, heading for the hospital. And at this point, to the Ghostbusters Special Operations Bureau. Suyu's live broadcast had already been noticed by Director Liu. It wasn't until after watching Suyu use the golden light spell to successfully destroy the ghosts and monsters that he immediately called a meeting with the leaders of each department. Also got the Bureau's technicians to carefully analyze the live video. This anchor's tactics in the end is true or false. Although they were present at the time with Tony Zhou, the Bureau had encountered many crooks in the past half a month and had to be cautious. And this broadcast is open to all. So if it's fake, then it needs to be completely shut down before it has an impact. If it's true, the implications are too great. That's a red poltergeist. Prior to tonight, there was no record of successful repelling at all, and no one has managed to come back alive. There are places where a cordon has been pulled up to this day and no one is allowed to approach. And now, not only did they succeed in eliminating the red ghosts, but all of them survived. And from start to finish, Suyu did it all by himself, and I'm afraid the process would have been faster if it weren't for the need for science. This represents the fact that mankind finally truly has the means to deal with ghosts and monsters. It is of epoch-making importance. And after careful analysis by technicians, it was confirmed that the live broadcast did not have any special effects means. As for the organs, it couldn't fool Zhou Dongliang and the others who were at the scene. This seems to make this anchor very authentic. Director Liu decided to follow Suyu's science to make preparations, and immediately send people to pick willow overnight. Otherwise, when this live broadcast spreads tomorrow, the city's willow trees will have been jerked bald. It is also going to contact the forestry department so that they can contact more farmers to plant willows. At this time, the Minister of Logistics said, "Lu Bureau, this cannot be Turkey Barmaster said that the willow tree is a collection of wood, easy to gather ghosts and evil, is easy to attract ghosts over." Director Liu waved his hand. How long can a willow last? And how many of our combatants are out there risking their lives on missions? How do you expect them to deal with the ghosts without a steady supply of wicker? Haven't they sacrificed enough in the past half month? As for attracting ghosts and evil spirits, Master Turkey Bar also said that men are yang and have a heavy yang energy. Get 100 men to stand guard there. And if any ghost dares to come, just whip it. If 100 people can't whip it to death, then 1,000. I don't fucking believe I can't whip it to death. The last thing we lack in the Dragon Kingdom is men. I don't believe that under that heavy yang energy, we can still let a ghost bully us. From this moment on, I'm going to make those ghosts realize who really is the master of this world. Director Liu paused and took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. Tomorrow you will go down to the countryside and find some big cattle farmers and make them responsible for supplying us with cow tears. Go and purchase some cling film as well. At the same time, it is also necessary to promulgate some temporary regulations as soon as possible to prevent the people from doing excessive things in order to get their hands on cow's tears, chicken's blood, and also Peach would like this. The main thing is still the cows. Without control, I'm afraid the cows will cry worse than the ghosts. You also need to work out a more humane method of taking the cow's tears as soon as possible. Director Liu issued a number of mandates in a row, and the ministers of various departments immediately went to deal with them. At the same time, he first asked someone to check Suyu's information before asking for Zhou Donglion's number. "Hello, is this Tony Zhou?" "On the phone. It's me. And you are?" "I'm Lu Zhenmin." Zhou Dongliang, who was in the car, immediately sat up straight when he heard that it was the director himself who called. Director Liu continued, "I want to talk to Suyu, the Turkey Bar Master, about cooperation. You give him the phone." Zhou Dongliang had some helplessness on his face. "Bureau Liu, we separated 5 minutes ago." On the other end of the phone, Director Liu visibly paused. "This is important. You're going to lead a team back to find him right now." Zhou Dongliang looked towards Xiaoli, who was lying in his position. "Bureau Liu, I have a brother who is injured. Now I need to send him to the hospital. Then I'll go to the Turkey Bar Master." On the other end of the phone, Director Liu said, "You leave one person to drive the car, and the rest of you go together to find Master Turkey Bar. I'll arrange for someone to meet me at the hospital when the time comes, so you don't have to worry." Knowing the importance of this matter, Zhou Dongliang finally nodded his head and agreed. So, he got out of the car with his 4 team members and hurriedly chased after Suyu in the direction he left. Suyu walked on the silent road at night, following the treasure hunting instructions in his mind, all the way to a building. On that building was a big, eye-catching billboard advertising a boxing gym, 3 meters ahead from the location of the treasure. 3 meters? That's a little hard to find. Suyu looked around the building. To the left is a garbage dump and to the right is an alleyway entrance. If it wasn't on one of those two sides, it could only be in the building. I was expecting to find it easily and then see how many sci-fi points I got, and was thinking of raffling it off then to see if it's really in the building. That's a problem. It's a criminal offense for a live broadcast of a home invasion and theft by an anchor. Check the alley first. Suyu glanced at his cell phone and saw that the number of people in the live broadcast room had rushed to 5,000 people watching at some point. Again, I was quite happy to see that the pop-ups were very lively in the live room, but when he looked at what the pop-ups were swiping, he instantly blacked out. Master Turkey Bar, take an apprentice? Master Turkey Bar, my house has also been feeling heavy with Chi for the past few days. Can you come and take a look? Master Turkey Bar, I'm not feeling well anywhere in my body right now. Come and take a look. Master Turkey Bar, Where is the Dragon Tiger Mountain and can I go and worship the mountain gate? Master Turkey Bar, I've been a little on fire lately. Can you help me out? Master Turkey Bar, say something. Previously, after Suyu retrieved his cell phone, he didn't look at the live broadcast, and kept holding it to find the way to find the treasure. Now almost at the place, thinking to take a look, I ended up seeing this extremely breathless scene. No, it's okay for you guys to call me Guru. Can you not put the words Turkey Bar in front of it? And the name of my live stream is Turkey Flavored Potpourri. It's not turkey, is it? The audience in the live broadcast room saw that Suyu had finally taken care of people, and one by one the pop-ups brushed even harder. Okay, Master Turkey Bar. Master Turkey Bar, just teach me. Master Turkey Bar, when are you going to fuck the ghosts and goblins into immigration? Master Turkey Bar, what else do you want to do now? Suyu held his forehead and shook his head helplessly. For a moment he had the feeling of being bullied. Guess I shouldn't have taken that name then. Now I'm going on a treasure hunt. And when I find something good, I'll continue to give you all the science. Looking at the live broadcasts or brushing Turkey Bar Master, he realized that this has become a signature. Suyu first walked into the alley to see if the treasure would be inside. Just walked into the alley. He smelled a stench. Like half a year did not wash the foot odor, socks stepped on the stinky tofu, and fell into the cesspool to take out to dry. And just encountered the wind and rain cannot dry that kind of moldy smell. Suyu resisted the urge to vomit, covered his nose and turned on the torch on his cell phone to walk in. But just as he walked around the corner, a white shadow swished past his feet. Crap, this time it's white. Ghosts of the night are fierce, and it's only been a short time since we've encountered them again. What nonsense. It's that honky who had the bad luck to run into our Turkey Bar Master. Master Turkey Bar, clean it up. Suyu looked at the pop-up screen and skimmed his lips. That's not a ghost, it's a white cat. Remember one thing, my friends, not all ghosts and monsters are bad, just as not all people are good. If we encounter ghosts and monsters, we should still focus on serving the ghosts with virtue and never kill them. After that, he continued to walk inside. Suddenly, he realized that the queue in his head had actually gotten farther away. Suyu immediately exited the alley and looked to the other side of the garbage pile and walked over. And just then, a group of black shadows appeared 10 meters away behind him, and they were still getting closer. Suyu was just about to go through the garbage pile when he had already sensed who it was and turned his head to look. A few heavily armed men came up 5 meters behind them. The visitors were none other than Zhou Dongliang and the others. When Zhou Dongliang and the others saw Suyu rummaging through the garbage, they didn't know where to look with their eyes for a while, and their toes were almost picking their shoes apart in embarrassment. That's a bullish master. And to be seen by so many people flipping trash, this mustn't be humiliating. Suyu looked at them as if they were nothing. Is there anything else you guys want? Dongliang Zhou coughed lightly and walked over. It's like this. Our director has something he wants to talk to you about. I don't know if it's convenient for you right now. After he saw Suyu nodding, he immediately called Lu Bureaus and then handed his cell phone to Suyu. Just as I put the phone to my ear, a very polite and enthusiastic voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, is this Master Suyu Su? Suyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the titular director would not be able to find out his name. Now it seems to be an overstatement. Are you trying to get me to work with you guys? Suyu's words surprised Director Lu. This could be known? Thinking about it though, it wasn't surprising. Having heard that the director himself had come to make contact, surely there couldn't be anything else. Director Lu on the other end of the phone said, Master Su is right. That's exactly what I meant. I hope you will become our advisor to the Special Operations Bureau on Ghosts and Goblins, and come to our bureau to popularize the knowledge of ghosts and ghouls. Suyu said, it's fine to be a consultant, but for science popularization, I think it's best to face the whole population. It's still not safe for the population if it's only specialized in the bureau's science, because the special forces are really limited and can't take care of every aspect. Might as well let more of the public know what to do to effectively protect themselves under the ghostly chaos. And what I've been copying before is currently enough for the special ops team to handle a lot of scenarios. After hearing this, Director Lu also felt that it made sense, realizing that there are far more people who are afraid of ghosts and goblins than those who are not. The nation's special war on ghosts and goblins bureaus are actually short of people. This, coupled with the fact that a lot of people have been sacrificed in the past half a month, has made the country very nervous about using people in the Ghostbusters Special Operations Bureau. It would also take a lot of pressure off the nation's Special Operations Bureau against the Ghostbusters if the people were given the means to protect themselves. And the previous sci-fi knowledge did make finding your way to the Ghostbusters Special Operations Bureau very helpful indeed. How about this then? Master Su, when you live broadcast the science afterward, can you have this team of Zhou Dongliang and his group follow you? It's also good for them to learn more through real-life combat, like you did before when you were live streaming science. Suyu thought that when the time comes for the science popularization, letting these special combatants personally get their hands on practical exercises, coupled with their identity, will make more people believe in his science popularization. There is no reason to refuse. Okay, let's do that. Then, he returned the cell phone to Zhou Dongliang. Zhou Dongliang nodded his head and said yes after getting his cell phone back. After hanging up the phone, he saluted Suyu. Master, the director ordered us to follow your command from now on. A few of us would never hold you back. The rest of the team members heard that they were placed beside Suyu. One by one they were happy and saluted to introduce themselves, and the audience in the live broadcast room collectively boiled at the sight of this scene. Master Turkey Bar was even recognized by the Special Operations Bureau against the Ghostbusters. So that means Master Turkey Bar is real. The guru was meant to be real. And from the moment I wiped the tears from the cow's eyes, the guru was my god. Now that the master has official recognition and an official combatant following him, I shudder to think how badly the ghosts and monsters will have to cry in the future. We humans have been the ones crying for the past half a month, and now that we have someone who can cure them, it's time to let them cry. And the master did not choose to give only to the war against the monster Ritter couple, still choosing to couple to us. If it were anyone else, they would have been wealth-free with this knowledge that no one knows, but our Turkey Bar guru still gives us free science. From now on, Master Turkey Bar is my idol. What happened to those cuties who called Master Dog Anchor before? By the way, isn't there another one called Old Bastard who says that if the master is real, he has to be in the air 360 degrees without any dead angle while pulling and eating? I'm remembering that too. Come out here, old 8. It's your turn to perform. At the same time, the number of people in the live broadcast room has reached more than 9,000 people, and it has entered the top 3 of the live broadcast crossdown list. In addition to the various bounty swiping sprees, there were even a large number of viewers who had run to other live streams to pull people in. Suyu didn't know about this. After he introduced himself to Dongliang Zhou and the others, he turned around and was about to rummage through the trash can. Zhou Dongliang hurriedly stepped forward to stop it. Master, there's something dirty inside? Suyu said. This is my treasure hunting ghosts and monsters science broadcast. Of course there are still treasures not found. Zhou Dongliang, a few of them, and the audience in the live broadcast room instantly froze. They looked to the trash heap full of garbage. There are treasures here? Isn't this all garbage? Zhou Dongliang and the others watched as Suyu began to rummage through the trash with an unchanged face. Although they did not know what kind of treasure it was, but since the master was doing this, he naturally had his reasons. He immediately joined 4 of his teammates to help go through the trash. As for Suyu's live room, the viewers who had just come from other live rooms saw Suyu going through the garbage pile with the combatants as soon as they arrived. All looked confused for a moment. So this is the master you're talking about, and taking the combatants alone to go through the garbage? Are you guys sure you're not out of your minds? Probably a master of deception, even against the Ghost Special Operations Bureau. Don't be hasty, newcomer. Just wait and see the master's performance. The viewers of the live stream were chatting feverishly, and Suyu and Zhou Dongliang they finally went through all the garbage. Master, did you find what you were looking for? Zhou Dongliang asked. Suyu scratched his head, thinking that the hint was right here. How could it not be? You guys look around with your flashlights and see if there are any books, weapons, or anything special. Zhou Dongliang and the others immediately searched with flashlights. A member of the team named White was moving the trash cans. A light caught Suyu's attention, but in the eyes of Zhou Dongliang, them and the viewers of the live broadcast, there was nothing. Suyu walked towards the light and the moment he reached out and touched it, the light disappeared. At the same time a wooden finger tiger appeared in his hand. On that wooden finger tiger, there were also many charms carved. Congratulations on acquiring the treasure, Thunderstrike Date Palm Finger Tiger. Seeing that all of Suyu's gazes were on the wooden finger tiger, with a thick smile on his face, Zhou Dongliang was very puzzled and asked, Grandmaster, is this wooden finger tiger what you are looking for? To him, it wasn't just a wooden finger tiger carved with strange symbols. I'm afraid I'll break it if I use it to hit someone. Might as well have a metal one. It also looked like a perfectly ordinary wooden finger tiger to the live audience. Master, is this the treasure you were talking about? I'm thinking I can make 10 of these a night. Master, if you want I'll send you a bunch tomorrow. No, is this the master you're talking about? Taking a broken piece of wood as a treasure? When Suyu saw the puzzlement of the audience in the live broadcast and Zhou Dongliang and the others, he began to popularize the lightning strike date wood finger tiger. Brothers and friends, this is no ordinary wooden finger tiger, but a lightning striking date wood finger tiger. The crowd was still puzzled. Was the addition of a lightning striking date palm awesome? For all intents and purposes it's still a piece of wood. It's too much effort to hit people and too little to burn wood. Suyu continued. The Shenmen weapon making will mostly use lightning strike jujube wood, lightning strike mahogany, lightning strike cypress wood, of which lightning strike jujube wood is the top. Wearing it on your body also protects you from negative energies and evil auras close to your body. Zhou Dongliang and the others didn't think that this small finger tiger would have such a great benefit, but they were still a bit puzzled. But why does it have to be a lightning strike for it to work? This question of his is also in the minds of many. Suyu said, heavenly thunder is a heavenly calamity and the natural astral energy of heaven and earth. 100 years of jujube wood has elves attached, and elves will attract the sky thunder burns wood, because the jujube wood can store the gas of the sky thunder and form the shinmen the first sacred wood lightning strikes jujube wood. The crowd was surprised to hear that it was the first ranked sacred wood with such a high status. When they looked at the lightning strike jujube wood finger tiger in Suyu's hand again, they were not as contemptuous as they were at the beginning. Thunderclap jujube wood is the air of yin and yang of heaven and earth, the essence of Jiaotai, the system of the five elements. Thunderclap jujube wood memory of the Big Dipper positive chi, but also the elf genie and the soldiers and horses, and the lightning strike date palm through the lightning strike, so that the energy of thunder and lightning gathered in the date palm contains the power of divine punishment, since it can be put down the evil to ward off evil spirits. Zhou Dongliang and the team members next to him, as well as the viewers in the live broadcast room, were listening in awe. I didn't expect a piece of lightning struck date wood to be so awesome and have the power of divine punishment. Master, lightning strikes the big mountain behind my house every rainy season. Is it too late for me to plant date palms and peach trees? Would it work if we used high voltage electricity? Definitely not. The master has said that you need 100 years of jujube wood. The peach tree must be the same. And the heavenly thunder is the heavenly tribulation. Is the astral energy of nature? High voltage electricity has a fart effect. There just happens to be 100-year-old date palm in my house. I'm going to get a lightning rod up there. Suyu saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast and explained. Not all lightning-struck date palms have this effect. After the date palm is struck by lightning due to climate, terrain and other reasons, it will cause the astral energy to leak out and the elves to draw out. So many lightning-struck date palm will appear dead and cannot feel the flow of lightning energy. The real lightning strike jujube wood is the Taoist Shinmen sacrificed to make magic weapons, according to the instrument to take wood, sealing the thunder-gathering gas. 5 Thunder positive method of sealing. Choose a day to carve. The secret method of sacrificing. In order to maximize the efficacy of the lightning strike jujube wood. After Dongliang Zhou and the others and the people in the live broadcast room heard this, they felt that although it sounded quite impressive, no matter how they thought about it, they were a bit in disbelief that a piece of wood had such an impressive effect. Suyu saw that the treasure had already been found and there was currently no hint of the next treasure. Just going to see how many sci-fi points I get first, see if I can raffle them off, and upgrade the treasure hunting radar a bit on the side. Suddenly, Zhou Dongliang's cell phone rang. What? The team sent to deal with the jumping ghosts is all but wiped out. He looked at Suyu with a grave expression on his face. Suyu nodded decisively. Lead the way. Seeing Suyu nodding his head, Zhou Dongliang immediately called the team member who had sent Xiaoli to the hospital and told him to hurry and drive over. The hospital wasn't too far away, plus there were no cars on the roads at night, so it wouldn't take more than a few minutes to get here. While waiting for the vehicle to arrive, Suyu sat on a stone pier on the side of the road and turned off the live broadcast first. Check again to see how many sci-fi points are currently available. Host's current total number of science popularization points, 23,280. Suyu was a little surprised. I didn't expect there to be so many. It seems that science is still very effective. How many science fiction points does it take to draw one? The current draw level is LV1, and a draw requires 2,000 science points. Lucky draw levels can be upgraded with science points, which will increase the probability of drawing treasures. Holy shit, the raffle is upgraded? Suyu thought about it for a moment and felt that the LV1 draw level was a bit low. It was better to upgrade to be on the safe side. Otherwise it's so expensive to draw once. And it's not a waste of money if you keep getting regular stuff. How many cobalt points does it take to raise the draw level? 1,000 science points are needed to raise the level of the lottery to LV2. Now 20,000 plus cope points is perfectly fine. Upgrade. Drawing level successfully raised to LV2. It currently costs 4,000 science fiction points to draw one. If you want to raise the draw level to LV3, you need 5,000 science points. Does the upgrade also raise the number of sci-fi points needed for the draw? And it now takes 5,000 science points to upgrade the draw level to LV3? Wouldn't that LV3 draw be 5-6k? With this back and forth, 10,000 cope points were lost. But if you want to draw the good stuff, you have to give it up. It's like playing a handheld game. You either have to give up your money, give up your liver, or give up your ass and let the big boys spend money on you. So you clenched his teeth and ascended to meow. Upgrade successful. Successfully upgraded to LV3 on the draw level. Currently it takes 6,000 science fiction points to draw one. If you want to raise the draw level to LV4, you need 10,000 science points. How many sci-fi points do I currently have left? Host's current total number of science popularization points, 17,280. So you felt a meaty pain? How many sci-fi points are needed to upgrade the treasure hunting radar? The current level of treasure hunting radar is LV1, and upgrading to LV2 requires 2,000 science points. Luckily, upgrading the treasure hunting radar doesn't require many copper points at the moment. 2 straight draws in a row. A roulette wheel appeared in front of Suyu's eyes and began to rotate continuously. Spend 12,000 sci-fi points. Must give me something good. The raffle wheel comes to a gradual stop after a few seconds. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Taoist Talisman Treasures X1. Full level Tong Tian Talisman. Really shipped out. So many sci-fi points not spent in vain. At this instant of Suyu's elation, arcane and obscure runes appeared in his mind. With each rune that appeared, Suyu's understanding of the runes became more thorough, until when thousands of runes all appeared in his mind, he could feel that he could draw and its perfect talisman with his hands as long as he wanted to. This is where the wonders of the Tongtian talisman paired with the Taoist talisman treasures lie. Before the ordinary drawing of the talisman, it is necessary to raise an altar, offer a shrine, purify the body, and many other previous preparations. The Tongtian talisman, however, does not have to, as long as you want to draw talismans out of thin air at any time. At the same time, he immediately upgraded his treasure hunting radar. Treasure hunting radar successfully upgraded to LV2. Search range increased to 800 meters. Suyu was still feeling happy about drawing a full-grade Tong Tian talisman, but in the eyes of Zhou Dongliang and the others, Suyu closed his eyes in place and inexplicably smiled. They looked around and didn't see anything interesting. Ha, Captain. The master wouldn't have gotten too much yin qi and started to be abnormal, would he? Xiaobai came over to Zhou Dongliang's side and said cautiously. Zhou Dongliang frowned tightly. He also felt that Suyu's appearance was not normal. Don't talk nonsense. Master's power is profound. Can't it be contaminated by that small yin qi? The team member called Laogua also came over. But, Captain, you can see that this isn't normal for the master. If the master is truly contaminated by the yin qi, perhaps he is wrestling with that yin qi at this moment, and perhaps he needs our help? Zhou Dongliang looked closely at Suyu. There have been some team members in the past who have been exposed to too many ghosts and spirits, causing them to fall into hallucinations from time to time. It takes a reality hit to wake up and get out of the hallucination. Now, after hearing the master's science, I thought that it must be caused by too much contaminated yin qi. But the master is so strong. It must be extraordinary to be tainted with his yin qi. Moreover, the master is our guiding light on the path of dealing with ghosts and spirits, and there is absolutely no room for error. Zhou Dongliang called the team member called Monkey over. Let's go up and start cursing first to boost our yang qi. White, I'll attack the upper road. Lao Gui, I'll attack the lower road. The team member called Stone took the wicker and looked to everyone. Let's take a shortcut and save the master. The monkey, as his name suggests, rushed to Suyu with 2 big jumping steps. Holy shit. Just after the words were spoken, Suyu opened his eyes and saw Zhou Dongliang cover the monkey's mouth with one eye, and the other 3 team members all quickly stopped their hand movements. What are you doing? Zhou Dongliang even stammered a bit as he spoke. That. We saw you smiling inexplicably, Master, and thought that you were contaminated by evil qi. Ha! I've got a full-grade golden light mantra plus a full-grade Tong Tian talisman. What evil spirit would dare to come here? I'm afraid I'm not tired of living. Suyu smiled and said, don't worry, I just thought of happy things. When Zhou Dongliang's few people saw Suyu's normal face, they were secretly relieved in their hearts. It seemed to be a misunderstanding. Thinking back to what would have happened if I hadn't stopped in time just now and let the master get the wrong idea. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. On the previous means of killing the severe ghosts with golden light, if it is used on people, it is not even dare to think about it. So you looked at their faces green for a while and purple for a while, and wondered in his heart, and didn't find any ghosts or monsters around. Captain Zhou, hasn't that car of yours arrived yet? Zhou Dongliang looked at the watch on his wrist and then at the intersection. At that moment, a military SUV drove by quickly. Master, the car is here. The military Land Cruiser stopped in front of them, and after Zhou Dongliang led the crowd into the car, he said to the member of the team driving the car, Lao Lu, hurry up and go to Pan Shiwan. Jumping ghosts appeared there and wiped out an entire team of us. Don't worry, Captain. We'll be there in less than 10 minutes. Old Six knew the seriousness of the matter and immediately ejected in third gear to start. Speeding over, Suyu sat in his seat and watched to check the account of the live number. He had noticed before turning off the live stream that it looked like someone had put a bounty on it. When he clicked on the account, his eyes widened. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 1,060,000. After getting part of the revenue split by the platform, I didn't realize that there was actually more than $60,000 left. Less than one night into the account of more than $60,000. So that Suyu cannot help but be surprised for a while. Now with the money and the knowledge of thousands of talismans, when the time comes, use the money to buy some things used for drawing talismans, and then draw more talismans to give to places like hospitals that treat the sick and save people, but are heavy with energy. Prevent the injured and sick inside and the doctors and nurses from being harmed by ghosts and evil spirits. You can also give it away for free to people on the air to increase the heat of the broadcast and make the science visible to a wider audience. So you looked out the window thinking about future plans in his mind, and all the while, Tony Chow and the others were talking about ghost hopping. Under the darkness, a military off-road raced down the road. Suyu heard them keep talking about ghost jumping. Halfway through the thought in his head, he couldn't find any ghosts that could jump from one to the next. The only thing that comes to mind that fits at the moment is ghost fire. But where is the ghost fire thing capable of wiping out an entire team? Suyu thought, there are no ghost legends in this world. It must be what they call themselves. Captain Zhou, what exactly is this jumping ghost you guys are talking about? Zhou Dongliang was surprised that the master didn't know about the ghost jumping thing, but still carefully explained. Jumping ghosts are corpses that come back from the dead and are called jumping ghosts by us because their whole body is stiff and jumping all over the place. All we know so far is that the jumping ghosts don't just kill and suck blood, they don't even spare the blood of livestock. And there's even the strange behavior of moon worship, and his body is as hard as a steel plate. Bullets and slashes are difficult to cause effective damage. Suyu was shocked. Which of those was a jumping ghost? Isn't that a zombie? I've seen it on the news before, but the one on the news was trapped in a deep pit sealed with cement, and it's not in this city either. That one's not called jumping ghosts. Suyu took out his cell phone and opened the live broadcast. This must be copied out. Otherwise something big will happen. It's more of a problem than the nightmare. When Zhou Dongliang and his teammates saw Suyu's nervous look, they suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. Suyu just opened the live broadcast. The number of people in the live broadcast room directly rushed to 10,000 people watching. Master Turkey Bar, you're finally live again. Originally, after seeing the Turkey Bar guru go off the air, I suddenly felt panicky and couldn't sleep. But now as soon as I see the guru back on the air, I feel instantly safe. Is this master as awesome as you guys say he is? Ha, can't you see that the official combat team is all around the master? Maybe the lie was exposed and now they're being taken back. Suyu looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast and changed his previous playful appearance. Friends, I'm on my way with the official combatants to take care of the jumping ghosts. The viewers of the live stream were on the edge of their seats as soon as they heard about the ghost jumping. The jumping ghost is very powerful. A lot of people died on our side of the city without destroying it, and now we don't know where it's gone. A family on my side was killed by a ghost hopper last week, and now we can't find where the ghost hopper is, so we don't dare to go out in the daytime. I even saw something jumping at the intersection the night before last. I don't know if it's a jumping ghost or not, but I'm afraid to go out anyway. Master, hurry up and collect these ghosts and monsters. I really want to go out for a barbecue. I am open barbecue store. Half a month. Those barbecue did not dare to grill. Just look forward to hurry to return to normal so that go out to open the store. So you looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, not realizing that there were so many places where zombies had appeared. Zhou Dongliang said, Master, hurry up and give us the science of what the hell that is. Suyu nodded, letting Zhou Dongliang hold his cell phone, then started the science. What you call jumping ghosts are not so much ghosts as zombies. The so-called people are bad because they don't fight for their lives, and corpses become zombies because they have an extra breath. A zombie is a person who died with an extra breath that didn't dissipate, plus absorbed chi to trigger necrophilia, which in turn turned into a zombie. And by worshipping the moon and sucking blood, zombies are absorbing the essence of the moon and blood chi to cultivate. Zhou Dongliang's few people in the audience in the live broadcast room were instantly shocked. A corpse could even absorb moonlight to cultivate. What kind of monster is this? According to this, zombies will only get stronger? Suyu continued. The grades of zombies are skin corpse, shade corpse, flesh corpse, purple stiffness, white stiffness and black stiffness, jumping stiffness, green stiffness, hairy stiffness, flying stiffness, immortalized bones, vampire corpses, wandering corpses, drought desserts, and so on. As Suyu said more and more, Zhou Dongliang, several people and the viewers in the live broadcast room were listening in a cold sweat. It's amazing that there are so many levels of zombies. Someone on the air said a family was killed by a zombie, so it's likely that zombie has become a shade corpse. And a shade corpse is a person who dies with hair and nails still growing, and if pregnant, the fetus continues to develop. When the shade corpse opens its mouth, the first thing it will kill is its own blood relatives. Having sucked the blood of a blood relative, I'm afraid the shade corpse has become a purple stiff or a jumping stiff. Even though Zhou Dongliang and the few others were all battle-hardened warriors, after hearing Su Yu's science, their foreheads and backs were already drenched in sweat. The first thing you look for is family. And who can suffer from that? And it's been upgraded as a result, which is definitely bad news. Duh, master, don't scare me. I'm timid. My dad was killed by a zombie 5 days ago, and they've all been buried in his old home now. Holy shit. My sister was also killed by a zombie 3 days ago, and our whole family is now at home with the door closed for the wake. No one in my house has been killed by zombies, but I'm feeling fucking panicked just looking at your pop-ups. Shit, demonizing dog anchor. Wait for me to change my pants first before I fight you. Su Yu saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast and realized that there were some people at home who were killed by zombies, and immediately said, Captain Zhou, how many cases of zombies killing and injuring people have there been in this city? Zhou Dongliang thought about it with some hesitation on his face, but seeing Su Yu's tense look, which was a tension he didn't even have when dealing with the severe ghosts, he clenched his teeth and still said it. There were a total of 6 documented cases, of which only 2 were attended to by a team, but not resolved. One of them is where we're going now. Su Yu was surprised that there were so many. How many casualties? Zhou Dongliang said. The current casualties of the team total 17 wounded and 28 dead. Su Yu asked again. What about civilian casualties? Zhou Dongliang shook his head. This is not something we are responsible for counting, so I'm not sure, but from my rough judgment, it should be within 10. Su Yu thought to himself, there are actually so many people killed by zombies. In case the necrophilia spreads out, it would be too big a problem. You and the viewers of the broadcast remember what I'm saying right now. First of all, immediately isolate those who were scratched by the zombies. It must be a centralized and separate isolation, and no other people are allowed to exist in the isolated area, because zombie nails and teeth have corpse poison. Once scratched corpse poison into the body, the person will grow fangs and nails will become longer. It won't take long to become a zombie to attack the living. What? Zhou Dongliang, several people and the people in the live broadcast room suddenly changed their faces on the spot. The zombies' necrotic poison also turns the living into zombies. Tony Zhou's heart pounded. It occurred to him that those who had survived against the zombies were now still being treated in the city's hospitals. And the hospital is so concentrated that once one person turns into a zombie and starts hurting people, the severity of the situation snowballs. It's an incident big enough to bring the whole city to its knees. Everyone was confused after hearing Su Yu's science. The car was all quiet. So quiet that they could hear each other's heartbeats. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room also instantly decreased by 90%. Even Zhou Dongliang didn't have the slightest bit of backbone in his speech at the moment. Great, master, can there be a solution to this? To this? Su Yu also did not beat around the bush, opening the door and saying directly, that's exactly what I'm saying now. Zhou Dongliang, several people in the audience in the live broadcast room all listened carefully, afraid of missing a word. The team member called White also took out his book and started taking notes whenever he could. Captain Zhou, how many supermarkets are there where we're going now? Zhou Dongliang hurriedly said. A playground plaza in Panchiyuan itself, and there are also 2 big shopping malls there. Su Yu said. Now all of you listen to me carefully. Those scratched by zombies must use glutinous rice to get rid of the corpse poison. Eat glutinous rice for meals, soak in glutinous rice water for baths, and put glutinous rice on wounds. And you can't lie down all the time. You have to step on the glutinous rice and jump all the time, otherwise your body will get more and more stiff. Also, after a long time of necrotic infection, sharp teeth will grow in your mouth and your fingernails will get longer. Remember, keep your nails cut short all the time, and let your dentist use something to smooth out your teeth, and if you can't, just pull them out. As for those killed by the zombies, they must all be burned to ashes by fire. Even if they are buried, they must be dug up and burned at once, or sooner or later all of them will turn into corpses. Su Yu's last words were like a bolt from the blue. Even people who have already been killed will corpse into zombies. With so many people killed by zombies, the first ones to go after them in case they all turn necrotic are the unsuspecting blood relatives. Then blood relatives turn back into zombies to hurt others. Thinking about it, Zhou Dongliang and the others had all dared not think about it. Things were far more serious than they had expected. But something that's serious can be resolved with just a mere amount of glutinous rice? The people in the live broadcast room were thinking the same thing as Zhou Dongliang. Crap, it's a good thing the master is here. I told you I just heard something in the coffin. I thought I heard it wrong, but it turns out it's my sister who's getting up. I'll nail the coffin shut right away, and no matter what my family and them say, I'm going to pull it out to the door and burn it, and tell my mom and the others to hurry up and buy glutinous rice. I'll call the old village committee right away and tell them to hurry up and call someone to dig up my father's grave. It's a good thing I watched the live broadcast. I fucking work at the morgue. 2 of the bodies were killed by zombies. I'm calling someone to drag them to the crematorium right now. No. You guys trust him that much? In front of you. If I'm turned into a zombie by a zombie-killing corpse, I'll definitely kill your house to the point of bloodshed. I'm damn well going to have blood on my hands now. But are you guys sure that something that's serious glutinous rice will work? Why don't I believe it? To be honest, I don't believe it either. I only know that sticky rice can cook sticky rice. And there's that sticky rice candy paper for iced candy canes. And for you to say that it can cure such a horrible corpse poison, I feel like you're rubbing our IQs on the ground. Believe it or not. Don't interrupt the turkey bar master science. Now more than just some of the viewers of the livestream are busy. Zhou Dongliang also put aside those thoughts of skeptical masters and immediately called the bureau to report what Suyu just said to Bureau Lu. Lu Bureau immediately contacted the special person immediately dealt with, but also immediately notified to the Municipal Party Committee and other municipalities on the ghosts and monsters of the Special Operations Bureau. Just then, a treasure hunting prompt appeared in Suyu's mind. Treasure reaction occurs at 420 meters northeast. Treasure reaction occurs at 380 meters northeast. Treasure reaction occurs 242 meters to the northeast. When Suyu looked, wasn't this the place he was heading to? Captain Zhou, how much longer until we reach Panchiyuan? If we don't get there soon, I'm afraid the zombies won't even know where they've gone by then. Captain Zhou looked outside and said, "It's here." The car stopped just outside a brightly lit plaza just as the words were spoken. The plaza has many rides, only none of them are occupied right now. Suyu and Zhou Dongliang they immediately got out of the car. Captain Zhou, immediately have your team members collect glutinous rice, preferably 1 bag per person. Although glutinous rice has no way of destroying a zombie, it can cause damage to it, and it can also restrain its movements on the ground very well. Zhou Dongliang hurriedly arranged for Sure, Xiao Bai, Lao Guat and Lao Lu to go to the mall to look for glutinous rice. You heard the master. Now hurry up and find it. Even if the mall is closed right now, break the door down and get in. All losses are covered by the bureau. Let go. Before they left, Suyu added, if you run into a zombie while looking for glutinous rice, remember to hold your breath. The eyes of the jumping stiffs have not regained their eyesight and can only sense human breathing to recognize the direction. As long as you hold your breath, the zombies won't be able to spot you for a while. Xiaobai looked at the willow in his hand and asked, Master, can a willow fight zombies? Suyu shook his head. Zombies and ghosts aren't the same thing. Wicker is not very effective against zombies. Anyway, you guys remember what I said and nothing will happen. The viewers in the live broadcast room immediately memorized Suyu's science in a small notebook, more serious than when they were reading. After watching the 3 team members run towards the mall, Suyu said, Captain Zhou, where is the team you said was completely destroyed? It's in the little park up ahead. Zhou Dongliang rushed over with Suyu. They had just arrived at a small park with green grass surrounding an artificial lake when Suyu smelled a very heavy stench of corpses. Even Tony Zhou and the monkey smelled it. Master, there are their bodies. The monkey pointed at a gazebo in front of him. They immediately ran over. When Zhou Dongliang saw these former comrades of war, now lying on the ground, with large and small wounds on all parts of their bodies, some even had their arms and legs broken, and the grass was stained red, his heart felt very bad. Suyu found that on the lawn, some of the grass and greenery had withered, obviously caused by the zombie's necrotic aura. At the same time, he also realized that the treasure hunting spot was only about 10 meters away. It's too late to grieve. You all pile the corpses together, and when Xiao Bai and the others bring back the glutinous rice, have them first sprinkle the corpses with glutinous rice to slow down the transformation of the corpses, and then you hurry now to inform the bureau so they can send a car right away to take the body to the crematorium and burn it. Suyu looked in the direction of the withered extension of the grass. I'm going to find the whereabouts of the zombies now. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he took off running in the direction of the wilting plant. It actually had to be urgent. If the zombies were allowed to run into residential neighborhoods or hospitals, a lot of people would die. Zhou Dongliang took Suyu's live cell phone before he reacted, but the person had already run away somewhere. Suyu ran all the way along the direction of the withered plants and could smell a very heavy corpse smell along the way. It smelled like the kind of smell you get when a rat has been dead for so many days that it's starting to rot, and then it's raining and stuffy in the sky, and then your feet step on fermented sauerkraut over the corpse of the rat. It makes you want to vomit when you smell it. Until he ran onto a bridge, he looked around, surrounded by scattered trees and cool streetlights, with no zombies in sight. Bullets and knife slashes can't hurt it anymore. It must already be a jumping stiff. The blood relatives have all been killed. There's no one here right now. It'll just be jumping around the neighborhood. It's important to find the zombie quickly, or it'll be bad when it jumps out of here in a mess and heads for a residential area or hospital. Treasure hunting tips appeared in Suyu's head. Treasure reaction occurs 150 meters to the east. Let's find the zombies first. or a lot of people are going to die. Suyu continued to run in the direction of the withered plants, and on the other side, Zhou Dongliang and Monkey were lining up the bodies of their fallen comrades one by one outside the gazebo. Captain, I see their faces are blackened. Should we burn them now? Monkey looked around. There are a lot of trees here. Why don't I go cut some wood to burn? The pop-ups on the live feed were all hyped up as well. Captain Zhou, quickly burn these bodies now, in case the corpse turns and there are 10 more zombies right away. I'm afraid you'll all have to be accounted for here by then. That's right. Hurry up and burn it. I don't want to be at home in the middle of the night looking out and see a zombie jumping at the window. How scary is that? Although I don't trust that so-called guru, the faces of those killed are blackened, and if we don't hurry and burn them, I'm worried about an outbreak of some kind of contagious disease or something. Isn't that the same as infecting a corpse and turning into a zombie? How it's the same? I'm talking about science. Zhou Dongliang looked at the live broadcast of Suyu's cell phone, and then looked at the pair of corpses, finding all the relics on them and waiting to return them to their families tomorrow. The master has said to burn for sure, but you can't burn here. Let's not talk about how long it takes for the fire from the wood pile to burn the bodies to ash, and how much time we have to spend chopping wood. Don't forget, there's a zombie here somewhere, and we don't have that much time for anything else. It's only quicker to wait for the car from the crematorium side to come and take these bodies to the crematorium to be burned. Tony Zhou looked in the direction of the rest of the bodies. Well, hurry up and get the bodies of your fallen comrades in order before the crematorium car arrives. After saying that, he and the monkey went to move the rest of the corpses separately. At this time, a cold wind blew. The leaves made a rustling sound. Monkey had just lifted a body and shivered from the cold wind. He looked in the direction of the mall. Old Guo and the others took glutinous rice. Why haven't they come back for so long? When he turned back around, he realized that Zhou Dongliang had gone somewhere. Suddenly, some movement came from the bushes next to him, which made the monkey panic even more. It can't be the zombies coming for me. He dropped the body and picked up his gun, aiming it in the direction the grass had put it. While still wanting to see where Suyu was, he was now panicking in his heart. I remember the master said that when you meet a zombie, you have to use glutinous rice to defend yourself and hold your breath. But now I don't have any glutinous rice on me. If I meet a zombie, Monkey didn't dare think any further. Flashback to 2 weeks ago, when their entire team was ordered to support other teams fighting zombies. That was the first time he had ever seen a zombie, and he felt that the horror was on par with that of a ghost. Again, no bullets could hurt it, and a lot of teammates died as well. In the end, in order to avoid more casualties, the zombies can only be lured into the deep uninhabited mountains. At that point, I was surrounded by teammates and felt like I could hold my own. But right now it's just myself and a zombie who doesn't know where he is. It immediately felt like nowhere was safe. Master, Captain, where are you? Monkey knew that making noise rashly at this time might attract danger, but he was really nervous now. All around were quiet. Not even a little bit of bugs cry. It was as if he was the only living person in the entire world at the moment. He kept shining the light of the flashlight hanging under the muzzle of his gun into the grass and didn't notice anything strange. However, the monkey did not relax. As he dragged the body back in the direction of the gazebo, he kept scanning the surroundings with his gun, ready to face danger. As Monkey retreated, he felt as if he had hit something behind him. That's not true. I remember nothing behind me. In an instant, the monkey's body tensed up, and a chill ran straight from the soles of his feet to the sky. In this instant, even the last words have been thought of. Just as he swayed, a large hand covered his mouth and nose at the same time. Monkey subconsciously turned his head to look and realized that it was actually Zhou Dongliang. It was an instant relief to him, but at the same time, he noticed that Zhou Dongliang was holding his cell phone and looking closely in one direction, with a few drops of sweat running down his cheeks and temples. Monkey followed Zhou Dongliang's line of sight and his heart almost went on strike. Just as his eyes looked over, he saw a black shadow with outstretched arms jump in front of them. On that stiff, blackened face, a pair of gray eyes, a sickeningly cold breath coming out of his mouth, and on his straightened hands, long, sharp black nails that sent chills to the bottom of one's heart. This is not the zombie they came here to find. And looking at the clothes the zombie was wearing, it was obviously a black robe-style birthday suit of some age. That would indicate that this zombie is not short in age. But after so many years the clothes on the body are only slightly torn as just. The flesh is rotting, but vaguely visible, is a young man who died young. The fact that it hasn't rotted to the bone after decades is mind-boggling enough and completely unscientific. It's completely shocking people's existing perceptions. At the moment, the two of them were only 2 steps away from the zombie. It was the first time since Zhou Dongliang and Monkey had been on a mission for so long that they had faced a zombie so closely. It's impossible to say you're not nervous, but the fierce zombies that were originally going to kill when they saw a living thing were now acting as if they were invisible to them. The breath-holding technique really works. Zhou Dongliang and Monkey were glad in their hearts that they had run into a master. Otherwise, they'd thought their heads off, but they didn't know that holding their breath could really make the zombies undetectable. Monkey was relieved to see that holding his breath was so effective, but in this moment of reassurance, subconsciously exhaled a trace of breath out. Monkey immediately reholds it, but the zombie had sensed the faintest hint of breath, and a pair of stiff arms swept over. Zhou Dongliang hurriedly pulled the monkey into a crouch, and his long, sharp black nails swept almost against their faces. If I had reacted any slower and been caught, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Naya, zombies. Crap, first time I've ever been that close to a zombie and suddenly I feel a little chill in my pants. I'm fucking numb straight away alright. It's more numb than when the mechanic fingered my brother. I see that Captain Joe and their breath-holding zombies really can't see them anymore. And what Master Turkey Bar said is true. Even I'm holding my breath. Brother zombie mustn't look at me. The zombies are looking over. Everyone hold your breath. Front row tip. Live kids can breathe Zombies can't see you through the screen. What if the zombies can really find their way along the net? The Turkey Bar Guru has said that the zombies are ranked, and that the jumping stiffs aren't even the strongest. I can't. I'm going to fucking marry the Turkey Bar Master. Now that he's not here, I can't even go to the bathroom. Where are you? Master Turkey Bar, come back here. The zombies have appeared. When Zhou Dongliang saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast, his heart also desperately hoped that Suyu would come back quickly. This is now a situation where the zombies can't find them for a while, despite holding their breath. But they hold their breath for 5 or 6 minutes at the most. If the zombie reveals a bit of breath during this period, it will be noticed immediately. Zhou Dongliang's eyes signaled the monkey to back up with him. No matter what, now we have to get away from the zombies first. Pulling away or dodging, Zhou Dongliang pulled the monkey to move back a little bit, trying not to make a single sound. Even the crisp sound of his feet on the green grass was being extremely controlled, and it was hard to pull away a little. Still, the zombie seemed to sense something and suddenly turned its body as if looking for a target. The zombie, after spinning around a few times, suddenly turned to Zhou Dongliang and their side and landed in front of them with a stiff jump, his nose still sniffing something. This made Zhou Dongliang and Monkey's hearts bitter. It was so hard to put a little distance between us, and it just caught up with us. The viewers in the live room were as if they were there, and each of them was also nervous. I feel like I'm suffocating. Didn't you say holding your breath would keep the zombies from realizing it? How come it's catching up all of a sudden? Could it be that the master's science is wrong? Master Turkey Bar can't be wrong. It must have happened, or maybe Captain Joe and his crew didn't hold their breath and showed a little bit of it, so the zombies sensed it and jumped over. Say, where's the rest of the team? Why aren't they back yet? That I just work in the mall over at Pansy Park. And when we're off duty, the rice category is hauled to a special little warehouse just to keep the rats and bugs from crawling. So it took them a while to open the warehouse? Then Captain Chow and the others are screwed. The Turkey Bar Master ran off somewhere, and the rest of the team is still trying to figure out how to open the warehouse. Even if a soldier has trained to hold his breath longer than an ordinary person, he will not be able to hold it sooner or later if he drags on like this. If you don't take advantage of the time you can hold your breath now to distance yourself from the zombies and find a place to hide, you'll more than likely be finished in the end. How could Zhou Dongliang not understand what the viewers in the live broadcast room could understand? Now that they had been crouching, they could only move back slowly, and they couldn't make too much noise, much less show a little more breath, or the zombies would jump up again. And the closest place to them now was the public restroom 5 meters behind them. As long as you can get there and close the door again, you should be safe for a while after that. But now the zombie is right in front of him, and 5 meters is as long as 50. Monkey looked at the zombie in front of him. His brain was covered with sweat, and then looked at Zhou Dongliang next to him. His eyes slightly turned as if he hesitated again. But in just a few moments he had already made some kind of decision. He suddenly spread away from Zhou Dongliang's arm and turned around to run. Just as the monkey was about to open his mouth to let the breath out, Zhou Dongliang pounced on him in time to cover his mouth and nose. Zhou Dongliang glared at the monkey with a pair of fierce gazes, telling him to stay put. At the same time, the zombie sensed a faint scent and jumped forward a step, the 43-yard foot landing almost against their thighs. Crap! What does this kid want? Don't hurt anyone. What are you talking about? The others are trying to sacrifice themselves to lure the zombies away so that Captain Joe can run to the toilet and hide. Captain Chow obviously saw it coming and pulled him back to tell him to take it easy. That's what soldiers do. They dare to sacrifice themselves. But with the zombies closer to them and moving intensely that much, the time to hold their breath would be shorter. The viewers in the live room were watching with nervousness. After all, for the vast majority of people, zombies stick to the face of such a lucky thing, which is so easy to meet. Seeing that the zombie was looking around in a daze, Zhou Dongliang hurriedly pulled the monkey to move his body back a little. It was hard to move more than a meter or two away when his ears heard another footstep. Zhou Dongliang and Monkey were in a hurry in their hearts. They were close to the limit of holding their breath. And now there were footsteps coming. In case there are still zombies, we'll really have to account for them this time. Monkey looked at Zhou Dongliang, wanting to speak but unable to open his mouth to let him know. But just then, the zombie turned violently and jumped in one direction. At the same time there was a shout. Captain, they're here and so are the zombies. Quick, throw the glutinous rice. It was Xiaobai and the others who had come, each carrying a bag of glutinous rice on their bodies in a hurry. When they saw the zombies jumping towards them, Xiaobai immediately put down the glutinous rice he was carrying on his body and grabbed a handful of it and threw it directly over. The glutinous rice fell on the zombie like rain, and the zombie unexpectedly let out an obvious scream in pain. The places on his body that had been hit by the glutinous rice, the slightest hint of blackness emerged in an instant. Zhou Dongliang and Monkey took the opportunity to finally take a big breath. After seeing that the glutinous rice was actually more effective than expected, Zhou Dongliang hurriedly shouted, "Quickly, keep spreading the glutinous rice." Xiaobai, Lao Guo, Shi and Lao Lu each grabbed glutinous rice and kept scattering it at the zombies. For a while, the zombie's entire body was bubbling with black gas, and his mouth kept hissing in pain. Damn it, I'd been holding my tongue for half a day. This breath must be returned. Monkey, recalling the hold he had just had, rushed into Kahaku and joined the rest of his teammates in taking Kahaku's bag of sticky rice and scattering it at the zombies. They scattered while leaning over to Zhou Dongliang's side. The zombie was forced to keep roaring by the glutinous rice and at the same time backed up. The zombie was actually repelled by the glutinous rice, and his whole body was bubbling with black gas. My goodness, for the first time in half a month, I fucking realized that zombies can actually scream. Who would have thought that this tiny glutinous rice actually contains so much energy? Zombie, please sit down. Brother personally feed you sticky rice. Zombie, you continue to be proud. Is not very hanging. Now how so pulled? Ha ha ha. It has to be Master Turkey Bar. If it wasn't for his science, who would have guessed that glutinous rice and holding your breath would really work on zombies? This mouth-holding breath finally smooth. If not now or no night market stalls, really want to order a takeaway to eat while watching. Monkey and Xiaobai and other people scattered glutinous rice with a water fight. Non-stop scattered to the zombies. That is a happy. Soon half of the bag of glutinous rice was gone. It's shameful to waste food, but there's nothing you can do about it now. And the zombie also had a temper. The glutinous rice grains hit its body very painfully, coupled with the sound of the group of prey rampaging, making it extremely annoyed, but it could not do anything about it. The sticky rice that hit his body fell all over the grass, hurting even more when his feet stepped on it and giving off more black gas. This prevented the zombies from breaking through the glutinous rice blockade for the time being. Captain, you try it too, the monkey shouted to Zhou Dongliang while scattering glutinous rice. However, Zhou Dongliang said, "Don't forget that the master said that glutinous rice can only suppress, not kill zombies. So, we have to save the glutinous rice, and as long as the zombies don't actively rush over, we'll hold our ground. It's better to hurry and get the master back now. Only he knows how to destroy the zombies." Zhou Dongliang looked at the two of them, Xiaobai and Lao Guo. "You look for the master in the direction of the wilting plants. Remember, in case any other ghosts or monsters show up, you must not be separated, and take some glutinous rice with you. And willow sticks as well." After Xiaobai and Lao Guo collected some glutinous rice, they immediately headed behind Zhou Dongliang. Team, Captain, the two of them, Xiaobai and Lao Guo, just took a few steps and froze in place on the spot. "Call me what for? Go." When Dongliang Zhou turned around, he also froze in place on the spot, only to see that behind him, on the side of the bodies of his comrades at the gazebo, two corpses with one hand and one foot missing, and with a large piece of flesh bitten off by a zombie on their necks, stood up. Both corpses had two sharp teeth in their mouths like zombies, and their nails were long and black. Only unlike zombies, these two corpses didn't jump from one to the other when they acted, but rather moved with their whole bodies slightly stiff. "It's over. I can't believe it's gone necrotic so quickly. Holy shit, this is really the first time I've ever watched a corpse necropsy. The person who was originally dead in our conception, his body suddenly moved and was able to act like a normal person. It's damn scary. Now I kind of know why the combatant's yang qi is weakened. This damn thing comes across this world-shattering knowledge every day. My heart is weakening. Luckily I listened to the master and burned my sister. You all don't know, when the coffin was opened, my sister's hair and nails really got longer. If it had been a little later I'm afraid I would have been the one to see my sister's corpse turn. Is it your sister's business now? Now it's Captain Joe and the others who have to face 3 zombies." The viewers of the livestream were agitated as they saw the necrophilia with their own eyes. Zhou Dongliang was heartbroken to see his former comrade in arms become like this. "But now that you've become a zombie, you can't be soft. Xiaobai, Lao Guo, you guys quickly smash them with glutinous rice. Yes. Just as Zhou Dongliang finished his words, he ran to Xiaobai and also picked up the glutinous rice and scattered it on the two zombies that just walked towards them. When the glutinous rice hit these two zombies, the same black aura emerged and hardened, forcing them back a few steps. But the two zombies continued to approach again, and Zhou Dongliang and the others had to continue to sprinkle glutinous rice at them. Zhou Dongliang looked at the bodies of the rest of his comrades behind those two zombies and remembered what Suyu had said. You guys keep spreading glutinous rice here, and I'll get another bag of glutinous rice to cover those corpses to avoid necrophilia. Zhou Dongliang shouldered a bag of glutinous rice and was about to run towards the corpse at the gazebo. The three zombies seemed to sense what he was trying to do and immediately bypassed the glutinous rice all over the ground to surround and block Zhou Dongliang's front path. That black life jacket zombie even jumped to a 2 or 3 meter high tree. One hand swung. Then the arm is still thick. 2 circles of the tree was actually hard to shoot off. The tree fell just enough to cover the glutinous rice on the ground, and at the same time disrupted Zhou Dongliang's formation of them. Crap, that black-clothed zombie even has an IQ. Worthy of a zombie of its age. It can actually use its brain. If I let it grow any longer, I don't think I could play with it for a college student. This zombie must not be kept. Close the door and let the master go. Seeing the 3 zombies stepping over the tree, Zhou Dongliang and the others were briefly stunned, and they hurriedly picked up the glutinous rice and were about to scatter it. At that moment, a handling drew 3 overlapping sigils. With that, he pointed out that 3 talismans drawn from light rays flew at the eyebrows of each of the 3 zombies. Zhou Dongliang, they and the viewers in the live broadcast room only saw that 3 things formed by light were pasted on the eyebrows of the 3 zombies, and they were instantly immobilized and unable to move. They also froze in place in droves, not knowing what was happening. How is it that the zombie that was so ferocious just a moment ago was immobilized by these 3 things sticking to his head? Even if they continued to sprinkle glutinous rice on their bodies, they still gave off a black aura. But how about not blinking or moving at all? Zhou Dongliang froze and looked at what was happening in front of him. What in the world has been issued? What? Could it be the master? As soon as the words fell, a figure was seen falling from several meters in midair. Suyu straightened his clothes and walked in front of them. Just ran slightly too far and almost ran out. It was his first time in this big square, and he was so unfamiliar with the place that he ran all the way through it following the wilted plants, and when he tried to run back, he almost found the wrong way again. As soon as the crowd saw Suyu finally appear, they felt safe in their hearts. Zhou Dongliang hurriedly said, "Master, what's going on? Why aren't the zombies moving?" Monkey also ran over and said, "Just now it was those 3 rays of light that made up the thing sticking to those zombies' brains, and in an instant they all stopped moving, even if they sprinkled glutinous rice on them." Suyu went over to the 3 zombies and pointed to the talisman at their eyebrows. "They can't move because the 3 talismans I just drew fixed them." Zhou Dongliang and the few of them looked at each other, scratching their heads as they looked at Suyu. "Master, what is a talisman? And what talisman is so powerful that it can even hold a zombie that fierce?" It was the first time that the viewers in the live broadcast room had seen such a thing as a zombie being able to immobilize. In their world where there were no legends of ghosts and monsters, there was naturally no knowledge about charms. It was just too unbelievable for them. How fierce the zombies are they have all seen, and now there is actually a talisman that can cure them, which is even more surprising to them. Master Turkey Bar, quick science on what this charm is. It's just so awesome, and it's all painted in light. If I could learn it, I'd be the hottest kid in school. Master, tell us how to kill the zombies too. Yeah, with zombies jumping around so much all day long, I don't feel safe at home. In case any of my relatives are killed by a zombie and then necromorphize and turn into a zombie to find me. When Zhou Dongliang saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast, it was similar to what he had in mind, and he couldn't help but ask Suyu, "Master, you quickly give us the science." Suyu looked towards the corpses at the gazebo that hadn't been corpsed yet. "You guys cover the corpse with glutinous rice first, in case the corpse is overloaded with corpse chi that triggers necrophilia." Xiaobai and Monkey immediately carried a bag of glutinous rice over and spread it all over those corpses. Those corpses were bubbling black in unison for an instant. After seeing them do all this, Zhou Dongliang hurriedly said, "Master, please quickly enlighten us on what exactly a talisman is and how we can destroy the zombies." Suyu nodded. Just as he was about to start talking, Old Six jumped ahead and said, "Master, how long will your talisman that fixes the zombies last?" Suyu smiled and said, "With my cultivation, I can let them set for as long as I want, as long as 100 years. It can be fixed for up to 100 years. The crowd sucked in their breath when they heard these words. The admiration in his eyes was on the verge of coming out like a tidal wave. Suyu said, "Now let's first briefly popularize the talisman." Talismans originated in the ancient times. People used the unique characters, astrological signs, etc., and facsimile of special clouds, air, birds and beasts, etc., in a graphic way. and wrote it on the talismanic paper made of some special materials, which looked like Chinese characters and pictures in general, and represented the wills and decrees of the heaven and the gods. Talismans are mostly used in special circumstances to call upon the gods and spirits to suppress evil spirits. When there is an imminent danger, one or several talismans can be drawn to perform the spell. The talisman, on the other hand, is like a military talisman, and can be used to mobilize all the gods and ghosts recorded on the talisman when performing the spell. Zhou Dongliang and the others in the audience in the live broadcast room were listening with confused nods. Who would have thought that charms could actually talk about ancient times? It is still a heavenly book handed down from the ancient times. The most important thing is the ability to summon impeachment of gods and ghosts for one's own use, as well as the effect of suppressing evil spirits. It's not all one-on-one. Now the whole world is full of ghosts and demons and evils, while Suyu's talisman can just restrain them to death. It gave them the feeling that it was like in the animal world. A piece of land came to a group of predators without natural enemies, and blood flowed wherever they passed, and the animals on the land did not have any means to fight against them, only to be food for this group of predators. And just then, a group of animals appeared that could completely restrain the lawless predators. At the time of their appearance, that group of once extremely arrogant predators were like ants in front of this group of natural enemies, without any room for resistance. And Suyu in the eyes of Zhou Dongliang and the others, this is not exactly the group of lawless ghosts and monsters destined for the natural enemy appeared. Sounds like the charm is pretty awesome too. There's also the effect of being able to suppress evil spirits. I was thrilled to hear that on the spot. I suddenly thought of a question. How is it that ghosts and monsters appeared in the world properly? And how is it that someone who can restrain ghosts and monsters just happened to appear? Is there a possibility that the ghosts and monsters are the work of this anchor? You've reminded me. It seems like a possibility. So this anchor is the one responsible for everything. Absolutely impossible. Couldn't it be that after the ghosts and monsters messed up the world, the master couldn't bear it in his heart and decided to come out to help us? I now have reason to suspect that you people are not foreign spies. If you can't handle the ghosts and monsters in your own country, you can't see us as good, and you specialize in this kind of talk, trying to use us as a gun to gas the masters away so that you can be like you. The enemy won't stop killing me. I'll fucking report it. Report +1. Zhou Dongliang looked at the pop-up screen that was attempting to mislead public opinion in the live broadcast room, and his heart was also furious. After seeing that the live audience was wide awake, he couldn't help but shout, "Well said. Let me see you spies dare to insult master again, and I, Zhou Dongliang, will find you all and arrest you." His sudden words caused Xiao Bai and the others to look over. Suyu was just about to continue coping with the talisman used to immobilize zombies, and after hearing Zhou Dongliang shout, he walked over. "What's wrong?" Zhou Dongliang lit up the live broadcast to Suyu. "Just now, someone attempted to target you to mislead public opinion, and everyone suspects that it's a foreign spy who just can't see us well." When Xiao Bai and Monkey and the others heard this, they became very angry. Suyu, however, had an irrelevant look on his face. "It's okay, just dance however they want. Those werewolves, vampires, goblins, evil spirits and demons and whatnot in foreign countries, I know how to deal with them too. Since they started targeting me, it's none of my business if their people die or not." Zhou Dongliang and the others instantly froze. They didn't expect Suyu to actually know how to deal with foreign ghosts and monsters. It is true that only a returned master can have such an erudite store of knowledge. How else could a man in his early 20s know so much about the hidden secrets of ghosts and monsters? Holy shit, the turkey bar guru knows so much. Ha ha ha, let you foreign spies continue to dance. Now the master has caught little brother with one hand. With a gentle tug from the master, the roots are ripped out for you. Suyu's sentence caused the pop-ups in the live broadcast room that were attempting to steer public opinion to instantly decrease by 90%. At this point, many attention alerts suddenly appeared on the live feed. Gangan Cyber Police have followed your live broadcast. Yanagi Cyber Police have followed your live broadcast. Guangniang Cyber Police have followed your live broadcast. In an instant many of the cyber police accounts launched their concerns. This made the live audience even happier. A rare smile also appeared on Dongliang Zhou's tough face. At the same time a question came to mind. "Master, you said before that you needed talisman paper to draw a talisman, but the talisman you just drew was made up of light." "Ha?" Suyu said. "I'll cop out afterward. Now let's start with the talisman that suppresses zombies." Suyu walked over to a zombie. "This talisman is called the Corpse Suppressor Talisman. It says the pardonable general is here, which means that the general in charge of the underworld holds great power and can command the ghosts, and when the general arrives, the ghosts will obey." At this time, the crowd looked carefully, only to find that the talisman, really written on the words, "Pardon the great general" to this, and the deeper you look, the more you can feel the oppression that emanates from the words. It was as if he really saw a great general clad in armor and emanating a murderous aura riding his warhorse slowly. With each step of the warhorse, the great general came closer, like a great mountain blocking in front of him, making people feel oppressed. With such a powerful sense of oppression, it was no wonder that the zombies could be subdued. Zhou Dongliang approached the black birthday suit zombie, looked carefully at the talisman on it, and then looked at the zombie carefully. It was the first time he'd been able to look at a zombie that closely. Of course, the same is true for the viewers of the live stream. I'll go. I didn't see it before from too far away, but now that I can see it clearly, this zombie's appearance has indeed rotted, but vaguely can still be seen a bit of human appearance. Mom, I'm out of my league. I can actually see a zombie this close. I suddenly have a question. Why do zombies have to suck blood in order to be able to do that? And the talismans that Master Turkey Bar said are pulling from ancient times, and they also happen to be able to suppress evil spirits. In other words, could it be that zombies also appeared in the ancient times? Don't you talk nonsense. Zombies appeared in the ancient times, and if they can live until now, they are at least 1,000 years old zombies. Who can beat them? I'm afraid the talismans won't even be useful by then. The pop-ups from the audience in the live broadcast room had reminded Dongliang Zhou, if there really were zombies from the ancient times hibernating somewhere in the world, they would surely be looking for an opportunity to return to the world. When the time comes, I'm afraid the harm will be beyond imagination, and there are stronger zombies after the jumping stiffs, and I don't know if the talisman is still so effective against those flying stiffs who don't turn into bones of this level. The more he thought about it, the more panic he felt. Suyu was just ready to science how to deal with zombies when he saw that his face did not look right. Captain Zhou, are you alright? Zhou Dongliang came back to his senses and shook his head slightly before gazing at Suyu. Master, you said before that talismans existed in the ancient period, so will zombies also appear in the ancient period? If the zombie really appeared 1,000 years ago, can the talisman still cure it if it returns to Earth today? Also, you said that there are many stronger grades of zombies after the jumping stiffs. Can the talisman restrain them all? Suyu thought it was something, so this is it? It's actually not surprising that they have this concern, since the world they live in doesn't have this type of knowledge. It's like giving primitive man an AK, which he took and killed the wolves that invaded his home. But when thinking of tigers, one hesitates whether AK can kill them or not. After all, primitive man was not aware of the lethality of the 7.62mm caliber. Suyu slowly said, zombies certainly appeared in the ancient times. The hearts of Zhou Dongliang's few people and the people in the live broadcast room were immediately tightened. Sure enough, I guessed right. Zombies really did appear in ancient times. Since we have to talk about the ancient period, we have to start from the time when Pangu opened up the sky and the earth. After Pangu opened up the heavens and opened up the earth, his body was transformed into the sun, moon, stars, mountains and rivers. However, the internal organs such as bones, brain and heart were preserved, and then after endless years, they were born with spiritual wisdom and transformed into the 4 ancient gods, Manhwa, Fuxi, Haotian and Haojiao. The crowd was dumbfounded to hear that it actually involved Pangu and the 4 ancient gods, although none of them had ever heard of these myths. Since they came from the mouth of the erudite Suyu, they were bound to be hidden secrets that were not known. During the period of the ancient Yellow Emperor's war against Qiyu, harvest was a scourge on earth, and the 3 ancient gods, Manhwa, Haotian, and Fuxi, couldn't bear to have their lives blighted, so they joined forces to put down harvest. But the Han was transformed from Pangu's skull, and his body was extremely strong. And even though the 3 great ancient gods joined forces, the Han was still allowed to escape with 3 copies of his soul in the end. And these 3 portions of souls and the corpse of harvest created the 4 great zombie patriarchs, the Shogun, the Drought Demon, the Ho Ching, and the Winning Hook. There were actually 4 zombie patriarchs, and it's also an ancient god that was transformed. Zhou Dongliang's few people and the viewers in the live broadcast room, who had accepted the overly large secret for a while, felt a bit dizzy and had a feeling of unreality. None of them had expected that just a simple little query would lead to an unbelievably big secret. In fact, the zombies that have appeared in the world can actually be counted as Shogun slaves, because Hao Tian God did not want the corpse of the harvest to cause trouble on earth, so he sealed it within the divine tree, but did not want the body and the divine tree actually merged into one. Produced a spirit, one of the 4 great zombie originators of the Shogun was born, and Shogun has a special ability to assimilate anyone whose blood he has drawn. Later on, Xuanchen was going to be punished by the heavenly Tao because he was going to smear the living beings, so he hid in the void in order to avoid the heavenly punishment from coming down on him. Until one day, a bright light appeared in the void, and only after Xuanchen jumped in did he realize that the light was actually Tao ancestor Hongjun. Tao ancestor Hongjun had long heard of Shogun's evil deeds, so he used the laws of heaven and earth to turn them into an innate talisman and imprison Shogun in the heavenly beyond. Although Shogun was imprisoned for eternity, the grievances he emanated would still infect people who died with grievances by chance. And then the combination of grievances and grievances would produce necrophilia due to the timing of the day, turning the corpses into zombies for the purpose of wreaking havoc. And Dao ancestor Hongjun was the first ancestor of the Xian sect, and the way of talismans was passed down from him to the Xian sect since the ancient times. Xian Men, on the other hand, is a place of cultivation like the Heavenly Master's mansion on Longhu Mountain. Zhou Dongliang, several people in the audience in the live broadcast room were already unable to hold their breath from listening. I didn't realize that it actually involved the primordial ancestor of the Xian sect. The names of these ancient gods and Dao ancestors were names they had never even heard of before today. But now that they heard this kind of secret from Suyu's mouth, it seemed to them that in the past, this kind of secret was absolutely not allowed to be known by ordinary people. And now that Suyu said it all without reservation, it made people a bit unable to digest it for a while. After all, these myths are just too much for them. Especially when they heard Suyu say that Dao ancestor Hongjun transformed the laws of heaven and earth into innate talismans. It was as if the spectacular images of that battle had appeared in their minds. I thought the talisman was a small pistol, but I didn't realize it was actually a nuclear bomb. The talisman was strong enough to imprison Shogun, one of the zombie patriarchs, in the heavenly beyond, so naturally it would be no problem to deal with these offspring of his. Thinking of this, when they looked at Suyu again, their eyes became even more filled with respect. When he looked again at the talisman affixed to the zombie's head, he was even more relieved. So the zombies coming from such a big place. It's awesome. The talismans come from a much bigger place. All the Dao ancestors' generation has gone. The district general's slave panicked to fart. All this talk about the ancient times. So much so that I'm not even interested in hearing about the wife in my hand. The turkey bar master knows too much. Thanks to him showing up in time to popularize the science for us to know. Otherwise, how would we know all this? Zhou Dongliang saw that the viewers of the live broadcast were surprised by Suyu's science. The shock in his heart was no less than that of the people in the broadcast room, and he was kinda glad that they were the first to run into the master. Otherwise, how could one have the opportunity to hear the master speak about the ancient secrets in person? Not to mention the opportunity to experience firsthand the master's teaching on dealing with ghosts and goblins. Suyu saw that Zhou Dongliang and their faces were all very excited, so he thought that they were all assured of the talisman's effect. He walked over to the black birthday suit zombie, ready to use it to popularize to the people in the room and the viewers in the broadcast room how ordinary people should effectively deal with zombies. Earlier, we popularized that something that can deal with zombies is glutinous rice. So, let's now move on to the science of what else the average person can do to effectively inflict damage on a zombie after an encounter. Suyu found a rock and sat down. Zhou Dongliang and the others sat cross-legged in front of Suyu just like the students. Now that Suyu was present, they were not worried at all that anything else would happen. In fact, there are many other methods for ordinary people to effectively deal with zombies, such as peachwood swords, ink bucket threads, copper coin swords, black dog blood, black donkey hooves, fire, sunlight, etc. But the usefulness of these things stops at the level of jumping stiffs, because from the green stiff, zombies no longer fear mortal fire and sunlight, and also mastered spells, can fly in the sky and hide in the ground, and is no longer something ordinary people can deal with. So in the future, when you see zombies that emit corpse chi and have green bodies, run as far away as you can, and don't ever think of taking these things on. Zhou Dongliang and the others took notes carefully. The live broadcast room also has a lot less pop-ups because Suyu started to science. Suyu looked at Zhou Dongliang. Captain Zhou, when you guys go back to the bureau, remember to tell your director to send people to look for zombies during the day in the dark places in the city and mountains. Because normal zombies fear sunlight. During the day they hide in dark places like basements or caves in the wild. This is the easiest time to destroy them. Simply pull them into the sunlight and supplement it with fire to destroy them. You guys don't need to worry about the green stiffs either. The ghostly chaos has only been happening for half a month. Not enough time for a jumping stiff to cultivate to a green stiff. Speaking here, Suyu thought of something and continued. The places in the city like the escape rooms that often have to be kept dark can't be spared. Zombies and ghosts like to run over there the most. Don't go playing in the daytime and run into the real thing, then it's really straight for life. Some of the viewers in the live broadcast room suddenly felt a coldness in their backs. Crap, when the master said that I remembered that I went to a haunted house adventure with my friends during the daytime the other day, and I said that I ran into a ghost with a long tongue that was pretty realistic, but that staff said they didn't have this actor. I didn't believe it at the time. I thought it was a deliberate attempt to scare me, and I also thought they were quite good at their business and gave them a 5-star review, but it turns out they really didn't have it. I reacted to that too. At the time, I went to play Script Kill with a friend. That script was based on the current ghosts and monsters created after the chaos. and we played it because it felt new. I turned all the lights off for atmosphere while playing, but I always felt as if there were a few eyes watching us in the darkness. Now that I think about it, holy shit, let me play for real. The more than 20,000 viewers in the live room were talking about what they had encountered playing during the day for a while. When Dongliang Zhou saw this, he quickly took out his own cell phone to send a message to his wife. Don't ever let your son go to places like escape rooms and scripted killings. If he dares to go, I'll break his legs. And Xiao Bai and Lao Gua don't have this worry. They are not married. They don't even have girlfriends. Zhou Dongliang asked, Master, so what black dog blood, copper coin sword and inkdew thread, can you tell us why the zombies are afraid of it? Monkey also asked, and the mahogany sword. I can't figure out how a zombie that can't be harmed by metal objects like bullets and knives and guns can be hurt by wood. Suyu nodded. These were things he had intended to science as well. First, black dog blood. The Shaotian dog under Yang Jian, the god of Erlang, is a black dog. It accommodates the innate yang energy. So all the black dogs on Earth are close relatives of the Sa Tian dog, and they are all yang animals. And the black dog corresponds to the 12 earthly branches Su, the 5 elements of the earth. Therefore, it is also called Yang Earth. So by splashing the evil spirits with the blood of the black dog's supreme yang, the evil spirit's extreme yin will naturally be harmed. And the copper coin sword is made of ancient copper coins tied with red rope to form a sword. The reason why copper coins can ward off evil spirits is because copper coins with a long history and long circulation time have been touched by 10,000 people, and their stained yang qi is very heavy, so they are also called 10,000 people's coins. And Mo Do is one of the weapons in the 28 astrological constellations. The axe is called Kamu Wolf. The knife and saw are called Lu Jin Dog. And Mo Do is called Ghost Golden Goat, the second southern constellation of ghosts. The main fright, much evil. All ghosts and evil spirits are feared. Zhou Dongliang and the others and the audience in the live broadcast room were listening in wonder. I didn't realize that all of these things, which seemed perfectly normal to them, actually had such strong origins. It turns out that the thing that restrains evil spirits is actually around. As for the mahogany sword, I also said before that it takes 100 years of lightning striking mahogany to have an effect. Compared to black dog blood and glutinous rice, the mahogany sword is really a bit difficult for ordinary people. So let's wait for a chance to popularize it later. As Suyu spoke, he took out the lightning strike jujube wood finger tiger in his pocket. Although I don't have a mahogany sword on me right now, the lightning struck date wood contains the power of divine punishment from heaven and earth, so it's just as capable of killing ghosts and evils. He handed Zhou Dongliang the lightning struck date wood finger tiger. Now you will try for yourselves whether the wood works or not. Zhou Dongliang looked carefully at the lightning struck date wood finger tiger in his hand and realized that there were also some talismans carved on it. Suyu said, that has a charm sealed on it to drive away evil spirits and cut down ghosts of a kind, which can bring the effect of lightning striking the date palm into greater play. Zhou Dongliang swallowed the saliva in his mouth and handed Suyu's cell phone to Xiao Bai to hold. He walked himself over to the black birthday suit zombie and put the lightning strike date wood finger tiger on his hand, though he still couldn't believe it about the wood being able to kill a zombie, because it was just too beyond the pale. But this night, he had been exposed to so many things that were beyond the pale, and all of them have been personally experienced and do work. Zhou Dongliang no longer hesitated, coalescing the grief and anger of the zombie in his heart for killing his comrade in arms into his fist. Jerk punches zombie with a volley of punches to the chest. The zombie's entire body exploded with corpse chi as it was hit and flew backwards. That necrotic aura emanating from his mouth, nose and body made all the grass around him wither. White, Monkey, and the other team members and viewers of the live broadcast saw that the zombie's chest was actually dented. And then I saw the constant emanation of necrophilia. This means that the lay strikes the date wood finger tiger that punch knotted up the effect. Really give the zombies substantial damage. I ran to Zhou Dongliang's side. Captain, what did you feel just now? Zhou Dongliang looked at the fist that wore the lightning strike date wood finger tiger. When I fought zombies in the past, their bodies were as hard as steel. But the punch just now, I felt like it hit plastic and shattered at the slightest touch. If I had more strength, I would probably be able to punch through the zombie's body. Zhou Dongliang removed the lightning strike date wood finger tiger and handed it back to Suyu with both hands. Suyu looked at the lightning striking jujube wood finger tiger that was handed over to him. You don't continue to try to beat it to death with your own hands? Zhou Dongliang shook his head. The car from the crematorium should be almost there by now. I think it would be quicker to just send it to the crematorium to be burned than to take quite a bit of time to beat it to death. Suyu nodded. That would be fine. Only to see him draw the 5 Thunderfire talisman out of thin air between his fingers. The talisman became a moment, and the raging fierce fire swept towards the black birthday suit zombie. In just a few moments, the zombie had become ashes. Zhou Dongliang, several people in the audience of the live broadcast saw Suyu drawing the talisman out of thin air and actually spewing out flames. And the flames burned the zombie to ashes so quickly. One looked confused on the spot. I hadn't heard of any other charms that breathed fire before. And still don't need any fire-igniting appliances. Directly draw a talisman to spray fire out of thin air. This feeling is still something I used to get when I watched magic shows, but those were all props. Instead, now a talisman is drawn out of thin air to produce it. I thought it said it could suppress evil spirits. Why is it spitting fire? It's not even enough that the turkey bar master glows. Now he spews fire out of thin air. Ghost, awful guy, you're awful. I'm just the son of the version and you're cutting me down and the whole version T0 come out. How presumptuous of you. This fire really just appeared by drawing charms. There's no use for props at all. I suddenly feel like my worldview is going to collapse tonight. No, Master, did you secretly hide your evolution from us over there? Bring me one. The viewers of the live stream were shocked. But to say that the most shocked ones were the ones who were at the scene, such as Zhou Dongliang. Zhou Dongliang only just wanted to take out his own cell phone to ask how long it would take for the crematorium car to arrive. Suyu was seen drawing talismans between his fingers. The next second fire erupts and the zombie turns to ash for a moment. Tony Zhou didn't even know he dropped his cell phone. Xiao Bai, Lao Gua, and Monkey were all wide-eyed as well. Master, how did this happen? This fire feels like a normal kind of fire, and when you look closely you feel like this fire is ethereal. Zhou Dongliang picked up his own cell phone and walked over to Suyu. Master, what kind of charm is this? It can also breathe fire? Please clear up the confusion for all of us. Suyu waved his hand and looked at Zhou Dongliang and the others with a smile. The talisman I just drew is called the 5 Thunder Fire Talisman. The 5 Thunder Flames are divided into Yin and Yang, and what I just used is the Yin 5 Thunder Flame, which specializes in burning in evils, like what mountain spirits and demons, zombies, and lone souls and wild ghosts are all included in this category. The 5 thunder fires are all imaginary fires. Water and earth can't be quenched, and as long as they are ignited there is only one way to die. It is an extremely domineering charm. This was the first time that Zhou Dongliang and the audience in the live broadcast room had seen a charm that could directly cause damage. And there's death without life. So dominating. Just hearing it with my ears has been awe-inspiring. One of the things that surprised them the most was that there was no way to extinguish it. They thought about how they wouldn't know if a fire extinguisher would work in case the fire burned on them. Even if it works, I'm afraid that just as I'm about to lift my foot, the person will be dust. Instead, the monkey was excited. I've just tapped those 2 talismans of the master. When the time comes, I'll ask the master for the method of making talisman paper, and I'll copy the corpse suppressor talisman and the 5 thunder flame talisman. So we'll see which ghosts and monsters dare to come and seek death in the future. Monkey gently stroked the photo of the 2 talismans on the cell phone, as if looking at his little daughter-in-law, fearing that a little too much force would hurt. I feel horribly strong now. The audience in the live broadcast room also sent out pop-ups after hearing Monkey's words. As expected of a professionally trained combatant, the mind just spins. Whoever has a picture of those 2 talismans the master just drew, I'll send a red packet to receive it. That, Captain Zhou, please move the camera a little to the left. At least let me see those 2 corpse-suppressing talismans on your comrade's corpse's head. I've already started copying and you guys are still here talking about the photo. Now I also feel that I am terribly strong. Come on 2 female ghosts. In the future let me also thank nature for its gifts. Right, ghosts aren't protected by the law. Brothers are blessed. When the time comes, we'll team up together and let those ghosts know that we're not easy to bully. Let those ghosts know the terror of humans. Tay meow. This half-month has been too suffocating. I must get the scene back. Boring. I want blood. One person in the live room said it was a hot mess. Even Dongliang Zhou had the idea to try it out. If one could master these 2 talismans, it would definitely make future battles easier and more likely to reduce casualties. In the past half-month, he had had enough of his once living and breathing comrades turning into cold corpses. Please put away your kind of thoughts. Suyu's sudden interjection of words interrupted their fantasies. First of all, most of the talismans need to be used by Xian clan members with cultivation. And drawing charms isn't that simple. There are strict requirements for the size, material, and color of the talisman paper needed for ordinary talisman drawing. And the method of drawing talismans hundreds of thousands. Some to pinch the fingers to meditate on the gods with the pen. Some to step on the astral dipper, reciting incantations and so on. It is in the laying of paper and ink, pen and other aspects have to pay attention to. All the procedures are very complex, cumbersome methods, enough to make ordinary people dizzy. Before drawing the talisman, one must also concentrate, be sincere, and clear away distracting thoughts, and then purify the body, face, hands, and mouth, and set out offerings such as fruits, rice wine, and incense and candles, as well as brushes, ink, vermilion sand, and talisman paper. For these supplies, The Taoist priests first used divine incantations to lay down edicts in order to give them a divine and spiritual aura. When the crowd heard Su Yu's words, each one of them was immediately like a deflated ball. Turns out it's no use just copying shit. Without specialized study, a well-drawn charm has no effect whatsoever. Zhou Dongliang curiously asked, Master, since there is such tedious preparation before drawing the talisman, but why is it that when you drew the talisman just now, you didn't need any of this, and the power was so terrifying? Su Yu said, that's because I'm using one of the 8 strange techniques called the Tong Tian talisman. What? In addition to the 8 divine mantras, there are also the 8 strange techniques. At those words, Zhou Dongliang and the others were surprised. Su Yu continued, the Tong Tian talisman is the ultimate means of the way of talismans. This wondrous technique allows the practitioner to draw talismans out of thin air without having to do any of those preparations I just mentioned, and without any restrictions. A large number of talismans can be inscribed in a short period of time, capable of attacking and defending. You guys can understand it as a printer of talismans. It can be said that with this marvelous skill, all the talismans in the world can be used for me. After listening to Su Yu's introduction, Zhou Dongliang and the others were moved by the Tong Tian talisman. A thirst for knowledge and a desire to learn wells up in your heart. However, with the previous matter of the golden light spell, coupled with Su Yu's science of talismans, thinking about it, one would know that an ability that could be called a wondrous skill would inevitably be just like the golden light mantra, requiring years or even decades of difficult practice before one could have a chance to get a feel for it. And that's with talent. If you don't have the talent, I'm afraid you can't think about it for the rest of your life. Just get cleaned up. Seeing their loss, Su Yu said, when the time comes, I will draw some talismans and give them to your bureau, which can have a protective effect on your combatants and the ordinary people in the bureau. Such a precious talisman was willing to give it away for nothing. For Zhou Dongliang and the others, this was equivalent to lacking weapons on hand, and the arms dealer sent a truckload of arms over for nothing, and don't reciprocate. For a while, Zhou Dongliang didn't even know how to express his inner gratitude. He even had the urge to grab his son and recognize Su Yu as his godfather. And by this time, the crematorium car had arrived at the entrance of Pansatic Plaza. Su Yu just got his cell phone back. It was seen that the audience in the live broadcast room, once they heard that they were going to give away talismans for nothing, they were all anxious, and they swiped pop-ups and chimed in, fearing that they didn't have any. Master Turkey Bar, I've swiped several carnivals for you. Send me a few too. Master, you must send me a few too, or I'll make a scene. I work in a hospital. Can I send some to the hospital as well? Otherwise I always feel that the hospital is not clean. I'm in charge of helping people carry corpses, and I want 2 of them too. Master, I want it. I want it too. Seeing so many people in the live stream wanting charms, Su Yu had also long predicted this. Don't worry, it'll all be there. When the time comes, after I prepare the talismans, all of them will be uniformly handed over to the Special Operations Bureau against ghosts and monsters to take care of the arrangements. However, priority should be given to hospitals, morgues and crematoriums, which are in constant contact with the dead. The viewers in the live broadcast room were instantly relieved when they heard Su Yu's determination. At this point, Zhou Dongliang and the others had lined up the bodies of their fallen comrades one by one. After taking their belongings, it was just that the crematorium staff came over here. There were a total of 2 staff members at the crematorium, and as soon as they saw Su Yu, the cowering look they had just had was instantly gone. It's as if scared children can finally see the people who are backing them up. They eagerly came over to say hello. You're amazing, Master. I'd been watching this live. If we had been asked to carry the body this late in the day, we wouldn't have come if it had killed us. Or do we hear that there is a master present before we take a chance? Su Yu said, it's really hard for you guys. Don't worry, when I turn around and draw the talisman, I'll give it to the Bureau of Disposal of Ghosts and Monsters, and they'll arrange for it to be sent to the crematorium. Rune's awesome. These 2 staff members were watching the live stream, but they were really watching and were heartbroken at the time. Now that he had also received the master's personal promise, he couldn't have been happier. There are ghosts and monsters everywhere now. Maybe in the future, on a blind date, having or not having a talisman from a master will be a preference. And Su Yu's words made the audience in the live broadcast room anxious again. Zhou Dongliang and the few of them came to Su Yu's side after seeing their comrade's body being carried onto the crematorium car. At this point, Su Yu noticed the guns that Zhou Dongliang and the others were carrying and thought about the fact that there were so many combatants in the country. Zombie infestations are less frequent than ghosts, but it's still important to be prepared or there will still be casualties. Again, there was only one of himself, and it was impossible to take care of all the combatants. Soon, an idea came into his head. If you guys want to use your guns to do damage to zombies, or even kill them, you can soak the bullets in black dog blood or chicken blood beforehand. Or you can use scientific means to incorporate into the materials used to make the bullets some such materials as centuries-old lightning-struck mahogany, black dog blood, chicken blood, and a flamethrower. You'll be fine under the green stiff. Zhou Dongliang's few people sniffed with a burst of joy. Previously, they were worried that those things that Suyu had popularized to deal with zombies, and they were afraid that it would be a bit difficult to equip all of the nation's combatants with them, because their purpose, as long as they destroy all the ghosts and evil spirits, there is no way to achieve this purpose just by fulfilling the need for self-defense. And the things that can kill zombies are things like 100 years of lightning strike mahogany and 100 years of lightning strike jujube wood, all of which are made into swords to equip the whole staff with. It's really difficult. And there are also consumables like black dog blood. If you use a large amount, I'm afraid it won't take long to kill all the black dogs in the country. Now if the method that Suyu had mentioned was put in place, it could indeed effectively reduce the difficulty of equipping. Bullets can be reused many times if they are soaked in black dog blood or chicken blood, and the soaked bullets can be made to fit all personnel. What a great way to save money and time. Zhou Dongliang suddenly had a question. Then is there any certainty in dealing with the green stiffs with this set of equipment? Suyu smiled. When you encounter a green stiff you guys but run a little slower. It's disrespectful to life. As for the hairy stiff above the green stiff, ordinary human fire can no longer hurt it. Its body is stronger than the jumping stiff, and it is no longer afraid of sunlight. My only advice, if you encounter a flying stiff above the hairy stiff, is to leave a message for your family in advance, because the flying stiffs can fly, have no fear of sunlight or ordinary fire, and are so fast that they can eat their targets almost instantly. Most importantly, it knows some spells. That's why when ordinary people encounter it, it's too late to run. This bit of science on green stiffs and flying stiffs caused Zhou Dongliang's few people and the viewers in the live broadcast room to unconsciously break out in a cold sweat, especially hearing that the flying stiffs can fly and have spells. If we meet in the future, won't it be the same as the eagle catching the little chickens? Even if we step on the basketball and run, we won't be able to run. Not to mention the fact that there's probably the safest broad daylight available. It didn't feel safe anywhere for a while. Suyu saw the worry on their faces. Don't worry, green stiffs and flying stiffs are both very rare. The chances of an ordinary person bumping into one are about the same as buying a lottery ticket. These words made the crowd drop their hearts. Suyu saw that the matter here was now also finished. Just had time to check out the treasure hunting radar. Treasure reaction occurs at 148 meters east. Now that that's taken care of here, you guys go about your business. Call me if something comes up. When Suyu and Zhou Dongliang introduced themselves to each other earlier, they exchanged numbers. However, Zhou Dongliang said, Master, the director personally ordered us to follow you and learn well. How could we possibly disobey orders? Suyu scratched his head, but there is no more Yin Chi here, and no evil spirits. I'm going on a treasure hunt now, not unlike your mission. Tony Zhou said, all the more reason for us to go together. It's nighttime, the time of day when ghosts and spirits tend to hang out. If the master encounters ghosts and monsters on his treasure hunt, we'll be able to follow along and continue learning. Monkey said from the sidelines, you can't learn enough in a lifetime by following a master. Old Guo laughed nervously. If master's treasure hunt is on its way and he happens to receive another report or where reinforcements are needed, he can just go along. Suyu nodded. That would be fine. So, he led Zhou Dongliang and the others along towards the treasure hunting spot. This walk took us away from Pansy Park and to the other side of the main road. The viewers of the live broadcast room were a little emotional for a moment as they saw the once familiar night scene of the city. In the past, I used to go out when I wanted to go out during the day and night, unlike now when I don't dare to go out at night at all. Although the ghostly chaos happened only half a month ago, but to many, the city has become strange at night. Treasure reaction occurs 18 meters to the east. After walking for a while, Suyu was getting closer to the treasure hunting point, and ahead of him was a small forest. Suyu led Zhou Dongliang and the others into the grove. In the middle of the grove was a very conspicuous tree, thicker than two men put together. Walking under the cold streetlights, Zhou Dongliang and the others remained vigilant. Monkey tightened his body and said, do you guys feel that it's a bit cold in here? The others looked around. Not a soul in sight. It was surprisingly quiet. The viewers in the live broadcast room also felt a chill for a moment when they saw the combatants so tense. This is the first time I've watched a live outdoor broadcast at night. Are all the ghostly encounters so frequent at night now so mean? Luckily, I didn't want to go out. Otherwise this side just finished fighting zombies. Cross the street and then come ghosts. Who can withstand awe? It's still a good thing there's a master. Or else something is sure to happen in this situation. After watching that for so long, I'm feeling a little cold inside my house now. Suyu saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast and looked at Zhou Dongliang and their nervous looks and said, don't be nervous, that's all psychological on your part. This is a windy place, and with the wind blowing now and then, the temperature is naturally slightly lower than elsewhere. When Zhou Dongliang and the others heard Suyu's words, they calmed down before realizing that it was indeed a windfall. Monkey rubbed his head. It was so intense. I didn't even notice the wind. Not long after, Suyu brought Zhou Dongliang and the others to the large tree in the center of the grove. Treasure reaction detected 5 meters directly in front of us. Suyu walked around the tree and didn't find anything shiny. Looked elsewhere again and found nothing. Is it up there? Suyu looked up and saw that there seemed to be some points of light translucent in the lush foliage of the large tree. Found it. Zhou Dongliang followed and looked up, but didn't see anything. Master, let's give you a hand. Suyu waved his hand and gave his cell phone to Zhou Dongliang to hold. Then a leap onto a 5-meter-high tree branch. Everyone looked confused. That's 5 meters. Ordinary people simply can't do a 5-meter jump without external force. Not to mention still jumping in place with no assist at all. Jumping 5 meters from the ground. If I have this ability, I will participate in the Olympics to get the championship. It is not as easy as a batch. Old people say that whether a man is good or not mainly depends on his lower body. So it seems that Master Turkey Bar has a strong body. Why are you looking at the lower half of your body? I have 8-pack abs. Isn't that convincing enough? Less than a minute of waist-soft leg-soft seconds. Your 18-pack abs are iron false. Zhou Dongliang looked at the pop-up screen and touched his waist. It does feel like it's time to find time to catch up. And as Suyu ruffled the leaves in front of him in the tree, a glowing orb appeared in front of him. When he reached out to touch it, the ball of light turned into a mahogany sword in the blink of an eye. It was also sealed with a spell to cut down ghosts and punish evil spirits. Congratulations on the acquisition of the treasure, a 100-year lightning strike mahogany sword. Suyu looked at the peachwood sword in his hand and was very happy in his heart. That's one of the standards for a Taoist priest. If I could also get a Taoist robe, this outfit would be complete. When Zhou Dongliang and the others saw Suyu jump down, they surrounded him. Master, this wooden sword in your hand is the treasure? Wasn't the previous lightning strike date wood finger tiger also wood? And as a result, when our captain put it on, he smoked the zombie with one punch. Zhou Dongliang looked over with a pair of eyes and immediately spoke. Could this be that peachwood sword? Not bad. This is none other than the 100-year lightning strike mahogany sword. Suyu looked at the mahogany sword in his hand, his gaze showing some helplessness. Pity. If I had known it was a mahogany sword, I should have let that zombie live a little longer for you guys to have some fun. I'm afraid if the black birthday suit zombie heard that, he'd be sweating his ass off. Even the viewers of the live broadcast exclaimed, listen to this is still a human language. Suyu looked at Zhou Dongliang and the others. Want to touch it? Zhou Dongliang and Monkey and the others were a bit hesitant. Is it really okay? Suyu said. Don't worry. Feel free to touch it. This one is hard, but it's tough. Zhou Dongliang respectfully took the peachwood sword from Suyu. The moment I entered my hand, I felt a strange sensation, and I wondered if it was an illusion. He scrutinized the mahogany sword in his hand, but couldn't see much. The team members surrounding him were also trying to see something, but they were all just like Zhou Dongliang. They didn't see anything. After returning the mahogany sword respectfully, Zhou Dongliang said doubtfully, Master, you said before that the lightning-struck jujube wood contains the power of divine punishment, so it has the efficacy to kill ghosts and monsters. Is it the same with this 100-year lightning strike mahogany sword? Because before, during the popularization of zombies, Suyu had talked about the peachwood sword, but there was no cope at the time. Just the words revealed that this mahogany is again different from date wood. There is indeed a difference with date palms. Suyu flipped his hand and received the peachwood sword into the system space. But this was in the eyes of Zhou Dongliang and the others and the viewers of the live broadcast. It was the peachwood sword that just disappeared into thin air. It's faster than magic, and it doesn't even find where it's hidden. Suyu continued, according to the classic of mountains and seas recorded there is the mountain of Dushua, on the big peach tree. Its curvature coiled 3,000 miles, between its branches in the northeast, said the ghost gate, 10,000 ghosts in and out also, on the two gods, a said Shintan, a said Yubi, the Lord Red leading 10,000 ghosts, wicked ghosts, the executive to the reed rope and to eat tiger. This Shintan Yubase two gods specialize in the treatment of evil spirits, but also with peachwood to fight all kinds of ghosts and demons, so the peachwood will have the use of fighting evil spirits. The Book of Mountains and Seas? And what is this scripture? I've never heard of it before, have I? And the Shanhaijing also mentions that there is a ghost gate, from which the 10,000 ghosts come out. Then the ghosts and monsters that appear in the world nowadays, did they also come out from the ghost gate? Zhou Dongliang and the others pondered this question carefully. Master, do you know exactly where this ghost gate is? Suyu said. I'm not sure about that. Not many people could find any of the places mentioned in the Shanhaijing in their previous lives. Not to mention this side of the world. Whether there's a ghost gate or not is still up in the air. Now that the treasure I was looking for has been found, it's getting late. I'm going to go back and rest for a while. And if you guys run into anything during that time, you can just call me. Suyu planned to go home and charge his cell phone first, then see how many sci-fi points he had, and then raffle to see what goodies he could get. Hearing that Suyu wanted to go home first, Zhou Dongliang and the others couldn't let go in their hearts. That's a biggie that's begging to happen. What night before would have been as relaxing as today? Although Zhou Dongliang was reluctant to give up in his heart, he also knew that the big brother was the guiding light, and the only way to become stronger was to rely on his own reasoning. Then please let us take you back. Suyu waved his hand. No need. I'll just sweep a shared bicycle and go back by myself. Zhou Dongliang said. How can that be? You have helped us so much tonight. We are unable to repay you, but it is within our power to see the master home in person. So please be sure not to excuse yourself. Xiaobai and Monkey and the others also came up to advise. Suyu couldn't argue with them and finally had to nod his head and get into the car. Sitting in the car on the way home, Suyu didn't find any hints appearing on the treasure hunting radar all the way. Looks like there's no treasure in this area. Still have to boost the range of the treasure hunting radar to make it work. He looked like there was nothing else going on right now, so he decided to see about drawing a prize first. Host's current total number of science popularization points, 53, 406. Suyu looked at the more than 50,000 science and technology points in his heart was very happy. How many cobalt points does it take to upgrade the draw level now? The current draw level is LV3, and upgrading to LV4 currently requires 10,000 science fiction points. Now there are 50,000 couple points. Literally meow. Upgrade successful. Drawing level LV4 currently requires 8,000 science points for one draw. Upgrading to LV5 requires 12,000 science fiction points. Suyu gritted his teeth. Keep rising. Upgrade successful. Drawing level LV5 currently requires 10,000 science points for a single draw. Upgrading to LV6 requires 14,000 science fiction points. System, how much does it take to upgrade the radar to LV3 now? Treasure hunting radar upgraded to LV3 requires 5,000 copper points. There are now over 31,000 sci-fi points left, and if you spend 20,000 if you draw twice in a row, you'll have over 11,000 sci-fi points left. Taking another 5,000 cobalt points to upgrade the radar is more than enough. Just do it. So you spent 5,000 science points to upgrade the treasure hunting radar first. Treasure hunting radar successfully upgraded to LV3. Search range increased to 1,000 meters. Currently upgrading the treasure hunting radar to LV4 requires 10,000 science points. So expensive all of a sudden? Why don't you go grab it? Suyu shook his head, feeling a little pain in his heart. After taking a breather, he set his sights on the long-awaited raffle. The raffle wheel appeared in front of him and began to spin up continuously. Suyu looked at the roulette wheel in front of him with anticipation in his eyes. The raffle wheel comes to a gradual stop after a few seconds. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Yellow Talisman Paper X200. 16-character Yin Yang Feng Shui Secret Art X1. Suyu was still satisfied in his heart as he looked at this lottery. It goes without saying that Yellow Talisman paper is the one used for drawing charms and spells. And what pleased him the most was the 16-character Yin and Yang Feng Shui secret art that flowed into his mind. Suyu remembered that although the 16-character Yin and Yang Feng Shui secret art was a remnant scroll, it did have marvelous things in terms of feng shui, and these 16 characters are heaven, earth, human, ghost, god, Buddha, devil, animal, deterrent, jinn, transportation, object, transformation, yin, yang, and empty. Each character corresponds to a volume that encompasses a variety of feng shui-related knowledge. So rather than 16 words, it would be more apt to say 16 volumes. Although there was a lack in the yin and yang arts, Suyu was not disappointed by this. In terms of Taoism, he now had a full-ranked golden light spell, a full-ranked Tong Tian talisman, and all the talismans of the Taoist family by his side, coupled with 100 years of cultivation. No that ungrateful ghost or monster would dare to mess with it. Not to mention the fact that there is a 100-year lightning strike date wood finger tiger and a 100-year lightning strike mahogany sword on the outside. If there is really an evil spirit that is not long-eyed and takes the initiative to mess with it, you can also slightly exert your fists and feet and give it a headbutt. Just when Suyu thought that was it, a jump of new tips suddenly appeared. Raffle Blast. Acquired, the 8 divine spells of Taoism. As the host already has the golden light mantra, he has been corrected by the system to obtain the 7 great divine mantras. There's going to be a blitz in this lottery? It did make Suyu very surprised. Seeing the 7 great divine spell incantations appearing in his mind, he was very excited in his heart. Now another Taoist robe and I'm really half a true Taoist. Zhou Dongliang and his teammates looked at Suyu, who was sitting next to them. and smiled with their eyes closed again. Monkey whispered to Zhou Dongliang. Before, Master said that he was smiling like that because he was happy. Just like before, it's all about destroying ghosts and monsters and then just smiling with your eyes closed. Why do I always get the feeling that the Master's killing heart is heavier than any of us? When Zhou Dongliang saw Suyu's eyes closed and smiling now, he also had some of these thoughts in his heart. But on second thought, that's not so bad. Over this period of time, and then after experiencing Suyu's science, he summarized a truth. That is, since ghosts and monsters are vicious, they have to be more vicious and ruthless than ghosts and monsters in order to make them fear them. Means like that of raising Yang Qi through angry curses and the great general's edict of the corpse suppressor talisman. The more ferocious they are, the more they can deter ghosts and monsters. Suyu opened his eyes, not realizing what was going on in their minds. The one with the cell phone watched the rounds of rewards and tapped his account to see how much he was earning. When he saw that the account balance had changed from the previous 60,000 to 100,000, his face smiled even more happily. What a night to almost achieve wealth freedom. But Suyu was not one to take advantage of the situation for nothing. He looked outside. There was still some time before he would be home. Why don't you livestream and connect the dots, solve the netizens' problems online, and earn a little bit of sci-fi points? I'm here to thank everyone for supporting me and rewarding me with so many gifts. Tell you what, if any of you feel like you've encountered a poltergeist or something suspected of being a poltergeist, you can connect with me. I'll fix it for you guys online. If it happens to be in the same city as me and the line can't handle it, I can come and handle it myself. If it's out of town and I can't solve it online, you can contact your local versus Ghostbusters Special Operations Bureau and I can help so that the problem can be solved. The viewers of the live broadcast heard that there was such a good thing. One by one, they swiped their pop-ups. Master, are you still missing the thigh pendant? The turkey bar guru is giving out benefits. Master, people have been feeling inexplicably hot lately, especially once she sees Master's handsome face. My sister wants to swallow Master's little brain in one bite. No female ghosts allowed in here. My name is Ji Bo Chang. As my name suggests, I can help you out, so there's no need to bother the Master. Ji Bo Chang? Aren't you Ruyan Lu's White Moonlight? Nonsense. Jabota, am Smoke's White Moonlight. After waiting a short while, finally, someone came on the live link. After Suyu clicked accept, a sweet voice immediately came from the live broadcast room. Just this sweet voice with a hint of fear. Hello Master, I am a college student who graduated 2.5 years ago. I'm experiencing as if I'm stuck on a road I can't get off of. Suyu frowned. Tell me more carefully. Live link end. It's like this. I just got a job. Then the company saw that I'm an intern and made me work overtime to catch up with the work. Since I live just a few minutes away from the company, plus I agreed to it since it was so hard for me to find a job. But now I'm done working late and I've been walking home for half an hour and I'm still not out. I'm so scared right now. And I think I heard someone yelling my name, and I was afraid to turn around. The voice could clearly be heard trembling a little from fear. Next to him, Zhou Dongliang couldn't help but curse. What a damn company. The state has not explicitly banned overtime work at night. How can there be companies that dare to do this? It's not harming people's lives. I really want to raid these motherfuckers. The viewers in the live studio couldn't help but follow along and start cursing. I've encountered this kind of unscrupulous company. Just last week my boss asked me to work overtime. I just quit my job. Compared to work, it's still life that matters most. It's amazing that this kind of company still exists now. Hurry up and report it. You can definitely get compensation. Anyway, got to survive this. I don't think it's a case of being too scared at night and overthinking things. Plus taking a wrong turn. I guess it's an illusion. It's only a few minutes away. How can you get lost? You must be overthinking it. Anyway, I've never encountered one, so I don't think there's any ghosts or monsters that have that kind of power. Zhou Dongliang looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast and was very worried about that girl. What city are you in? If it's us here, we're rushing over there now. The girl's frightened voice came from the other end of the live link. I'm not in the city where the Master is. Now I'm too scared. All I can think of is the Master. Suyu thought about it and felt that what this girl had encountered was very much like a ghost hitting the wall. Ghosting is being stuck in one place and circling around. You're probably ghosting this question. That is to say, there are ghosts and spirits that trap you and keep you in a place where you can't walk in circles. The viewers of the live stream were shocked that it was really happening. The girl on the live link was even more scared. You mean there's a ghost in my neighborhood? Suyu nodded. Don't be afraid for now. The first thing that the normal ghostly wall confuses is your eyes. If it's a normal ghost wall, you can use your phone's camera to see the way, and also curse while doing so, as dirty as you can, and you'll soon be able to walk out, because it can only deceive your eyes. It can't affect the machinery. Also, when you say that someone is calling your name behind your back, this must not be turned back, because people have 3 fires. which are on both shoulders and the top of the head. If you turn back, it will weaken the two fires on your shoulders, so that the ghosts and monsters will have a chance to strike at you, and there can be no response. The fact that it hasn't made a move on you yet is enough to show that the ghosts and goblins that have set their sights on you are just as black in rank and not strong enough to make a direct move, which is good news. The girl on the live link was slightly relieved to hear this. Immediately, he began to act according to Suyu's words. As it was now connected, the girl turned on the camera and the live feed split to her side. The images of a small road under an orange and yellow streetlight, lined with few houses and basically closed stores. Master, the spell you said really works. I can see the way now. The girl could hardly hide the excitement in her heart and hurriedly followed Suyu's words while cursing. Just bar. That's a bit of dirty swearing indeed. But since it's a sweet girl, how does that feel so weird sounding? Sister, you don't call that scolding. I don't know who you're spooning with. Missy, swear more. Brother loves it. Don't say you love it. Just that sweet voice. Whoever listens to it doesn't get confused. Originally, the purpose of cursing while walking was to temporarily raise the yang energy. But if you're going to come like that, if I were a ghost I'd think you weren't interested in me. Can't listen anymore. Sister, stop pinning. Come on, learn from me. Sink your chi, release your voice, and yell, what are you looking at? The girl in the live link saw the pop-ups in the broadcast room, and her heart was anxious, and she hurriedly followed the lesson. What are you looking at? When this voice came out, more than just the audience in the live broadcast room raised their eyebrows. Even Suyu and Zhou Dongliang, a few of them, trembled slightly at the corners of their eyes. What kind of voice is this cursing? Isn't this a little girl crying and pouting when she can't get candy? With this tone of voice, not to mention scolding the ghosts not to go away, Suyu was really worried about attracting other ghosts. So what? Come on, don't curse. It's true that I didn't think twice about that aspect. You just hurry home with your cell phone looking at the road. When you get home, go find a neighbor's house with a little boy or a single dog who's been single for decades and ask for a pea to be spread on the doorstep in case a ghost follows you home. The viewers in the live broadcast room and Zhou Dongliang and the few of them were listening in a daze. What's the deal? There's still use of urine? Master, are you sure you're not kidding? I suspect the guru is trying to tease the singles. Master, don't bully single dogs like that. Zhou Dongliang was also embarrassed and said, Master, it's not appropriate to joke around at this time, is it? Suyu said with a straight face. I'm not joking. A child is the body of supreme yang and prosperity, with unlimited yang and energy, representing the most vigorous life force on earth, and is a symbol of good fortune in feng shui. And the single dog who has not been able to find a girlfriend, itself has not broken the body, is still considered a child. The yang energy is naturally heavier than other men, but it is still much weaker than a real child. It can only be considered as an emergency law. Of course, it only works on ghosts and monsters. Don't ever think of drinking it to boost your yang energy or anything. Trust science. At the mention of this, the live viewers came to their feet. Another excuse not to get married or get a girlfriend. Thanks a lot, Master. Master, does craft work count as breaking the body? Does crafting to change dream automation count? The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched when he saw the pop-ups that almost covered the screen in the live broadcast. How is it that every single one of these questions is so active? Even the monkeys who didn't have girlfriends, Xiao Bai, Lao Guo, Lao Luanshire slapped each other's thighs. A hint of petulance flashed across their faces. There was still some arrogance on his face as he looked at Zhou Dongliang. Zhou Dongliang naturally noticed their eyes and immediately glared over with a glance. The guys were instantly honest. And the girl who was connected to the live stream had a hard time running back to her house, shutting the door tightly behind her. Master, I also just came to live over here. The neighbors are not familiar with each other. The girl on the live link said later, her voice as small as a mosquito, as if she was blushing. But think about it. Staying up in the middle of the night and running to someone else's house to ask for a pee. Not to mention that the girl was too embarrassed to ask. If you were a man to ask, you probably wouldn't be able to wait until tomorrow. You'd be sent to the police station that night for a cup of tea and a chat. Suyu said, you could just report it and have your side of the versus Ghosts and Goblins Special Operations Bureau. Send a team to walk around a few times. Soldiers are all masculine. If that ghost dared to follow you, it would have turned around and left when it saw this battle. Live link to sweet sister. Thanks, Master. I'll report it now. After that, the connection was broken on the other side. Anyone else want to connect the dots to solve the problem? Suyu watched the scrolling pop-ups in the live stream for several minutes, and no new people are coming to connect, and it was almost home now, so I turned off the live feed. Master, we're at the entrance to the neighborhood where you live. Suyu nodded, and after thanking Zhou Dongliang and the others, he got off the car and went home, to the Ghostbusters Special Operations Bureau. In the large conference room, Gao Liang, the mayor of the city of Yangjiang in this city, was watching Suyu's live broadcast accompanied by Director Liu. When they saw the zombie appear, both Director Liu and Mayor Gao were startled. It was the first time they had seen zombies that close. Even though it was through the screen, the zombie's mouth was exhaling corpse breath as if he could smell it. Then, he saw Suyu easily immobilize the zombie. This surprised both Director Liu and Mayor Gao. Such a tactic was simply unheard of before. If it wasn't for the fact that they were watching a live broadcast in the official team of Tony Zhou, they would have thought it was a horrible video made by someone else. They just kept seeing the live feed disconnect. All of them were still recalling in their minds how shocked they were when they had just watched the live broadcast. Mayor Gao Liang sat in the main seat with his arms around his chest. This person called Suyu really doesn't look like that kind of crook. And having your bureau's team following him also ensures his authenticity. It's just that zombies are really restrained by simple things like glutinous rice and black dog blood. I'm really a bit afraid to believe it, even with a team from your bureau on hand to see it in person. I'm a little skeptical, not to mention drawing some kind of talisman out of thin air to keep the zombies still and drawing fire to burn them. All of these tactics, if we weren't there to see them, would be too unbelievable from our onlookers' perspective. Director Liu smiled and poured a cup of tea for Mayor Gao. Who says it isn't? I didn't believe it at first, and I even called in our bureau's technicians to do some serious research before we could rule out that level of suspicion. Now what that Master Su cop has, I've sent someone to work on, but as you know, our Special Warfare Bureau on Ghosts and Monsters only allows other departments to cooperate at special times, and there are a lot of materials that deal with ghosts and monsters in large quantities, as well as the need to pay attention to the harmful aspects of zombies, which does require a personal nod from you, the mayor, before other departments will cooperate. So far I've only talked my way into some of the departments in the 2 city districts, and almost all of the others don't believe me. Either that or they need your nod to do so. Director Liu recalled that before the impulse to call the director of the Forestry Bureau, the person left to wait for the approval of the above to say and then hung up. After all, most of the night was spent sleeping, and besides the police department, other units, such as the Forestry Department, are not among those cooperating in the operation against the Ghostbusters Special Operations Bureau. It was only after he was rejected by the heads of other bureaus, such as the Forestry Department, that he came to his senses. It's true that the director of the Ghostbusters Special Operations Agency doesn't have that much authority to meddle in the affairs of other units. Still, it was only with Suyu's popularization of the dangers of zombies that there was an excuse to invite the mayor over in the middle of the night. Mayor Gao nodded. If what this Master Su said is true, the harmful aspect of zombies, if not dealt with, can directly destroy the city's economic construction and people's personal safety. Tomorrow I'm calling a meeting with the city's department heads to get multiple departments to join forces with your operation. You guys also need to cooperate more with this master, so don't be a jerk and piss people off. With Mayor Gao's words, Director Liu was very happy. Don't worry, we definitely won't. Mayor Gao nodded and said, you also said before that the problem of the danger of zombies also notified the other city's Special War Bureau against ghosts and monsters. Have they cooperated? Director Liu said, the other cities don't have to worry about this aspect of the Ghosts and Monsters Special Operations Bureau, but as for the problems they'll run into, I think it'll be similar to my side. For the previous half a month, everyone couldn't do anything with these ghosts and monsters. It's only been less than a night, and right away there are a bunch of the right tools that can effectively deal with ghosts and goblins. Even the knowledge of ghosts and goblins is a lot better. It's really unlikely to convince people who haven't seen it for a while. Mayor Gao has also taken this into consideration. Tomorrow I'll make another trip to the provincial party committee to talk about this matter, so that many places can formulate a course of action in accordance with this Master Su's science. That Master Su's live video will get me a copy later. Director Liu agreed to do so in succession. Now with Mayor Gao's assurance, the stone hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground. Mayor Gao stood up and was just about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. By the way, I remembered something. Yesterday when my son went to school he heard his classmates say that it was his grandfather's side of the town of Xiangjia, and that every night time, there always seems to be something screaming in the mountains. Over there I remember. There's a Sakura Nation soldier who dug a mountain over there during the war back in the day and built a warehouse for storing strategic supplies in it. While I think it should be a wild animal or something calling, just to be safe, you should send someone to check it out sometime. Director Liu had just heard it and immediately thought of Suyu. But when I think of the live broadcast just now, Suyu all but said to go home and rest. Now that he's just arrived home, it feels so rude to let go out again. I'll let the team that wiped the cow's tears go first. Then he had a team escort the mayor out of the Special Operations Bureau against the Ghostbusters. The other side. When Suyu returned home, he immediately charged his cell phone. Then take out the peachwood sword and the 200 pieces of yellow talisman paper you got from the lottery. Now that we have these, tomorrow we'll go buy some more things for drawing charms. and then we can start formally drawing charms to give away. Tonight's broadcast has convinced a lot of people. Suyu was sure that even if it wasn't sold for free to 100 apiece, it would definitely all be sold out in an instant. But he doesn't think that kind of money can be made. Isn't this a black-hearted means of making disaster money by selling all kinds of important living materials at prices several times or even dozens of times higher than usual when a disaster occurs? Since he had obtained the inheritance of the Taoist family, he couldn't let the reputation of the Taoist family be dishonored. Suyu lay on the bed and looked at the time. It's 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Looking at the treasure hunting radar again, it didn't look like it found any treasures. The things that have gone on in Coppola before have been enough for these people to face a lot of situations. As long as you're not deliberately trying to get killed, you usually don't run into anything too dangerous. Suyu decided to rest first, but it had just been half an hour of rest when the cell phone rang. Chicken, you is too beautiful. Oh, baby, is too beautiful. One more glance will explode. A little closer to be melted. Suyu picked up his cell phone and saw that it was Zhou Dongliang calling. Just after picking up, Zhou Dongliang's somewhat anxious voice came from the other end. Master, I'm sorry to bother you again this late. It's okay, you said. It's like this. I just got word from the station that the mayor said that in that part of Beartown, there are strange cries during the night. We don't know if it's the work of a ghost or not. Earlier the bureau had already sent a team smeared with cow's tears over there, but the director was still unsure. Could we ask you to come with us and take a look? I know it's embarrassing to keep bothering you at this late hour, but we just can't help it. Suyu inwardly had a vague feeling that this matter was not simple. It's okay, you're picking me up to check it out. Zhou Dongliang finally put his heart down and said, We've already arrived at the entrance of your neighborhood, Master. Upon hearing this, Suyu put on his clothes and brought his cell phone to go out immediately. In Beartown, in this part of the mountain, a team of 10 men were hiding behind the bushes, carefully observing the direction of the warehouse in the mountain in front of them with the help of the moonlight. They had previously gone to the farmers who raised cattle in the town to ask for some cow tears first after getting the order from Director Liu. Normally combatants don't look at their cell phones when they're on a mission. That's why they didn't even know about Suyu's science before. At first, the bureau let them get cow tears to wipe their eyes, saying that they can see ghosts and monsters invisible to the naked eye. They thought it was a big night joke. However, thinking that Director Liu could not possibly pick this kind of time to joke, and so will be convinced under the doubt before deciding to try, they visited several homes in a row and decided to take the tears by smoking them before one family agreed. After all, who would want a beaten cry for no reason after raising an old cow for years? It's not like it's a cow specifically for sale. After getting the cow's tears, they were on their way back to Yangjiang City, when another call came from the bureau, asking them to go to Xiangjia town to check in the mountains against the direction of Dafling Mountain, whether there were any ghosts and monsters infesting the matter. They say there's a warehouse over there that was built in the mountains by the Sakura country during the war, and strange noises come out in the middle of the night. As a result, just after walking some distance in the direction of the Great Wind Mountain, he saw a thing dressed in the likeness of a soldier, not knowing whether it was a person or a ghost, as if floating into the mountain. And so they followed, coming to the bushes near the warehouse in the mountains. Team Zhang, is that a human or a ghost? A young team member asked. The captain of this 10-member team was named Zhang Weigua, a middle-aged man with a slightly changed appearance. It's not clear yet, and cow tears can see ghosts. I've never even heard of that. I also heard that the bureau let the other people to get what willow and chicken blood, duck blood or something, said that it can restrain the ghosts and zombies. Do not know also think that you have to open a small stove to make soup to drink. I really don't know which liar Director Liu has bought into again. Zhang Weigua looked closely at the direction of the warehouse in the mountains. The bizarre figure in uniform walked in and never came out. Also some black and white figures went in and were not seen coming out. But the way those people were walking really wasn't normal. And that figure is wearing a military uniform that seems to be that of a Sakura Nation soldier. The surrounding team members looked at each other in disbelief. That can't be right, can it? Could it be that the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's thieving heart is undead and secretly sent a team to infiltrate our Yangjiang City? They want to destroy the power station and water conservancy in Yangjiang City? Yangjiang City's power stations and water conservancy projects are associated with several cities and towns. So if they were destroyed, the consequences would be disastrous. And there are other people here by the looks of it. Could it be that they've turned some of the residents of Beartown? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With so many people infiltrating, there's no way our military, national security and radar detection departments didn't notice. Yeah, it's not that humiliating time decades ago anymore. There's no way they could sneak in without a sound. Could it be that after we wiped the tears from the cow's eyes, it really made us see ghosts? Zhang Weigua shook his head, confusion in his eyes. For the past half month, even though we can't really see ghosts, we can still see them flicker by occasionally. During which time have any of you ever seen a ghost still wearing a military uniform? That, and all of them had indeed never seen a ghost in a military uniform. In fact, none of them could even see if the ghost was wearing clothes or not, and the ghostly figure disappeared from sight. If they're going to sneak in and do some damage, this underground warehouse really is an ideal place to hide, because back in the day, after the army inventoried what was inside, they abandoned it and wouldn't even come back to check it out. But to say it's infiltrating in preparation for sabotage, there's no need to wear a uniform from back in the days of the war. It just doesn't make any sense. Zhang Weiguo even thought, could it really be a ghost? But it's true that I've never seen a ghost wearing clothes, or a military uniform. Especially when he also saw those some soldiers with guns on their backs. Who has seen a ghost with a gun in the last half-decade? If it's really that awesome, how can humans stop it? And at the mention of Sakura Nation, the team members felt a sense of anger in their hearts. How many brothers and sisters died unjustly in the war back then? Why is it that just these animals are living well, and now strutting once again to our land? Who cares if it doesn't make sense? We're so well equipped now, just rush over and do it. If they dare to show their heads, we'll go straight to Sakan's. That's right, damn it, back then I wasn't even born yet, but now that I have a gun in my hand, I'll kill as many as they come. The humiliation of that year will be fought back by us today. There were also some members of the team who wanted to stick to their orders even though they also wanted to rush up and fuck those brutes. Everyone take it easy. The chief just asked us to take a look, and our main objective is to deal with ghosts and monsters. If we really want to fight, we'll have to send troops from the War Department. Team Zhang, what do you think? For a moment, all the players looked at Zhang Weiguo. It was now up to him to decide whether or not to rush up and break the enemy's machinations and take revenge. Zhang Weiguo kept his eyes fixed on the mountain warehouse and tightened the gun in his hand. Back then, his grandfather had died at the hands of Sakura Nation soldiers. Ever since he was a child, he had heard his father talk about how animalistic and cruel the soldiers of the Sakura country were back then. Plus see those photos from the wartime with Sakura Nation. Countless people were displaced and died horribly in the streets. There are even more brutal deaths beyond imagination that cannot be told. Now he hated the brutes just as much, and there's been anger bottled up inside. That warehouse was originally built by those brutes back in the day, and now they're hiding in it. We're the ones who were selected from the military to join the Special Operations Bureau against ghosts and goblins. But we're still soldiers by nature. As the saying goes, when the general is out, the king's orders are not his. He looked to a team member next to him. You stay here and message the station to come reinforce us with their gear. Then I'll take someone over to observe their personnel and equipment. Granted, you don't usually take too many people with you when you sneak in secretly, but it's better to be careful. If we find that they don't have many personnel, we'll just kill them all. The team was waiting for the captain to say that. They all turned off the safety of their guns and followed Zhang Weiguo out of the bushes. Only one person was left in charge of contacting the bureau. Zhang Weiguo led the team in a cat-like manner, slowly approaching the direction of the underground warehouse a little bit, trying to minimize the sound emitted. Suddenly, Zhang Weiguo gestured to stop, and his teammates behind him stopped. At that moment, only 2 or 3 black silhouettes were seen lightly walking towards the underground warehouse. Due to the dim moonlight and the cloud cover, they couldn't see exactly what the men looked like. It was impossible to determine if it was a resident of Beardstown or not. Or maybe it's a Sakura Nation soldier in disguise. Team Zhang, do you think these people have inhaled or what have they done? Why do they walk like they're light? Could it be that the soldiers infiltrated by the Cherry Blossom Nation have entered into a partnership with those drug dealers as a way to control the residents of Xiangjia Town? It does seem like something they could do. What a bunch of beasts. They deserve to be fucking killed. Zhang Weiguo said. Right now these are just guesses. When we get in there and grab one of their people for interrogation, we'll find out exactly what the purpose of their operation is. He watched the figures go into the mountain warehouse and then immediately told his team to follow. Zhang Weiguo brought 8 loaded team members a little closer to the main entrance of the warehouse in the mountains. The large, dilapidated iron door of the warehouse was found to be ajar, and there was not the slightest light from within. Zhang Weiguo heartstrange, clearly see a silhouette to go in. It is impossible that there is no light at all inside. And these big iron gates open and close with a sound. I've seen so many people go in before without making a sound. Is there another entrance? Zhang Weiguo couldn't help but spit. If I had known, I should have brought night vision equipment. That way you can see exactly where these people went in from. There's not a light to be seen inside right now, and it's likely that people are further inside. And the lack of light outside is to hide your tracks. Zhang Weiguo made some speculations and decided to open the door and go in to take a look. He slowly opened the large, hidden metal door. But it still made some noise. Good thing it's not very loud. Zhang Weiguo only opened the big iron door a little, just enough for one person to enter and exit. He was the first to go inside and immediately winced and exhaled white air from his mouth. It's damn cold inside this cave, Zhang Weiguo whispered. The flashlight hanging under the muzzle shone around. What he found here was the interior of a hollowed-out mountain, and the road is still trending downhill. Looks like this warehouse is a little deep. Only after confirming that it was safe inside did he allow the team behind him to enter in turn. Zhang Weiguo and the others walked carefully all the way down the muddy road, to avoid exposing the light and attracting the attention of the enemy. They kept their guns lowered along the way so that the flashlight light only illuminated the area in front of them. All the way down the road, I turned a corner and still couldn't see a single sign of people. A member of the team said, "How long is it in here?" "It's not a good idea to talk about the warehouse. I haven't seen it yet after walking for so long," Zhang Weiguo said. Back then, the Sakura ghosts dug this warehouse to hide strategic materials. Of course, it is convenient to hide deeper. Led by Zhang Weiguo, they walked a little further. Just as he was about to turn a corner along the road, Zhang Weiguo suddenly stopped in his tracks while shielding the flashlight from the gun's muzzle while stopping the team members behind him, and a gesture of silence. Zhang Weiguo poked out half of his head to look at the road after the curve. It was found that there was an old military warehouse building there, and that there was light coming from the windows, and in that light figures could be vaguely seen walking by. This reinforces Zhang Weiguo's speculation. Sure enough, there's someone behind them. The team poked their heads out and saw the military warehouse building. "Captain, what do we do now?" Zhang Weiguo thought carefully and said, "Based on our previous view outside, there are estimated to be more than a dozen suspected villager targets in here. And how many soldiers can't be confirmed at the moment. If the suspected villagers are seen as Sakura Nation soldiers hiding their identities, plus secret infiltrations usually don't send too many people." Zhang Weiguo speculated that there would be no more than 20 people at most. If those suspected villagers were really villagers who had been turned, it wouldn't be much of a fight in front of professionally trained soldiers. And now the enemy is clear. Advantage on me. We'll sneak in carefully, then grab a straggler and interrogate him about the exact people here and what they're up to, one team member asked. "But we don't know the Sakura language," Zhang Weiguo said. "Stupid, they've all infiltrated the towns and started turning the local populace. They must know our language." The team nodded, so there was nothing to worry about. Zhang Weiguo saw the right time and immediately commanded the crowd to follow him as he slowly traveled to that military warehouse building. He slowly pushed open the door to the warehouse. As he stepped inside, Zhang Weiguo's eyes flashed. It was good to hear the whimpering of the woman inside, mixed with the man's maniacal laughter in a Sakura accent. At the same time, two figures were seen in the distance, one looking like an old man and the other in a military uniform with his katana held high, chasing after him like a wolf chasing a sheep all the way into the corner. "Don't kill me, please, don't kill me." However, all that could be heard was the sound of a knife slashing, and a desperate scream. Zhang Weiguo froze on the spot. Could it be that those Sakura Nation soldiers didn't turn on the local population, but deceived them, just to trick them into coming here for fun and for killing? Zhang Weiguo remembered hearing his father say that those Sakura people had no humanity. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were not people at all in their eyes. They were livestock. Children and men are used as living targets to satisfy the desire to kill and for recruit training. As for the women, they are usually kept in cells. Every time the soldiers rested, the women were pulled from their cells and put into cubicles for pleasure. At that moment the cries and screams, and the wild laughter of a herd of wild beasts let loose echoed in his ears. I didn't realize that what happened back then is still happening today, and it's still in plain sight. The gun in Zhang Weiguo's hand squeezed his hand white, and his eyes were filled with crimson. Still, he clenched his teeth to keep that glimmer of calm. "All stay calm." Zhang Weiguo pressed down and slowly advanced, hiding behind a pile of supply crates as he saw a fork in the road, poking half his head out to check what was going on outside. Suddenly, Zhang Weiguo's entire body tensed up and his eyes rounded. The hand that held the gun tightly trembled from too much effort. He saw that the room to which the fork in the road outside led was a large cell. There were young and old, men and women in the cell, and all of them were hanged. And there were torture scars all over his body. Each of these hanged men had their eyes closed, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. Ha ha ha. And in the large room behind the cell, a man who looked like an officer of the Sakura Kingdom poured a large gulp of wine into his mouth and drunkenly chased after a young girl who looked terrified. "Please leave me alone. Dad, Mom, help me." The young girl panicked and tried to run out of here, but there was already a line of Sakura Nation soldiers standing here. They laughed as wildly as they did at the fun, watching as the young girl was grabbed and pinned to the ground by the drunken officer. This made the onlookers of the Sakura Nation soldiers laugh even more. Seeing this, Zhang Weiguo could no longer hold back. "Shit, fight them! Kill all those beasts!" Zhang Weiguo rushed out from behind the box of supplies, aiming his gun at the group of Sakura Nation soldiers and decisively pulling the trigger. The muzzle of the gun spewed fire snakes furiously, and countless bullets poured out. And just as the gunshots rang out, Zhang Weiguo suddenly frowned. What's it take to get a shot of your own? He looked back and the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. Where is the crew behind you? The crew is gone. And when he turned back around again, he realized that the crowd that had just been hanging in the cell in front of him were all gone. Even those Sakura Nation brutes behind the cell and that victimized young girl were gone. Even the box of supplies for the team he had just been hiding in was gone. It's like it never happened. At the same time, the lights that had just been on suddenly went black. The instant darkness made Zhang Weigua unable to find his way for a moment. At this point, he had realized that this place wasn't normal. As he ran, he hastily called out to his team. On the road to Beartown, inside the military SUV, Suyu took out his cell phone and opened the map app, while asking Zhou Dongliang and the others one by one about the terrain around the military warehouse in the mountain, and then comparing the directions on the map. It made his frown deepen. It was the first time that Zhou Dongliang saw Suyu showing a grave expression. Master, what's wrong with this place? Suyu said. Little Sakura is really good at picking places to build things. It's a fucking extreme and great evil place. A place of great evil? It was the first time that Zhou Dongliang and the others had heard of such a call. Since Suyu had started a live broadcast, the viewers of the live broadcast also heard what had just been said. Is that fierce really big? You can tell how much by the look on the master's face. Then it looks like this fierce is still pretty dangerous. Why don't I do it? I'm better at murder. Suyu's face was filled with black lines when he saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast. Then seeing Zhou Dongliang and the others looking like they didn't know, he decided that it would be better to popularize it first. In feng shui, the 4 signs are used to determine the orientation, and the 4 signs are the astrological signs in the sky. Feng shui divides the stars of the sky into the 7 star regions of the 3 walls and 4 elephants. The so-called gaki means city wall. The 3 gaki are Ziwei gaki, symbolizing the imperial palace, Taiwei gaki symbolizing the administration, and Tianshur gaki symbolizing the bustling market. These 3 walls are arranged in a triangle around Polaris, and on the periphery of the 3 walls are spread the 4 elephants. These 4 elephants are, in the east, the 7 green dragons, in the south, the 7 vermilion birds, in the west, the 7 white tigers, and in the north, the 7 xuanwu. Suyu spoke while pointing to the stars in the sky. Zhou Dongliang, several people and the viewers in the live broadcast room, under Suyu's guidance, realized that the sky stars were actually roughly correct to what Suyu had said. As for why it's not exactly right, that's because of objective reasons like weather and terrain. But even so, the crowd could already not help but marvel at it. The master is truly knowledgeable. I didn't really know there was such a thing as stars in the sky before. It feels like I know so much all at once. I'm becoming a master. Master is really awesome. Even the stars in the sky have a saying. This Longhu mountain is really a place of many talents. Zhou Dongliang and the others admired Suyu's knowledge even more. Even the astrology is so well researched. Suyu continued with a straight face. The reason why I said earlier that those soldiers from the Sakura Kingdom would pick the place is because the 4 elements of feng shui in this place don't match, creating a penal fury. Tong Mountain on the east side is in the Green Dragon position. The White Tiger position on the west side is Cold Valley Mountain and Lion's Head Mountain. The Xuanwu position on the north side relies on Tiger's Wuthering Mountain. And the Vermilion Bird position on the south side is the Continuous Mountain Range. In feng shui, left is good, right is bad. The Green Dragon is yang for good luck. The White Tiger is yin for evil. And according to you, Tong Mountain is 1 head shorter than Cold Valley Mountain and Lion's Head Mountain, which means that the White Tiger is overpowering the Green Dragon, and yin is in the ascendant and yang is in the decline. This place is surrounded by mountains. The wind can't get in, and it must be foggy, damp and wet, causing the yin to be hard to disperse. And the White Tiger, who is the master of killing and criminal law and specializes in fighting and chaos in war, is the penal fury. Plus, Captain Joe said before that the Sakura Nation military warehouse here killed a lot of people back in the day, and it's hard to get rid of the grievances, causing this place to form an extremely yin and great evil place, gathering yin and evil, and easily attracting ghosts and evil to gather. And the location of the Sakura country's military warehouse back then happened to be the center of the yin fury. So I'm afraid the ghosts and monsters in there aren't simple. Zhou Dongliang and the few of them listened with trepidation. It is easy to attract ghosts and evil spirits to gather. And are there not many ghosts and monsters in there? Some of the viewers in the livestream who lived in Beartown couldn't help but send out pop-ups. Is this place so mean? I was picking mushrooms over there the day before yesterday. You've got a lot of guts to pick mushrooms. Aren't you afraid the ghosts will pick you? I live in that neighborhood too. No wonder when I'm herding the cows, I always feel as if there's something on the hill looking at me. So it's really something. I was thinking of waiting for tomorrow and the day after to go to the mountains to dig bamboo shoots and watch the master's live broadcast. Suyu saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast and said, better not go. Maybe there's still a ghost king in that military warehouse. commanding the Sakura Nation soldiers who died in there back then. If they're allowed to walk out with a lot of momentum, it's a big threat to people in the city. Now even the Ghost King who rules over the ghosts has appeared. In that case, wouldn't it be that Yangzheng City has a big bomb on its body that could blow up at any time? The viewers of the live broadcast room immediately dared not think further. Viewers who live in Beardstown have even tried to move. And a mention of Sakura Nation soldiers. Zhou Dongliang, these soldiers, the fear in their hearts suddenly turned into anger. Damn it, these sons of bitches. It wasn't enough to plague us when they were alive, but now they want to harm us when they're dead. Old me wants to go and get those beasts killed now. Not having the chance to set foot in the Sakura country, now having the chance to kill the herd of already dead beasts once more is quite enough. And although Zhou Dongliang was also angry in his heart, he was still calm compared to those members of Xiao Bai's team. Master, according to you, can we destroy that area? Suyu said. If we put it in normal times, this kind of place can be left alone. But now it's the world of ghosts and monsters in turmoil. So if it's not dealt with, it's easy for something to go wrong. And it's definitely going to destroy the existing pattern. But we have to get rid of the Ghost King in there first. Otherwise, if the shells wash under the ground, the terrain pattern will be destroyed. But in case the Ghost King is not eliminated, it will instead give it the possibility to get out. Seeing Zhou Dongliang's somewhat panicked look, Suyu said, "Don't worry, I'll tell you what to get when the time comes." Zhou Dongliang said, "Then let's go ahead and fetch the cow tears and chicken blood now, and then we'll accompany Master to destroy the ghosts and monsters in there." White and the rest of the team picked up and were ready to fight. However, Suyu said, "No, this place can't be visited at night. It must be visited during the day when the yang energy is heavy. Even extreme yin during the daytime will have a suppressive effect, and there's no need to worry about sneak attacks from ghosts and monsters behind you that are attracted by the great evil land of extreme yin. But you guys also need to be as ready as you can be with what I've been copying before." Stone, who was driving, asked, "So are we still going over there now? Didn't you guys say earlier that there was a team that wiped the tears from the cow's eyes over there? I'm worried that they've just wiped their cow's tears and can't tell if they're seeing a ghost or a person without a reminder." Then again they saw the Sakura Nation soldiers and were worried that they went in on impulse, so it still has to be seen. Suyu had originally thought that place was just an ordinary place for gathering yin, so he thought of dealing with it overnight. Now it looks like it will have to wait until tomorrow. Only then did Zhou Dongliang remember and hurriedly took out his cell phone to call Zhang Weiguo, but there's no answer. Suyu saw that no one answered when Zhou Dongliang called and knew what had happened. That team definitely went in. "We have to hurry or something will happen." Zhou Dongliang hurriedly reported this matter to the bureau. "Meanwhile, let Stone drive over there at full power." The military off-road speeds down the country roads. The roads here are very flat due to the repairs and allow the off-road vehicles to utilize their full horsepower. In the meantime, the treasure hunting radar in Suyu's mind also reacted. Treasure reaction occurs at 732 meters northwest. He looked at the map on his phone and realized that this treasure should be near the military warehouse inside that mountain. There's no rush on this one. We can talk about it tomorrow. And on this side of the military depot, in the dark space, Zhang Weiguo wiped off the sweat on his forehead and used the flashlight hanging under the muzzle to illuminate the road ahead. Along the way, he also kept calling out the names of his team members. But the headset attached to the walkie-talkie was a murmur, and there was no response from around the room. As he went deeper and deeper, he realized it was surprisingly quiet. No other sound could be heard around him but his footsteps. His heart was also pounding and breathing hard from the tension. By this time, Zhang Weiguo had realized that what he had seen outside before was most likely all ghosts and monsters, but he couldn't figure out how the team members who were just behind him had all disappeared at once. That's not even scientific. Nope. Now that the world is full of hauntings, where is the science of science or not? Zhang Weiguo continued to run forward, but as he ran, suddenly he realized that there seemed to be a few more footsteps. Zhang Weiguo stopped and listened carefully to the direction of those footsteps. Behind, he lifted the gun and jerked around, the flashlight beam shining through, and there was nothing there in pitch black. It wasn't the first time Zhang Weiguo had been involved in a mission to deal with ghosts and monsters. His experience told him that it was likely that he would turn back to his body just in time to collide with the ghosts and monsters. Zhang Weiguo gripped his gun tightly while still adjusting his breathing. Then he jerked around. There was still nothing ahead, not even a ghostly figure to be seen, and the expected ghostly sudden face did not happen. Damn it! Zhang Weiguo cursed. His heart was relieved, but at the same time, he was also very angry. He continued on with his gun, but just after taking 2 steps, he felt as if his shoulder was grabbed by something. This immediately made Zhang Weiguo feel a coldness running straight to the sky. Obviously, I just looked at it. There's nothing behind me. It was a moment beyond perception that made him shiver, but it was only for a moment, and Zhang Weiguo immediately prepared himself mentally. He made a sudden jerking turn. the moment the finger was about to pull the trigger. "Captain, don't shoot. It's me. And me." In that split second, after Zhang Weiguo saw clearly that the visitors were 3 team members, he raised his gun high almost in an instant, just in case he didn't react, and fired. "Holy shit, when are you 3 motherfuckers behind me?" Zhang Weiguo was feeling a little dizzy in his head at this moment because of the momentary surge of blood. He shook his head and quickly recovered. "Captain, let us explain. As soon as we followed you in at first, we realized that you and the rest of the team were gone, and the warehouse doors behind me were turning into walls, and I knew then that something ghostly must have scattered us so that we could break them down one by one," another member of the team said. "At that time, I saw those Sakura Nation soldiers carrying supplies, and in order to avoid being discovered, I immediately looked for a place to hide. That's when I heard the gunshots. Just as I looked over and back, the Sakura Nation soldiers who had just been carrying the supplies were all gone, even the supplies. Then as I was scrambling away in panic, I ran into these 2. After that the 3 of us walked together, and as we walked we saw you ahead, Captain, and we came to join you." Zhang Weiguo patted the team member's shoulder. "Looks like the sound of my gun attracted you," but another member of the team said. "I don't think it was your shot, because I shot too, but we all just heard a gunshot." Zhang Weiguo frowned tightly. How was this possible? He hastily removed the magazine to check the bullets inside and found exactly 30, not one less. "That's not right. I clearly shot," the team member said. "I remember shooting, but the bullets were just as good as yours, Captain. Not a single one missing." Zhang Weiguo was full of doubts. "It wasn't me who fired the shots, nor you guys, so who fired the shots?" One team member was shaking a little physically. "Captain, I wonder if that guru wasn't lying about wiping cow's tears really being able to see ghosts and monsters, and we're mistaking those ghosts for humans?" Another member of the team similarly started shaking. "If it's true that you can see ghosts after wiping tears from a cow's eyes, wouldn't all the people we saw coming in before be ghosts?" Zhang Weiguo saw that one of them did not compete, and one person gave a big pussy pocket. "Is this the time to talk about it? There's still 5 people left to retrieve." The 3 members of the team covered their burning faces and nodded in confusion. Zhang Weiguo continued on with 3 of his team members, looking for the remaining 5. But as we walked, one of the team members suddenly realized something was wrong. "Captain, look around you guys. Does this look familiar?" "Nonsense. After walking for so long, it would be strange not to be familiar with it." Zhang Weiguo had just finished speaking when he saw that the other 2 team members behind him did not look right. At the same time his face was not right, because he saw that the place in front of him that was originally a road had turned into the warehouse gate that he had come from. How is this possible? How could they have traveled such a long way and stayed put? Zhang Weiguo wiped off the cold sweat from his temples. "Never mind that. Keep looking for someone." He had just turned to take a step out when he suddenly bumped into something and stumbled backward without standing still. As he steadied himself, he realized that the 5 members of the team were standing straight ahead side by side. "Grr, when did you guys show up again?" Zhang Weiguo was just about to continue saying something when he heard a distant gunshot. "No good. It's outside. All of them. Follow me." Zhang Weiguo hurriedly ran out of the military warehouse with his team and ran towards the outside of the cave. At this time, outside the cave, the team member, who was hiding in the bushes and was in charge of contacting the bureau, was holding a gun and firing while backing up. In front of him, 2 black ghosts were slowly approaching. The bullets fired from the muzzle of the gun all passed through their bodies without causing a single bit of damage at all. Damn! Didn't gunfire used to be somewhat useful? Why it doesn't work now? The team member was so flustered that he stepped on a rock and fell to the ground without paying attention. The 2 ghosts with black bodies and pale faces saw this and immediately tried to pounce on them. Just then, 2 swords condensed with golden light pierced through the bodies of the 2 ghosts. Boo! In the next moment, the 2 ghosts both exploded. After that double ghost dissipated, that team member saw a military SUV, parked next to their 2 SUVs. Crap, the master is glowing again. The turkey bar guru is awesome. I've been watching people keep brushing off the master glow thing before I came here, and now I've finally seen it, and it turns out to be really awesome. This isn't real. How can a person glow? And the light condenses into a sword and flies out. Seeing those 2 brats get killed by the master in seconds, I suddenly have the feeling that I'm on me too. With the master around, I suddenly feel safe. To popularize it for those who come later, the move the master just glowed with is called the Golden Light Mantra, one of the 8 divine incantations. The mandatory divine incantation of Longhu Mountain. The body glows with golden light, worthy of a golden light spell. Coach, I want to learn this. The viewers in the live broadcast room all became excited when they saw Siyu cast the Golden Light Mantra. There was a frenzy of pop-ups and wanting to learn. But there are also people on the air who have been koaned that it takes at least a couple decades of practice to get a feel for the door. One by one, the new viewers of the live stream wilted again. As for the Zhou Dongliang, several people besides Suyu, seeing Suyu using the golden light mantra once again, the surprise in their hearts was not at all lower than the viewers in the live broadcast room. Get out of the car. It wasn't until Suyu spoke to them that they reacted and opened the doors to get out of the car one after another. And when the panicked team members in the bushes saw that it was Zhou Dongliang's team running over and that it was one of their own, the uneasiness in their hearts dropped a bit. He hurried over. Captain Zhou, it's so good to see you guys. You don't know. We really did see ghosts after we wiped our cow's tears. And the gunfire that used to work didn't work here at all. If it wasn't for your timely intervention, I'm afraid I would have died here. Zhou Dongliang gently patted his shoulder. It's okay now. I'll introduce you. This is Master Suyu Su. It was the master who just saved you and told us the method of wiping the tears of the cow and being able to see ghosts. It was then that the team members saw the young man in the crowd, dressed differently from them, who looked like a college student. He recalled the scene just now where those two golden light swords directly blew the two ghosts to pieces. Immediately, he looked at Suyu with solemn respect. Master, thank you for saving me. The player couldn't help but run up and hold Suyu's hand tightly. Suyu said, how long has your captain been in there? At the mention of the captain, Zhang Weigua, that team member's face immediately panicked. It must have been 10 minutes since our captain went in. We saw a lot of people. No, a lot of ghosts go in then. Master, please save our captain. Suyu looked in the direction of the military warehouse in that cave building. The yin qi emanating from there was very dense, just like the dark clouds. It's heavier than what was expected before it came. Don't worry, I'll be there to save it. Just as Zhou Dongliang led Suyu and the team, he ran in the direction of the cave's gate. Zhang Weigua and the others also happened to push open the door and ran out with panicked faces. He didn't notice in the slightest. Behind them were 5 members of the team. Their mouths suddenly spread with a rampant smile. 5 blackened muzzles slowly aimed at Zhang Weigua and the remaining 3 team members in front. Zhang Weigua! A sudden shout made the 5 odd team members put away the smiles on their faces. Zhang Weigua followed the sound and realized that it was Zhou Dongliang rushing over with a group of people. When Zhou Dongliang ran over with his men in stride to get closer, the 5 members behind Zhang Weigua looked at each other and nodded. Then there were cold smiles and raised their guns to aim at everyone in front of them. Whoosh! Suddenly, a mahogany sword flew in to knock the gun out of a team member's hand. Immediately after that, a silhouette instantly landed in front of them, and in just a moment, all 5 of those members were disarmed, and were also all beaten to the ground. Zhang Weigua and the 3 team members next to him were surprised but more angry when they saw a young man suddenly beat down the professionally trained combatants. Brat! What are you doing hitting my crew? Zhang Weigua blackened his face and rushed up to give 2 kicks, but just as he lifted his foot, Zhou Dongliang stopped it in time. Zhang Weigua, calm down, calm the fuck down. This brat came up and hit my men for no reason. How can I be a captain if I don't teach him a lesson? Get the hell out of here. Zhang Weigua tried to push Zhou Dongliang away, but the 2 of them were about the same strength, and neither of them could do anything about it for a while. This is the master. Since he made a move, there must be something wrong with your crew. At this time, the team member that Zhang Weigua had left outside also hurried over and told him what had happened earlier. Zhang Weigua then calmed down a little. He looked at the 5 players who were back on their feet, where it looked like there was a problem. You're the guru who told the bureau that you could see ghosts by wiping cow's tears? Suyu nodded. It's me. Zhou Dongliang's face was a bit unhappy. Old Zhang, be respectful to the master. Zhang Weigua looked up and down. There was nothing special about the person in front of him except that he was younger and had better hands. You beat up my guys and said they had problems? Come on, tell me exactly what's wrong. If I see you're bullshitting me, it's useless for anyone to drag me along. Zhou Dongliang also sized up the 5 team members who had just been beaten by Suyu, and just a little bit of dull expression. Presumably they were scared inside. Other than that, really didn't see anything strange. The viewers of the live broadcast were also scrutinizing the 5 players. I just don't see what's wrong with these guys either. But, there's one thing to be said for them. They do look a little white. This is not nonsense. They are all by the flashlight light. Plus surely in the inside encounter ghosts and monsters were scared. To you encounter, I guess you face then they are all white. That's where you're wrong. I can just pass out and skip the face turning white. Wait a minute, I've noticed. Those 5 guys have dull eyes. That's more of your crap about being scared. When I first saw a ghostly creature, my parents thought I was demented and gave me 2 slaps on the face before I came to my senses. So what's the problem? Suyu's mouth smiled slightly when he saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast. Point to the feet of the 5 players. Look there, they're all on their tiptoes. When those 5 players saw Suyu at first, a hint of arrogance flashed in their eyes, but after hearing that, the look was slightly panicked. At this moment, Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weigua, as well as the viewers in the live broadcast room, all looked in the direction of Su Yuji. Those 5 players were really on their tiptoes, but it's all flat. There's nothing to tiptoe around, right? Suyu said slowly. Do you know why they tiptoe? That's because they're all possessed. Demonic possession? Everyone in the room looked puzzled, but the ghosts possessing the 5 team members were starting to get a little panicky on their faces at the moment. They couldn't understand why the person in front of them could even see through their abilities. But no matter what, it's definitely not staying here. The 5 of them turned and tried to run. Suyu had guessed that it would be like this and directly cast the Tong Tian talisman to draw 5 ghost-suppressing talismans out of thin air and hit them. The 5 possessed ghosts on the team members were instantly immobilized. Zhang Weiguo and his team members were surprised on the spot when they saw Suyu's ability to draw talismans out of thin air. They looked at Zhou Dongliang's several people and found that although Zhou Dongliang's several people's faces were also surprised, they were too much calmer than them. Old Chow. What's going on here? What did that kid draw out of thin air to immobilize 5 of my team members? Zhou Dongliang couldn't mention how comfortable he felt at this time. In the past, when he was in the army and the bureau, Zhang Weiguo did not rarely compare with him, and he always won more. Now that he saw his cluelessness, that breath in his heart went a lot smoother. This is the superiority of touching the master first. Zhou Dongliang had a smile on his face. It's better to ask the master to explain it himself. Zhang Weiguo and his 3 players all looked at Suyu. Suyu said with an apology, as long as the ghost possession is cracked in time, there won't be any other problems. It will only be a bit of a drain on one's vitality. But in order for you all to be able to handle this kind of situation comfortably when you encounter it in the future, so I had to let Captain Zhang your teammates be possessed for a little while longer so that you could have the chance to operate it yourselves. Don't worry too much about this loss of vital energy. As long as you rest and replenish more afterward, you'll be able to make it up. Zhang Weiguo looked at his 5 players and then at Suyu. Fearing that he would not believe it and delay Suyu, Zhou Dongliang said, those 5 members behind you just now raised their guns and aimed at us. All of us saw it. It's still the master's timely intervention that they didn't have time to shoot. Otherwise we'd all be dead here if we were defenseless. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiguo looked again at the 5 team members behind him who had been immobilized. The members of Zhou Dongliang's team all swore and said the same thing. Confirming Zhou Dongliang's words, Zhang Weiguo's eyes rolled. He knew what his own team members were like, but with so many people present to confirm it, is there really such a thing as demonic possession? First you explain to me what demonic possession is. Demonic possession is usually when a ghost attaches itself to a person's body and manipulates it. Possessions like your team members are of a lower level, with obvious breaks that can be detected by looking closely at their feet, and a wooden expression that doesn't allow for very nimble movements. And the more advanced demonic possession works directly on the physical body and spirit, because ghosts belong to the spirit body, and people have souls. After a powerful ghost possesses a person's body, it suppresses the person's original soul and achieves complete control of the body. It's the same as changing from the inside. Suyu explained with a calm face, but those who heard it thought about it carefully and suddenly felt a chill drift through their hearts. That is to say, people who were once familiar suddenly become unfamiliar? If one encounters a high-level demonic possession and does not carefully identify the behavioral habits that were once present, and does not detect them in time, wouldn't that be dangerous at any time? The thought of my once familiar parents suddenly becoming dysfunctional, sharpening their knives in the living room every night while I huffed and puffed in my bedroom. Holy shit, I'm getting goosebumps all over. Up front, don't make it sound so scary. I'm too damn scared to go to the bathroom. Every possibility the audience in the live room could think of. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo and the others also thought of it. Suddenly feeling a chill coming over them, they all involuntarily shivered. And after Suyu said that, Zhang Weiguo felt as if it really wasn't quite like usual when he ran into them inside the military warehouse. It's still kind of dead looking. Is that really true? But there was still some disbelief in his heart. What makes him, a commoner, understand so well what the official people don't understand? Zhou Dongliang asked. Master, in that case, what should be done? That's exactly what I'm going to say next. Suyu took 2 steps forward and said, if you want to lift the demonic possession, you can use the blood of a chicken's crown to point on the forehead, take the blood of a turtle of old age, red chopsticks to pinch the second joint of the middle finger, a needle to poke the nail of the middle finger and the blood of the tip of the tongue to point it on the possessed person's forehead, and so on. You can also catch the possessed person in front of a mirror and look at them, because mirrors reveal the truest version of oneself. A ghost looking into a mirror will be in great pain, as if his whole body were burning in flames. These are effective in disarming demonic possession. Chopstick fingers and a second session? And needles for fingernails? Those 2 laws sound a bit harsh. It's too much for a human being, not to mention a ghost. Isn't this a proper execution? Suyu said. However, if the possessed ghost is very strong, this method does not necessarily work and can only be temporarily driven away. This sudden U-turn almost made the crowd's hanging hearts fall. Zhang Weiguo watched Suyu speak with such conviction, but still didn't really believe it. How do you prove that what you say really works? So far, you've just moved your lips, and there's no method of proving your claims at all, and we don't know anything about it ourselves, so it's still whatever you say it is. Anyway, I won't trust you that easily. I'm not the kind of person that old Chow and the chief are so easy to fool. If you can't convince me, I'll hammer you anyway. Suyu smiled as he picked up the peachwood sword that was stuck on the ground. There's no way for everyone to try it out for themselves since I didn't prepare those things I just mentioned in advance. Zhang Weiguo snorted coldly, with an expression that he had known you would say that. The 5 players who were immobilized must have used some kind of prop to make it work. I've heard of one of those martial arts masters who has a secret hand in pointing. If I find you, I'm going to put my name upside down if I don't whack you in the hospital. Zhang Weiguo threatened in front with a disbelieving face, but Suyu's face was still so calm. He handed Zhang Weiguo the peachwood sword to hold. He also took out the thunderstruck eight-wood finger tiger and gave it to Zhou Dongliang. Without those things I just mentioned, or those things not being able to fix the possession, the next step is good. Then use a peachwood sword and lightning strike eight-wood to knock it out. Zhou Dongliang put on his thunderstruck eight-wood finger tiger and walked over to one of the immobilized team members with a leaping look, while Zhang Weiguo looked at the peachwood sword in his hand. His eyes towards Suyu became even more grave. You boys are playing me for a donkey. He looked at Zhou Dongliang and the others. You guys believe in just this kind of nonsense? Half the country can't find an effective way to deal with a poltergeist for half a month. And you're telling me that this is the only thing that can be dealt with in less than one night today? For Zhang Weiguo and others, this is indeed too fast. It's so fast it's kind of hard to believe. And they weren't like Zhou Dongliang and the others who had been following Suyu and hadn't watched the live broadcast. Some things can also be explained by happenstance, because all it takes is one or two things that happen to line up. And for those of them who don't know any better, they have a credible case, in case it really is a scammer. It would be too easy to take advantage of such a thing or two that happened to gain their trust. Zhang Weiguo just doesn't want to be cheated, because it was a matter of his and his crew's lives and everyone's well-being. Zhang Weiguo's team member who had been saved by Suyu knew his captain's temper and quickly explained, Captain, the cow tears can really see ghosts, and the master really sent out the golden light sword to kill 2 ghosts. Zhang Weiguo looked at the team member. His own team member is a first-hand experience and his words have some credibility, but there's too much suspicion here, and the whole demonic possession thing is too far beyond the realm of perception. Zhang Weiguo still didn't quite dare to believe it and was still talking tough. Things like cow tears can be said to be happenstance, and the successful killing of ghosts. How do you prove that you actually succeeded in destroying them? And when you say the ghost blew up when it was pierced by the golden sword, isn't it possible that the lead lights were bound toward blasting explosives of this sort, which just happened to temporarily force the ghost back? When Zhou Dongliang saw that Zhang Weiguo was so stubborn, he was a bit unhappy in his heart. So many of us were with the master at the time. Could it be true or false that so many of us still don't know? Zhang Weiguo snorted. Just because it's you. It's even more unbelievable. I don't even want to talk about you when you were 7 years old and almost got tricked with a candy bar. Zhou Dongliang also got angry. Donkey Zhang, it's been so many years, and you're still talking about it. Seeing that these two were about to quarrel, the team members next to them came up to pull their respective captains. The viewers in the live broadcast room also swiped up pop-ups when they saw this situation. This captain is so damn stubborn. He said it so clearly, but he just doesn't believe it. It's no wonder Captain Zhou called him Zhang Donkey. I'm also convinced that I don't believe it when the turkey barmaster has already taken it upon himself to do so. It's a good thing the master didn't run into this guy in the first place, or the work wouldn't have gotten off the ground. So you spoke at this time, whether it's true or not. Captain Zhang, you'll know if you try it yourself. Zhang Weiguo looked at the peachwood sword in his hand, and then at the 5 team members whose bodies were fixed. There's no harm in trying, though, but he always had the feeling that he was being treated like a monkey. Why should I do what you tell me to do? Do you think you're a military commander? It was also the first time that Suyu had encountered such a stubborn person. I told you to try it and you'd know. And you're still in a fucking bar. Were you born with a barfly saint's body? Zhou Dongliang saw that Suyu's face also looked a little unsightly. He broke away from his team member's arm and shouted, Donkey Zhang, don't be fucking stubborn here. Bureau Lu and the mayor have instructed us 1,000 times to cooperate with the master. Zhou Dongliang, however, remembered what Bureau Lu had said when he personally called him before turning back to Suyu. That was when even the mayor was present. They all gave a good explanation that they must cooperate with Suyu's actions and never give to get angry. If you give a gas, you'll be court-martialed. Once Zhang Weiguo heard Zhou Dongliang move out Director Lu and the mayor, he skimmed his lips, still unconvinced in his heart. What happened to Bureau Lu and the mayor? And they're sure they won't be fooled? Just in case they do get ripped off, they'll have to thank me for my caution later. Zhou Dongliang said anxiously. Now the thing that can confirm the truth is in your hand. Just hit it on your team members and you'll know the result. Zhang Weiguo looked at the light peach with sword in his hand. Okay, I'll try it then, but I'll be ugly. If it's a real fake, you kids will be crawling back to town. Zhou Dongliang was relieved to see that he had also come to one of the immobilized team members. Master, will a direct hit do? Su Yu nodded. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo decisively struck at the bodies of the two players who had been immobilized. Only a scream was heard. Two figures in Sakura Nation uniforms were knocked out and fell to the ground, their faces still in pain. But no matter what, it couldn't move half a point, as if it were a lamb to the slaughter. See this scene. Everyone in the room froze in place. Except, of course, for Zhou Dongliang and the others, because they didn't wipe their cow's tears and couldn't see the ghosts that had been beaten out of them. But Zhang Weiguo and his teammates were the ones who wiped the tears from their cow's eyes and saw with their own eyes that two figures were knocked to the ground, and the two beaten team members, while regaining their senses for a split second, suddenly slumped on the ground and spat out a puddle of black stuff in a big gulp. The smell was like taking stinky tofu and pork in the middle of summer and forgetting about it for a month in a refrigerator with no electricity. When I came back, as soon as I opened the refrigerator door, that smell of stinky tofu and rotting meat after it had fermented like crazy. None of the people present covered their noses, or else they couldn't help but vomit, even if they were professionally trained. Zhou Dongliang covered his mouth and nose and asked, Master, what's going on? Su Yu looked at the puddle on the ground that was like ink and said, Ghosts and monsters are inherently mean and evil, and when a person is possessed, a great deal of filth will collect in his body. Now spit it all out and you'll be fine. Zhang Weiguo looked at the ghosts of the two Sakura Nation soldiers that appeared behind his team members. To this day he still can't believe it a little. But this time it wasn't a stiff upper lip. Rather, it's the first time I've seen such a small thing on my hand that actually works on ghosts and goblins. And it's still a personal experience. It's kinda a little different than the normal feeling of hitting someone in an indescribable way. The viewers in the live broadcast room immediately became arrogant when they saw Zhang Weiguo's now frozen look. That stayed? What a novice! Our turkey barmaster has even more awesome tricks yet to pull. Let's see if you're still hardened after your tough talk just now. We turkey bar masters have the real thing, and we're afraid you'll bar here? Aren't you quite capable? Come on, now go on with the bar. If you ask me, Master is still too kind-hearted. Let me find and burn his ass with 5 thunderfire, whether he believes it or not. Master mainly wants them to experience it for themselves and gain some real-world combat experience. Otherwise, they would have rushed in and finished killing by themselves and gone home to sleep. Who's here to play with you? And Zhou Dongliang didn't wait for Zhang Weiguo's reaction. Wearing a lightning strike date would finger tiger. Under 3 or 2 punches, he knocked out the remaining 3 Sakura Nation soldier ghosts that were attached to his team members. The 3 members of the team similarly slumped to the ground, unable to stop themselves from vomiting out the filth in their bodies. The 2 team members who were the first to break the demonic possession were clearly a bit confused on their faces when they saw so many of them in front of them, including Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo. It's great to see that you guys are okay, Captain. Yeah, we just didn't know what was going on. Our bodies weren't working and our brains were all over the place. I also felt the inexplicable urge to shoot you guys with a gun after we followed them out. I kept trying to control it and couldn't. And I couldn't open my mouth to warn you guys. Luckily a log or something flew in and knocked the gun out of my hand just in time. Zhang Weiguo looked at the 5 Sakura Nation soldier ghosts behind them, and his face was also confused. Zhang Weiguo froze and looked at Su Yu, and then looked at the 5 Sakura Nation soldier ghosts that had been knocked out. Now that the facts were in front of them, coupled with the unanimous statements of all the team members and Zhou Dongliang and the others, they all confirmed that the teenager in front of them did indeed have something, knows more than they, the official people, do. Before today, the official personnel present, such as Zhang Weiguo and Zhou Dongliang, hadn't encountered any demonic possession. Now see the examples in front of you. Zhou Dongliang and his teammates as well as the viewers in the live broadcast room had an even deeper admiration for Su Yu. And Zhang Weiguo faced so many ironclad facts in front of him, even if his heart is still not quite want to believe. But there is a voice in his heart that tells him that all this is true. There is no falsehood at all, and there is no chance at all. Zhou Dongliang looked at the dumbfounded Zhang Weiguo and didn't care whether he believed it or not. The important thing is that the chief and the mayor and they, the combatants, believe it's enough. In contrast, it was more important to deal with these Sakura Nation soldier ghosts now. Thinking back to those days, how many things these invaders had done on the land of the Dragon Kingdom that had harmed the heavens and made human beings and gods furious. And how many people have died at their hands through countless tortures. It wasn't enough that these animals harmed so many people when they were alive, but now that they are dead and still want to plague people, it's true that even 10,000 deaths are not enough to quell their anger. Zhou Dongliang just wanted to ask Su Yu what to do now. One of Zhang Weiguo's team members took out a small transparent bottle. At the bottom of the vial, there is a thin layer of water. He looked to Zhang Weiguo. Zhang Weiguo also noticed the small bottle he took out and nodded. With the captain's consent, that team member handed the vial to Zhou Dongliang. Captain Zhou, this is the little bit of cow tears we collected earlier, and this is all that's left now. Zhou Dongliang received the small bottle with joy, took a little and smeared it on his eyes, and distributed it to the teammates beside him. The cow's tears just took effect. Zhou Dongliang and the others then saw a Sakura Nation soldier ghost full of ferocity and arrogantly gibbering a bunch of unintelligible words. The people in the room were in a daze. Zhou Dongliang asked, Master, do you understand what this ghost is saying? Suyu blinked her clear eyes. I don't understand. Those present were surprised. In their opinion, how could Suyu, who was so powerful and knew so much about ghosts and monsters, not know what the ghost said? Could it be that the ghosts here are stronger than expected? Suyu saw that Zhou Dongliang's and their faces became a bit gloomy, so he guessed that they were thinking the wrong way. He hurriedly said, No, this brat is speaking Sakura language. I surely don't understand it without learning it. What were you thinking? It dawned on everyone present. The people on the air reacted as well. I thought I could suddenly understand some ghostly words, and thought I had a talent and wanted to seek out a master tomorrow to pay my respects. It's so far in North Law. I've seen so many ghosts and spirits tonight that I've even forgotten the language problems of the countries. It's still true. I've been taken over by these ghosts too. I even forgot such common sense. Bye. The team member beside Zhou Dongliang took out his own cell phone and immediately placed a translation app. Master, Captain, the translation app is down. When the Sakura Nation ghost soldiers saw these people in front of them, they had no fear on their faces and were still arrogantly gibbering a bunch of big falsehoods. Even if you couldn't understand it, you could tell it wasn't a good word by looking at its expression. The other Sakura Nation ghost soldiers were also full of ferocity, struggling to move, but the ghost suppressor talisman that hit them made them useless no matter how much they struggled. Team member Xiaobai just wanted to use the translation app to translate the words of the Sakura Nation's ghost soldiers. Zhou Dongliang suddenly stopped him with a dark face. By the look of it, I don't need a translator to know it's not going to be anything good. Suyu said, remember my previous koan? Zhou Dongliang's face was delighted. Remember. Then immediately put away the lightning strike date wood finger tiger. Xiao Bai, Lao Gua, Monkey, Stone, and Lao Lu, take out the willows you have on you, and whip those brutes of theirs to death for me. White and the others were just about to walk up. Zhang Weiguo's team members came over. Can we come too? We were in that military warehouse building earlier, and saw scenes of these beasts plaguing the people of the Dragon Kingdom back then that no human language can accurately describe. I also saw that these brutes can even poison children less than 10 years old. I really can't fucking stand it a little bit. Xiaobai and the others turned their heads to look at Zhou Dongliang. Tony Zhou nodded. Xiaobai and these team members then handed over the wicker in their hands to Zhang Weiguo's team members. This is what the master gave us earlier. Don't look at it as just an ordinary willow, but it can whip these ghosts into tears. Zhang Weiguo's crew took the wicker, although they didn't feel anything special. But Zhou Dongliang and the others were so trusting of Suyu, as well as the fact that they had seen with their own eyes that Suyu's method was really effective. Of course their hearts were very trusting. The 9 of them walked up to those 5 Sakura Nation ghost soldiers and lifted their hands for a whip to go down. In a short period of time, 40 or 50 straight draws were given to these beasts for free. For a while, this quiet place constantly resounded with the agonizing screams of the ghosts and monsters. Scream! Scream louder! The more you beasts scream, the more comfortable I feel in my heart. A little more vigorously, as it is now. It's not as good as 1/10 of what we had in the Dragon Kingdom back then. It's really lying. Why the hell don't I live in Xiangjia town in Yangjiang city? I want to go fight. What a great opportunity. The Beartown crowd is blessed to be able to go over and participate in the beating of the beast by wiping their cow tears. Just when the viewers of the live broadcast were happy to be able to continue to clean up these Sakura Nation ghost soldiers after their deaths, some of the Sakura Nation people in the Dragon Nation in the live broadcast room couldn't sit still. They couldn't see the ghosts and monsters without cow tears, but they could hear the sounds of the ghosts and monsters screaming, and the language that accompanied the screams begging for mercy. Stop it, Dragon Nation. They are all honorably sacrificed warriors and deserve to be treated with the respect they deserve. You Dragon Kingdom people are just so unqualified, without any noble spirit. You microcephalic Rococo people, you just think about how many people you've died in the war. Don't we have any sacrifices from the soldiers of the Great Cherry Blossom Kingdom? Why won't you let them go when they're all dead? They're just kids who didn't get to go home. And they have families too, children in the eyes of their parents too. The viewers in the live broadcast room could not sit still when they saw these Sakura Nation people swiping shameless pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Crap, this is the first time I've seen such shameless remarks in all my life. You are the only ones who are pitiful. Aren't we pitiful for those who died fighting against your aggression? Those who were tortured to death by you are not pitiful? Do these people you killed not have families? Not children in the eyes of their parents? Come on, come on. Sakura, keep jumping. I'll swipe 10 carnivals on my special meow, so that the master can continue without stopping. Those Sakura Nation pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Of course Tsuyu saw them. He was also not expecting that his live broadcast of a science broadcast had attracted even the Sakura Nation in the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing that the people of his own country and the people of the Sakura country in the live broadcast room had quarreled over this, Tsuyu's heart was also really overjoyed. Everyone stop for a second. There are quite a few people from Sakura Nation watching on my live feed right now. It's not really good for everyone to be like this. His words didn't just make people like Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo wrinkle their brows. Even the Dragon Nation viewers in the broadcast room and the various pairs of Ghostbusters Special Operations Bureau directors who were watching the broadcast were stunned. And the Sakura Nation audience, all of them were relieved. It seems the anchor knows better than those uninformed dragons. In this way it seems that the people of the Dragon Kingdom are not all barbarians. There are also reasonable people who exist. The anchors are so good at dealing with ghosts and monsters, and the people are so qualified. I think it's possible to come to our Sakura country to help out. Our country surely values the anchor's ability a lot. When Tsuyu saw these pop-ups, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This is really bad right now. Is it useful to deal with these beasts by just smoking them? Bring me the willow. I'll put something on it to make these beasts even more sore from being whipped. The moment these words came out, the Sakura Nation people who had just complimented Tsuyu were instantly confused. And people such as Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo, as well as the viewers of the live broadcast and the various directors of the Ghosts and Goblins Special Warfare Bureau, all instantly returned to their senses. At that moment, each one of them looked at Tsuyu with a bad smile. Ha ha ha, I knew master meant that. A master is a master. Thoughtful indeed. I'm such a bad thing for actually having so much as a hint of doubt about the master just now. And the team members with the wicker all ran quickly to Tsuyu. Tsuyu retrieved the willow from among their hands and ran the golden light incantation to attach to the willow. In an instant, only Tsuyu's entire body was seen emitting golden light, like the sun in the darkness, illuminating this dark land. When the light dissipated, the one willow was glowing with a faint golden color. Use this to give those little beasts a golden 100 straight draws. When this master makes a move, it definitely packs a punch. The team was excited to get their hands on the wicker. At this point, Zhang Weiguo scratched his head and walked over, his face a little hot and red. Maestro, can you count me in? Zhou Dongliang was very pleased to see how Zhang Weiguo looked now. So humble now? Where's that barfly possession look that just came over you? Zhang Weiguo didn't bother with Zhou Dongliang. His grandfather died at the hands of Sakura Nation soldiers back then. Many others, too, died under the war back then. Now that he had this chance for revenge, he said he couldn't miss it. But Tsuyu said, at that time, I just picked these few willows by hand, and there were no more. You go talk to your crew, then I'll leave master alone. Zhang Weiguo hurriedly ran over to his team members and asked for a willow. Then he led his team to whip wildly at the 5 Sakura Nation ghost soldiers. The willow with the golden light spell attached to it flickered with golden light as if it were breathing with each swing. Every whip that went down made the Sakura Nation ghost soldiers cry out, only hating themselves for not being dead yet. Seeing this kind of behavior from Tsuyu, the Sakura Nation viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't sit still and strongly condemned it. Anchor, you're aiding and abetting the enemy. I'm going to report your live room and get you completely banned. My great Sakura country lost the war back then, but it wasn't easy to bully. Anchor, this is an international dispute. You can't afford the consequences. You will surely be tried by an international court. At that moment, however, the internet police, who had been silent, spoke up. I'm sorry, but I don't see any living Sakura Nation people. Only ghosts and goblins that can't speak human. And ghosts and goblins aren't protected by the law. The audience in the live room instantly unified. I don't know any Sakura Nation soldiers. As soon as I arrived I saw the master instructing our Oni combatants on how to deal with Oni effectively. Yeah, now that the whole world is worried about the ghost problem. What's wrong with us fighting a few ghosts that can't speak human? Haven't you guys ever fought any? Actually, you guys should be thanking us. These beastly ghosts and monsters dare to wear the uniforms of your Sakura Nation soldiers and impersonate you to come to us to do evil. We are helping you in preventing the situation from expanding and doing damage to your country's reputation. Yeah, that's it. You don't need to say thank you. We'll help you with a few more pumps. The Sakura Nation in the live broadcast room tried to curse in dragon language and couldn't. I wanted to curse in Sakura language, but I was afraid that they couldn't read it, and I cursed the loneliness. It was a very stifling feeling. Tsuyu's heart was relieved to see these Sakura Nation spectators eat their words. How pointless to keep smoking. Don't forget, I've popularized it with you guys before, frying ghosts in hot oil. As soon as this was mentioned, Zhou Dongliang and the others had originally watched Zhang Weiguo and the others smoke so well, and they were still a bit lost in their hearts. Now that one's eyes went wild, Zhou Dongliang immediately asked for the keys of a car from Zhang Weiguo's side, then led the team to drive 2 cars respectively, speeding towards Xiangjia town. Zhang Weiguo had previously thought that he would have regrets in this life, not being able to kill the Sakura Nation soldiers with his own hands. It is now really pumped up. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and walked over to Suyu. Master, it occurs to me that there are still a lot of ghosts and monsters in that cave. Aren't you worried about them coming out? This reminder made Suyu remember. No wonder it always felt like something was missing at first. He immediately cast the Tongtian talisman and drew a few evil-suppressing talismans out of thin air to hit the cave entrance door. These evil-suppressing talismans are enough to suppress the ghosts and monsters in there so that they can't come out. And the golden light curse that I've just cast can also temporarily keep evil spirits from approaching this place. Zhang Weiguo didn't understand how just a few talismans and golden light struck out of thin air could have such a great effect. But now that he was convinced that Suyu was someone with real skills, he no longer had an opinion. Master, then when are we going to destroy the ghosts and monsters in there? Suyu said. Tomorrow at noon, when the yang is at its peak. As for the details, you should just wait for Captain Zhou and the others to come back and ask. I told them before. Zhang Weiguo nodded, but he remembered the bizarre situation he encountered in the military warehouse and felt that he still needed to tell Suyu about it. Master, actually, those team members and I encountered some bizarre situations in the military warehouse earlier. However, without waiting for him to finish, Suyu spoke. Did you run into the feeling of not being able to find your way, not being able to find anyone, and seeing illusions and having a feeling of time and space dislocation? Zhang Weiguo was instantly surprised. How do you know so well, Master? Suyu smiled faintly, thinking of giving Zhou Dongliang and the others a little bit of science about this matter when they returned. Because if the ghostly chaos will go on for a long time, it's possible that it's going to happen out there as well. Zhang Weiguo and his crew kept smoking for almost 10 minutes. Each face was very comfortable. Of course, everyone gets a turn to smoke. After all, animals deserve to be beaten if they have no humanity. And the bodies of those Sakura Nation ghost soldiers who had been given a hard whipping had come down transparently, with a lot of white smoke coming out. There was no longer the arrogance of the beginning. Now each of them saw these combatants as if they had seen a ghost. However, since his body was fixed by the ghost suppressor talisman, he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. All you can do is gabble a bunch of unintelligible words with a sobbing face. Those Sakura Nation viewers in the live broadcast room watched in pain. Why is it that I've already sent a group of international students from Sakura country to report this anchor together, and it hasn't been blocked until now? Is it so blatantly obvious that the officials are contributing to this unethical trend? I've already sent this to our embassy in Sakura country, so you're waiting to be shown the door. However, no matter how intense and threatening their language was, the audience in Dragonland took their words as fart. Meanwhile, the live streaming platform went down. The excited Sakura Nation viewers were directly blocked for maliciously stirring up the topic of conflict and violating the rules of the live broadcast platform. At this point, Zhou Dongliang and the others drove back. Each man was carrying a bucket of oil on his back, also came back with 2 large pots and a roll of plastic wrap. Zhou Dongliang came over here with his crew and immediately arranged for people to light the fire. Start the pot, and burn the oil. Come here, everyone, and I'll give Cop a thing you may come across in the future. Suyu said as he sat on the stake. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo and the others hurriedly came to Suyu and one by one squatted down to listen carefully. Earlier, Captain Zhang Weiguo Zhang went inside that military warehouse building with his team members and ran into such things as not being able to find the way, not being able to find anyone, and seeing illusions and having a sort of time-space dislocation. Zhang Weiguo couldn't help but open his mouth as he recalled the bizarre situation at that time. You guys don't know. I took the team in with me at that time, and then I saw those Sakura Nation soldiers from back in the day. The evil that happened in that military warehouse building. At that time I couldn't stand it any longer and rushed straight out to try to beat the beasts to death. But when the shot was fired, I realized I was the only one shooting. When I looked back, the crew behind me were all gone. When I looked back again, all those Sakura Nation soldiers in front of me were gone too. Even the pile of supply crates I was hiding in, while the lights went black. You guys say it's scary. The viewers in the live broadcast room sent out a cold shiver when they heard that there was still this kind of weirdness going on. I'm too damn scared to go to the bathroom now that I'm home alone. If I really came across something like that, I'd probably have pissed myself. Seriously, there's this kind of thing going on? I haven't run into one, and I don't want to run into one in my life. It was also the first time that Tony Zhou and his crew had heard of such a thing. Each face was a bit grave. There's more weirdness to come. Zhang Weiguo continued. At that time, I used a flashlight to run all the way to find these members of my team, but I heard a sound of footsteps, and when I turned around, I realized that there was nothing in front of me. But that's when my instincts told me that if I turned back again, something must be in front of me. So I prepared myself to turn back violently. And just at the moment of going to shoot, I realized that there was still nothing in front of me. Just as I had taken 2 steps, I suddenly felt a grip on my shoulder. That's when I looked back and realized it was actually my guys. Obviously there was nothing just now. It's like it came out of nowhere. Then, the rest of the team appeared out of nowhere behind me. And at the same time, we realized that after half a day's walk, we actually ended up in the same place. You know what happened after that. Those members of Zhang Weiguo's team also talked about what they had encountered inside the military warehouse. This made Zhou Dongliang and the others listen in awe. There was a bit of a cold sweat on his back. In that case, I'm afraid we'll still run into this tomorrow if we bring more people in. And with poor visibility inside, people are forced to spread out, and there's a risk of demonic possession. That means anytime you're going to get an unexpected attack. Zhou Dongliang looked at Su Yu. Now we can only hope that he has a method. Otherwise, this place still has a ghost king who doesn't know where he is. It's too dangerous. It's like 9 deaths. If he didn't deal with it and just let it go. Just like Su Yu said before, the ghost king could lead a group of ghosts out at any time. And a lot of people would die at that time. Su Yu said as he looked at each of them with a bad face. Why do you all look so bad? I haven't even copped a look yet? Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo's faces were delighted at his words. Yeah, just got carried away and forgot about it. Captain Zhang ran into something called a ghost covering his eyes. Dongliang Zhou asked, is it similar to the ghostly wall before? Su Yu nodded. It's pretty much the same, but it's all about having enough evil chi to be able to produce it. And this place is originally a place of extreme and great evil, where ghosts and evils gather and chi is extremely abundant, so it just fits the bill. The so-called ghosts covering the eyes does not mean that the eyes are really covered by ghosts, but that people in the land of darkness and evil sometimes have sudden hallucinations in front of their eyes and see many inexplicable scenes. None of those scenes were real, they were fake. It can also suddenly be impossible to see the road in front of you and find the people around you. In fact, this is just the ghost's magnetic field, affecting you, making you mistakenly think that you're the only one left in this place. So you'll be afraid. And once you're afraid, your yang energy will inevitably diminish. And in a place of extreme a weakened yang is dangerous. All of these sorts of things are all means for ghosts and monsters to weaken human yang energy. At this time, the monkey raised his hand and said, I know this. The master said before that once a person's yang energy is weak, the ghosts and monsters can really get down to business. Su Yu nodded and gave him a thumbs up. The monkey was as excited as a kid in kindergarten who got a little red flower. Ghost possession is the same thing. People with heavy yang energy, ghosts and evils don't dare to come close, much less attach themselves to them, or else they are drawing fire and hurting themselves. And it's only when you're frightened and your yang is weak that they have a chance to take advantage. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo, as well as the viewers of the live broadcast, immediately took down notes. It's more serious than reading. Zhang Weiguo asked, scratching his head after being the first to take notes. Master, what should we do about this situation then? He didn't want to go through that again. That feeling of everything going against the grain is something that only those who have experienced it firsthand know how frightening it can be. The smell of hot oil filled the air. Seeing that the oil had already been heated with firewood, Zhou Dongliang hurriedly asked his team members to use cling film and grab those 5 Sakura Nation ghost soldiers over to the Oil Nation side. Then, continue to squat down and listen to Su Yu's science. Ghosts cover their eyes, but they really just look scared, and there are certainly ways to deal with them. There. La la la. Suddenly, there was a sound of a frying pan going down. It was also accompanied by a miserable scream that echoed through these woods. Zhang Weiguo and Zhou Dongliang and the others looked back. The discovery was that the monkey was listening intently while grabbing a Sakura Nation ghost soldier in plastic wrap and dropping it into a frying pan. And every now and then, I give a flip with the wicker in my hand. It felt as if a group of people were chatting and waiting for the boss to serve the food. And the 4 Sakura Nation ghost soldiers who hadn't had their turn yet had long since pissed themselves in fear. If there were any left. They didn't expect the Dragon Kingdom people today to be so ferocious, saying that they use oil to fry, but they really use oil to fry. That one. Boss. Not too spicy for my share. Please, boss. I want that fried ghost to be crispy. Ha ha ha. Question. Will my face get pimples from eating fried cherry blossom ghosts? Long acne do not know. I guess I can be constipated. After all, it is not a good thing, or have to eat less. The audience in the live stream followed suit. Su Yu continued. First of all, when you encounter a ghost covering your eyes, you must remain calm and not be frightened. And then it's all about focusing and not bothering about any visions the ghosts cover their eyes to see. It's all fake. There. La la la. Su Yu's words had just reached this point. The monkey puts another Sakura Nation ghost soldier in the frying pan. At the same time, the air suddenly smelled like cumin chili. This caused everyone in the room to frown and look over at the same time. Monkey scratched his head. Hey, I'm just trying out some ideas. Zhou Dongliang said. It's enough for you kids to bomb too. We haven't bombed yet. Zhang Weiguo looked at Su Yu, wanting to ask something, but feeling embarrassed. In his heart, he had some regrets about what had happened before. If I'd known this was going to happen, I shouldn't have made things so difficult at the time. Su Yu sat on the stake and saw that he had questions he wanted to ask and said graciously, "What questions do you have to ask?" Zhang Weiguo didn't expect Su Yu to be so generous and not take into account the previous suspicion at all. "Master, what's the point of frying ghosts in that frying pan?" Su Yu said. "One of the methods ordinary people use to kill ghosts is to deep fry them." The surprise on Zhang Weiguo's face at the moment was just like Zhou Dongliang's at that time. That's killing a ghost. Who would dare to think such a thing for half a month? Now you're telling me you can kill ghosts with oil? That's it? This was too much beyond perception for him, and for a while it was all a bit unbelievable. But having seen Su Yu's strike before, and seeing those Sakura Nation ghost soldiers now smoldering in agony in the frying pan, it did seem like they were killing ghosts. Su Yu didn't wait for him to speak, so he said first, "The method for ordinary people to kill ghosts. I've already told Captain Zhou and the others before. You can ask him for specifics, or your bureau should have a record of it. Now it's still time to talk about the Ghostbusters first." Zhang Weiguo nodded his head repeatedly and said no more, sitting down on the ground and listening carefully. Su Yu continued, "And the method of cracking the ghost's eyes is to offer smoke instead of incense, and to say some kind words to soften the blow, which is generally somewhat effective. Because ghosts like to eat incense, the smoke has a similar effect, although the flavor may not be very good. For those ghosts who can't eat incense, it's the equivalent of someone who's been hungry for days seeing a bowl of dog food. It's all mountainous." Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo twisted their heads to look at those remaining 3 Sakura Nation ghost soldiers who had been immobilized and collapsed beside the hot frying pan. To soften up these beasts? It's an impossibility in this lifetime. I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. The viewers in the live room had the same opinion about it. Be afraid, but I can't do it if you're going to make me go soft. Isn't that the same thing as when someone bullies you at school and you have to offer to say you're sorry? That's right. It's obvious that the ghost took the initiative to come looking for trouble. And I still have to say I'm sorry. What a bitch I am. Anyway, when I was in school, whoever dared to bully me, I beat up the one who led the way. Whether it was in school or not, I beat him up every time I saw him. Just like a mad dog. Within a few days the bully ran away when he saw me. Dude, aren't you afraid of being disciplined? Those of you who are bullied are just too obedient to be afraid of the wolf in front of you. Anyway, remember that during compulsory education, school discipline is all about scaring people. Not to mention that you're resisting because you're being bullied. If the school pulls its punches, then make a big deal out of it and take it to the police station. I'm justified and I'm afraid of no one. The bullies and the school teachers who pull the strings on you are fed up with the fact that you are too afraid to make a scene, and that it's the obedient, good kids who pull the strings and are emboldened. Because you're too obedient and too afraid to cause trouble. It's easiest to handle things by pointing the finger at your side. So this method of going soft after being bullied is something I will never use. Su Yu saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast and nodded slightly. Then there's a law for not giving in. There's what's been said before about direct cursing. The harder the cursing the better. There's also the child's urine, which has been mentioned before as well. But that's an easier condition for guys to fulfill. If it's a girl, although she's born with a little less yang energy than a boy and is prone to seeing those dirty things, it's also effective if you use curses. Zhou Dongliang sensed that the solution here was similar to that time when the ghost hit the wall. Master, is there a little better method? Su Yu nodded. Of course I have. Then he drew a charm with his hand and instantly dissipated. The spell is a charm. There are thousands of Taoist charms to deal with all kinds of things. Things like this ghost covering the eyes or ghost hitting the wall. With my cultivation, drawing a charm to break the evil and keep the peace will be enough to avoid it. Or maybe I'll use the golden light mantra and the pure body mantra of the 8 divine mantras to give shelter and drive away evil enough to keep all evils at bay. Zhou Dongliang and the others were certainly clear about charms, because Su Yu had already popularized it to them before. But for these people in Zhang Weiguo, it's still a bit beyond perception. Without having seen it with his own eyes, it was a bit hard to believe that in Su Yu's mouth, dealing with this kind of thing was actually so simple. Listening to him, it felt as easy and effortless as a father beating his son. But now those ghost soldiers from the Sakura country are still there. The truth is it's just really easy. Su Yu said, things are pretty much taken care of here now. Wait until noon tomorrow before you officially go in there and get it all cleaned up. Everyone here stays out during this time. Zhang Weiguo and Zhou Dongliang hurriedly nodded their heads and immediately had their team members throw those 3 Sakura Nation ghost soldiers into the frying pan together to dispose of them. The Sakura Nation viewers were all very anxious to see the Sakura Nation ghost soldiers thrown into the frying pan once again. Some rushed to call the embassy. Some kept swiping pop-ups in Suyu's live broadcast, accusing such comforting behavior. Don't you have any respect for the dead? Even if they become ghosts, they will not allow others to insult them. You Dragon Kingdom people, and this anchor, will definitely get your comeuppance. However, these Sakura Nation viewers had only just swiped a few lines when they were all blocked by the live streaming platform again. At this point in time, the smell of frying permeates the air in these woods. Damn it, monkey, didn't I tell you not to sprinkle cumin and all that stuff when you change the oil? Laoguo wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. I've been working almost all night and running around so much that I'm hungry. Now you put this kind of seasoning deep frying ghosts and your stomach reacts. Monkey shook his head and said in a rush. I really didn't put it there. Old Six raised his hand at this time. I put it there. I always feel like there's always a vague stench if I blow it up directly. Zhang Weiguo raised his hand and wanted to slap it over. But once he thought that Lao Lu was a member of Zhou Dongliang's team, he could only lower his hand. Old Six, you're a real Old Six. You really think you're coming here in the middle of the night for a late night snack? Now that's killing ghosts. What do you care if he stinks? Zhou Dongliang pointed at Lao Lu when he turned around and laughed. Seeing Suyu sitting on a stake not far from them, he hurriedly walked over. Master, I really have to thank you for your help. Suyu waved his hand. It's just a matter of lifting a hand. Why say thank you? Zhou Dongliang looked over to the deep fryer with a lot of emotions in his heart. In the past, when we were on missions against ghosts and monsters, every time we were under a lot of pressure, we were afraid that we wouldn't come back alive. Things like what we're doing now. A bunch of people having fun like they're coming to play in the fryer. We couldn't even think of that before. It's all thanks to the Master's presence. If there's anything Master needs my help in the future, just ask. I, Zhou Dongliang, will definitely do it. Zhang Weiguo also ran over it this time. Hey, Master, let's talk about going back to town for a nightcap later if there's nothing else to do. We combatants all have familiar restaurants, and we've talked to the owner before. And at night if we want to have a late night snack, we can call him and he'll greet us individually. You have to pay double. But what's money compared to coming back alive for a nightcap? Master can feel free to eat his fill. This meal is on me. Before Suyu could speak, Zhou Dongliang spoke first. No, I'll invite. Zhang Weiguo pulled him. I said I'll invite. What's the matter with you? And I also offended Master before. This meal was supposed to be my treat, or to make amends to Master. Suyu said with a smile on his face. Those who don't know are not to blame. After all, in the previous half a month, people didn't have any effective methods against ghosts and monsters. Now all of a sudden in one night, I wouldn't believe it if it were me. When Zhang Weiguo heard Suyu's words, he admired his chest even more in his heart. The Master is so powerful and generous, but it's the middle of the night, and you must be hungry. Master, this meal must be eaten. If he was hungry. In fact, Suyu didn't feel much anymore after having 100 years of cultivation. No need. I still have to go back and prepare what I'm going to need when I come here tomorrow to deal with the problem. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo were a bit lost in their hearts, but it can't be helped. Dealing with ghosts and monsters is the top priority. For dinner, whenever you have time. After they completely blew up those 5 Sakura Nation ghost soldiers to the point where there wasn't even any crumbs, to be on the safe side, they also let Suyu check and make sure that they had completely eliminated these beasts before the crowd drove back to the city. On the way, Suyu also made a special reminder to bring enough explosives. After we eliminate the ghosts and goblins in the military warehouse, we'll have to blow up that military warehouse building. You have to destroy the place where the yin and yang gather from the inside first. It was almost 5 in the morning when Suyu returned to his house. Now the rune paper is there. When tomorrow dawns, we'll go buy some more things used for drawing the talisman, and we'll be done in time to draw it before noon. He then lay down on his bed and closed his eyes for a nap until 8 o'clock in the morning. Then spent some time around the neighborhood to buy the ink, paper and inkstone, vermilion sand, table, etc. used to draw the talisman. Then, he took out the 200 pieces of talisman paper from the system space and put them on the table. Working the cultivation within his body, he picked up a wolf hair brush and began to draw. When Suyu drew the talisman with one stroke of completion, the vermilion font on the rune seal violently flashed out a golden light. The moment the golden light dissipated, the vermilion characters on the talisman paper unexpectedly still contained a faint golden glow. The first time Suyu drew a talisman and saw such a sign, he was also stunned on the spot. He felt an abundance of divine power from the talismanic paper. If an evil spirit dares to approach, it will surely draw fire. Suyu nodded his head in satisfaction and began to bury his head in drawing again. After a while, 200 sheets of talisman paper were all painted with charms. It's almost noon now, too. when the matter of the Sakura Nation's military warehouse is resolved. By the way, give these talismans to those combatants to take back to the Ghosts and Goblins Special Operations Bureau. Who will distribute them? Suyu was packing. The cell phone rang. Chicken, you is too beautiful. Oh, baby, is too beautiful. One more glance will explode. A little closer to be melted. He picked up his cell phone and saw that it was actually Dongliang Zhou calling. After picking it up, the person on the other end of the phone said very respectfully, Master, the Bureau has already sent people over to the Great Wind Mountain to get ready. You see when you're leaving and we'll pick you up and go with you. Suyu felt surprised. You're coming with me? Aren't you guys taking a break? He assumed that during the day, the Special Operations Bureau against the Ghostbusters would send another group, and since Zhou Dongliang and the others had been busy all night, they definitely had to catch some sleep during the day. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Dongliang did not expect Suyu to care about their rest, and suddenly felt warm in his heart. Don't worry, we've also rested for a few hours. Mentally and physically we're completely sufficient. We definitely won't cause any trouble for you, Master. In fact, Director Liu had initially planned to change a group of people to be in charge of today's operation, but with Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo arguing their case, to be more familiar with the master than others. There was also the excuse that Zhang Weiguo had gone into the military warehouse in the Dafeng Mountains and had a better understanding of some of the conditions inside before Director Liu finally had to agree. Director Liu also knows that not everyone has seen what happened last night about Suyu, and even if they play the live video and record the notes of Suyu's science now, it will take some time for them to believe it. If a different group of people came, they were afraid that they would have disobeyed and made Suyu angry due to their lack of belief in Suyu's ability. Then it would be better to let the team of two, Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo, work a little harder. They are very willing anyway. That's fine. My side is ready. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Dongliang was very happy. Master, we are already waiting at the entrance of your neighborhood. Suyu looked out the window in the direction of the gate, and there was indeed that familiar military SUV parked. Suyu came to the door and opened the car door, seeing that it was Zhou Dongliang driving inside the car. Captain Zhou, where are the others? It's fine if it's just the two of them. After all, the strength is there. Suyu didn't have much of a problem soloing alone, but the main thing is to get them involved so they can increase their combat experience against ghosts and monsters. When they know what to do with them, they pass them on to others. This will reduce casualties and increase the success rate of the mission to eliminate the ghosts. When Zhou Dongliang saw Suyu sitting in the car, he said, the others are already waiting for you at that place last night. The Bureau has also prepared us as best as they can with some of the materials used in dealing with ghosts and monsters, like a bottle of cow tears for everyone. The bullets were also soaked in black dog blood, and in chicken blood, but due to the hasty preparation, the quantity is not very large. For the oil in the frying pans, we're all taking 5 barrels of oil and 4 cauldrons directly from the Bureau's cafeteria. As for peach wood swords such as these, which have to have 100 years of lightning strike wood as a prerequisite, it's hard to find them in a short period of time, so Bureau Liu sent someone overnight to find a lot of willows and give them to be woven into whips. Suyu listened while looking out the car window, found a corner of a main road that originally had a lush willow tree, and now, just the trees. It has to be you officials, you're quick on the draw. Zhou Dongliang smiled a little awkwardly and said, you can't do it fast enough. You don't even know that there are a lot of places over in the north of the city where willows are planted. My wife sent me a picture of a lot of people climbing up a tree to grab it, and she didn't even know what was going on and asked me about it. Suyu also did not expect the situation to go beyond expectations. He thought that he would have to talk about this later on the air. After a while, once again they came to the same place as last night. The midday sun is huge. The area was stuffy and hot due to the lack of wind blowing in. And Zhang Weiguo's crew and Zhou Dongliang's crew, a total of 16 people had already stood side by side and waited. Suyu opened the car door and stepped out of the car. A hearty shout rang out. Hello, Master. Suyu froze just as his feet hit the ground and briefly greeted them. Tony Zhou walked to the front of the line. Originally, Director Liu was planning to come and thank the master in person, but since he had to have a meeting with the mayor and the directors of the bureaus, he didn't have time to come over. And please don't mind, Master. Suyu waved his hand. It's fine. I don't care about that either. Then, he took out some talismans and gave them to Zhang Weiguo and Zhou Dongliang respectively. These charms are evil-breaking and peace charms. An evil-breaking talisman that protects the wearer from evil spirits. A peace talisman, as the name suggests, keeps you safe and protects the wearer from evil spirits. Captain Zhou, Captain Zhang, you guys send it to them. Remember, 1 evil-breaking and peace talisman each. The charms were quickly sent out. They folded the talisman and put it in their clothes. Suddenly and inexplicably feeling solid inside. This feeling of groundedness has never been the same after the ghostly chaos. Suyu said, right now, I have only drawn 200 talismans, and I have just distributed some more to you. The remainder will be given to your Special Operations Bureau against the ghosts and monsters when things are done here, so that the Bureau can arrange for their distribution. Zhou Dongliang looked at the 2 talismans in his hand, mindful of asking for a copy for the wife and kids, but he knew this favoritism opening couldn't be opened. Once it's open, the players will definitely have ideas for their parents' families to have a copy as well. In that case, there will be even fewer charms to send to the people when the time comes. Zhang Weiguo looked at the talisman in his hand. Of course, this thought in their hearts was in Suyu's eyes. Don't worry too much. I'm just saying that I've only drawn 200 today. It's not like we're not going to paint the back. It just might take some time. Upon hearing this, it reassured Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo and his teammates. Zhou Dongliang folded the talisman in his hand and put it away in his pocket. Master, what are we going to do next? Is it straight in? Suyu said. You're the captains. You're the ones who have to arrange this. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo looked at me and I looked at you. That's also true. So many things have been popularized before and it's time to practice. They immediately took command and put 3 men outside to burn the oil. Another 3 were told to wait for them to go in and hang the cling film on the gate into the cave. As long as any ghost dares to run out during the period, it will be directly arrested and put into the frying pan. Take this cycle, and the crew responsible for burning the oil and hanging the wrap is unarmed. As a precaution, the 3 men were also made to work together on the outside in case they missed a look or were too late to wait for a situation to arise, and they would then be responsible for shooting to eliminate it. Because there were not many bullets soaked in chicken blood and black dog blood, they were saved wherever they could be saved, or if they were all used up at once, there would be no way to have another accident. The remaining 8 people, including Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo, took their guns and equipment and accompanied Suyu inside together. Suyu and the others had just walked into the entrance of the cave when a chilly wind hit their faces. Zhou Dongliang took out a map. Master, this is the internal map of this military warehouse. It was handed to me by Director Lu in the morning. Suyu nodded. Using the method of the 16-character Yin Yang Feng Shui secret art and his knowledge of ghosts and monsters, he carefully looked at that map. For a moment, he pointed to the very end of the map. The Ghost King must be here, because this is where all the Yin Qi meets. The Great Wind Mountain is again located among the Tong Mountain in the Green Dragon position and the Cold Valley Mountain and Lion's Head Mountain in the White Tiger position. Now that the White Tiger is pressing down on the Green Dragon, the location where the dragon's head is being pressed down just happens to be right here. And it's also the place where the Yin Fury gathers. You've all got your explosives, right? A few people, White and Old Six, patted the backpacks behind them. Definitely enough to blow up that military warehouse building. Suyu nodded, then took out his cell phone and opened the live broadcast. In less than a minute, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room directly exceeded 100,000. Master Turkey Bar, you finally showed up. I'd been waiting all night. 8 hours? Do you know how I spent those 8 hours? Finally waited for you and thankfully didn't give up. I live inside the town of Xiangjia, and I really don't dare to sleep in this place until I've seen the master deal with it cleanly with my own eyes. My dad and the guys even said that I was lied to and that people who actually deal with ghosts and spirits don't exist in this world. I've now sent the link to the live stream to the Love One and other family group. Go master. At the same time, discordant voices appeared in the broadcast room. Suyu just opened the live stream and there was an influx of 100,000 people. Some of these people were viewers who had stayed up all night last night and waited until now just because of Suyu's words. And many more came to see if it was true or not after seeing the live video footage of last night's broadcast online or the public outcry that was stirred up online. I came here because I saw the internet blowing this anchor out of proportion. And now it doesn't seem like it's much of a big deal. I thought it was an old man, but it turned out to look about my age. You're telling me you can know that much about dealing with ghosts and monsters at this age? I have a friend who was cheated hundreds of thousands of dollars last week. This must also be a scammer. Only the cheating is more clever. Even the Yangjiang cities against the ghosts and monsters of the Special Operations Bureau were cheated. I watched the live video. It felt a bit like the real thing. After all, the official personnel were present. And official people don't get scammed? Have fewer officials been cheated in the country in the past half a month? What do you newbies know? The strength of a master needs to be proven to you? I've already wiped the tears from the cow's eyes and I'm just waiting for the master to make his move. Suyu saw these pop-ups and had long expected this. He wasn't interested in explaining what was true or false. Anyway, the facts speak for themselves. At the same time, in Suyu's mind, new hints appeared on the treasure hunting radar. Treasure reaction occurs at 652 meters to the west. Suyu was slightly shocked. The treasure is actually in here. Then he immediately led the party along the road. And what they don't know is this. Elder Li, the director of the State Administration of Cultural Heritage in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom and known as a titan of the archaeological world, was also watching on the live broadcast. At this time, an assistant knocked on the door with a bottle of cow tears, and saw the gray-haired Li Lao, watching the live broadcast of this morning's uproar. Elder Li, didn't you say that since the ghosts and monsters have been messing with the world, after going through the canonical books obtained from archaeology over the years, you haven't found any way to deal with the ghosts and monsters? It just means that something like this may not have happened in history, and it's harder than ever to find a method nowadays. It also says that all such people who claim to know how to deal with ghosts and monsters are recognized as liars. Now that you're looking at this live stream as well, you want me to find the bullseye? Elder Li smiled gently and took a sip of tea, chewing the tea leaves in his mouth a few times before spitting them back into the cup before saying slowly, "It was because I didn't believe it that I was curious to watch this guy's live video from last night. To be honest, the methods of dealing with ghosts and monsters that this person said in the live broadcast were demonstrated with real battles, and the results could really be seen. And even the official Special Battle Bureau against Ghosts and Monsters was convinced of this. Although the ghosts and monsters in that house in the old town are invisible to the naked eye and cannot be recognized as real or fake. I did watch the one in the Pants Attic garden later on to deal with the jumping ghosts, or zombies. I did start to believe it a little bit after watching this guy's live video, too. But looking at things is just like archaeology. It's all about caution and never being careless." The assistant poured tea for Elder Li respectfully at the side. "Could it be that Elder Li thinks there's still doubt in this?" Elder Li said as he gazed at Suyu's live screen. "I'm sure there have been many who have noticed a problem as I have. It's been half a month since the ghosts and monsters messed up. Why is this person who knows how to deal with ghosts and monsters only showing up now? And, in just one night of science, he spilled out a method of dealing with ghosts and monsters that rivaled half a month's worth of research across the country. But how does he know all this? And the Longhu Mountain he mentioned. I heard my students talking about it last night, and also spent the night going through all the ancient canonical books in the bureau that record place names, and there wasn't even a trace of it. It could be said that this man appeared as if out of thin air, and all the knowledge of ghosts and spirits that came out of his mouth was a family affair. Yet it was effective." Elder Li felt his mouth dry when he spoke here and took a sip of tea before continuing. "If it's a coincidence, it's really too much of a coincidence to be a mistake, and he can fill in the historical sources of all the laws he talks about with the sci-fi afterward, one by one, better than I can. It's unlikely that it would have been that easy to justify itself without a great deal of preparation, and his talisman that subdued the zombies, and the one that later spewed out flames and burned the zombies to ashes, were both too amazing. If it's fake and designed ahead of time, it can't fool the official professionals who were also there." As he spoke, Elder Li suddenly coughed and his face went a few shades of white. After the assistant next to him hurriedly took medicine and gave it to Elder Li, his face only slightly improved. Then, Elder Li picked up the bottle of cow tears and poured a few drops onto his fingers, wiping them on his eyes. "Everything must be proved in person. I'm going to see now if this method of seeing ghosts and monsters with cow's tears is true or not." He had just wiped the tears of the cow's eyes when he saw Suyu and the others on the live broadcast screen had already arrived in front of the gate of the military warehouse in the cave. Zhang Weiguo and his teammates came here again, and it is impossible to say that they are not nervous in their hearts. Still feeling a little worried when I think back to what I experienced here last night. Suyu turned his head just in time to see the expressions on their faces. "Don't worry, now that I'm here, you guys can just let go and be bold. There's no mess." His words, at this moment, seemed like a cardiotonic agent. Zhang Weiguo and his teammates felt that their inner worries were actually suppressed. Zhang Weiguo reached into his shirt pocket and tightly grasped the two talismans. The eyes became firm again. Zhou Dongliang said, "The purpose of our trip is to kill all the ghosts and monsters here, as well as to plant explosives along the way according to the weak points of the buildings marked on the map. Later, there are 3 sections to the center hall when we get inside. The left side leads to the dormitory area and weapons storage. The right side leads to the cafeteria and kitchen. And the center and the ends that the left and right sides lead to are the conference rooms. I've decided to split up. I'll lead a group. Old Zhang will lead a group. And then Master will lead a group." "Master, Old Zhang, what do you think?" Zhang Weiguo nodded and said, "I'll take the left." Suyu, however, waved his hand. "I'll walk alone in the middle. There's no need to send anyone to follow me. Everyone will meet in the conference room at that time." Suyu had seen the map and knew that the middle road was not marked with weak points. He did not need to do anything. If you encounter a ghost or monster, you can take it down with a slight strike. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo nodded to each other before opening the military warehouse door. The moment the warehouse door opened, an overcast wind blew. However, Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo and the others didn't feel as cold as they did last night. This time, when I walked into the middle of the warehouse, it was still dark inside, but luckily there was a flashlight to illuminate the front. The hallucinations that Zhang Weiguo had been worrying about in his heart did not appear. It made him feel more stable inside. They just kept going in. not seeing a single ghost along the way. Soon it was in the hall. Master, we'll lead you to be more careful. After Zhou Dongliang finished speaking, he led the team in the right direction. At that moment, Zhang Weiguo shook the recorder he wore on his chest and called out to them. Old Chow, how about a competition to see who killed more of these cherry blossom ghosts? Zhou Dongliang looked at the recorder on his chest and also became interested. Okay, whoever loses goes back and covers the winning team's meals for a month. Zhang Weiguo rubbed his fists and looked eager to try. Don't forget, I've always been better than you when it comes to marksmanship. Even the guys I brought out are better shots than your team. When this came out, Zhou Dongliang's team members were unconvinced. Zhou Dongliang said, the result is the most important thing. Everything else is bullshit. After the two of them pulled a few more words, Zhou Dongliang walked into the passageway on the right. Master, we're off too. See you in the conference room then. Zhang Weiguo laughed nervously twice and led the group to the left. There was some tension in the minds of the players next to him. Captain, is it true that we won't be possessed by ghosts or fall into hallucinations this time? Zhang Weiguo said. The master has said that it's daytime with heavy yang energy, plus he also gave us 2 talismans to protect us, so it's impossible that there's still something going on. Anyway, remember one thing, shoot when the ghosts and monsters show their heads. I have to take out the harboring anger that I suffered last night. No, this half-month. His angry voice echoed in the silence. Zhang Weiguo continued on with his team. There was no more sound along the way except their footsteps and breathing. They walked carefully down the passage. It didn't take long to come to a door. Zhang Weiguo carefully pushed open the door, and the flashlight swept over a rusty bed. He advanced halfway up and down to make sure it was safe before walking in. The crew behind them were close behind. Zhang Weiguo scratched his head. It's damn strange. There were so many ghosts and monsters last night, and now there's none. He looked at the beds around him. Find them all here. I don't believe it. There really isn't a single ghost or monster here. This dormitory wasn't very big and it didn't take too long to find it. They continued on leading to the second dormitory. This dormitory was a bit larger than the previous one, with more beds. There were also many lockers collapsed across the floor along the wall. Zhang Weiguo shouted, all look carefully to see if the ghosts and monsters are hiding anywhere. It's still quiet, which means Old Chow and the others haven't encountered it yet either. We must take the first blood before Zhou Dongliang and the others and thwart them. The team is looking carefully for signs of ghosts and goblins, not noticing in the slightest that at the gate behind them, 2 Sakura Nation ghost soldiers had penetrated the wall and floated in. Their faces were smug as they saw that the humans in front of them didn't even notice the danger behind them. It's these Chinamen again. How dare they come over here? They really haven't died yet. Then let them die once. Ha ha ha. It's been a long time since I've killed a Chinaman anyway, so it's good to reminisce about that pleasure now. The 2 Sakura Nation ghost soldiers grinned sinisterly and drifted towards the 2 combatants at the very back. They intend to possess the 2 combatants and take them by surprise. But just as the hands of these 2 Sakura Nation ghost soldiers were about to slap on the backs of those 2 combatants, a sudden, violent burn traveled through his body from the palm of his hand. At the same time, a golden light shook the 2 Sakura Nation ghost soldiers away, and the 2 combatants had just felt a burning sensation coming from the 2 talismans placed in their pockets. A gurgling scream could be heard in his ears coming from behind him. The screams also attracted the attention of Zhang Weiguo and the rest of the team. They rushed to look over. 2 Sakura Nation ghost soldiers were found rolling on the ground in pain, with agonizing sounds coming out of their mouths. Ha ha ha, Master's talisman worked. Zhang Weiguo is very excited now. Finally a chance to kill a ghost. Give it to me. In an instant, the sound of gunfire resounded through this space, and in the darkness the muzzles of the guns continued to spit out tongues of fire, and the bullets soaked in Black Dog's blood struck the bodies of those 2 Sakura Nation ghost soldiers. It made their screams even louder. As the bullets poured in, the bodies of the 2 Sakura Nation ghost soldiers dissipated into white smoke, never to exist in the world again. Really killed it. Zhang Weiguo's eyes were agitated and excited. It was the first time since the Ghostbusters messed up that a gun and bullets had been used to inflict lethal damage on a Ghostbuster, but his heart was still a little upset. Fighting ghosts is still different than fighting people. One day, I'll make sure to return the favor 100 times over by stepping on Cherry Blossom with my horse. However, without waiting for him to continue speaking, more Sakura Nation ghost soldiers appeared in the surrounding walls, piercing through them. This gave Zhang Weiguo and the team members a blank stare. There were more of these ghosts than they had seen in the past half-month. The pressure was instantly all the way to the top. Everyone's sweat hairs instantly exploded. Captain, our gunfire has drawn all those devils here. Zhang Weiguo quickly reacted and said with a grave expression on his face, remember our mission is to kill all these beasts. Everyone, take up a defensive formation and move towards the conference room as you fight. As he spoke, Zhang Weiguo didn't dare to delay at all and kicked open the door behind him. Tony Zhou ran into the kitchen behind the door with his team. White looked in the direction of the left. Captain. There's gunfire. It's Captain Zhang and their side that's encountered the ghosts and monsters. I guess they ran into a lot of them by the sound of their gunfire. Zhou Dongliang's face was a bit gloomy. Such a loud gunshot would probably draw out the ghosts and goblins on this side as well. Everyone in defense formation. Prepare for battle. The words just fell. A large number of Sakura Koku ghost soldiers appeared on the walls on either side of the kitchen. Zhou Dongliang, the first time they saw so many ghosts and monsters, the visual impact was directly pulled full. For a while they were all a little shaken. Everyone's heart felt like it was going to jump out of their chests. They couldn't even speak properly and their reactions were half a beat slower. As for those Sakura Nation ghost soldiers, they were like wolves seeing sheep when they saw Zhou Dongliang, these living humans. In an instant, they swarmed in, charging like hungry tigers. Shoot! Zhou Dongliang was the first to react and ordered in a hurry. There were so many Sakura Nation ghost soldiers that it was difficult to stop them from rushing in, even with bullets to suppress them. A few Sakura Nation ghost soldiers jumped up in the group of ghosts and pounced directly on the monkey in the stone. Just as these few Sakura Nation ghost soldiers were about to pounce on monkey and stone, a burst of golden light shook them away. Monkey and stone also rushed to shoot the few Sakura Nation ghost soldiers into white smoke. Zhou Dongliang wiped the sweat from his temples and led his team in a fight as he backed toward the door behind him, then turned and kicked it open. Suyu walked through a door and looked at the treasure hunt prompt in his head. Treasure reaction 500 meters ahead. Listen to the frequent gunshots coming from both left and right. Looks like they encountered a lot of ghosts. The bullets may not be enough, but the talisman I gave them is potent enough to keep them safe. At this point, in front of Suyu, on the ceiling, many Sakura Nation ghost soldiers also appeared through the wall. So cow tears really do have an effect. I can really see it. I thought it was a lie, but I really did see a ghost with my own eyes. First time I've seen so many ghosts in all my life. I admit I panicked. What's the panic? Then Slugger, go change your pants before you say anything. At this point a Slugger has hugged his housemate tightly. Look at you all still saying that the master is a fake. Now get comfortable. Master Turkey Bar. Show these newbies some more bull. A large number of viewers who had wiped their cow's tears with the mindset of giving it a try saw the moment the group of ghosts came out, and the entire live broadcast room boiled over. It was the first time they had seen so many ghosts in sight. Some of the more timid members of the audience almost fainted from fear. Even bold people, see this scene, is also the whole body numb as if struck by lightning. The whole body sweat hairs stand up. The atmosphere do not dare to breathe. An elderly, who was also watching the live broadcast, was almost scared to the point of heartstrike when he saw this scene. Luckily, it was slowed down by an assistant who was there to calm him down. Oh my god, cow tears can actually see ghosts, but it's too sudden. Just seeing a bunch of them. The viewers in the live broadcast room saw enough dozens of Sakura Nation ghost soldiers from the ceiling, slowly floating down opposite Suyu. One and all were very worried about him in their hearts. Even the veteran viewers last night had a big stone hanging in their hearts. And on the opposite side of Suyu, the leader, an officer-looking Sakura Nation ghost officer, let out a sorrowful laugh when he saw that there was only one person on the opposite side. The people in the live room couldn't help but shiver from the bottom of their hearts when they heard the laughter. Even through the screen, the Sakura Nation ghost officer drew his saber and pointed his sword at Suyu. Torture this Chinaman's two-legged goat for me. Just like back in the day. Ha ha ha. The Sakura Nation ghost officer gave an order. The ghost soldiers of the Sakura country behind them let out various grim laughs that echoed in this space. Next moment, all the Sakura Nation ghost soldiers stormed towards Suyu. So many ghosts and still not running. It's over. The anchor doesn't move a muscle. He's obviously scared. He's probably going to die. Will the master be okay this time? Have faith in the master. It will work. Okay my ass. So many ghosts. More than in the past half month. Who can stop it? If the officials here can't hold them back and let all these Sakura Nation ghosts get out, we're all dead. Seeing so many ghosts rushing towards them, the viewers in the live broadcast room immediately felt that cardiac arrest was no longer a description. But just the next moment, Suyu hung his cell phone on his body, then with his left hand, he cast the Tongtian talisman to draw 3-5 thunder fire talismans. In an instant, the raging flames swept like waves, engulfing the large number of Sakura country ghost soldiers that rushed in. Then, Suyu's body emitted golden light, and the golden light in his right hand condensed into a golden needle that shot out. The Sakura Nation ghost soldiers whose bodies were pierced by the golden needles instantly burst into flames. Even that ghost officer of the Sakura country left only one last look of terror in his eyes and never existed in the world again. All of this happened in just a moment. The Sakura Nation ghost soldiers in front of Suyu all disappeared as if they had never appeared. The veteran viewers of the live broadcast room and the new viewers today were frozen in front of their computers and cell phones. Is this still such a vicious and insurmountable ghost? Is this the same ghost that scared them? Surprisingly, They were all wiped out by Suyu's in just an instant. It's as easy as crushing an ant. There wasn't even a hint of confusion about breathing. The turkey bar guru is awesome. Crap, what did I see? So many ghosts, all gone in a flash. Anchor. No. Master, what kind of magic is that? How can you still draw and glow out of thin air and then condense the golden light into a needle? For the newcomers, one is one of the Master's 8 divine spells, the golden light spell, and the other is one of the Master's 8 wondrous techniques, the Tong Tian talisman and the 5 thunders and fire talisman. The 8 divine spells and the heavenly talisman? With such awesome names, the effects are even more awesome. Is this the strength of a master? The moment he saw Suyu strike, the live broadcast instantly boiled. One couldn't believe his eyes. And also in the live broadcast, the director of the State Bureau of Cultural Heritage, the archaeological world's Titan Li Lao, saw the moment when Suyu struck out to instantly destroy all the ghosts and monsters in front of him. All of them also sucked in a mouthful of cool air and wiped their eyes several times in a row, wondering if they had misread the situation. Xiao Zhao, am I really right? So many ghosts, and they're all gone in a flash? The aides next to him were stunned to the point of having their mouths open, and it took a while for them to respond. Elder Li, it's true, the ghosts were literally all wiped out in a flash. That master is really good. It's something real. And in military warehouses, Suyu didn't realize that the outburst he had just made had surprised nearly 100,000 people in the live broadcast room. His attention was now entirely on the treasure hunting radar in his head. Treasure reaction detected 452 meters ahead. Suyu bristled. There's still so far to go. And on the other side, in the conference room of the building of the Yangjiang Municipal Government, the bureau chiefs are sitting and listening to Mayor Gao's speech for guidance. Now that I've said my piece, who's in favor and who's against? The city manager was the first to raise his hand. I object. Mayor Gao, your words make sense. But we can't make all of our departments cooperate with him just based on a live broadcast and the sci-fi of a man who came out of nowhere. The director of forestry also said, originally, willows were meant to be used as ornamental trees and would not be planted in large numbers. And peach trees are again planted depending on the season. Yangjiang City is also rich in fruits. To suddenly plant a large number of willow and peach trees now will definitely have an impact on the fruit industry in the coming year. And there's talk of getting hundreds of people to guard it. Talk about increasing the yang energy. Isn't that nonsense? My opinion is the same as the city manager's, and it shouldn't hurt to change course like that based on the word of just one person. The opinions of these directors have long been guessed by Mayor Ko. He gave a look to Director Lu, who was interested in the Ghostbusters Special Operations Bureau. Director Lu immediately understood the situation and stood up. At noon, we have a big operation against the Ghostbusters Special Operations Bureau. The recorders they wore on this mission were networked. By now they and the masters should have started. Directors, I hope you'll change your minds after seeing what's being broadcast live and cooperate with my department immediately. Director Lu picked up the remote control and turned on the big screen in the conference room. Then after some maneuvering, Director Lu made a call to the Bureau's technical department and told them to turn on the networking function of the recorder now. The live images of Zhang Weiguo and Zhou Dongliang's 2 teams appeared in the big screen. Also, in order to give the public confidence in having faith in the Ghostbusters Special Operations Bureau, the recorder's live stream was connected to a live streaming platform for a simulcast. Yeah, is Ghostbusters Troopers on the air now too? Crap, as soon as I came in, I saw the combatants surrounded by a group of Sakura Nation's main ghost soldiers. Now bullets can do damage to ghosts and goblins too? As a reminder to you as an old audience member, both of these teams followed the masters last night. That means the way their bullets can now do damage to ghosts was all told by the master himself. But why do I get the feeling they're not taking it easy at all? The viewers of the live broadcast saw the official combatants and were worried for them for a while. Zhang Weiguo and the others were aware that the recorder worn on their bodies had a networking function, but they were not clear about when the live broadcast would start. Now the bullets could kill the ghosts, but I didn't realize that there were so many ghosts, and the battle was somewhat in a disadvantageous situation for a while. I don't know if this recorder is live now. If it's live now, seeing us like this would be a real shame. Zhang Weiguo changed the bullets and continued to shoot wildly at the group of Sakura Nation ghost soldiers in front of him. Damn it, plant the bomb. A member of the team yelled. Bomb installed. Keep retreating after the installation. Quick, those beasts are pressing up. Zhang Weiguo wiped the sweat from his forehead and retreated to the next room with his team while fighting. At that moment, one of the team members yelled, Captain, I'm out of bullets. And another member of the team shouted, I'm out of bullets too. Zhang Weiguo's gaze was a bit grave. It took an average of 20 rounds to kill a ghost. That's too much ammo consumption. There are simply not enough bullets in the current preparation to kill them all. The number of ghosts and goblins here is simply too much to expect. When the bullets run out, use the willow whip. Willow whip soaked in chicken blood too. Whip them beasts to death. Some of the team members who had run out of bullets hurriedly drew out the willow whips on their waists and frantically lashed them at the bodies of the Sakura Nation's ghost soldiers. Although the Sakura ghost soldiers were being smacked and screamed, it wasn't that quick to wipe them out, and you can only hit one or two at a time. And there's a good chance you'll get squeezed to the back by the Sakura Nation ghost soldier next to you, so you'll have to start drawing from the beginning again. It's too slow to eliminate ghosts and monsters, but there's no other way to do it now. And it wasn't easy on Tony Chow's side either. Some of the members of the team had also run out of bullets and were all reduced to using willow whips. Moreover, the number of ghost soldiers in Sakura Nation was not at all less than Zhang Weiguo's side. Captain, why are these beasts getting more and more numerous? Zhou Dongliang wiped his sweat fiercely. How the fuck should I know? Retreat as soon as the bomb is planted. Retreat to the conference room and you'll be safe. The master will be waiting there. Those words were like a tranquilizer, instantly restoring courage to the panicked crew. The viewers of the live broadcast were as nervous as if they were there themselves when they saw the official combatants being surrounded by a swarm of ghosts. I realize now how menacing these combatants, who fight for our well-being, can be in the face of ghosts and monsters. Not running after all this, still holding on to the fight. All good. Holy shit, the ghost pounced. Wait, why was that pouncing ghost suddenly shaken away and had a pained look on his face? They came with the master, who must have given them something for defense. Is the master so powerful that he even has such a thing? Thanks to what the master gave them to protect their bodies, they didn't have to make any sacrifices, or else it's estimated that the people would have been gone as early as the first photo shoot. At this point, some of the viewers felt that the pressure of the battle here was too much, plus the camera was facing the ghost group, and looking at the hideous and ferocious expression of that one ghost was a little too much to bear. Then they ran to Suyu's live broadcast, but when they came to Suyu's live broadcast room, they were all instantly dumbfounded. Am I reading this right? The master is running after a bunch of ghosts? You're not wrong. I'm not wrong. The master is really running after a bunch of ghosts. And there's more of them than on the official crew side. The viewers of the live stream were not wrong. Suyu was indeed herding a group of ghosts. But not running, but walking faster. The large group of Sakura Nation ghost soldiers in front of him were filled with panic. They had all previously seen the scene of Suyu instantly killing dozens of ghosts in seconds between the lifting of his hands. These Sakura Nation ghost soldiers hadn't wanted to show up. They just wanted to hide in a dark place and be quiet. But I don't know what method the living man used. I just saw him draw something out of thin air and hit the wall. They unconsciously come all the way over. When he reacted and tried to run, he couldn't get through the wall. In order not to be killed, it would have to run. Treasure reaction detected 120 meters ahead. Suyu looked at the road ahead and could already see the door to the conference room. It looks like the treasure is in the conference room. The corner of Suyu's mouth hooked up slightly. A sudden big step scared the large group of ghosts in front of him to float faster. In the blink of an eye, all ran into the large conference room, and Suyu came in right after him. The group of Sakura Nation ghost soldiers saw this fierce god getting closer and closer to them, and they tried to run through the wall, but they couldn't get through it. Suyu shook his finger that had a light spot on it, took out his mahogany sword with a flip of his hand, and walked slowly towards the commander's position in the conference room. The Sakura Nation ghost soldiers immediately made way, not daring to block them at all. Suyu sat on the big worn-out chair, his mahogany sword stuck in the ground, one hand pressed on the hilt, his eyes looking back and forth at the two passages to the left and right. There was less and less gunfire coming from there. Guess we're running out of bullets. Suyu coldly looked at the group of Sakura Nation ghost soldiers in front of him. You want to live? The translation app on the phone synchronized the translation of Suyu's words to play out. The group of Sakura Nation ghost soldiers all nodded their heads frantically when they heard that there was a way to live. The smile on Suyu's face was suddenly a bit mischievous. Then let's play a game. Lose and I'll let you go. Win, and all of you die. This group of Sakura Nation ghost soldiers heard how the words sounded a bit familiar. Soon, they remembered that they were the ones who used to treat the Dragon Nation this way. Now it's actually the other way around. Just bet on whether it's a human or a ghost that comes out first later. Suyu looked at this group of terrified Sakura Nation ghost soldiers and said with a smile, choose. That group of Cherry Blossom Country ghost soldiers, you look at me. I look at you. One heart is very weak. Half a day without a ghost response. All of them are hesitating. Seeing that this group of ghosts were so hesitant, Suyu said with a mischievous smile, if you won't choose, then I will. Those combatants don't have enough bullets to support them in wiping out the ghost swarms they encountered. Definitely engulfed by a swarm of ghosts. So I guess the ghost must have come out first. This group of Sakura Nation ghost soldiers followed Suyu's gaze and looked towards the passageway entrances on the left and right. After many years, this group of ghosts that no longer had any feelings, any emotions, suddenly surged with a familiar sense of urgency at this moment. The feeling was the same urgency The fear that he felt back then when he was killed by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. This situation today is almost exactly the same as it was back then. The only difference is that back in the day it was a group of people who were scared of them, and now it's one person fighting a group of them that's afraid of them. For a while, this group of ghosts suddenly broke the mold and worried about those Dragon Kingdom soldiers. I hope they don't get killed and must come out alive. The viewers in the live broadcast room saw that Tsuyu was actually going to play a game with those ghost soldiers of the Sakura Kingdom and even promised to let them go if they won. It was very incomprehensible at the time. No, what is the master thinking? Letting these ghosts go? These beasts didn't do much harm to us when they were alive. Master mustn't pass them. Master, didn't you say earlier that letting them go would be a big deal in case they came to the city? This anchor is out of his mind. Surely he can't be relied upon. The turkey bar guru definitely has his own agenda. So have faith, everyone. How can he be confident now that he's placed a bet? Everyone's heart was now in their throat. In case that group of Sakura Nation ghost soldiers really won the bet, it would be their ordinary people's turn to suffer. The viewers of the live broadcast were expecting that it was the two teams, Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo, who were the first to run out from the channel. But some viewers from both of their teams' livestreams brought some bad news. I'm afraid, that the beasts are going to win, and the situation for the official combatants is very bleak. Their teams of Captain Zhou and Captain Zhang are almost out of bullets and are looking to be surrounded by ghosts. I'm afraid it's going to be the ghosts that are most likely to come out first. Dude, don't fuck around. Really let those ghosts get out first and we're screwed. This anchor can't be relied on. How dare he play like this? Probe again. Report again. Some of the viewers in the live broadcast room, seeing these pop-ups, couldn't help but run to Zhang Weiguo and Zhou Dongliang's live broadcast room to see what was going on. Captain, we can't rush out. We're completely surrounded. One of the team members looked nervously at Zhang Weiguo. Damn, there's just one more room to go, and we're almost to the conference room, and we're completely surrounded here. Zhang Weiguo took the willow whip and angrily struck at the nearby Sakura Nation ghost soldiers. The willow whip whips these ghosts raw. A breakthrough was about to be opened, but soon a Sakura Nation ghost soldier came from the side to block it. Damn it, I don't believe it. At that moment, one of the team members next to him suddenly shouted in a hurry, Captain, I can see quite a few ghosts heading toward the front. Zhang Weiguo frowned on the spot. Now I wonder if the master is in the conference room. If the guru has already arrived, then there is no need to worry. But if the master hadn't arrived, there was a high possibility that the group of ghosts would have gone straight through the conference room and rushed over to old Zhou's side. The two talismans given by the master did not know how long they could hold up under the attack of this group of ghosts. If they really let that group of ghosts go to old Zhou's side, the situation would be quite unfavorable for them. Old boy Zhou, by now you still need your brother to save you. All listen to me. With the master's talisman here, these ghosts can't hurt us for now. All of you, hit me in the same direction and charge as you go. I don't believe I can't fight my way out of this. Zhang Weiguo took the lead and rushed to the front, utilizing the effect of the two talismans to shock away a number of Sakura Nation ghost soldiers. Then he swung his willow whip violently, hitting the ghosts in front of him and beside him with a popping sound. The team followed along and rushed up together, cooperating with each other to swing the wicker whip, and really hard to open a mouth. Charge them all! Zhang Weiguo yelled and rushed out of the opening, leading the team straight after the group of ghosts in front. Meanwhile on the other side, Zhou Dongliang's team had also run out of bullets, and they were all surrounded by the ghost swarm. Captain, the back road is blocked. There's no way to make an opening at the moment. Monkey shouted anxiously, and together with Xiao Bai, they kept swinging their willow whips at the Sakura Nation ghost soldiers who were blocking their way. Zhou Dongliang saw the situation of being surrounded by ghosts and monsters now. The only person you can rely on now is the master. These ghosts are afraid of the talisman on us. Let's just charge straight in hard. They won't dare get in the way. Zhou Dongliang didn't know how long the talisman given by Tsuyu could support him, but this was the only method at the moment to break through the siege. Leading by example, he took the lead and rushed over, utilizing the effects of the two talismans to shock away the swarm of ghosts in his way. Open an opening and lead the team out. But the ghost swarms numbered in the dozens, coupled with the fact that Zhou Dongliang and the others gave up their attack. The ghost swarm was like waves attacking and raging to catch up. Again and again they were blocked, and again they broke through and headed straight for the exit of the passage. And on this side of the conference room, did any of you go to the official combat cruise live feed and come back? I just got back from there, and now both official teams are rushing towards the exit of the passageway. But let's just say that the situation is uncertain at this point. It's such a mess with those two official teams right now. There's no way to know who's going to come out first. The viewers in the live room were very nervous when they saw these pop-ups. They didn't know what Tsuyu was up to. It would be a real disaster if we lost then and really let that group of ghosts go. And it's not just the live viewers who are nervous now. The large group of ghosts in front of Suyu became even more nervous. Their eyes were all gathered on the left and right channel exits. For a while, the atmosphere of this place all began to depress. Some Sakura Nation ghost soldiers glanced at Suyu, who was seated on the chair, and immediately inclined their heads again, shivering all over. By this time, the sound of footsteps and the cries of the ghostly horde could already be faintly heard coming from the mouth of the passage. In the depressing group of ghosts in front of Suyu, suddenly some Sakura Nation ghost soldiers could not help but open their mouths and shout something. And the more you shout, the more excited you get. Even the Sakura Nation ghost soldiers next to him shouted along. In just a moment, all these Sakura Nation ghost soldiers actually shouted out neatly. Suyu frowned slightly and tapped on the translation app to translate their words. Dragon soldiers must not die. They must come out alive. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom will surely be able to break through the many obstacles and emerge alive at the entrance to the passage. Go Dragon soldiers! Go Dragon soldiers! Suyu looked at them with a question mark face and scratched his head with his fingers. The viewers of the live broadcast were also filled with confusion. What are these beasts barking at? I majored in Sakura Mandarin. You won't believe me when I tell you that they're actually cheering for our team from the Dragon Kingdom? This? It can't be, can it? It's the first time I've ever heard a ghost yell cheer for a living person in my fucking life. And these ghosts tried to kill everyone before. What a way for the sun to come out of the west and for ghosts to fuel the living. And you see the look on those ghosts' faces. It's like they're expecting their own father to run out. If I told my grandfather about this, he'd have to whip me and tell me I'm out of my mind. This time, the voices coming from the mouths of the passages to the left and right grew louder and louder. The two teams, Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo, can already be seen. But the ghostly horde was also in hot pursuit around them. The two teams of Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo were now only about 30 meters away from the exit. At the same time, they also saw that Suyu was already sitting on a chair in the conference room. The hearts of Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo and the others were suddenly filled with hope. Charge! The master is there waiting for us! Zhang Weiguo shouted excitedly. His feet were not slowing down at all. Zhou Dongliang was equally excited to see Suyu in the conference room. As the darkness is about to recede, the dawn is coming. But at this moment, the ghost group that was chasing them closely had likewise seen Suyu in the conference room. Some Sakura Nation ghost soldiers gave up attacking Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo and them, and turned their heads to come straight at Suyu, since they were still inside the passage and couldn't see outside of it. There were more ghosts ahead of Suyu who were there in fear. The group of Sakura Nation ghost soldiers in front of Suyu, even more so, did not dare to move, not being able to see the specific situation inside the passage. All they know is that humans and ghosts are getting closer to the passage. Suyu certainly saw it. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he waited for the results to appear. And the viewers of the live broadcast likewise saw what was going on in the channel. Master, make a move. If we don't make a move, the human race will be finished. Master, they are very close to the exit of the passage. Why are you just watching? I knew this dog anchor couldn't be trusted. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. You thick-browed guy. You actually defected too. Oh master, could it be that you are serious and really want to gamble with them beasts? The viewers of the live broadcast saw that until now. Suyu did not have any intention of making a move. Still sitting in the chair, quietly watching. Some of the viewers who didn't believe in Suyu in the first place instantly cursed. And how some of the older viewers who have been watching since last night can't believe it. The Grandmaster, whom they had always trusted, had actually just let things go without any intention of intervening. If we do let the ghost win, the consequences will be unimaginable. When Elder Lee from the State Administration of Cultural Heritage saw the scene, his brows were furrowed. This kid suddenly wants to bet against a ghost. I thought he was joking at first, but it turns out that he hasn't had any intention of making a move until now, leaving everything to the will of God. What the hell was he thinking? Could this be his true purpose? In the conference room of the building of the Yangjiang Municipal Government, Mayor Gao and the directors present, as well as Director Liu, who was interested in the Ghosts and Monsters Special Operations Bureau, were also dumbfounded at the sight of this scene. Director Liu even felt as if he had been slapped on the cheek. That's not right, is it? Isn't the maestro on our side? Why are you suddenly playing with those beastly ghosts from the Sakura country? And didn't try to make a move at all, just left it all up to God. The director sneered when they saw Director Liu's somewhat reddened face. See, this is the so-called guru you believe in. First of all, this master undeniably does have some skills, but he bets with those beastly ghosts, completely disregarding the safety of the people. If he really lets the ghosts win, the risks involved, I believe I don't need to tell you that everyone understands. How do you want us to trust him? Mayor, I suggest immediately ordering Director Liu to deploy all combatants, and also contact the military department to send troops to guard the entrance of Big Wind Mountain together, and absolutely not let the ghosts in there come out. I propose that Suyu be apprehended immediately. Mayor Gao's face doesn't look good right now. Sitting in his chair with a black face and his arms wrapped around his chest, he quietly watched the big screen in Director Liu, and in the conference room at the military depot. Get the fuck out of the way. Deadbeat. Zhang Weiguo cracks a whip. The Sakura Nation ghost soldiers in front actually dodged out of the way. At this moment, the humans and the ghosts were only 3 meters away from the exit of the passage, but there was hardly any gap between the humans and the ghost swarm, and they were getting closer to the exit. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd of ghosts, a figure in a military uniform was the first to run out of the cave. Master, I'm out of bullets. Make a move. Zhang Weiguo was the first to rush out from the entrance of the passageway, looking towards Suyu and cheering and shouting. Immediately behind him, the team members and also Zhou Dongliang and the others, also ran out of the entrance of the passageway. In this instant, when they saw that there were more ghost groups in front of Suyu, each of them were confused, but the situation was too late to think about it, as the swarm of ghosts behind them came out right behind them. Just as they were just a bit puzzled as to why Suyu was just watching, the group of ghosts in front of Suyu suddenly became agitated and rushed towards Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo, just in time to block the group of ghosts following them and trying to kill them. The groups of ghosts that surrounded them not only didn't attack them, but also cheered excitedly. This confused Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo. Zhang Weiguo looked at one of the team members with a puzzled face. You've learned the Sakura language. What are these beasts saying? That player was more confused than both Zhang Weiguo and Zhou Dongliang. They're actually cheering for us? Are they shouting long live the dragon soldiers? Good job dragon soldiers. The dragon soldiers have won? After hearing this team member, Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo and the others were even more confused. Why are these ghosts suddenly cheering for us? And it doesn't look like it wants to hurt us at all? Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo were confused, but the audience in the live broadcast room was desperate. It's over. The man came out first. We lost. Dog anchor, you have failed us. Thanks to me following and calling you master. You don't deserve it. It's over. Now we're going to let these beasts go. We'll be in deep shit next. Dog anchor, refund. Yes. Damn it. I rewarded you tens of thousands of dollars. You spit it all out for me. Gnome. Refund. For a time, a large number of pop-ups spitting on Suyu rolled in the live broadcast room. Those spectators who were originally on Suyu's side were disappointed in his heart when they saw that he still didn't make a move now. Suyu of course saw the live broadcast. He looked towards Zhou Dongliang and the others who were surrounded by the ghost swarm and finally spoke. Captain Zhou. Captain Zhang. Come over here. I'll explain it to you. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo led the team through the group of ghosts and came before Suyu. Suyu briefly talked about the bet with that group of ghosts. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo and the others instantly understood. No wonder the ghosts don't look normal. They couldn't believe their ears when they heard it. Zhou Dongliang looked closely at Suyu and said tentatively. So grand. Master, you lost the bet and those ghosts won the bet and are now letting them go? Suyu spread his hands. That's how the situation is now. Zhang Weiguo and Zhou Dongliang and the others all froze in place, looking at Suyu in disbelief. But they always felt that Suyu was certainly not the kind of person who would betray. And there are combatants waiting at the door. Perhaps he was trying to use this move to increase the real-world experience of all combatants in dealing with ghost swarms. Yeah, that must be it. The group of ghosts let out a huge sigh of relief when they heard Suyu's words. The leader, a Sakura Nation ghost officer, turned his head and ran away with the group of ghosts. But just then, you guys are really going. Suyu's gaze was cold, instantly casting the Tong Tian talisman to draw dozens of fixing talismans. And in between the fixing talismans there were also several 5 thunder talismans struck. In an instant, all the ghosts present were immobilized at the same time as rushing shocking thunder lit up this side of space. Whistling. Boom. A thunderous explosion shook the sky, causing people like Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo, as well as everyone in the live broadcast room, to tremble all over. In an instant, the large wave of ghosts in front of them all went up in smoke. Everyone could not help but be dumbfounded when they saw the scene where Suyu suddenly drew a few talismans under the explosion of thunder and light, and the group of ghosts suddenly died out. Master, didn't you say you'd let these ghosts leave if you won? Why did you suddenly strike? Yeah, I also thought that Master really intended to spare these beasts, but I didn't realize that he actually didn't want to spare them in the first place. What did I just see? That's fucking thunder. Crap. What kind of skill is this for Master Turkey Bar? It can also strike thunder. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo, who were at the scene, froze in place the moment they saw Suyu strike. Previously, they had wondered if Suyu was thinking of increasing the actual combat experience of all the combatants. Even the ones guarding the cave entrance were not left behind. But then he struck in a split second. No preparation at all. Especially the moments when the booming thunder exploded right in their ears, making their brains forget to think for a brief moment. It wasn't until they heard the sound of Suyu clapping his hands that they came back to their senses. Suyu spoke. These beasts didn't even do anything when they were alive, and they will continue to harm people when they die. So there's absolutely no need to say any promises to these beasts. Suyu sat back on the chair and picked up the mahogany sword and said with a relaxed face, I knew beforehand that your bullets would surely run out in the passageway, and you knew I would be in the conference room. Then in order to hasten to rejoin me and resolve the ghosts you encountered, you will surely use the talisman I gave you to break through the encirclement and run towards me with all your might. It will definitely turn out that you guys will run out first, because with the talisman I gave you, the ghosts here won't be able to stop you at all. Suyu looked around. It was much cleaner now. I just want to get rid of all the little ghosts here at once, and while I've already driven a large group of ghosts to come here and take control, the rest of the herd is following you again. Those ghosts can't hurt you anyway, so I'm bored of waiting, so I'll just tease the dog. That's one ghost king away from being cleaned up. Originally, people were still very concerned about why Suyu suddenly struck out, but now after seeing Suyu releasing lightning between his raised hands, everyone was surprised at what kind of powerful talisman this was again, and Zhou Dongliang couldn't help but ask, Master, we actually wanted to ask, what was that talisman you just had? For ordinary people, a body that can glow and breathe fire is already beyond imagination. It was even more shocking that it was now able to release lightning, and some of the viewers on the air who weren't wiping their cow's tears were keen to find out. To say that the previous emanation of golden light and fire breathing can still be explained by props, then how do you explain this release of lightning between raised hands? Carrying a Tesla coil on your back? But I don't see him carrying anything on him either. Suyu saw that there were also a lot of pop-ups being brushed in the live broadcast, and thought that it wouldn't hurt to popularize it here. I just used one of the strongest talismans of the Taoist family, called the Five Thunder Talisman. The Five Thunder Talisman is, as the name suggests, a talisman composed of 5 Thunder Ministry Marshals. There are 36 marshals in the Ministry of Thunder, in charge of different duties, and the 5 Thunders Talisman can invite different marshals to enter the talisman depending on what they are asking for. And the 5 Thunder Talisman I just made is a combination of Marshal Zhou's Evil Expelling Talisman, Marshal Wen's Zhaoshi Talisman, Marshal Yin's Evil Suppressing Talisman, Marshal Zhao's God of Fortune Talisman and Marshal Ma's Amulet of Protecting the Devil, located in the 4 directions and the central number of E and H. The numbers correspond to each other, calling out the winds and the thunders and vanquishing demons and devils. Zhang Weiguo scratched his head. Why is there another lay department? He asked himself if he had been a soldier for many years, but he had never heard of any Ministry of Thunder. Master, can you tell us what the Ministry of Thunder is? Suyu nodded. The Ministry of Thunder is a subordinate ministry of the Heavenly Court, and is under the authority of the Thunder Ancestor. The 9 heavens in Yuan Thunder Sound Puhua Heavenly Honors, Lord of Heaven's disasters and blessings, holder of the power and balance of things, master of things and people, master of life and master of death. Thunder is the order of heaven. Its power is the greatest. The 3 worlds and 9 places everything can be totaled. Therefore, in Taoism, the 5 thunders are the most powerful. The Thunder Ministry Marshals I just mentioned are 5 of the 36 marshals of the servants under the Thunder Ancestor's seat. The Heavenly Court, on the other hand, can be seen as the highest ruling center of the country, with the Jade Emperor leading the immortals and gods of the heavens. Good Lord, that's something to hear. This world doesn't have legends of heaven or anything like that, and under Suyu's just a bit of science. Everyone's face suddenly changed. Countless spectators unconsciously looked up to the sky and wiped the sweat from their heads. Even people like Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo couldn't stop raising their heads in the conference room to look in the direction of the sky. How is it that each of the masters' things comes to be so big? Earlier, we talked about the ancient times, and now there's the Heavenly Thunder Ministry. Just listening to it, I'm getting goosebumps. I don't know if you guys have a feeling, but just now when Master was saying the name of the Thunder Ancestor, I suddenly felt extraordinarily calm in my heart. I have this feeling too. What the Master said must be true. To say that the one who was most surprised was still elderly. He had been involved in archaeology for so many years, and he had never heard of the Heavenly Court, the Thunder Ministry, or the Thunder Ancestor. And now it's coming from a teenager. If it had been anyone else, he would not have believed it. But now after seeing Suyu release lightning between his raised hands, he had to believe it. Elderly speculated that perhaps the Dragon Kingdom had experienced a historical and cultural break. Why else would these things, of which the ancient texts had no record, be spoken so clearly in the mouth of a teenager, without the slightest element of on-the-spot fabrication? What the hell is this guy? How is it possible to know so many secrets of history? Could it be that all of this has something to do with the Dragon Tiger Mountain? Li Lao was momentarily agitated and couldn't help coughing. The assistant hurriedly brought medicine to Li Lao to take. Only a little better. In the conference room of the building of the Yangjiang Municipal Government, the corners of Mayor Gao's mouth were harder to press than AK at the moment. This was now enough proof that Suyu didn't have any problems. And releasing lightning between lifting his hands, how could this be done by an ordinary person? If this video gets to a foreign country, you're going to be jealous. Director Lu looked at those who had just thrown their weight around and cursed Suyu. All lowered their heads at the moment. His heart was just too comfortable. Directors, is there any doubt now? However, there were still some directors who were not very comfortable with Suyu. I think it's better to see if this person can deal with that so-called Ghost King first. If he is unable to destroy the Ghost King and instead still dies at the Ghost King's hands, then no matter how much we cooperate, the result will only be to postpone the rout. Mayor Gao nodded slightly, feeling that these words were not unreasonable. Now, only if Suyu took out his strength to destroy the Ghost King could these directors willingly cooperate. It's also the only way to convince those big leaders in the province. On this side of the military depot, Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo and the others took a big breath to calm down their surprised moods after looking towards the passageway that had been ravaged by lightning. It was scorched and blackened, and there were quite a few places that had been splintered. Master, should we take a break now, or continue on? Zhang Weiguo asked very respectfully. Suyu stood up and looked at a wall behind him. Treasure reaction occurs 3 meters ahead. He had noticed something was wrong with this place when he arrived here earlier. The obvious hints that the treasure is just ahead, but there is only a wall. It couldn't be anywhere else this close. That means there should have been another room here originally. However, it is not labeled on the map. Suyu looked at Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo. Do you have any more bombs? Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo did not understand what Suyu suddenly wanted the bomb to do. But while other things may be lacking, there are definitely enough bombs. After all, it's to come and blow up this military warehouse. How can you do that without bringing enough? Monkey took out a bomb and came next to Suyu. Master, what are you going to blow up? Suyu looked at the wall in front of him and said, there must be a room behind this wall. Have you heard it mentioned before? Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo and the others shook their heads. They remembered that back then, after the Dragon Kingdom's army had wiped out the Sakura ghosts here, they had taken an inventory of what was inside and found nothing that had been missed. Zhang Weiguo threw out his big hand. If the master says there is, so hurry up and install the bomb and blow up that wall. I'd like to see what those brutes hid in this room back then. Zhou Dongliang hurriedly stopped the monkey. I think there must be a switch since it's a hidden room. If there really is something in the room, I'm afraid the impact of the bomb will cause a breach. Suyu also agreed with this idea. There are Taoist treasures in here. Wouldn't it be a blood-fucking loss if it got blown up? Then I'll trouble you. Zhang Weiguo laughed. I should. Then they joined the team in the conference room to look for the switch to open the door. But after half a day of searching I couldn't find anything that looked like a switch. Suyu saw that even these professionals were unable to figure out the switch. I'm afraid the wall was sealed right up back in the day. Perhaps as they watched the dragon army fight over. The commanders at the time knew there was nothing they could do but hide some things from being found. If we can't find it, we'll have to blow it up. Monkey immediately mounted a bomb on the wall. Then everyone ran for the passage. Zhang Weiguo saw Suyu running in as well and asked suspiciously, are you going to run too, master? Suyu looked at him with a question mark face. How presumptuous of you to ask. That's a bomb. You think it's a 2-kicker released on New Year's Day? Zhang Weiguo rubbed his head with some embarrassment on his face. Boo! A huge explosion rang out, kicking up tons of dust, and the wall was instantly smashed out with a large gash coming out of it. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo led the men to walk inside first to make sure it was safe. After Suyu went in, he saw that the room in here was not small. There were many large dusty wooden boxes piled up on the floor. Good thing none of it was too damaged. Zhou Dongliang immediately asked one of his team members to open a wooden box to see what was actually contained inside. Old Six and Xiaobai hurriedly opened a large wooden box. The top layer was covered with lots of hay. They stripped away all the hay, and the porcelain, ancient paintings, and other artifacts underneath appeared for all to see. Good man, all of them are old artifacts. So the purpose of those brutes getting this warehouse back then was to dump our artifacts, to hide these even when you know you're going to die and not let us find them. You really must not die. And Li Lao of the State Administration of Cultural Heritage was even more excited than these viewers in the live broadcast. That's the real handwriting of Master Lu from 300 years ago. What? The original manuscript of Master Li's poems from 800 years ago is also here. And I always thought it was destroyed back in the day. These are all priceless treasures. I can't believe they were all hidden by those cherry blossom beasts. Li Lao was now having trouble suppressing the excitement in his heart and couldn't stop coughing again. It was only slightly better when the assistant rushed around to reassure him. Li Lao tightly grasped his assistant's hand. Hurry up and contact the mayor of Yangjiang City. No, hurry up and book a flight. I want to go there in person and bring these cultural relics back. And on this side of the military depot, Suyu walked all the way to the corner according to the treasure hunting radar prompts in his mind. He reached down and peeled away the clutter in his way. A dusty, somewhat aged-looking bell came into view. Suyu's eyes lit up at that time and immediately picked it up. Congratulations on the acquisition of the treasure, the 3 Qing bells. In the live broadcast room, Li Lao looked at Suyu's hand with the handle in the shape of a mountain bell, and for a moment he couldn't recognize the origin of this object. Thinking over everything he knew, he couldn't find any ancient text that mentioned it. All that is evident is that the bell is cast in brass. Zhou Dongliang noticed at this time that Suyu was very precious about an old-looking bell. He came over and asked, "Master, could it be that this bell is also a Taoist thing?" Suyu nodded his head to smooth out the science. This object is called the 3 clear bells. The 3 Qing bells are also known as the imperial bells or dharma bells. On various Taoist ceremonies and Jiao festival, Taoist priests hold various magic weapons, walk in line, chant Taoist scriptures, offer green words to pray to the gods, and need to play special Taoist music. The most important musical instrument is the Sanqing bell, which is used to welcome the spirits of the 3 immortals and to bring blessings to the earth. And the 3 purities are the Jade Clear Heavenly Father of Origin, the Superior Clear Heavenly Father of Lingbao, and the Tai Clear Heavenly Father of Virtue. Zhou Dongliang and the others in the audience in the live broadcast room listened to Suyu's science. All of them were taken aback. Earlier Kop appeared a thunder ancestor proper god 9 heavens in Yuan thunder sound po wa tian zun, and now a triple clear, and they all have the suffix Heavenly Father. Looks like another come on, but how it sounds is just coming off as a big deal, and the actual effect is a little too generic. That's what this thing is for blessing? It feels like this is a bit ordinary compared to the previous few Taoist treasures. Yeah, the lightning strike date would finger Tiger and Peach would sword like this in front of us, both of which are so awesome for destroying ghosts and monsters. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo and the others felt the same way as the audience in the live broadcast room. It all felt like the bell seemed ordinary. Suyu saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast, and the eyes of Zhou Dongliang and the others, and immediately turned his words around. The other main use of the 3 clear bells is to be used as a magic weapon to exorcise and subdue demons. Copper bells issued by the tinkling sound, in the gods and people listen to, crisp and pleasant, peaceful souls and tranquility, but the gods and people will be disgusted by the demons, as the so-called vibration of the law bells, the gods and ghosts Xianqin. The 3 Qing bell can welcome the 3 Qing to come down, and that stream of demons, ghosts, and zombies will naturally be scared out of their minds and souls. The viewers in the live room instantly choked. It seems I was presumptuous and should not have underestimated the Master Taoist. I told you before that nothing Master found was that simple, and you all still don't believe me. Suggest the Master not to speak in a loud voice in the future, or my face will always hurt. Elderly of the National Heritage Board. His face was very pale at the moment, but in his heart, he was very surprised at Suyu. He actually knows things that even I don't know. It seems necessary for me to seek him out myself. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo's faces were a little hot after they listened to Suyu's science. Suyu put away the 3 clear bells. Go, find the Ghost King. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo led the team to walk behind Suyu. As for the boxes filled with artifacts, they planned to wait until they were done with the Ghost King before it was too late to move those things. They walked down the darkened passage. The path ahead was illuminated only by the light of a flashlight hanging under the muzzle of the gun. As Zhang Weiguo walked, he looked around and felt that there was something familiar about this place. At that moment, a member of the team came up and said, "Captain, isn't this the same place we came up to last night?" After being reminded by his teammates, Zhang Weiguo also reacted. "I said, why is it so familiar? So it's the place I came to after being blinded by a ghost last night. Coming here again." Zhang Weiguo and his teammates now feel not a bit nervous. Walking slowly behind Suyu was like walking in a park. No stress at all, and in the mood to walk and talk. There was also no need to worry about any ghosts or monsters appearing, as there was now only one Ghost King left. Why do I suddenly feel like this isn't like a visit to destroy ghosts and goblins, but like a trip after dinner? What's there to worry about with Master Turkey Bar? I'm worried about that Ghost King now, but don't be as untouchable as those little caramels. I'm guessing that Ghost King has already wet his pants as soon as he saw our Turkey Bar Master. The viewers of the live broadcast were now beginning to look forward to what the Ghost King in that last room would look like. Suyu walked in the forefront and suddenly felt that something was not right. The yin and yang aura is significantly heavier from here, and there was nothing surprising about the fact that up ahead was the combat command room where the Ghost King was. Other than that, I don't see anything strange, but why does it just keep feeling like something's not right? Suyu frowned and thought in his heart as he walked. Suddenly, Zhou Dongliang's words interrupted his thoughts. "Master, according to the map, we're about to arrive at the combat command room where the Ghost King is." Zhang Weiguo laughed out loud. "After we take care of that Ghost King, I'll treat Master and the big guys to a restaurant to celebrate." Suyu, however, was not as optimistic as they were. He looked at the end of the passage and suddenly his eyebrows tightened. "No, It was the first time that Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo saw Suyu with this kind of expression. Master, what exactly is wrong? Zhou Dongliang asked in a hurry. Suyu closed his eyes and carefully felt the flow of the yin fury qi. For a moment, his eyes snapped open. Here's one more thing. What else did those damn Sakura Nation brutes take and hide here back then? Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo and the others were puzzled. The front is supposed to be a gathering place for the yin and the demonic qi, but some of it is flowing elsewhere. Seeing that they still didn't understand, Suyu thought for a moment and said, in other words, there's something competing with the Ghost King for the yin qi. Now, not only Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo understood the seriousness of the matter, even the viewers of the live stream understood. That is to say, something almost as powerful as the Ghost King is stealing food from the Ghost King? No. Then, in that case, there are two Ghost Kings here? I'm suddenly panicking. Is this still manageable? Suyu handed Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo the lightning strike Datewood finger tiger and the peachwood sword. You guys lead the way to the Ghost King first. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo were puzzled. They can't beat the Ghost King, so it's useless to go there. Suyu explained. I'm worried that if I keep on robbing like this, in case one side is forced to look for the past, and the two yin fuels collide, then it won't be a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. So you guys go ahead and stall that Sakura Nation Ghost King until I get back. You don't have to worry about getting hurt. With me giving you the talisman, Ghost King can't hurt you. After saying that, Suyu asked the monkey for a bomb. Then picking up the bomb, he ran to the other side of the direction of the sinister airflow. Suyu's speed was fast, and in a flash, he ran into a passageway around the corner. The viewers in the live room couldn't see around them. Crap, what kind of speed is this? I can't actually see clearly. Master, you're too fast. Slow down. I can't stand it. I'm also about to be unable to stand it. Who understands? Watching a live broadcast suddenly has a feeling of motion sickness. However, Suyu's speed did not slow down at all. He knew now that if he let that extra thing take one more breath of yin fury qi, it would be 1 point stronger. It's definitely not time for that thing to come out yet. Gotta deal with it while we can. Or hell knows how strong this thing can get. Suyu thought in his heart, and his feet were faster. Not a moment later, he ran into a small room. There was nothing on the floor of this small room to see what it used to hold. However, Suyu looked at the flow of the yin fury qi and realized that there were places here that were sealed by walls as well. Suyu was glad in his heart that he had asked for a bomb in advance. He hurriedly planted the bomb and ran out of the room to detonate it. Boo! The loud noise quickly spread throughout the military warehouse. Suyu waved his hand to fan away the dust that came to his face. Suddenly his face changed, only to see that in the large mouth that was blown open, there was actually a stone-cast coffin appearing in sight. To have a sarcophagus is to have a corpse, and a corpse appearing in a place of extreme yin and great evil is highly likely to undergo necrophilia, and once the necrophilia occurs, the rank is at least jumping stiff. When the audience in the live broadcast room heard Suyu say this, they all became nervous. Master, I'm timid. Don't scare me. Worthy of being a place of great evil, there are not only ghost kings but also zombies, and also in the live broadcast of the oldly, after seeing this coffin, feel a little familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere, but all of a sudden cannot remember. Still, he rushed to send out a pop-up. Judging by the patterns on the sarcophagus, this coffin is at least 800 years old as well, and it was definitely dug out from an ancient tomb, but no ancient burials have been found at this site. That means that this coffin was dug up elsewhere and brought here by the soldiers of the Sakura Kingdom back then. Suyu's face was also a bit gloomy after seeing these pop-ups. If that's the case, then it means that this thing has been sucking in yin fury qi for at least a few decades in the land of extreme yin and great murder. It's not necrotic yet. It's before the hour. Once the hour is up, it will be at least a green stiff grade. The viewers in the live broadcast room, however, still remembered what Suyu had said last night, and for a while they were all a little scared. I remember the master said that encountering a green stiff but running a little slower is disrespecting life. Master, you must fix this thing. Don't let it out. I'm really convinced. How come those sons of bitches in Sakura country want to dig up everything and sell it? I also don't understand what's so valuable about just an ancient corpse, and digging it up to sell it. Suyu hung his cell phone on his chest, then pushed the heavy sarcophagus lid alone. Boom! The lid of the sarcophagus fell to the ground with a heavy landing sound, kicking up a large amount of dust. Master, what power is this? That sarcophagus lid weighs at least 100 pounds, and Master can actually push it all by himself. And under the flashlight, a black wooden coffin appeared in everyone's sight. When Suyu lifted the lid of the coffin with force, while the thick black gas emanated out, he realized that there were 7 coffin nails nailed on top of the lid. He immediately brightened up and hastily removed these coffin nails and put them away. These coffin nails are antiques. Logically speaking, when Elderly saw Suyu's move, he would definitely have an opinion. But right now, All his attention was on the body in that coffin. Elder Lee stretched out his trembling hand to send out a pop-up. Now I finally realize why those Sakura Nation soldiers, back then, went through the trouble of transporting the sarcophagus here to hide it. Because the clothes worn by that corpse were the silver wisps of jade that appeared in ancient records. And all the burial goods in that coffin are valuable artifacts. This means that the owner of this coffin was a dignified prince 800 years ago. Because only ancient princes and lords were entitled to be buried with silver wisps of jade. At this moment, no one knew the excitement in Elder Lee's heart. This is a huge discovery in the history of archaeology. Previously, these were only recorded in ancient texts, and since no physical object had ever been found, everyone believed that the silver witch jade cloth did not exist, and now the facts are in front of us. In that case, then, the legendary witch Hazel is also real and just hasn't been found yet. Elder Lee got agitated and coughed again. The assistant was beside him and hurriedly patted his back gently and brought warm tea. I'm a student of history, and I remember that some of the books documenting history do mention silver and gold wisps. Let's not talk about that what's-her-name clothing. Just these well-preserved burial goods are worth quite a bit of money. No wonder those brutes from the Sakura country are interested in coffins. What a bunch of wolves. Suyu looked at these pop-ups and understood the value of the corpse in front of him and the silver-colored jade clothes worn on the corpse. But the extent of the necrophilia is more important than that right now. Just then, a user whose username was a number sent a connection request. Suyu frowned slightly and clicked accept. An old, eager voice came from the other end of the connection. Hello, I'm Li Guosheng, the director of the State Administration of Cultural Heritage. Some of the history students in the livestream got excited on the spot when they heard the name. This is Elder Lee, a leading figure in archaeology and history. 80% of the history we learn nowadays is the literature of Elder Lee. Master Turkey Bar is bullish. He's actually attracted a big shot of this caliber. When Suyu saw the pop-up screen, he seemed to have guessed the purpose of this Elder Lee's connection. You mean you want me not to destroy this body and these burial objects? On the other end of the connection, Elder Lee nodded repeatedly. Not bad. This is a great discovery so far, of great significance to the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Suyu, however, shook his head slightly, his face not looking too good. Let's put it this way. I have no problem with what you want to do with these burial objects and coffins, but I'm afraid you can't take this body with you. On the other end of the connection, Elder Lee was a bit anxious. That's a prince from 800 years ago. We need to find out who he is, and maybe find out more about the Golden Witch Hazel and the buried secrets of history. However, Suyu said, look, you guys, there are many black hairs peeking through the seams of the silver wisp. This means that this corpse is already above the green stiffness, the level of the hairy stiffness. Although I can use a talisman to temporarily suppress it and prevent it from turning necrotic, the hairy stiff is so powerful that a talisman can't suppress it for long. In the event that at some point in time the corpse turns and human weapons are not even remotely effective against him, it would be a catastrophe for the capital. And the hairy stiffs are no longer afraid of mortal fire, or even sunlight, and I can only stabilize and suppress them if they are around me. Elder Lee was speechless for a while. He hadn't even expected that the necrophilia would actually be so serious. So serious that it had become difficult for the talisman to suppress the necrophilia. Elder Lee can still make up his mind about what is more important. So I'm afraid the body won't be brought back to the museum in the capital. Suyu said. Anyway, sooner or later, this silver wisp jade cloth will have to be taken off and let someone take it away. Now is just the right time. Elder Lee, why don't you teach me how to take off these clothes in order to minimize the damage to the silver wisp jade clothes? This made Elder Lee's heart ache to hear it, but there was nothing more he could do. So, he immediately instructed Suyu on what to do. It took some time for the silver wisp to finally come off. A corpse with black hair appeared in everyone's eyes. Is this the hairy stiff? It doesn't even look like there's much rot. Now I'm especially afraid of this thing suddenly opening its eyes. When Suyu saw this hairy stiff, he suddenly had an idea in his heart. But for now, it needs to be subdued. Suyu took out a coffin nail in his hand and slapped that coffin nail into the top of the hairy stiff's head. The sudden move actually caused the hairy stiff to open his eyes. It immediately stiffened and stood straight. The audience in the live broadcast room saw hairy stiffy suddenly stand up, and everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Suyu immediately condensed his fingertips with golden light and carved the corpse suppressor talisman and corpse control talisman in the center of the hairy stiff's eyebrows. Immediately afterward, he took out the 3 clear bells and shook them. With the ringing of a crisp bell, the hairy stiff that was originally immobilized actually moved. Master, the zombie moved. It's over. The talisman and the 3 clear bells are useless. The hairy stiff is actually that strong. Even the master's talisman doesn't work anymore. So are those black dog blood things still useful? The zombies are coming. Master, run. However, Suyu continued to shake the 3 clear bells and pointed forward. Go! The hairy stiff actually obediently followed Suyu's instructions and jumped towards the mouth of the passage. And the distance of one jump was several meters. And the speed was faster than even human running. This scene made the audience in the live broadcast room look dumbfounded. Master, what have you done? Why are zombies so obedient all of a sudden? Master is awesome. The hairy stiffs are under control. It's true that only a master can calm the scene. Suyu saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast and said, I'll explain later. Now to rush over to Captain Joe and the others. After saying that, Suyu immediately caught up with Mao Stiffy and together they rushed towards the final combat command room. In the passageway leading to the combat command room, the two of them, Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo, walked at the front of the group. Eyes were about to reach the door of the combat command room. A sudden explosion came, startling everyone. The master is so fast. He even used explosives? Zhang Weiguo was surprised by Suyu's speed. Obviously it's only been a short time since we've been separated. Dongliang Zhou said, it's good that the master is fast. It means he'll be here soon. And we just have to hang on in the meantime. Before he could finish his words, his eyes suddenly widened and he froze. Zhang Weiguo saw that his face didn't look right and hurriedly looked over, only to see, under the light of the flashlight, a man wearing the uniform of the commander of the Sakura nation sitting there with his head bowed down behind the table facing the door of the combat command room. It seemed to sense that someone was coming and slowly raised its lowered head. A pair of blood-red eyes in the darkness looked straight at Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo and the others at the door, the corners of their mouths still grimly smiling. This scene caused Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo and the others to feel their hearts grow fuzzy, and they actually developed a desire to retreat. But they immediately firmed up when they remembered that this was the sinner who had plagued the Dragon Kingdom back then. Zhou Dongliang grasped the mahogany sword in his hand. I remember the year I was a new recruit. When I went to the company library to read books, I had read the article about the Dragon Kingdom's army that year that annihilated the soldiers of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom in the Gale Mountain. So it should be the army here. I remember when the article said that the commander's name was Goro Ishii, and that he killed many of our brothers and sisters back then. His words had just finished, not waiting for others to react. The Ghost King, who was sitting in the combat command room, looked like he had heard something happy, and the smile on his face became even more intense. It gently hooked a finger. Moment. Boo. With a loud bang, the door to the combat command room slammed shut. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo and the others immediately tensed up, because just now they were clearly still at the door. Now it has actually come in this huge battle command room, and the doors are so tightly shut that they can't be opened at all. I didn't think that I, who had already committed harakiri, would ever be mentioned again. I think that back in those years, the army I led was invincible and unbeatable, and your Dragon Kingdom's army was simply unable to defeat me. Those were days to remember. If it hadn't happened later, I wouldn't be in the situation I'm in today. The Sakura Ghost King, Goro Ishii, spoke fluent Rokoku, his face ashamed and regretful. What's this motherfucker barking at? Look at the way that brute still has a look of pity on his face. He obviously doesn't regret it at all. Meow. What's the point of pushing with it? Just let it die again. In the official live broadcast room, the viewers were all filled with righteous indignation when they saw Sakura Ghost King Ishii Goro's hateful face. Couldn't wait to get in the ring and tear this beast of a life apart myself. Zhang Weiguo was the first one who couldn't help himself, gripping the Thunderstrike date with Finger Tiger and charging straight up. Behind them, the team members also took out willow whips stained with chicken blood or black dog blood and charged up. Their hatred for the Sakura Nation brutes made them forget their fear. Right now they just wanted to beat the beast of beasts in front of them to death with their own hands. When Sakura Ghost King Ishii Goro saw Zhang Weiguo fighting over with a wooden Finger Tiger, he did not put it in his eyes in the slightest. Not even ducking, just standing still. When the lightning-striking date palm Finger Tiger struck his body, a sharp pain came. Surprisingly, it was hard enough to knock it back 2 steps. There was still black smoke coming from where it had been hit. Sakura Ghost King Ishii Goro's face was filled with surprise. I didn't think that after becoming a ghost, I could actually be brought to a long-lost sense of pain by a piece of broken wood. In that instant, several willow whips came over, causing the still surprised Sakura Ghost King Ishii Goro to not be able to react in time, and was hit solidly on his body again. The pain that came this time wasn't as intense as it had been from the previous wooden Finger Tiger, but it had made it impossible to be as subdued as it had been before. Soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, it seems I have underestimated you once again. Sakura Ghost King Ishii Goro slowly drew the saber at his waist. That saber was emitting a thick black aura. Just by looking at it, I felt that if I were to be injured by that knife, the consequences would surely be severe. Sakura Ghost King Ishii Goro smiled wryly as he drew his sword. It disappeared from sight in a flash. The next second he appeared behind a member of the team and raised his knife to slash down. Look out! Zhou Dongliang rushed up with an arrow step and blocked that slash from Sakura Ghost King Ishii Goro with his mahogany sword. Sakura Ghost King Ishiguro was surprised once again. It was obviously just a sword made of wood, so how was it able to block his own blade and not be cut? But now it had no time to think as Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weigui came barreling in together. Sakura Ghost King Ishiguro had seen the power of those two logs and immediately dodged out of the way. Then he turned around and slashed at Zhou Dongliang's back. Since the slash came so suddenly, everyone didn't have time to react. Only the moment the black blade slashed down, with a flash of golden light on Zhou Dongliang's body, he unexpectedly flicked the black blade away. "Old Zhou, are you alright?" Zhang Weigui asked eagerly. Zhou Dongliang shook his head. "With Master's talisman, he can't hurt me." Despite the words, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Without the talisman given by Suyu, I'm afraid that casualties would have already appeared in those few moments just now. Sakura Ghost King Ishiguro was once again surprised in his heart when he saw that his attack was actually unable to slash. "No way! Why are you guys able to block my attacks? I've obviously become a powerful Ghost King. There's no way you guys are still my opponents. There's no way I, Goro Ishii, can still lose at the hands of you Rococo people." Sakura Ghost King Ishiguro suddenly emitted a wild black aura all over his body, and his crimson eyes became even more hideous. This sudden shift in aura actually set off a cold gale in this sealed space. The dust blown up by the gale kept everyone's eyes open. The Sakura Ghost King, Goro Ishii, let out a roar and raised his sword to charge at the crowd that was blocked from view by the dust. Suddenly, the closed door was torn apart by an even more ferocious force. Sakura Ghost King Ishiguro and Zhou Dongliang and the others all looked over at once. They saw a zombie in tattered clothes and covered in black hair jump in. This was a big surprise to Zhou Dongliang and the others. Why are there still zombies? And a zombie with black hair. Looking at the aura emanating from that long-haired zombie, there was also the black gas spitting out of his mouth from time to time. All of them made the crowd feel that this zombie in front of them was definitely not the kind of small character they had seen before. It was now a belly-to-belly attack, and they didn't know how long the talisman given by Suyu would be able to resist under the attack of these two powerful ghostly things. They were still worried. The hairy stiff roared and exhaled a strong black gas, sliding both feet against the ground and charging violently. The viewers of the official livestream saw this scene, and their hearts were in their throats. "Oh no! There's a Ghost King in front and a zombie behind. It's obvious that we don't give a damn about living. Why don't we pull back? We really can't hold it. Why hasn't the master come yet? If he doesn't come, these people will become boxes." Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weigui, who were at the scene, and others, likewise felt tremendous pressure. It was the first time they had faced two such powerful evil spirits. "If I make it back alive this time, I can brag about it for the rest of my life." Zhang Weigui gritted his teeth and turned pale, but laughed out. The others and Zhou Dongliang saw the long-haired zombies rushing towards them, and their faces were similarly pale. But just as everyone was preparing to fend off the attack of the long-haired zombies, a crisp bell rang out. The long-haired zombie actually swept over their heads and rushed to Sakura Ghost King Ishiguro, raising his hand and slapping it over his head. The speed was so fast that Sakura Ghost King Ishiguro didn't even react and was directly slapped to the ground. Even the features are blurred by the shot. Immediately after that, the long-haired zombie's pitch-black sharp claws pierced through Sakura Ghost King Ishiguro's body, and between the large amount of black gas bubbling up, a rhinoceros-topped ginormous monkey rushed it away. Sakura Ghost King Ishiguro climbed up from the ground, greatly surprised looking at the long-haired zombie in front of him, and there was actually anger in his eyes. "It's you dogs who have been robbing the In Fury Chi from me, or else I would be stronger than I am now. I should never have brought you back in the first place." It was fine if he didn't mention this. As soon as he did, the hissing sound of the long-haired zombie also carried an incomparable anger as he burst away. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weigui and the others froze as they watched the zombie and the Ghost King fight. What's going on here? It looks like this zombie is the one that Master mentioned earlier. The one that snatched food from the Ghost King. That means we're safe now? Not necessarily. The Master said that if we let these two streams of In Fury Chi collide, it won't be a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. What do we do then? Can we still resist? Don't worry, you don't need to resist now. A voice suddenly appeared from beside them. The crowd snapped their eyes over and realized that Suyu had already come next to them at an unknown time. As soon as they saw that Suyu had arrived, they instantly felt incredibly relieved. Zhou Dongliang hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "What's going on, Master?" Suyu explained without haste, "This zombie has already cultivated into a hairy stiff due to sucking in at least a few decades of In Fury Chi. This one." They remembered that above the jumping stiff was the green stiff, and above the green stiff was the hairy stiff. At that time, Suyu said that running slower when encountering a green stiff was disrespectful to life. Now that the hairy stiff is in front of us, why don't we run away? Seeing their gloomy faces, Suyu said, "There is no need to panic. I've already controlled this hairy stiff with a corpse control talisman. Together with the corpse suppressor talisman and a coffin nail driven into its head, it's enough to suppress the Yin and demonic chi in its body. There's no need to worry about letting them meet now. Zhou Dongliang and the others were full of doubts. How can a coffin nail, which by definition is the closest thing to a dead person, instead subdue it? Suyu guessed what they were thinking and explained. Coffin nails are called soul-suppressing nails in feng shui. The 7 pieces used have the purpose of nailing in the soul piece and calming the soul to break the fury. And that's when Harry Stiffy and Sakura Ghost King Goro Ishii fought viciously. Sakura Ghost King Ishii Goro slashed at the Harry Stiff. The Harry Stiff didn't avoid it in the slightest and carried it head-on, only to hear the black knife cut on the body of the Harry Stiff, making a metallic sound, sparks bursting in layers, but actually did not hurt the slightest bit. Not only were Dongliang Zhou and the others present surprised, even the Sakura Ghost King, Goro Ishii, was very shocked. No way. With the blade condensed by my Yin Fury Chi, there's no way it can't hurt you. However, the only thing that responded to it was an explosive roar from the Harry Stiff, and with one hand on his neck, he pressed the Sakura Ghost King Ishii Goro to the ground, followed by a frantic clawing. Sakura Ghost King Ishii Goro couldn't stop screaming as more and more black chi was punched out. Zhang Weiguo couldn't help but shout when he saw that Mao Stiff actually beat Sakura Ghost King Ishii Goro so badly. That's the way to fight. Good job. Worthy of being a zombie of my Dragon Kingdom. Next to him, Zhou Dongliang and the others all looked at him. Zhang Weiguo said, born a dragon country man, die a dragon country ghost. Today there is a foreign enemy brutalizing the people of the dragon country. Shouldn't we be united against the outside world? Suyu nodded his head and said, this zombie is said to be a prince of the Dragon Kingdom from 800 years ago. Zhang Weiguo said, I've studied history. We didn't fight against foreign enemies in the ancient times of the Dragon Kingdom. As the princes and lords of my Dragon Kingdom may have killed thieves and bandits back in the day, it is all the more important for us to shout for it. Zhou Dongliang and the others all felt very reasonable and joined in the shouting and cheering. And the viewers of the live stream were cheering for Harry Stiffy. Ha ha ha, worthy of being a zombie of my Dragon Kingdom, press this beastly Ghost King from Little Cherry Blossom to the ground and beat him like a dog. Come on, beat the shit out of that beast. Harry Stiff, come on. The Harry Stiff who was holding the Sakura Ghost King Ishii Goro down and beating him on the ground seemed to be inspired by the shouts of support, and the aura emanating from his body grew even stronger. Sakura Ghost King Ishii Goro took the opportunity to dodge out from under the Harry Stiff's hand. At the moment, there was quite a bit of transparency in its form. Black gas was still rising from the scratched area, and there was no way to stop it. Sakura Ghost King Ishii Goro was incomparably angry in his heart and slashed at him again with his black sword. With a disdainful grunt, the Harry Stiff swung his hand vigorously and sent the black blade flying, followed by grabbing one of its hands and ripping it off with force. The severed hand, which was in the hands of the Harry Stiff, dissolved into black gas in an instant. It made it even weaker. Sakura Ghost King Ishii Goro no longer had the subdued arrogance he had at the beginning at this moment. The crimson eyes were red with the fear of dying again. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to feel a painful death again. Zhou Dongliang yelled. You don't want to feel a painful death. Do the Dragon Nation people who died inside your hands deserve it? Do they deserve to be tortured by you? What's the point of talking so much nonsense with it? Charge up and tear it alive. Zhang Weiguo was also enraged and excitedly raised his leg to rush over. Luckily, a team member was there to stop it. Captain, calm down. That fight is not for us to get involved in right now. However, Suyu shook the 3 clear bells on his hand. The furry stiff turned and jumped back to his side. This froze Zhou Dongliang and the others in their tracks. Freeze. Now that 80% of the Yin fiendish chi in its body has been beaten out by the Harry Stiff, pull this beast out into the frying pan and fry it. These words woke up the people in the room. Suyu cast the Tongtian talisman to draw a fixation talisman, which fixed Sakura Ghost King Ishii Goro. Then the combatants bounded with a willow whip and together they dragged it outside. I'm an honorable warrior of the great Sakura Empire. You can't do this to me. Let go of me. Be a man and fight with honor. Zhang Weiguo put on the Thunder Strike date with Finger Tiger and gave it a direct punch to the head. The beast is in no position to make demands. You just wait for the frying pan. Your screams are the best tribute to the Dragon Kingdom people who died at your hands. The viewers in the live broadcast room were thrilled to see that the zombies of the Dragon Kingdom were so brave and had been occupying the upper hand, beating the Cherry Blossom Ghost King without the power to fight back at all. And now they were even dragged out to the frying pan. It is as if you are not seeing a zombie, but a brave general slaying the invading Japanese. Worthy of being a member of my Dragon Kingdom, even though he has already passed away, he is still courageous. What does this show? It shows that the Japanese have been to be suppressed by our Dragon Kingdom since ancient times. Little Sakura will always be under our feet. Master Turkey Bar is also really awesome. He can even control such a powerful Harry Stiff. If only I had that skill. I'd damn sure find a female zombie and change into a maid's outfit. He he he. Why do all internet users have such heavy appetites these days? To say the most surprised, it was still Dongliang Zhou and the others who were watching the battle at the scene, in the middle of a dark and gloomy passage. Originally this was supposed to be intimidating, and at this moment, it echoed with a miserable howl from the Ghost King. But no matter how much it shouted, no one paid any attention. It was because all these people, Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo, were looking back from time to time at the hairy stiff that was jumping around next to Suyu. In the past half a month, they had seen the ferocity of zombies and ghosts, and today, he saw such an obedient zombie, but also a hairy stiff that was stronger than any ordinary zombie. Thinking back to the ferocity of the hairy stiff when he fought against the Sakura Ghost King just now, they all still had palpitations in their hearts now. They even thought about how long they, as mortals, could hold out if they were faced with such a fierce and courageous, as well as sword and gun permeable, hairy stiff without Fu and Suyu present. I'm afraid I'll be torn apart in a single shot. The team exchanged whispers as they looked at the furry stiff who had closed his eyes and jumped from one to the next. This hairy stiff is really powerful. Even Sakura Ghost King's sword can't hurt it halfway. I'm afraid that our bullets and bombs will have trouble harming it. I'm wondering, if we run into a hairy stiff like this out there in the future, will we be able to get out in one piece without the master being around? We had to run away from the green stiffs. We'd have to run faster if we ran into the hairy stiffs. In fact, is there a possibility for the master to lend the furry stiff to the bureau for the time being? After all, the Grandmaster is only one person, and with so many of us on the team, if we can have such a powerful furry stiff as a teammate, the success rate of our future missions will also increase. I think the hairy stiff is at least half as good as a master. That's something to consider. Suyu suddenly spoke, startling the team members who were talking in whispers. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo spoke up almost simultaneously. Master, is what you said true? The whispers of these team members, of course, could not escape the ears of the two of them. In fact, they had the idea. They just hadn't figured out how to say it yet. Suyu shook the three clear bells, causing the hairy stiff that had somewhat jumped off course to jump back onto the right path. But not now. Now this hairy stiff will only mechanically execute a single command. It's going to be a little hard to get it to cooperate with your operation in my absence. And with the level of Yin Fury Chi in this hairy stiff's body, every 3 days I have to restabilize it with the Corpse Suppressor Talisman and the Pure Heart Divine Incantation so that it doesn't go out of control. Upon hearing this, Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo's few hearts didn't lose heart. Instead, they were somewhat looking forward to it. The future is a great hairy stiff to be a teammate and work together to deal with the problems caused by ghosts and monsters. This is something unprecedented. Let go of me, you vile dragons. I refuse to accept such a penal code. I qualify for POW treatment. The sudden roar of the Sakura Ghost King, Goro Ishii, interrupted the rosy picture of the future imagined by several people, including Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo. Zhou Dongliang frowned and turned around to strike Ishii Goro's body with his sword. This made the screams it let out even more intense. Shut up. Wait honestly to be judged. The viewers in the live broadcast room were indescribably happy to see the sinner of history transformed into a ghost, now as if he were a lost dog. You're a ghost. You're entitled to POW treatment. It's not like ghosts are protected by law, and that's not even in the Niswa Convention. Son of a bitch. My great-grandfather died under the son of a bitch's gun, and now I'm taking my grandparents with me to see my enemy die again. Ha ha ha. I also wiped Kao's tears from my grandfather, who was more excited than I was to be next to me with the big knife he used to kill Sakura back in the day. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all very excited to see that the former sinner was about to die again, and in the frying pan, all at once. But at the same time, some of those Sakura Nation and Sakura Nation students living in the Dragon Kingdom have deliberately registered new numbers so that they can continue to comment, and some are just now deciding to come down. I seriously protest this inhumane behavior. Even if the other person has become a ghost, they should be treated fairly, not lynched. Rokoku people, you shouldn't treat soldiers like this. I know you have misunderstandings about our Sakura Nation soldiers, but let us take him back to our country and we'll judge him. He is also a soldier of our Sakura country, and soldiers are not to be insulted. These little cherry blossom ghosts pop-ups instantly caused the Dragon Nation audience to become furious. What a way to let a pack of wolfish beasts into your own home. Damn it, if you guys push one more time, I'll take your dog's head with the big knife my grandfather used to kill the little cherry blossom ghosts back in the day. That dead thing deserves to be called a soldier. It's an animal in human skin. Suyu walked at the back of the group with the hairy stiff while his cell phone was still hanging on his chest, not even seeing that the live broadcast room was already noisy. It didn't take too long to get out of the cave this time. The crowd is back outside again. The midday sun was more than just blinding. It gave you a bit of a headache. Having stayed in dark places for a long time, it was a little uncomfortable to come out. and the team members who were in charge of burning oil and keeping watch at the cave entrance were all gone at this time. This made Suyu and Zhou Dongliang, as well as Zhang Weiguo and the others feel strange. Suyu looked at this big sunny day, and it didn't seem like there were ghosts outside. Besides, some of them had guns and bullets soaked in black dog blood and chicken blood in their hands, which were enough to fight off the ghosts and monsters even if they encountered them. There's no way it's even missing. Zhou Dongliang immediately let go of the willow whip in his hand. Everyone on guard. Just as the words fell, a hearty laugh came from around the corner of the muddy path. A moment. The crowd saw the combatants, who were supposed to be out there burning oil and keeping watch, approaching with a group of men. And that laughter came from a middle-aged man in an executive jacket who was walking at the front of the line. As soon as he saw Suyu, he hurriedly ran over in excitement. I don't care even if I step in wet mud and dirty my shoes and pants. As soon as he came up, he saw the hairy stiff next to Suyu briefly froze for a moment, and then tightly gripped Suyu's hands. Ah, Master Su, I've finally met you in person today. Suyu felt a little uncomfortable seeing someone so enthusiastic as soon as they came up. You are? Another middle-aged man next to him stood out and said very politely, "This is our Yangjiang City's Mayor Gao Liang Gao." The viewers who were watching the live broadcast in the live room were suddenly surprised. I didn't realize that the mayor himself had stepped in. You know, normally it's hard to meet a big leader like this. Now it's actually going to come down to the countryside and come here in person because of one person. This is really unexpected. Suyu was also very surprised to hear that it was the mayor himself. He looked to the man next to him who had just introduced the mayor. And you are? The man smiled cheerfully and said, I'm our Yangjiang City's director Lu Zhenmin Lu of the Special Warfare Bureau Against Ghosts and Monsters. Ah. Then he introduced Suyu to the others behind him. This is Director Wang of the City Administration. This is Director Qin of the Forestry Bureau. And this is... He introduced more than a dozen directors in a row. It didn't just make the viewers of the live broadcast more surprised. Even the people present, such as Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo, were incomparably shocked. None of these leaders they had all met. Now it's actually coming in so many at once. Even Suyu could not help but feel surprised. I wonder what the leaders are here for. If it's about the Sakura Nation military warehouse, we're almost done with it. Now it's just a matter of setting off a bomb to blow up the military warehouse, and of putting this ghost king in the frying pan. Mayor Gao looked at Ishii Goro, who was tied up like a pig, with some surprise on his face. If all of them hadn't wiped on a little cow's tail before coming, they wouldn't have been able to see the familiar face of the beast. This is a sinner recorded in the history books of the Dragon Kingdom, but it was just a glance and he continued to talk to Suyu enthusiastically. Grandmaster Su, the battle you fought in there, we all saw it clearly through the live stream. In order to thank you for removing this great hidden danger from our Yangjiang City, we had to come in person to do so. To Director Lu of the Ghosts and Monsters Special Operations Bureau, he said, originally, we were still in a meeting, and after the mayor saw you, Master, take a shot at solving these ghosts and monsters. He didn't wait to watch your live broadcast, and said that he had to hurry to come and meet you in person. We would also like your personal guidance on our future course of action in dealing with ghosts and monsters. We will definitely cooperate fully. The other directors chimed in. Due to the presence of the hairy stiff and the Sakura Ghost King, they didn't dare to approach at all. Suyu said, in fact, the method of dealing with ghosts and monsters, the science I did last night during the live broadcast, is already enough for you to deal with many situations. The only thing you have to be careful about is that it's the kind that takes cow tears, black dog blood and chicken blood. Heaven has the virtue of good life, and must not kill indiscriminately at will. The method must be humane. These are things that require your leadership, Mayor, and the support of the directors to come in well. Mayor Gao clasped Suyu's hand while warmly patting the back of his hand. Master is resolute in killing ghosts and monsters and so compassionate to these little beings. It's really touching. We must learn more from you. Humph, compassion? It's just the hypocritical Rokoku people. At that moment, the Sakura Ghost King, Ishii Goro, who was bound by the willow whip, said angrily, if he's really that merciful, he should give me a fair and just trial, instead of a word that puts me in the frying pan. Mayor Gao looked at Sakura Ghost King Garo Ishii with his back. Having watched the live broadcast, he understood that this Ghost King was no threat to people now. Only before, in order to say something to Suyu, did he temporarily ignore this beast? Now that the words are out of the way, it's time to deal with it. Sakura Ghost King Ishii Garo said, you're the mayor of this city. I think you should know that it's wrong to abuse lynching. I demand a fair and open trial. It thought that if it could just get a chance to get away, it would be able to regain its energy. It's not too late to find a place to practice for a few years and then come back for revenge. Suyu stood next to him and picked up his cell phone, and saw that the live broadcast was already noisy. Mayor Gao, who was standing next to him, naturally saw the Sakura Nation viewers and Dragon Nation viewers arguing in the live broadcast. Mayor Gao's eyes rolled and his face smiled once again. Bureau Chief Zhang, you're our police chief in Yangjiang City. Which law do you think we should use to try this ghost? Director Zhang shook his head. As far as I know, no such law has been enacted. Mayor Gao asked again. What about internationally? Director Zhang still shook his head. There are no corresponding legal provisions in international law either. Hearing this, Sakura Ghost King Ishii Goro's face suddenly changed. Mayor Gao nodded. Director Liu, what are your duties to the Ghosts and Monsters Special Operations Bureau? Director Liu stood beside Suyu and said, our duty to the Ghosts and Goblins Special Operations Bureau is to eliminate ghosts and goblins that are a threat to humans. And Master Suyu Su, our professional advisor to the Ghosts and Goblins Special Warfare Bureau, is responsible for providing us with the proper methods of eliminating ghosts and goblins. Mayor Gao looked at Sakura Ghost King Ishii Goro with a smiling face and then said right into Suyu's cell phone camera. So then everything we do is reasonable and legal and compliant and is absolutely not a lynching. At those words, the Dragon Country viewers in the live broadcast room instantly laughed. Yes, Master is an official member of the Special Warfare Bureau against ghosts. And that beast is a ghost. What's wrong with my master teaching people how they can destroy ghosts? Those men from the Sakura country, how do you prove that the bound ghost was one of your soldiers? And doesn't the fact that Goro Ishii died decades ago have anything to do with the ghost we're dealing with now? The pop-ups from the Dragon Nation viewers in the live broadcast room immediately overwhelmed the pop-ups from the Sakura Nation, and there was nothing they could do about it at all. And the Sakura Ghost King, Goro Ishii, was instantly in a hurry. There was a lot of gibberish in bird language that no one in the room could understand. Director Liu looked at Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weigua. You guys do what you need to do. Remember, it has to be something within the scope of duty. Understood. Zhou Dongliang immediately pulled off a large piece of plastic wrap to wrap Sakura Ghost King Ishii Goro. It's like kneading clay, getting smaller and smaller and finally rolling into a ball of cling film a little bigger than your fist. The roar of the Sakura Ghost King, Goro Ishii, also emanated from inside. At this point, one of the team members opened the lid of the pot. There was a thick smoke rising from the rolling hot oil. The moment Tony Joe put the insurance ball in, barely, there was a loud pop of oil and a miserable yell from Goro Ishii. Zhou Dongliang immediately covered the lid of the pot and realized that one person actually could not press it a bit. Zhang Weigua and a few team members rushed up to press together. No matter how much the Sakura Ghost King Ishii Goro inside screamed and begged for mercy, he didn't let go and even pressed with more force. Listen to the pleas and screams coming from there. Those in attendance and in the live stream couldn't have been more relieved. Even some of the veterans who were dragged by their grandchildren to watch the live broadcast couldn't stop the tears from falling from their eyes when they saw this beast being lowered into the frying pan. They are ready to go to the martyrs' cemetery to tell the good news to their comrades who once fought together. I heard Ishii Goro fade to silence. Mayor Gao and the group of directors present couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Suyu also very cooperatively turned off the live broadcast. Goro Ishii, who commanded the army that killed hundreds of thousands of us back then, died again this time. Or the most painful going down the frying pan. This is the best tribute to the martyrs and people who died back then. Master Su, this is thanks to you. Mayor Gao clasped Suyu's hand with some excitement on his face. Inside the room, every one of the grandparents had experienced the pain of the war years. None of them had thought that nowadays, they would have the chance to personally see their enemies die again. Mayor Gao took the video next to him, adjusted himself, and said to Suyu, Master, I just spoken to all the directors during the meeting. In the future, if you need any help from the departmental units in dealing with ghosts and monsters, you can always ask them to cooperate unconditionally. Suyu did not expect that Mayor Gao had actually given him such great authority with this visit. Then thank you, Mayor Gao, and thank you, chiefs. The directors present responded very politely. Zhou Dongliang came to Director Liu at this time, reporting to the director. All the artifacts in the military warehouse have been brought out. Mayor Gao and the others saw the boxes of artifacts being carried out inside in their hearts. I didn't realize that the little cherry blossom ghost stole so many of our artifacts back then to take them to another country and sell them. Luckily, there was no year when the Dragon Kingdom army came in time to force those little cherry blossom ghosts to transport them too late, so they could only hide these artifacts. Now that these artifacts have seen the light of day, it is important to contact the National Heritage Board to come and study them for safekeeping. Regarding this issue, Suyu said, Oldly from the National Heritage Board in the capital said in my live broadcast before that he would bring these artifacts back to the National Heritage Board properly. It sounds like it should be coming to Yangjiang in the next few days. As soon as Mayor Gao and the other directors heard that Elder Li of the State Administration of Cultural Heritage, such a big shot, had personally come to Suyu's live broadcast, surprise was written all over their faces. Elder Li himself is a titanic figure in the archaeological world, and a number of big leaders in the present-day top echelons of the country are his students. A person of this caliber, Mayor Gao and these directors are not even qualified to meet. Nowadays, they actually come to the live stream to contact the anchors in person. That's something that's never happened before. At this time, a combat member came over to Director Lu and interrupted their surprise. According to Master Su's instructions, we also have to blow up the center of the netherworld. May I ask if we detonate now? Director Lu looked to Mayor Gao, waiting for his order. Mayor Gao steadied himself and said, "Detonate. The sooner this scourge is dealt with, the better for the personal safety of the people in the neighborhood." Then, with the exception of the officer in charge of the bomb that was to be detonated, the rest of the group followed toward the main road where they had parked. Along the way, the hairy stiffs following Suyu around made those directors somewhat afraid to approach. But still, I couldn't stop watching with curiosity. This was the first time they had seen such an obedient zombie so close. Mayor Gao also couldn't help but look at it a few more times. "Master, there's a question I've been dying to ask." Suyu nodded. "What's the problem?" Mayor Gao said. "Master, this zombie under your control, will it really not be a threat to people?" Suyu said, "As long as it's by my side, I have a way to suppress it. I can assure you that there is no threat to people." Hearing Suyu's words, the hanging hearts of Mayor Gao and the group of directors finally dropped. They soon came to the main road. Immediately afterward, a loud explosion came from the distance, and the earth trembled. The center of the place where the Yin fiends gather is finally destroyed. Suyu looked at Mayor Gao. "But if you want to completely eliminate the danger forever, the terrain here must be changed," Mayor Gao hurriedly said. "I would also like to ask for Master's guidance." Suyu pointed his finger towards the two peaks in the distance. "First of all, we have to blow up the White Tiger position's Cold Valley Mountain and Lion's Head Mountain lower, so that the Green Dragon position's Tong Mountain is higher than these two peaks, forming a situation where the Green Dragon is in the sky, causing this place to become a pattern of Yang flourishing and Yin declining. And since the two peaks in the White Tiger position were blasted lower, the wind was able to blow in, so that the Yin and the demonic chi could no longer coalesce, and the air would all be much better." "Ha, and blowing up mountains?" Mayor Gao was instantly surprised. That's not a small project. However, he still wrote down Suyu's words one by one, and then gave the task to the directors next to him. He knew that this problem had to be solved, or else he feared that such incidents would continue to occur in the future. Immediately after that, these directors of bureau had to go and deal with these matters, so they all left first. "Then I'll leave first too. There's a trip to the province for a conference today." Mayor Gao saw that things were also finished here, so he left the place as well. Suyu came to Director Lu and took out the talisman he drew this morning. "Director Lu, let's trouble you to the Ghosts and Monsters Special Operations Bureau to distribute these talismans to the public for free. But I would suggest it's best to give it to major hospitals, mortuaries and crematoriums first, because these places are heavy with Yin energy themselves. They are prone to attracting those dirty things." Director Lu received the more than 100 talismans handed over by Suyu with both hands and was very touched in his heart. "Don't worry, I'll make proper arrangements." After that, Suyu told him some more things to watch out for after that. Director Lu then departed back to the bureau to make arrangements. Now on this main road, there was still Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo and their crew, and now the players are all here. "Let's get out of here too." Just after Zhou Dongliang finished speaking, Zhang Weiguo couldn't wait to say, "Everyone hasn't eaten their lunch yet. I propose that we go to a restaurant. I know a new Jan-style roast duck restaurant with rave reviews for its signature dish, Jan-style mud duck." It was fine if they didn't mention it, but at the mention of food, the stomachs of these combatants were hungry. Zhou Dongliang looked at Suyu. "Master, you can just come with us. You have helped us so much. Although one meal is not enough to express our gratitude to you, but it's also a piece of our mind." Suyu looked at the hairy stiff beside him who was emitting a slight black aura. "Next time. I just collected the furry stiffs here, and I've got a lot of work to do. As you know, I live in a neighborhood, and that can be surrounded by people, so it must be handled properly. And I'm also going to draw more charms out to protect as many people as possible." The people saw that these things were indeed quite important as well, and they no longer insisted. As for Zhang Weiguo, although in his heart he wanted to have dinner with Suyu, he also understood the priority of the matter and could only grit his teeth and sigh. After that, Suyu asked for a black cloth to cover the hairy stiff. He didn't want to take a zombie out on the street. That would be too much of a turnaround. Then Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo and the others sent Suyu home together. As for the zombies, the seats are all filled up and have to be put in the trunk. After a while, several military SUVs were parked at an intersection not far from the neighborhood. Then Suyu carried the hairy stiff covered by the black cloth and carried it on his shoulder towards the neighborhood where he lived. Fortunately, due to the age of this hairy stiff, the corpse stench was not that heavy, and if you didn't smell it carefully, You basically couldn't smell anything strange. Pedestrians passing by Suyu didn't notice anything strange and thought he had bought an inflatable wife to go home. When Suyu returned home, he put the hairy stiff by the window with long sunlight hours to ensure a better suppression effect with abundant yang qi. He looked at the hairy stiff standing still and cocked his head and thought, and after we finish eating, we're going to get something to calm it down better. After all, it's too dangerous to leave here, and it's good to make sure it doesn't get out of control in case I'm not there, or if I'm delayed by something and don't make it back in time. Suyu looked up again at the house he was currently living in. At this rate, it's best to live in a less crowded suburb. He was controlling the hairy stiff at that time, and he intended to use it to help ordinary people deal with ghosts and monsters in the future. Now, not to mention the whole country, just a Yangjiang city does not know how many hauntings will happen in a night, and how many hauntings will go undetected. His power alone is really limited. When there's a chance in the future, get a few more zombies or obedient and harmless ghosts or something like that to train them properly, and let them go and help the official staff deal with some problems. It would also reduce the number of dangerous things that can happen. There's nothing else going on right now. Suyu decided to draw a wave of prizes first. Host's current total of science popularization points, 85,430. There are quite a lot of cope points this time around. He nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the current number of cope points. System, how many science points does it take to upgrade the draw now? Current draw level LV5. Upgrading to LV6 requires 14,000 science points. Currently LV5 level draws require 10,000 science points at a time. May I ask the host to choose the lottery? Or to upgrade the lottery level? Suyu felt that the current draw level was already considered high. Let's not continue upgrading the draw level this time. So how many sci-fi points does it take to upgrade the treasure hunting radar now? The current treasure hunting radar level is LV3. If you need to upgrade the treasure hunting radar to LV4, you need 10,000 science points. Draw 7 times in a row and just keep 10,000 copper points to upgrade the treasure hunting radar. Suyu had already decided. The familiar raffle wheel immediately appeared before your eyes. Let's see what comes up this time. Suyu was filled with anticipation as he watched the lottery wheel begin to slowly rotate. Ding! Obtained yellow talisman paper X100. The raffle wheel continues to spin. Seconds later. Ding! Get the ink dipper X1. Suyu looked at the continuously rotating lottery wheel. The mind is anxious for something good to come. Ding! Obtained yellow talisman paper X200. Yellow talisman paper is fine. It all works anyway. But come on, have some fun. Suyu looked closely at the raffle wheel. Ding! Acquired Maoshan Corpse Alchemy. See this scene. Suyu frowned slightly. Brand new knowledge entered his mind. Maoshan Zombie Refining. As the name suggests, teaches people how to refine zombies and control them. This thing looks pretty sinister. But Suyu thinks that whether something is evil or not depends on who is using it. If it's for a good cause, all the evil laws can be used in the right way. If one is doing bad things, even the most righteous law will go astray. Like a weapon, like a gun. If a bandit takes it, it's a scourge for the world. And if the police and military hold it, it's a weapon to guard the peace. Looking carefully at the new knowledge that appeared in his mind, Suyu looked again at the hairy stiff by the window. No wonder I always felt as if something was wrong. Now that we have the Maoshan Corpse refining technique, we finally know where the leak is. I'll refine it when I'm done with this. Suyu thought in his heart. A new prompt pops up on the draw wheel in front of you. Ding! Gain Vermilion Sand X1. Suyu bristled. You can buy this stuff. So why put it in the prize pool? Ding! Obtained yellow talisman paper X300. Suyu looked at the total of 600 yellow talisman papers he had now obtained, able to protect quite a few people. But it's still not enough if you just rely on the lottery. We'll just have to go see if I can find a place to do it later. Otherwise, with a population of tens of millions in one city, not to mention the whole country, this point is not even necessary. Soon, the raffle will gradually came to a halt. The last draw appears. Ding! Gain 100 years of cultivation. Suyu was surprised when he saw the last reward appear. I actually got another 100 years of cultivation. The moment the words fell, 100 years of cultivation was poured into his body. Suyu immediately felt that his entire body was filled with power. There's also the illusion of flying lightly into the sky and looking down on your feet. All in all, it's indescribably soothing. Before Suyu could come out from the soothing feeling of cultivation enhancement, suddenly, the raffle wheel shook. Congratulations to the host for triggering a blitz in the lottery. Gaining the art of gasho. The moment. Even Suyu couldn't help but say the word fuck. I actually drew spells. Suyu was astonished beyond measure in his heart. How could I not expect to draw a spell in this streak? A feeling of being able to manipulate artifacts appeared in his heart. The feeling was subtle and strange. It seemed that with a single movement of the mind and the mobilization of the air in his body, He could bring over what was in front of him. Suyu looked at the plate of fruit in front of him and couldn't wait to try it. Only a thought had just flashed through the mind. Between the fingertips, the red and large apple in the fruit plate actually slowly flew to the front and landed in his hand. Suyu was very excited to see that he had successfully imperialized the apple. He also hurriedly took out the peachwood sword, the 6 coffin nails, and the lightning-striking datewood finger tiger, and set them on the table one by one. Then looking at the mahogany sword in front of him, he mobilized the air in his body and immediately reached out. The mahogany sword actually wobbled and floated. Immediately after that, he hooked another finger. The mahogany sword immediately flew in front of him. The corner of Suyu's mouth smiled as he looked towards the hairy stiff standing on the windowsill, followed by both fingers together pointing at the hairy stiff. Go! The mahogany sword flew towards the hairy stiff with a swish. It quickly flew towards the hairy stiff. With a hook of Suyu's finger, the mahogany sword grazed the furry stiff's cheek and instantly stopped in midair. Well. Although it missed, Suyu's heart was still excited. He looked again at the 6 coffin nails on the table. Once again, he did as he had done, and all 6 coffin nails flew up in unison and swirled around his body. It only didn't last long before they all fell to the ground. Even so, Suyu was still happy. Isn't this the ability I've often dreamed of? After knowing this spell, in the future, flying with a sword is no longer a dream at all. It can come true anytime. Suyu was already fantasizing about the image of flying in the sky with his imperial sword in the future. But right now for this spell, I'm not very skilled. Gotta practice more than that. Suyu thought that he would try flying with the imperial sword when he became skillful. Otherwise, if he stepped on the sword and flew without practicing, if he played it off and fell from the sky, he would be crippled if he didn't die. 2 really good things came out of this raffle. Suyu rubbed his hands together in delight. Host's current total number of science popularization points, 15. 430. Looking at the small number of cope points left at the moment, he was going to upgrade the treasure hunting radar and see. The current treasure hunting radar level is LV3. If you need to upgrade the treasure hunting radar to LV4, you need 10,000 science points. Literally. Upgrade successful. Treasure hunting radar successfully upgraded to LV4. Treasure hunting signal strength increased. New function to explore ghosts and monsters. What does this treasure hunting signal strength boost mean? An increase in the strength of the treasure hunting signal allows the treasure hunting radar to detect the location of treasures with weaker signals. The moment the system finishes answering the question, on the treasure hunting radar in Suyu's mind, 2 flashing green points of light with the location of the treasure immediately appeared. This upgrade works well. There is a treasure location near Commercial Street. Suyu was about to go to this place to buy some copper for the hairy stiff to make a mask to strengthen his suppression of it. Just stopped by to pick up this treasure, but the ghostly markings didn't show up on the radar. Come to think of it, it was still broad daylight, and unless it was one of those very dark places, no ghosts or monsters usually dared to appear at this time of the day. But then again, ghosts and monsters that dared to appear at this time of the day were definitely not simple either. Suyu looked at the hairy stiff who was honestly standing in place with his eyes closed. There are still some steps to be perfected for controlling the furry stiffs before we leave. Then he went to the kitchen and brought out a bowl filled with water. Then he picked up the fruit knife on the table and gave his hand a cut. When the bright red blood flowed into the bowl, the hairy stiff actually opened his eyes and looked straight at the fresh blood. Suyu naturally noticed this. Don't worry, it'll all be yours in a minute. After he treated the wound with gauze, he drew a psychic talisman with the Tong Tian talisman and struck it into the blood water. In an instant, the bowl of blood glowed faintly red. After doing this step, Suyu picked up a spoon and then opened the mouth of the hairy stiff. At this time, the hairy stiff seemed to know the power of that bowl of blood water, and actually forcefully closed his mouth. It seems true that the practice was not perfected at the time and was a bit flawed. After all, it's a hairy stiff, not an ordinary zombie. Suyu took out the 3 clear bells and shook them. The crisp bell rang. Here, do as you're told and drink it up like a good boy. The hairy stiff's whole body was trembling, and his blackened mouth opened a little bit very reluctantly, but then it quickly closed back up. I just don't believe it. Suyu kept shaking the 3 clear bells and ordered the hairy stiff to open his mouth. This blood I just shed, it's fresh. Didn't you just want to drink it? Just drink it. For a moment, he had the illusion that he was feeding oral medicine, and Harry stiffened and moved his neck, every cell in his body very much resisting. But with the 3 clear bells and the corpse control talisman and the corpse suppressor talisman, its resistance didn't have much effect. Suyu picked up a spoon and fed the blood water dissolved in the psychic talisman into the hairy stiff's mouth one bite at a time, until not a drop of water remains in the bowl. After the hairy stiff drank the bowl of blood, his body suddenly shook. The open eyes closed again. What the Maoshan zombie refining technique says, in order to better control a powerful zombie, it must be strengthened with the method of psychic powers. And the blood and water fed into the psychic talisman is only half complete. To complete it all, you still have to take 3 mouthfuls of the breath of the first sun in the east at dawn and blow it into the zombie's mouth through a bamboo tube. This is how the method of psychic corpse control is all completed. Although the method of psychic corpse control could strengthen the control of powerful zombies, but now that you're dealing with hairy stiffs, it's still necessary to buy something to protect against them. After Suyu put the hairy stiff in place, then he went out and took the bus to Commercial Street. During the day, the Commercial Street is bustling with people coming and going. Suyu walked in through the crowd. The place he was going to was the store that specialized in selling antiques. Treasure response found 120 meters northwest. Early on in the bus, the treasure hunting radar in his head kept sending out alerts. It seems like the treasures are really in the shopping street, which is also convenient. Suyu was not very familiar with this place and asked a few passers-by before finding the location of the curio store. At the same time, treasure reaction found 50 meters to the east. Suyu looked in the direction pointed by the treasure hunting radar, where there were basically stores selling some miscellaneous brands of cheap clothes. It's actually across the street from the antique store. With just a glance, Suyu smoothly opened the live stream and turned around to walk into the curio store. Tens of thousands of people instantly came in on the live stream, but that was because most people didn't know that Suyu would actually open a live broadcast at this time. Amazing! Master is actually on the air again at this point. It's a good thing I hugged my roommate and swiped through short videos or I would have missed it. I just wanted to go to see the young lady cleaning the glass. A look at the master came, then still look at the fart. I am only serious about the master. With all the other anchors are just playing. Master, can I have one of that talisman? After watching the master's noon broadcast, I want the master's talisman too, and I sleep much more peacefully. Master, I want it too. I want it too. Suyu saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast and said, "Don't worry, I'll try my best to draw more talismans out, but there's no need for anyone to panic. I'm sure the equipment for the combatants against the ghosts and monsters will be updated soon and will protect everyone better." The owner of the antique store is a big-looking man, and it looks like he hasn't poked around a lot. Suyu had just walked in the doorway when he saw a customer looking at a very old white jade pot inside. "Boss, how much for this?" The owner of the antique store raised his eyes. This was used by the emperor 3,000 years ago to contain wine. $3 million at one price. The guests' faces changed when they heard that. $3 million, you're robbing money. The owner of the antique store hemmed and hawed. "If you want it, just give a price." The guest took the white jade pot in his hand and played with it a bit. $1,000, or I'm leaving. The curio store owner raised his hand and shouted, "Good deal." This time not only that guest froze, even Suyu and the viewers in the live broadcast room froze. Good guy. $3 million directly cut into $1,000. And actually sold. Boss makes $995 in tears. I'd pay nine for something like this. Master, don't come here to buy anything. Be careful of being pitched. What are you afraid of? This boss really dares to cheat us masters. Turn around and put the hair stiff in his house to play. That customer looked at the white jade pot in his hand, and then looked at the boss who had a sinister smile on his face. In the end, I could only buy it with tears in my eyes and leave the antique store. Suyu walked to the counter. "Boss, do you have any copper coins here?" The owner of the antique store was still looking down at the incoming $1,000 happily. "Yes, wait until I show you." After hearing someone speak, not he was in a hurry to take out an identical white jade pot and a few copper coins from under the counter. The owner of the antique store just looked up and froze, nearly dropping the object in his hand. "Da, maestro, I can't believe you came to my store." The owner of the antique store immediately put the item in his hand on the table. "Wait, master, I'll get the real thing out for you." Suyu looked at the few copper coins on the table. Good lord, it's all fake. Suyu had thought that the amount of ancient copper coins itself was quite a lot, even if the antique store had a lot of fakes. But for the copper stuff, at the very least, you take a few real ones out to begin with. I didn't realize that the old boy was going to be a fake right off the bat. Not a moment later, the owner of the antique store walked out holding a beautiful mahogany box. Suyu looked at the exquisite mahogany box on the table and said, "You know me?" The owner of the antique store said excitedly, "But I've been watching your live broadcast since noon today, and got cow tears from my wife's cousin to really look slutty to those ghosts and goblins. I have to say, you look awesome fighting ghosts." Suyu waved his hand. "More words will not be said. Can you show me these coins?" The owner of the antique store hurriedly opened the exquisite mahogany box. It was filled with copper coins. These can be the real thing from 500 years ago. A full half dozen, totaling 500 cents. If you want to collect it, master, I'll give you a price of 500 a caddy. How about it? Suyu was not in a hurry to answer, but casually picked up a few copper coins. Families, the first thing you need to look at to see if a copper coin is real or fake is the material it's made of. These coins are made of brass, that is, over 400 years old. The writing on it is okay, too. When the owner of the antique store saw that Suyu was actually identifying the authenticity, the look on his face changed slightly. Suyu continued, and then there's listening to the sound. The longer the age of the ancient copper coins, the more serious the calcification. The calcified coins lose the original sound of copper. Hit with metal sound dull. The smaller the sound, the longer the time. Then he picked up 2 copper coins and gently and lightly touched them. Then the corners of his mouth smiled. A few more coins were picked up at random. And then there's the smell. The longer an ancient copper coin is, the more it oxidizes, and the longer a copper coin oxidizes, the less coppery it smells. Suyu smelled it, then put the copper coins in his hand into the exquisite mahogany box. Boss, since you've seen me live, you should know what I'm capable of. There's real and fake in here. And you're still charging me £500? The viewers of the live broadcast saw the owner of the curio store, with a panicked look on his face, swiping pop-ups. What a great guy. Even the master dares to play tricks on you. Right. This boss is so bold. Wait, master actually even understands this? The owner of the antique store did not expect Suyu to be so young to actually understand this, hastily accompanying a smile. Ha ha, master, I was just joking with you. Suyu also had a smile filling his face. Boss, I see you have some darkness in your seal. The owner of the antique store was visibly flustered. I don't understand it, but it definitely doesn't sound good at first glance. Master, what is a blackened seal? Suyu said indifferently. The blackness of the Hall of Seal means that you won't be long before there will be a disaster. If it's a bloodbath, you go to the hospital if it's minor, or you die if it's major. The viewers of the live broadcast heard that there was such a thing. For a while, they also all quieted down to listen to Suyu's science. The owner of the antique store had seen Suyu's live broadcast and was convinced of his words. A cold sweat broke out on his body. Great, master, what should I do then? You have to help me. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all gloating and swiping pop-ups when they saw the owner of the curio store scared like this. I said how to look at this face so familiar. This is not last month pit me tens of thousands of dollars to buy a fake calligraphy and painting old liar. Just this kind of pit boss deserves to have things happen. And the kind of anchor who carries that kind of pitiful goods in his live room better have a blackened seal as well. Suyu looked at the flustered curio store owner and smiled at the corner of his mouth. There is also a way to try to break this plague. Once the curio store owner heard that there was a way to avoid it, he hurriedly tried to hold Suyu's hand, but Suyu promptly retracted his hand. Seeing this, the curio store owner could only grab his hand and look at Suyu pleadingly. However, the curio store owner saw Suyu not move a muscle. He immediately understood and hurriedly picked up the box of real and fake copper coins and ran towards the back room. Not for a while. When he came out again, he was clutching another wooden box that was one size larger than the mahogany box. Only this time the box was older and looked a bit older. Master, I definitely won't screw you over this time. Suyu opened the aged wooden box. There were indeed quite a few copper coins in there, and quite a few of them had some dirt stuck to them. Suyu picked up these copper coins one by one and carefully observed them. These can be confirmed to be true, and there's actually quite a bit of 5 emperors' money in there. If these 5 emperor coins were used to make a coin sword, the power would be stronger than the effect of a coin sword made of ordinary coins. That is, 10,000 people's coins. Because the 5 emperors' money is absorbing the 5 emperors' chi from their heyday and the anger of the earth. It is not comparable to the ordinary money for 10,000 people. The curio store owner was quite happy to see Suyu's face. There was a sigh of relief. Master, if you want it, I'll give it all to you. Look at this. Suyu naturally accepted these copper coins without any hesitation. Who let him punt first? If I didn't know this, I would have really taken the real and fake copper coins back to make a mask and a copper sword. In case something goes wrong, that's a problem. Someone could get killed. In a word, how the calamity is resolved depends most on you. The less you do the pitfalls, the farther away the calamity will be from you. Having said that, Suyu nonchalantly hugged the wooden box and headed out. The curio store owner was still following along, trying to help. However, Suyu firmly refused. After that, the curio store owner could only watch Suyu walk into the area where clothes were sold. Is this master taking us clothes shopping? If you want to buy clothes, you should have said so earlier. My house is a clothes maker. If the master wants it, I'll send a few good sets to the master. For nothing? That good? Not for nothing. Of course, as long as the master accompanies me to dinner and then to breakfast. The conditions are not at all great. Why do I keep feeling like you want to eat the master? Suyu held the wooden box and continued to walk on the road where people were coming and going. The road is lined with stores selling cheap clothes. Pedestrians on the road couldn't help but take a few more glances when they saw the man holding a wooden box. Treasure reaction found 12 meters northeast. Northeast? Suyu looked over along the edge and found a corner. He walked in. The road was found to be the road to the outside, and there were quite a few clothes buyers setting up stalls around it as well. Just then, his face suddenly changed. Seeing a stall selling clothes, among those clothes, there was actually a yellow Taoist robe. Suyu is now holding something. It is not convenient to broadcast live. Can only explain to the audience in the live room, and then down the live room. Immediately afterward he ran to the floor stand where the clothes were being sold. Eyes tightened on the dhoti. It's just so dear to see doilies in this world. With this garment, the identity of the Taoist priest is almost complete. But didn't the Taoist stuff not exist in this world before? Things like the mahogany swords are found where no one else is. How come the robe is now in someone else's stall? Boss, are your clothes a family heirloom? The owner of the ground stall is a dark-skinned older woman. When she saw the yellow Dao robe that Suyu was pointing at, she was in a trance for a moment. When did I get this dress in my booth? Never mind. I don't lose out if someone buys it anyway. 80 apiece. If you buy more I'll give you a discount. The ground stall owner's brief trance did not escape Suyu's eyes. He could see that the dhoti wasn't her family heirloom. Or it could have come up unnoticed. Suyu was too lazy to cut the price, and swiped a Jifu Bao to buy the yellow Dao robe. The owner of the ground floor stall was overjoyed to see an ingrate not cut the price. But Suyu was even happier than she was, because this is a true Taoist robe. It has the power to protect against evil spirits. If he got the skill of refining weapons or something like that in the future, he could also refine some spells or formations onto his Dao robe. Holding the wooden box in one hand and the bag containing the Dao robe in the other, Suyu walked into another clothes store, bought a wide black robe. The clothes on the furry stiff are too worn out. We need to get him a robe to wear. After Suyu bought everything he wanted to buy, he also bought a bamboo tube and a new cell phone on the way. Then he took a drop and drove towards the neighborhood where he lived. Back home, Suyu immediately changed the hairy stiff into a black robe. Then take out the inkwell and pour the vermilion water over it. Then draw out the inkwell thread to string one copper coin after another. It took half an hour to make a copper mask and put it on the hairy stiff's face. The yang energy of the $10,000 coin is used to suppress the yin and demonic energy in his body. Suyu surveyed the hairy stiff who was now wearing a black robe, a hood, and a copper mask on his face with his eyes closed. A sense of mystery and majesty was born. It made one feel, at first glance, that it was definitely not simple. Especially the black claws that were hidden under the sleeves of that black robe made people feel shivering. When 3 mouthfuls of the breath of the first eastern sun are blown into its mouth at dawn, perfecting the method of controlling the zombie will be complete. When the time comes, you'll be able to take it out on errands without worrying about it. Suyu looked at the remaining copper coins and 5 emperor's coins in the wooden box, so he started making the copper coin sword. After a while, Suyu used the remaining copper coins and the 5 emperor's coins to make 2 good copper swords. The golden light mantra was also added to it to enhance its effectiveness. Suyu looked at the mahogany sword, lightning strike juju wood finger tiger, 6 coffin nails, 2 mahogany swords and 3 clear bells placed on the table, as well as the yellow Taoist robe that he had just obtained. Now that you have so many things to deal with evil spirits, you're really becoming more and more like a professional Taoist priest. With my current strength and what I have in my hands, ordinary evil spirits won't be my match at all. Anything that comes across can be easily resolved, basically without difficulty. Suyu looked at these things on the table and suddenly frowned slightly. Now all kinds of ghosts and monsters are appearing all over the world. In case some ghosts and monsters from other countries come to the Dragon Kingdom, if it's East Pass and Southeast Pass, those countries, that's still not a big problem. The Eastern Kingdoms are honored by the Dragon Kingdom. Ghosts are transformed by human death. Although the ghosts and demons of the East appear in different places, they are all of one lineage, and can all be resolved with my Taoist spells. But if it's the likes of vampires, werewolves, evil spirits, and demons that come running in from a Western country like White Eagle Country, the Taoist spells probably won't have much effect. Just in case, I still have to prepare something to deal with Western ghosts and demons. He didn't think that with one word from him, he could get Dragonland to close its ports and airports. This is a big deal, and the country certainly doesn't make decisions easily. Think about it. Suyu hurriedly asked the system. System, if we continue to upgrade the draw level, can we draw something like dealing with the ghosts and demons of the Western lineage? Please continue to upgrade the draw level of the host, and you'll have everything you can think of. I guess I'll have to keep sci-fiing and getting more sci-fi points to do it. Suyu shook his head and took out the 600 pieces of yellow talisman paper and began to start drawing talismans. After a while, the sun was about to set and the bright moon was already showing a corner in the sky. Suyu moved his neck. 600 talismans drawn. The next step is to send it to Director Liu, so that he can be responsible for arranging its distribution. Suyu looked up at the sky. It was already almost night. He took out his cell phone and called Director Liu. At this time, Director Lu just went home to eat a dinner, intending to squint for a while before going to the bureau. Usually he sleeps and rests during the day. If it weren't for the daytime meetings with the mayor and dealing with Gale Mountain, it wouldn't have been the first thing to catch up on sleep as soon as he could. This just closed my eyes and squinted for a short while. The cell phone on the table rang. Dad, your cell phone is ringing. Leave your father alone to work. Director Lu's wife tenderly picked up her daughter, who had just started elementary school, and sat on a sofa. Director Lu yawned and picked up his cell phone to take a look at it, and was immediately refreshed. Next to him his wife froze. How come we never saw him die when we were in love? Hey, master, what's up? Suyu said. It's almost nighttime now, and I think it's almost time for the ghost combat team to depart. I'm worried that I won't be able to catch up, so I'll send the newly drawn charms to your side by another method, and you'll be in charge of arranging for them to be distributed. Director Lu was very happy to hear that there were newly drawn talismans. Those talismans given by Suyu during the day. He prioritized sending them to the bureau's combatants and doctors, as well as those places in the hospital. It was all handed out at once. But there are still some combatants and hospital doctors and administrators of the Special Operations Bureau against the ghosts and others who have not yet been claimed. Even he didn't leave one behind. After all, something as important as this has to be considered first for the frontline teams. Now that he heard that Suyu's side had a new painted talisman, how could he not be happy? Master, it's better if I go over and get it. Suyu said. No need. My method is faster. Whatever you see later, don't be frightened. That's how I deliver the talisman. After asking for Director Lu's current location, Suyu hung up the phone. Then he cast the Tongtian talisman to draw a 5 ghosts carrying talisman. At the moment the talisman was formed, 5 ghostly flames penetrated through the windows or passed through the door to come in front of Suyu. You guys give the talisman on the table to Director Lu Jianmin Lu of Household 0613A on the 13th floor of the 6th building of Tianfeng Garden. The 5 ghost flames swept over the pile of yellow talismans on the table and disappeared in an instant. Immediately after that, they flew through the window straight towards the place Suyu had said quickly. At Director Lu's house, he sat on the sofa very curious as to what method Suyu would use to send the talisman over. Also asked for a home address, which felt like a locator. Could it be with a drone? But the distance between the master and my house has long exceeded the distance a drone can fly, hasn't it? Director Lu put his cell phone down, and when he turned his head, he saw his wife's somewhat jealous face. Who is that master you speak of? And so enthusiastic. It couldn't be any young lass, could it? You were in such a hurry I haven't seen you since you were in love with me. Director Lu looked at his wife with a surprised face. Didn't I tell you? The words came out with a slap to the head. Yeah. I didn't get back until almost this afternoon today, and as soon as I got back I went to bed. But you don't watch it live? Director Lu's wife said. I only watch live bandwagons and beauty videos. Who wants to watch your haunted stuff? I still want to sleep soundly. Get a little bit of what the normal world felt like half a month ago back. Director Lu was just about to explain when he saw what looked like something glowing flying outside the window, and so on. Nope, it's coming at me. Come on, get down. Chief Lu made a flying leap and tackled his wife and child, blocking them with his own body. In just an instant, those 5 glowing things actually passed through the window in Director Lu's line of sight and came to a steady stop next to him. In the blink of an eye, a bunch of yellow talismans actually appeared on the ground where there was originally nothing. Immediately after that, the 5 ghostly flames instantly passed through the window and quickly moved away until they completely disappeared from view. So, this is the method the master was talking about. Director Lu's hand trembled as he picked up the yellow talisman on the ground. His heart still somewhat stunned and a hint of excitement. He hastily took out 2 charms and gave them to his wife. After an explanation, he hurried to the station. Suyu looked at the fact that things were all done now and planned to order a fried chicken to eat and treat himself. Enjoy the food and then go out live. Soon, night fell. Suyu finished eating 2 roasted chickens and wiped his mouth before taking another bite of cola. Cool. How come it's nighttime and the radar hasn't picked up any ghosts? Suyu looked at the only green dot on the treasure hunting radar in his mind. Or we'll just go on a treasure hunt and then see if we can run into any ghosts. After the decision is made, Suyu put the yellow Taoist robe on, and then put the mahogany sword, copper coin sword and other magic weapons, all into the system space. Then, he went out the door. He's in no hurry to go live. Though, I haven't come across anything yet, and the treasure hunt point is still missing. It's not the first day on the air either. Just thought I'd wait until something came up before I went live. To the Ghostbusters Special Operations Bureau, Director Lu had just arrived at his office, and before he had time to arrange these charms, the chief of the intelligence collection section rushed in. Chief, something's going on in the East End. Director Lu, however, was very calm with the master. There's no need to panic about anything, the chief of the intelligence gathering section said in a rush. Multiple residents have suddenly disappeared from the East Side Crossroads neighborhood. He immediately transmitted a video to Director Lu's computer. This is a live video of an anchor before he disappeared. Director Lu sipped his tea and clicked on the video. Video. It's a sweet-looking dominatrix dancing there to the ace of spades. Everything seemed normal and there was nothing strange about it. But just as the clock was pointing to 1900 hours and the sun was fully set, the anchorwoman suddenly winced. Why is it suddenly a bit cold? Babies, go to a carnival and let the anchor wear hay silk to warm her legs. She finished with a pitiful look all over her face. Suddenly, it's as if they feel something. She walked carefully to the door of the closed room. The slender hand grabbed the doorknob and gently rotated it, opening a crack in the door. The anchorwoman's expression changed slightly. I remember the lights were on in the living room. Why is it dark now? Did the lamp burn out? Just see. In the video she carefully walks into the dark living room. As the minutes ticked by, there wasn't a sound in that dark living room. Didn't see the anchorwoman come back again either. However, just then, the dark living room lights suddenly flickered. Within seconds, the dark living room was illuminated by lights. But Director Lu sprayed a mouthful of tea onto the computer screen. The head of the intelligence collection section hurriedly said, "Director, when we received the news that someone was missing, we immediately sent the team in charge of the Eastern District to visit the house to check the situation." As he spoke, he fast-forwarded the video to when a 5-man combat team in charge of the Eastern District showed up. However, Director Lu pressed the hand of the chief of the intelligence collection section. Rewind the video back to when the living room lights were flickering. The chief of the intelligence collection section did not understand why this was necessary. However, it still followed Director Lu's instructions to rewind the video. When the lights flashed, Director Lu suddenly pressed the pause button. Look, Director Lu pointed to a somewhat blurry place between light and darkness in the video. Is that a hospital bed? And is that a row of chairs next to the bed? The head of the intelligence section looked carefully at the place where Director Lu was pointing. When he got a good look, he broke out in a cold sweat. That really looks like a hospital hallway. And the other half of that hospital bed is a couch? It's not right. 10 out of 10 has to be 12 out of 10 wrong. This is obviously still the living room of the house. Why is there a hospital hallway? How can a couch or a Netflix model be connected to a hospital bed? Director Lu swallowed hard and thought about all the things Suyu had previously science. Neither found a statement that fits the current situation. Judging by what we've seen so far, maybe it's been ghosted somewhere else. The chief of the intelligence collection section said, but didn't the master say that what the ghosts cover their eyes to see is false? Now that the people are gone, how can they still be ghosts covering their eyes? Director Lu clasped his hands together. He thought he had learned enough, but he didn't expect a situation to arise now that he hadn't encountered before at all. Just as he was about to call Suyu, asking for help, the cell phone of the chief of the intelligence collection section rang. What? Tell them not to do anything stupid, Director Lu hurriedly said. What happened? The head of the intelligence collection section said hurriedly. That 5-man combat team in the video said they had found some way to find those missing people. What nonsense! Director Lu hurriedly asked for the phone number of the leader of that combat team to call from the chief of the intelligence collection section. They must be stopped from messing around. At this time, in a house in the East District of Yanjian City, a mother was shivering with her child in her arms. Next to him was a 5-man combat crew, their eyes locked on the closed bedroom door in front of them. At that moment, the captain's phone rang. The captain picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Lu Jinmin. As soon as the captain heard that it was the chief's slightly angry voice, he said in a hurry, Chief, what are the instructions? On the other end of the phone, Director Lu said, I heard that your kid is going to do something stupid. And if I don't call personally, I'm afraid that your kid is going to have an accident. You stay where you are now and wait for the master to arrive for everything. As soon as Suyu was mentioned, some admiration flowed from the captain's face, but then his gaze firmed up. Chief, the master does have skills, but he's only one man even if he's good. How many combatants do we have nationwide, and how many hauntings do we have to deal with every day? The master can't take care of all of them. The captain gripped the 2 charms that hung around his neck folded into triangles. We're not kids anymore and it's time to wean ourselves. Now I may be able to figure out some of the patterns of people disappearing. It's when the door that closes opens again and the person disappears after walking into that dark place again. We all now have the talismans given by the master, and weapons soaked in black dog and chicken blood, which is more than enough to face the current problem. Since he had all this weaponry, he had absolute confidence that he would now be able to get everyone out on his own. No matter how sternly Director Lu stopped him on the other end of the phone, he couldn't change his firm resolve. Chief, just wait until you see our outstanding performance in the official broadcast. The captain hung up the phone and looked over at the mother and son. Don't worry, since we're here, we'll definitely save your husband. The The mother and son nodded gratefully with tears in their eyes. The captain looked behind him to the 4 members of the team. Go! The captain went to the front of the line and opened the bedroom door, which was pitch black. He took the lead the moment he walked in. Lights suddenly flickered on in the dark bedroom. The crew following him stepped up their pace and walked in. But the next moment, when the light is fully on, the only people left in the bedroom were the team members. They're in a state of utter confusion. And the captain is missing. What the hell? Where's the captain? How come a good one is gone? Obviously they went in together. How come they're gone? To the Ghostbusters Special Operations Bureau. Director Liu knew that the captain's words were justified. But now this situation had never been encountered before. And there was no telling what dangers might arise if they just ventured in like that. He hastily opened the official live stream. Find that captain live. Live feed. That captain was in a dark and eerily quiet place. He hastily turned on the flashlight hanging under the muzzle. The light from the flashlight illuminated the front. The place was large and empty, with 4 white marble columns in the center. There was a dusty wheelchair next to the pillar. There was also a lot of loose clutter on the floor. To the left is a white counter. The captain turned sharply to look behind him and found only a closed door behind him. Where's the crew? Where did the team go? The captain hurried to the closed door and lifted his leg. But the door wouldn't budge. The captain wanted to look through the window on the door to see what was going on outside so he could determine if he was still within the confines of Yangzheng City. However, the window was fogged up, so you couldn't see outside at all. And the butt of the gun and the dagger hit it without even a scratch. It was as hard as steel. This looks like a hospital, doesn't it? Or the abandoned hospital. It's over. Only one captain has come here now. None of the team has followed. That's not right. I'd been watching the live feed, and just as the captain went in, the live feed flashed and the scene changed. It must be a ghost covering your eyes. Take a leak. How about giving in and lighting a couple cigarettes like the master said? We all saw it was a hospital on the live feed, so there's no chance it's a ghostly cover-up. Is there? I'm scared. I can't go to the bathroom without being taken somewhere else. I don't feel safe anywhere right now. Director Liu saw that the captain was currently doing okay on the live feed. It was just a snowflake in the live stream every now and then. Either that or the picture was intermittent and felt very unstable, like it would disconnect at any moment. He called in a hurry. Soon, the caller was put through on the other end. But there's tons of clutter. Chen Xing, your team members stayed in that house without knowing what happened. Don't you do anything rash now. Just wait there. I'll contact the master right away. However, the caller. Hello, Commissioner. What did you say? Director Liu sighed. Due to watching the live broadcast, even if the phone has a large amount of murmur does not affect. But Captain Chen Xing is different. His recorder just has the ability to network live. And it's not like he can see it himself. Director Liu wanted to send a pop-up reminder, and there was no way for him to see it. The master must be contacted by phone at once. Director Liu immediately called Suyu again. Suyu had just walked out of the neighborhood a block away, and the cell phone rang. Picking it up, it was Director Liu calling. Just after connecting, Director Liu's anxious voice immediately came from the other end. Master, there's a problem in the eastern district of Yangzheng City. Then, Director Liu told Suyu what happened. After Suyu heard this, he felt that this matter was not like a ghost hitting a wall or a ghost covering his eyes. Ghosting and ghosting are both disorienting to the eyes. To put it in more scientific terms, ghosts are energy beings that affect a person's magnetic field and brainwaves so that they see things that are not there in front of them, but walk into the dark space and disappear straight away. There's also the appearance of the hospital that shouldn't be there in the dark space that appears in the house and is visible to the live viewers. It would have nothing to do with ghosts hitting the walls or ghosts covering their eyes. But Suyu always felt that this sudden entry into another dimension was a bit familiar. I should have heard or seen it before. On the other end of the phone, Director Liu said, Master, are you free now? If you're free, I'll have Zhou Dongliang and the others send you to the Eastern District right away. Suyu said, I'll wait at the entrance of the neighborhood. Also, you tell the residents in the cross-street neighborhood not to open their doors and enter their rooms if they're okay, until I get over there and see what's going on. Director Liu hastened to agree. Suyu had just hung up the phone and turned to walk back. A familiar military SUV pulled up in front of the neighborhood. Zhou Dongliang and his teammates got out of the car and ran over to Suyu's side. Master, we just happened to receive a call from Director Liu on our way to you. Would it be convenient for you to come with us to the East End now? Suyu nodded and said, Hurry up. Afterward, the group got into the car and sped off toward the East End crossroads. Suyu sat in the backseat thinking about this new emergence. How many people have disappeared since the time the dark space suddenly appeared? He looked at Dongliang Zhou next to him and asked, including Captain Chen Xing, who was caught up in this. There are a total of 13 people so far who disappeared after entering the dark space, but strangely enough, no further reports of this kind have been heard since. Suyu rubbed his chin in thought. At 7 o'clock in the night, a total of 13 people entered the dark space and never returned. The captain, Chen Xing, was the exception to this rule, as the entire team walked together towards the dark space of flickering lights. But in the end, he was the only one who went in, leaving all of his team members behind. It's almost 7:30 now. There were no further such incidents at this time of year. Suyu looked out the window and suddenly had a guess. There should be a place of great evil near the crossroads, and also many ghosts and ghost kings exist there, and their resentments form a unique space. The reason why spaces that shouldn't be there appeared in the residents' homes was because it was still the time of day and night, and the Yin-Chi burst out instantly at that moment. Because of the outbreak of Yin-Chi, the space formed by the ghosts and monsters' grievances was allowed to temporarily expand into the residential area, and this is what caused the residents' homes to appear where they shouldn't have been. Zhou Dongliang and his teammates winced as they listened to Suyu's words. It was the first time they had heard that grievances could still form space and expand, but they always felt it shouldn't be that horrible. In that case, then there is no safe place, Tony Chow said, but so far there have been no new reports of such incidents. If that were true, surely someone else would have entered the darkened space by now. There is no shortage of curious people at any given time. There are tens of thousands of people living in the Crossroads neighborhood alone, and it's unlikely that there hasn't been a single incident of this type by now. Suyu did not answer Zhou Dongliang's question. Instead, he said, wait until we get to the east end to see it. The place where Suyu lived was the western district of Yangjiang City. It was a short distance to the east end, but with the SUV speeding along, it wouldn't take long to get there. Suyu immediately took out his cell phone to watch Chen Xing's official live broadcast in order to learn more. Every now and then it lags and flashes again in the live feed. Chen Xing took his cell phone and tried to call to reach the outside world, but either you can't get through, or if you do manage to get through, you can't hear what the person is saying. This made Chen Xing's heart annoyed and confused. He took out the two charms hanging around his neck and felt his troubled mind calm down. With Master's talisman, the ghosts and monsters here can't hurt me, but I have to find the person who blundered in here right away. Chen Xing took out a vial of cow tears and smeared it on his eyelids. Then take the gun and go deeper, one careful step at a time. The official livestream was a bit laggy from time to time, but viewers were able to tolerate it for the sake of seeing what was going on inside. Is there only one official team member coming to such a weird place this time? I feel like if I came here on my own with the effort of going to the bathroom, I guess I'd have to go crazy. In case I'm sleeping and end up rolling over and falling on the floor and opening my eyes to an abandoned hospital, I'm going to pee in my pants. At this point a 6'8" slugger tucked his feet under the covers and hugged his housemate tight. The viewers in the live broadcast room watched Chen Xing walk step by step to the center of the hall. There are passages and stairs to the left and right, but no elevator was found. For what it's worth, this place is definitely at least 40 or 50 years old. Is there anyone? I'm the official combat team leader of the Special Operations Bureau against the Ghostbusters. Chen Xing's shouts were only answered by the ethereal echoes around him. At this point, a sudden sound came from the side. Chen Xing immediately turned around. The flashlight shone just behind him on the wheelchair. He saw the wheelchair in front of him and instantly the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. Because, before, this wheelchair was placed next to a white marble pillar. Not behind him at all. Don't be afraid. You mustn't be afraid. The master said that in order for a ghost to harm a person, it has to reduce the person's yang energy to a certain level through various scary means before it can do so. Now it's trying to lower my yang by scaring me. Chen Xing tightly gripped the two talismans hanging around his neck. The heart was in the right place. So what if you scare me? So what if you lower my yang? With the master's peace talisman and the evil breaking talisman in my possession, you can't harm me at all. I feel horribly strong now. Come on if you can. Damn it. Chen Xing suddenly let out a crack, feeling that his guts were elevated and his brain had a feeling of engorgement. He couldn't help but laugh. The viewers of the official live broadcast room, seeing Chen Xing's actions, had for brushed up pop-ups. Good man. That's living and learning. With the Turkey Bar Guru's science and the Guru's talisman, I suddenly feel like I'm okay. Question. Who is this guru you keep talking about? Master Turkey Bar. That's the first person personally certified by the mayor of Yangjiang City and the director of Yangjiang City's Special Warfare Bureau against ghosts and goblins to deal with ghosts and ghouls. And you don't even know this? This big data is also too reliable. Usually don't pay attention to this thing. Really can't brush up at all. Right now the Turkey Bar Master hasn't opened his live stream yet, so when he does, you'll know how much of a bully he is. But I'm sure Master Turkey Bar is on his way to take care of that. 2. The viewers of the live broadcast were swiping the pop-ups. Chen Xing looked at the left and right passages, and for a moment, he didn't know which side to take, and I don't know where it leads. Is there anyone? I'm an official member of the Special Operations Bureau against the Ghostbusters, and I'm here to save you. He tried yelling for someone again to see if anyone responded. Hey! Coldly a child's mischievous giggle came. It made Chen Xing turn around in a hurry and raise his gun to aim at the passageway on the right. The moment the flashlight swept through the passage, a white figure instantly ran into the corner of the passage. Look at that body. It looks like a child. A child is involved? Boy, don't run. I'm here to protect you. This is no place for fun. Chen Xing was anxious in his heart and hurriedly ran to the right passage, fearing that something would happen to the child. Why are there still kids in there? Don't the parents care? Wait, that kid can't be a ghost. It can't be. It must be a human being, because I saw it without wiping my cow's tears. +1. And I didn't wipe the cow's tears. And I saw the kid, too. There really is a child involved. I hope it's not psychological. It's not a question of whether or not you have a mental image. It's a question of whether or not you're going to make it home alive. In the dark hospital, Chen Xing, the leader of one of the teams in charge of Yangjiang City's Eastern District for the Ghosts and Monsters Special Operations Bureau, was searching the dark hospital corridors for the figure of the child he had seen. He ran after it all the way to the middle of the passage. The middle of the passage was lined with abandoned sections on the left and right, but no children were to be seen. Child, where are you? Come out. I'll take you home. In the silent passageway, Chen Xing's lonely voice echoed. Say, where's that master anchor you guys were talking about? Why hasn't he come yet? It's all gone wrong. Even the kids are involved. It can't be that you're too scared to come. This master is probably just blowing off his bull. But it's really just like that. My master would be afraid? Don't you look at the previous live video? Not looking, not interested, just talking about the moment. Chen Xing couldn't see the pop-ups from the official livestream and continued to search in the dark space. He was just about to open the door to one of the sections when the sound of something falling suddenly came from upstairs. Upstairs? Chen Xing searched, and did not hear the footsteps running up the stairs. But he was so eager to save lives that he immediately ran up the stairs and rushed to the second floor. Chen Xing looked around and realized that the second floor was similar to the first floor, with passages on the left and right. He immediately ran to the window next to him, wanting to take a look outside so he could judge whether he was still in Yangjiang City now or not. But when he got to the window, he realized that it was pitch black outside and he couldn't see anything. Shining a flashlight outside, the light had a hard time penetrating the darkness and could only vaguely make out what appeared to be trees outside the hospital. That being said, I should have notified the master about the Ghosts and Goblins Special Operations Bureau. Why haven't we seen him open the live stream yet? I heard from a friend who saw an SUV against the Ghostbusters Special Operations Bureau just pulling into the East End. And the master must be on it. You know that guru is up there again. I don't think he can solve this thing. He just ran away. It makes sense. This kind of anchor live broadcast is on more than eating. And now it's all gone wrong and there's still no news of him. That's enough of you guys. I've told you that the master is on his way. And you're all pushing yourselves here. Chen Xing could not see outside to judge the location. And there was nothing he could do. It's better to find someone first. He hadn't gone more than a few steps when the sound of something falling came from the left passage. This immediately alerted him, and he cautiously approached the location where the voice had appeared. For the first time in his life, he felt annoyed by the fact that the road was lined with so many more sections. Chen Xing slowly came to the door of a section with a closed door. It felt like the noise was coming from this room. He placed his hand on the doorknob and turned it gently, his other hand already on the trigger of his gun, ready to fight. When Chen Xing finally turned the door handle to the bottom, the viewers in the live room were unconsciously holding their breath for fear of seeing something bursting into their faces. And I'm afraid to open the door and there's nothing there. Chen Xing also held his breath, then violently pushed the door open. In that instant, a shrill scream, and the sound of a table tipping over shattered the original calm. Chen Xing subconsciously just wanted to shoot, when he saw a figure rush in and pounce on his body with teeth and claws. I'll fight you. At the moment the figure pounced on him, Chen Xing instantly realized that it was a living person. He hurriedly tried to yank the woman off of him, but the woman seemed to be in a frenzy and kept swinging her hands in a flurry of blows, and several scratches appeared on her face and neck. Okay, take it easy. I'm a human being and I'm taking on the Ghostbusters Special Operations Bureau. Chen excitedly tried to yank down the woman who was pouncing and thrashing around on his body. But crazy batches of women are simply harder to catch than New Year's pigs. People are almost falling to the ground. Chen Xing shouted several times in a row before the woman gradually regained some sanity. It's people? It's really human. The woman gripped Chen Xing's face tightly, wanting to see clearly, but it's hard to see in the dark around us. It was only when Chen Xing shone a flashlight on himself that the woman could see clearly. After the woman took a good look at Chen Xing, she cried out then, "Finally, we're seeing people again." Chen Xing slowly put her down, and comforted her for a while. Looking at her outfit, it wasn't exactly the anchor woman. Only after Chen Xing saw the woman gradually calm down did he begin to learn something from her. When you say you saw people again, did you run into someone who also stumbled into this place before and then got separated over something? Do you know where the guy you ran into earlier went? The anchorwoman kept sobbing as if she was terrified. Earlier I met an older man in one of the halls on the first floor. Then I went with him to find my way out. And as I was walking past a staircase, I saw a white shadow dragging him up the stairs. I was in a hurry and ran up after him to try to pull him down. But I just ran up to the second floor and the older man was gone. And it was still dark around me. And there was no sound at all. All of a sudden I felt something touch my leg. And at that moment I ran around and found a random room to hide in. After that, I ran into you. After Chen Xing heard it, he felt in his heart that uncle was afraid that he would be in a bad way. But duty calls and people must be found anyway. As the saying goes, live and let live. I'm tasked with finding all the people who got here by mistake. But at the moment I'm not sure how many are involved. So I may have to spend quite a bit of time here, just to be on the safe side. You'd better come with me. But you don't have to worry. I believe the master is already on his way and will be here soon. And we will be safe when he arrives. The anchorwoman frowned slightly. Master? What master? Chen Xing and the audience of the live broadcast is a little surprised. Others do not know even if, after all, the era of big data all according to preferences to push the things of interest. But she's an anchor. Doesn't she know that? You're the anchor. You don't know this? Master is number 1 on the live broadcast list in the same city. The anchorwoman said. There are just a couple dozen people in my live room. I don't really look at the Crossdown live listings. The viewers of the official live stream were in a state of dawning realization. Sure enough, none of the little anchors care about that. That said, this is a live heat. If she goes live in here, her traffic will go wild in minutes. Seeing that her emotions had calmed down, Chen Xing said, now let's set off to find the others. The anchorwoman nodded. It was safer to follow the official combatants than to be alone. Chen Xing walked in front, and the female anchor quietly followed behind. But no one noticed a ripped rope and broken talisman on the floor of the room they had left. Corridor on the second floor of the abandoned hospital. Chen Xing walked in front, and the anchorwoman followed closely behind, her eyes looking around all the time, fearing that something would suddenly appear. Don't be nervous, I've got bullets in my gun soaked in chicken blood, and a willow whip that's also soaked in chicken blood. If the ghosts dare to come, kill everyone you see. Chen Xing heard the anchorwoman's nervous breathing and said something to try to comfort her so that she wouldn't be so scared. The anchorwoman hears something about chicken blood soaking bullets and wicker whips. Why does that sound like fondue? So, is that guru you were talking about reliable? Chicken blood is something you can eat when you cook hot pot. But you're saying it can fight ghosts? There are a lot of scammers out there these days. Are you sure you can rely on them? As soon as this was said, the viewers of the official broadcast room couldn't sit still. Now there are actually people who think the master is unreliable? My turkey bar master who punches zombies and kicks ghost kings is a ruthless character that can be insulted by a small anchor like you. But I also think your great master is unreliable. Didn't you say it was on its way here? Why is there no news at all now? And chicken blood can fight ghosts. And you guys believe whatever he says? Can't he just be a big liar? I see that the official combatants soaked chicken blood and black dog blood bullets managed to kill the ghost. Do you think I believe the master or you? If there really is someone that awesome, then one of you tell me where he is now? Chen Xing naturally did not know that the viewers in the live broadcast room had already quarreled over this. If he had known, he would have argued his case. Just wait and see. Girl, if a ghost comes out, I promise to show my head in take seconds. Not to mention I have the master's talisman, which will definitely keep you and I safe. The two men walked carefully in the dark hallway, down the road and through the corridor. A hospital bed on the wall ahead came into view. At the same time they noticed that the doors to the rooms here were larger. I just don't know where the signage has gone due to its age. However, Chen Xing recognized it at a glance. Looks like we've made it as far as the hospital's inpatient wing. Then, Chen Xing shouted loudly to see if there was anyone. The dark, empty space echoed with both of their voices. They shouted as they walked. Squeaky. They were just walking towards the left leading to the restrooms, wondering if anyone was hiding there. But just then, the sound of a door opening came from the other side. The female anchor was so scared on the spot that she leaned tightly on Chen Xing's back, her whole body shaking. Don't be nervous, it's a human being. We'll have one more companion. It's a ghost. I'll destroy it. Chen Xing took the lead and walked in front. The anchor woman was scared in her heart but still followed. She didn't want to be here alone right now. Soon, they came to a hidden door. Looks like this is the place. Chen Xing took the gun and slowly pushed the door open. The moment the flashlight shone in, a white figure on a hospital bed instantly made the anchor woman and the live audience not dare to breathe. I didn't wipe the cow's tears. I saw it. It was human. It was a child. I didn't wipe the cow's tears either. I saw it too. It's a man, not a ghost. If you don't say people scare people, Don't play like that at night. Chen Xing swallowed and asked in a low voice, "Can you see it?" The anchor woman couldn't even speak at this moment, and could only nod her head frantically. Chen Xing was secretly relieved when he saw the anchor woman nod her head. Based on my half a month's experience with ghosts, ghosts are hard to see with the naked eye. And while I wiped my cow's tears to see ghosts not visible to the naked eye, you didn't. So even you can see that it's human. The female anchor heard Chen Xing's explanation and relaxed in her heart. Chen Xing looked at the figure in front of him with some familiarity. Isn't this the same kid from before? He actually ran to the hospitalization unit. That's fast. Chen Xing relaxed and walked in with a big stride. Boy, did I ever find you? I'm with the Ghostbusters Special Operations Bureau, so come with us and stop running around. Chen Xing came to the bedside, reached out and gently grabbed the kid's shoulders. The child turned his head slowly and looked at them with a crooked head and a mischievous grin. As soon as Chen Xing picked him up, he just felt as if it was a bit too light, and how it was still a bit cold. The boy suddenly let out a shrill laugh, a dark mouth opening wider than his head. The whole of his features twisted up. The anchor woman sat down on the spot in shock and screamed frantically. The live feed was also jamming like crazy at the moment. Aha, it's a damn ghost. Help, I fucking peed. I can't. I'm going to jerk over. Nima, is this the cow pie master you guys are talking about? Nima said the talisman is useful. Crikey, scared the hell out of Dad. I have long said that the master is not reliable, but also one by one with me bar. But also open and close their mouths to say that the master's talisman how powerful. Ghosts and monsters do not dare to come close to. This nymphets are sticking their faces on the open big. The viewers of the official live room were still arguing, but only heard a loud bang. Chen Xing's official live room instantly disconnected. Military land cruiser. Zhou Dongliang was very anxious when he saw that Chen Xing's official live broadcast was interrupted. Master, what's going on? That child was actually a ghost, and I didn't wipe my cow's tears to see it either. The pop-ups in Chen Xing's live broadcast room. Of course, Suyu saw all of them. He had wanted to wait until he got to the place to go live. Now there's a new question that's come up, or have to open a live stream to explain it. Suyu just opened the live broadcast not 10 seconds. The live broadcast room was immediately flooded with 500,000 viewers. Many of them were new viewers from the official broadcast. The audience went wild with pop-ups as soon as they came in. Master, you're finally on live. I waited so hard. I had just peed myself in fear, but as soon as I saw the master coming, the peeing stopped instantly. Master quickly explained why we can see ghosts even if we haven't wiped our cow's tears. That's right. What a rush. Suyu saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast and did not beat around the bush, directly explaining. Ghosts who are strong enough can choose for themselves whether or not they can be seen. And in the space they are in is a unique space formed by a large number of grievances. It's stronger than the resentment in the military warehouse before. It's what makes even some of the weaker ghosts able to make themselves visible. Suyu continued. And the reason why he can barely maintain a live broadcast in this unique space is that the talisman on his body has temporarily blocked the influence of the grievances and ghosts on him. And only then has a delicate balance been maintained. The reason why the live broadcast was disconnected later on was most likely because the talisman was accidentally grabbed off when he met that anchor woman. But some of the talisman's residual power was still in him, and it was only barely holding on. But afterward, being plastered in the face by that child ghost used up the residual power of the talisman, and it was unable to maintain a live broadcast in this unique space. Just as Suyu was explaining for the viewers of the live broadcast, Old Six, who was driving, said, "We're at Crossroads on the east side." The crossroads was silent and deserted at night, and still emanated, if anything, an aura of death. And Suyu just arrived here. The treasure hunting radar in his head had a direction that lit up with a conspicuous red alert. He immediately took out his other phone and opened the map, checking it against the red alert in his head. Then he looked at Zhou Dongliang. Captain Zhou, is there any record of which location the 13 men's homes are? Zhou Dongliang immediately pointed to Suyu's cell phone map and pointed out the missing location of those 13 people one by one. Seeing those locations, Suyu nodded his head and said, "It's just as I thought." Then he pointed to a clearing on the map. Wasn't there once a hospital here? Those new viewers in the live broadcast room immediately looked at Suyu in confusion. No, isn't this anchor from Yangjiang City? How come he doesn't even know about this? Anyone in Yangjiang City knows that there was indeed once a hospital there, but it has long been abandoned for many years. At least I heard that hospital was abandoned when I was in kindergarten. Zhou Dongliang nodded. There is indeed a hospital here. Then he hurriedly said, "Master, should we now immediately make a trip inside the occupants' homes and enter that grievance space from their homes?" The audience in the live broadcast room, upon hearing this, all perked up. Look at me. Look at me. I live just this side of the cross street. Master, come to my house. I live alone in the crossroads. The house is quite big. The master is welcome to come to my house. If you are tired you can just go to sleep. No problem. If master wants to come to my house, I'll go to my supermarket right away to get some good food. No, do you really dare let this man come to your house? The talismans are unreliable, and the people are even more unreliable. Believe it or not. Get lost. Suyu looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast and said, it's no longer useful to go to the house or any other place with a door. Everyone froze at this statement. Suyu said, as I said before, the reason that spaces that shouldn't appear in the residents' homes would appear is because it was still the time period when day and night alternated. And In-chi instantly exploded out at that moment, letting the space formed by the ghosts and monsters' grievances temporarily expand into the residential area, so that it is the residents' homes that appear where they shouldn't be. Suyu looked at Zhou Dongliang. Captain Zhou, didn't you say before that there are no more reports of such incidents now? There is only one reason. That is, the alternation of day and night has been completed. The In-chi has smoothed out, and the Yang-chi has struck a balance with the In-chi for the night. The space of resentment that spread because of the outbreak of In-chi has also shrunk back to its rightful extent, so it's no longer useful to go to those people's homes or places with doors. Zhou Dongliang looked at Suyu with a grave expression on his face. Suddenly, he understood something. I know. Master, you said before that there was a great evil in the crossroads and asked about the abandoned hospital, and the people who strayed into the dark space were centered on the location of the abandoned hospital. So, that big bad place is in that abandoned hospital. Suyu nodded. Good. Now if we're going to get in, we're going to have to go in through that abandoned hospital. Old Six, who was in charge of driving, immediately kicked the gas down. It didn't take long. They soon came to the gates of the abandoned hospital. All of you get out of the car together. When Zhou Dongliang and the others looked at the abandoned hospital at night from the outside, the heart felt a bit furtive at once. An involuntary shiver ran down his spine. Instead, what Suyu saw was a rushing In-chi. It really is a place of great evil. Hospitals are inherently more In than other places due to the number of dead people. But this abandoned hospital has a much heavier In-chi and a strong sense of grievance. As Suyu thought about it, it became more and more similar to something he had seen before. Are there rumors of doctors torturing patients or something like that here? Dongliang Zhou said. This hospital was called the Abnormal Human Research Center back in the day. Back then, there were indeed rumors of this kind that came out, saying that the dean was born in the Sakura country, and that his parents were both immigrants from the Dragon country, after which he returned to the Dragon country to open a hospital for the study of mental illnesses, and that he often performed open brain surgeries on his patients. But since the internet was not developed back then, no one knows for sure whether it's true or not. I heard that there was a riot among the patients at this research center back there, and a lot of people died, among them that dean. What happened after that was a non-event. Suyu was now very sure that this ghost king of the great murderous land was definitely that dean. The patients were tortured to give birth to their grievances and died from the torture, leading to the resentment of the place. Be careful when you go in later. The ghosts here are all crazy, driven by spite and harming everyone they see. And again, since they fear the dean, and the dean has become the king of ghosts, there is a high probability that anyone caught by the ghosts here will be taken to the dean and forced to undergo surgery. After listening to Suyu's explanation, Zhou Dongliang and the others and the viewers in the live broadcast room immediately felt a chill on their backs. A normal person would have already been worried when they went to the hospital and heard they were going to have surgery, and now a forced surgery, or the ghost king himself. Hell knows what the surgery will be like. Maybe even cut it raw without anesthesia. How painful that would be. 100% of them won't make it off the operating table alive. Just thinking about it makes you feel sick everywhere in your body. So you took Zhou Dongliang and the others with him as they walked through the gate and came to the entrance of the hospital's hall. The only thing you can see is a chain doorknob on one of the closed doors. Luckily, Tony Zhou asked his team to bring wire cutters. Click! The chains were cut and fell to the ground. The moment Suyu pushed open the door, a rotten smell hit his nose. He waved his hand to fan away the dust in front of him and sauntered inside. The 4 white marble pillars in front of them stood out in the flashlight. Isn't that the same pillar that captain saw earlier? Holy shit, the master is really a bullseye. He got it right as soon as he looked for it. I thought before that those who had mistakenly entered the dark space had gone to nowhere, but it turns out that they're still in the crossroads. Where's the person who said the master couldn't do it before? If he can't, he can still find the right one right away? I guess you'll have to find out next year if you're allowed to come. The people will be cold by now. Wait, there's something else wrong. Where's the wheelchair? Yeah, I remember that too. It was the pillar where there was another broken wheelchair. Why is it gone? Did a ghost take it and sit on it? Suyu saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast and explained. That's because we haven't entered the space where that grudge was formed yet. He turned his head to look at Zhou Dongliang. You all have your talismans with you, right? They all nodded, and took out the charms they had on them to prove it. When we close the gates, We'll really be in that unique layer of space. While Suyu was speaking, Zhou Dongliang's team members closed the door at the same time. In an instant, the entire hospital hall was plunged into an eerie atmosphere of silence. Suyu's live broadcast room also lagged at this moment. At this point, Zhou Dongliang's flashlight shone toward the white marble stone pillar there. A worn wheelchair appeared next to the stone pillar at some point. The wheelchair appeared. This master seems to be somewhat reliable. I'd better take back what I said earlier before I get hit in the face. The audience in the live stream was in awe. It was the first time they had experienced this strange feeling. To Director Lu of the Ghosts and Monsters Special Operations Bureau, he saw Suyu bring Zhou Dongliang and the others into the hospital. The heart is always relieved. Chen Xing and the people who mistakenly came here are saved. Abandoned hospital first floor lobby. The team member beside Zhou Dongliang wanted to try to push open the gate to take a look. As a result, the door did not move, and you could hear the sound of the chain shaking and touching the door outside. Obviously, I've already cut the chain before, and the windows on the door were fogged up so you couldn't see what was going on outside. It was the first time the team had ever been in such a place, and they were very surprised by this sort of thing. Okay, don't move that door. Get real, all of you. Zhou Dongliang hurriedly gathered his team members together. Then he looked at Suyu. Master, should we do anything to prepare now? No need. Take the talisman and just follow me. Suyu handed his cell phone to Zhou Dongliang to hold. Then with a flip of his hand, the mahogany sword appeared in his hand. Is this master a professional in dealing with ghosts or a professional in magic tricks? How is it that when there is obviously nothing in his hand, a wooden sword of such a long length appears in his hand with a flip? I bet it's hidden in that yellow coat. A cheap trick my 3-year-old nephew knows. Yeah, master actually got new clothes today. Or a big yellow one with a black and white pattern on it. It just doesn't feel right anyhow. The master's big yellow coat doesn't look as good as mine. The master is good at everything, but he doesn't know how to match. Why don't I match the master's outfit for free? Zhou Dongliang looked at the pop-ups in Suyu's live broadcast. Originally, he hadn't paid much attention to Suyu's yellow coat, thinking that he had just bought a new piece of clothing. But now that the audience in the live broadcast room was talking about it, Zhou Dongliang also felt that there was something wrong. Master, this new dress of yours is quite pretty, but will it be too eye-catching and instead attract the attention of the ghosts and monsters in particular? Trained men like Zhou Dongliang and his crew knew that they must not wear too bright clothes on the battlefield. Otherwise, even if you have a teammate by your side, you are the brightest boy in the eyes of the enemy, and all the bullets are fired only for you. Suyu looked at his clothes. He didn't feel conspicuous. This is no ordinary dress. It's our Taoist robe. Neither Zhou Dongliang, them nor the people in the live broadcast had ever heard of this thing called a Dao robe. Suyu led them towards the second floor. That was the place where Qin Xing's live broadcast disconnected before the accident. As we walked, we were able to popularize the Taoist robe with them. A Taoist robe is a type of clothing in Taoism. Taoist priests have different ranks and wear different robes, and the blessings on the robes are stronger. The blue robes are worn by formal Taoist priests. The yellow robe is worn by ordained Taoist priests. It is worn on all errands to indicate solemnity and moreover to ward off evil spirits and harm. The red robes are vestments, and are worn only by Taoist priests with a certain level of cultivation when large ceremonies are held. And the purple robe is the most powerful. The purple robe is also known as the heavenly immortal cave clothes. Only the strongest Taoist priests are qualified to wear them. The reason why Taoism chose purple as the highest rank for Taoist priests is because when Laozi, the first ancestor of Taoism, left the Hango Pass in the west, Yin Shi, who was proficient in the art of qi gazing, saw purple qi in the east and came westward for 3,000 miles. The purple aura signifies the aura of a person who has attained the way. That's why the purple Dao robe is the highest level of vestments. The group of evils are repelled, and the demons and evils of the 10 directions are deterred. The more Zhou Dongliang and the others listened, the more they felt that the Taoism behind Suyu was a mysterious and huge organization. The thought crossed my mind that I would have to check it out for myself when this whole ghostly chaos thing was over. And as Director Lu listened to Suyu's popularization of the subject, he became more and more interested in Taoism in his heart. It feels like there's more to Taoism than just Lung Fu Shan. Although he had already sent people to inquire about the whereabouts of Longhu Mountain and had even reported it to the state. But how could any news come back so quickly? The other side. A hospital room. Chen Xing and the anchor woman nervously leaned close to the wall, not daring to take a breath. One of the sleeves on Chen Xing's clothes was torn, and there was a horrible claw wound on his arm. The bandages that were wrapped around the wounds were so red with blood that it seemed as if they could be squeezed out with just a little squeeze. The anchor woman is not much of a problem, is scared, and was pulled by Chen Xing running, do not know where to bump into. Thighs have a few pieces of some black. Captain Chen, are you alright? The female anchor desperately lowered her voice and looked at the wound on Chen Xing's arm. At that time, if it wasn't for Chen Xing's quick reaction, backhanding the child ghost on his hand and throwing it out, then turning his head and pulling her up to run with him, something might have happened. But it was also when he threw the child ghost out that Chen Xing's arm was scratched. Luckily, official combatants like him had healing items with them to stop the bleeding. As long as we make it out alive, it won't take long for an injury like this to heal in a hospital. Chen Xing pushed the door open a thin crack, wanting to observe what was going on outside. But then he remembered that he had even lost his gun along with it, and without a flashlight he couldn't see in the pitch black. Damn it, when I return to the team alive this time, I'll make sure to react extremely strongly to old Lu. I must configure night vision devices for all the special operations teams against the ghosts and monsters. Just then, they heard a little sound as if they had touched something from the restroom. The anchor woman's heart, which had hardly calmed down, hung in the air once again. Let's get out of here. Chen Xing looked toward the toilet with the willow whip. No, if it's a human being, it has to be brought along. That's my mission and duty. I've lost my gun, but I still have my willow whip, so you don't have to worry. Chen Xing just wanted to walk over, but the female anchor immediately pulled him back. Never mind the others, or Willow or whatever. That guru of yours must be a fraud. Earlier you even said that the talisman was useful and that the ghosts and monsters didn't dare to come near, but we almost died there. And, what's this talk about cow's tears seeing ghosts? I didn't even wipe them all I saw them, and listening to you, I thought they were human. But what happened? Don't listen to your master liar. Let's find a way out of here. Chen Xing frowned slightly as he listened to the anchor woman's words. The master's skills Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo, they could all experience it firsthand. But why don't the charms work? He thought as he went to touch the charm hanging around his neck. Where's my charm? Where did the talisman go? Now Chen Xing understood why he was attacked by the child ghost. She must have grabbed it off when she ran into this anchor. It's still a little hot and sore all over my neck. Look at my neck. The talisman was scratched off by you, so we're unprotected. The anchor woman couldn't see anything, but felt her face burn a little when she heard that the pot was her own. Well, you wait here. I'm going to go see if it's a person or a ghost in the restroom. Chen Xing catapulted a little closer to the toilet. The closer he got to the restroom, the more nervous his mind became. With the absence of the talisman, his heart was also a little weak. Chen Xing moved his body a little bit and took some time to reach the door of the toilet with great difficulty. At that moment, the sound of running into what sounded like a bucket came from the toilet again. This made the female anchor crouching in the corner and Chen Xing, who was in front of the toilet door, couldn't help but feel a tightness in their hearts. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about calling out, but wouldn't he be spooking a snake if it was a ghost inside? Now maybe something inside hadn't realized he was at the door. At that time, in case it is a ghost, direct a sneak attack to reward it with 5 consecutive lashes. Even if you can't kill it, you can still beat it away, temporarily lifting the danger. Chen Xing grasped the willow whip in his hand and slowly placed his other hand on the toilet door handle, pulling it down a little bit. Suddenly he jerked up as kicked the restroom door open. The willow whip in his hand had just been raised when a light shone in front of his eyes, and his eyes stung from being in the dark space for so long. It made Chen Xing subconsciously close his eyes. Don't hit me. I'm human, a human being. Chen Xing slowly opened his eyes, which had been stung by the light to shed tears, and could not quite see the person in front of him. He could only vaguely be seen standing cowering, hands shaking as he held his cell phone and shone it with the torch on it. Okay, I can see you're human. Put the phone down. It was only then that the man reacted and moved his cell phone aside in a hurry. Chen Xing also remembered at this time that he had a cell phone to illuminate this brain. It's really dumbed down by ghosts and monsters. He took out his cell phone and looked at the power level, and immediately turned on the phone's flashlight. It was only then that I got a good look at the man. A middle-aged brown man. Don't be nervous. I'm a human being too. I'm Chen Xing from the Special Operations Bureau against Ghosts and Monsters. I'm here to save you. The middle-aged brown man's tense heart instantly relaxed when he heard it was an official. The entire group sat on the floor of the restroom as if deflated. Chen Xing took him to a hospital bed and sat down for a while before he slowed down. When the middle-aged brown man saw that it was an official combatant, he just wanted to be happy when he saw the wounds on Chen Xing's hands that were wrapped in bandages. How come you're the only one? And you're wounded, even without your gun? Are you sure you're here to save the day? Also, didn't I hear that you guys got another master for the Ghosts and Monsters Special Operations Bureau, talking about how powerful it is? So why are you still in such a mess? Shouldn't your chief be getting the shaft again? If you ask me, you shouldn't be wasting your time and money on this thing of finding some competent person. Seeing that this middle-aged brown man was about to start chattering, Chen Xing hurriedly called out to him. First of all, there is no doubt about the master's skill. Secondly, I appear to be a mess because of an accident, which is entirely personal to me. When Chen Xing said this, the anchor woman lowered her head in some shame. If she hadn't grabbed the charm off, she wouldn't have been in such a mess. Chen Xing continued, although I lost my gun, I still have the willow whip, so I can still protect you. You guys don't have to worry, and I'm sure the master is almost there. The middle-aged brown man was skeptical of Chen Xing's words and looked at the willow whip in his hand with disdain. But right now he didn't want to be alone. It's good to have a few more people to at least have some guts. There's also more chance of surviving than one. After Chen Xing saw that both the anchor woman and the middle-aged brown man had calmed down, he carefully opened the ward door and led them out. Dark second-floor hallway. Suyu led Zhou Dongliang and the others to look for Chen Xing and the others. Zhou Dongliang whispered, Master, when I watched the live broadcast before, Chen Xing came to the floor, but exactly which room it was, there was no way to find it at once, and he's been here before, and he didn't find the populace that got here by mistake. Suyu nodded. Look at the treasure hunting radar in your head. Since entering this abandoned hospital, the treasure hunting radar in his head had a dense red dot. It means that there are ghosts all over the place. Only so far, they were in a safe location, with only one red dot appearing. It's just ahead in the section on the left. And Suyu already knew that there was definitely a ghost behind that door just by looking at the yin chi emanating from it. And behind the door in that section, a female ghost with long hair covering her face stood silently. It had sensed the scent of a human being, and the corners of its mouth unconsciously quirked up slightly. It's been a long time since I remembered the happy days of abusing dogs and cats when I was alive. At this moment, that familiar feeling reappeared, and its eyes were filled with the madness of wanting to hunt. When Zhou Dongliang saw that Suyu did not respond, he thought that he was too quiet and did not hear. Master, we can only try to see if we can find the place where Chen Xing last had his accident now. Otherwise we'll have a hard time finding him. Suyu said. This is simple. Just ask. Zhou Dongliang and the others looked at him in confusion. There's no one else here right now. Who should I ask? The viewers of the live broadcast were also at a loss for words. No. Is there anyone else here? Just asking? Ha ha ha. That's what I'm saying, you masters are unreliable. You're all starting to talk nonsense. You fart. For a master to say that, there must be some truth to it. Come on, tell me what makes sense. They're the only ones on the block right now. You tell me who I should ask. It's impossible to ask me, isn't it? Seeing the pop-ups in the live broadcast, Zhou Dongliang also couldn't help but ask. Master, it's just us. Who are you asking? At this time, Suyu stopped in front of the door of a section. There's no one else here. So of course ask the ghost. The words just fell. Suyu suddenly punched through the door of the section made of wood, grabbed it with his hand, and yanked it outward again. The head of a female ghost with long hair was ripped out and stuck in the doorway as he tilted his head back. This time, it wasn't just Zhou Dongliang and the others and the audience in the live broadcast room who were confused. Even the female ghost was confused. No, I'm a ghost. Where's my home turf? As promised? That's not true. This situation is very much 12% wrong. Alarm bells went off in the female ghost's mind. It didn't understand how it could be caught by its prey in such a humiliating position when it was the hunter. But it understood that the fact that it couldn't break free from that person's palm no matter how much it struggled was a sign that this person's strength was definitely above its own. When exactly did the world of ghosts and monsters change? Suyu icily looked down at the female ghost and pointed at Zhou Dongliang and the few of them. Ever see anyone in their attire? The female ghost looked at Zhou Dongliang and the others in panic. It was also the first time they had been looked at by a ghost in this way, and there was an indescribable feeling in their hearts. The female ghost shook her head in panic. Nope, never seen it. Suyu gradually frowned. Really? I don't mind wasting some time if I need to help you remember. Upon hearing this, the female ghost's heart tightened and she didn't dare to speak out of turn, panicking and pointing in the direction with her chin. I remember. I was waiting in Ward 302 in the ward area earlier, but they just passed by without opening my door and went to Ward 305. Suyu said icily, only know this? And have you seen any other living people? The female ghost had a bad feeling in her heart when she looked at the cold look of the human in front of her. But really, I don't know anymore. Thanks for your cooperation. Suyu directly stabbed the peachwood sword through the brain. Due to the speed, the female ghost couldn't even let out a shout before she disappeared into green smoke. The viewers of the live stream froze in their tracks. Ask for directions, they have asked. But it's the first time I've seen a ghost asking for directions. And the ghost that was so vicious in their consciousness was actually as obedient as a good baby in front of Suyu. And most importantly, it was really asked. This is really the first time I've seen this scene. This anchor? No. The master is bullish. No one has really thought of this method of catching ghosts and asking for directions since the ghostly chaos. No. This is alright. Seeing this operation of the master, I almost gave my knees. What about those people who just said that the master is unreliable? Just this hand is reliable or not? Master's hand is really a heifer pissing around. A bad cow. Am I the only one who thinks this ghost is sassy too? Y'all didn't notice the master punching through the door? This one is bullish too. Zhou Dongliang, who was holding Suyu's cell phone, as well as his team members, were just as dumbfounded as the viewers in the live broadcast room. Everything happened too fast. When they reacted, the words had already finished asking. The next moment a shot of peach would soar through the brain. The female ghost directly into white smoke disappeared. This couldn't help but bring to their attention an issue that had been overlooked. Ghosts, they can communicate. When it all first started happening, the state did try to communicate with the ghosts and spirits to see if they could quell the dry spell, but no one has been successful for so long. Ghosts don't hang you at all. Meet and strike. No room for conversation at all. And now a case of a successful conversation with a poltergeist has actually come up. It was a result that was only reached by forceful suppression, but it is a really good direction to take. A master is indeed a master, easily doing again what others cannot do. It's also the first time I've learned that ghosts can actually talk properly. And Tony Chow is different from these players. Compared to being able to communicate with ghosts and monsters, Zhou Dongliang was more surprised that Suyu could punch through the door. He looked at the punched-through doorway and swallowed involuntarily. You know, the door to this section is not solid wood, but if you're trained, you can still punch through it, but only if someone has to hold it back so the door doesn't move. And when Suyu threw his punches, there was no one behind him to hold the door, yet they all managed to punch through in a flash. With this kind of force and speed, even if they were professionally trained they wouldn't dare to say that they could have this effect in one punch. It couldn't help but remind him of when he first met Suyu. That feeling of nothingness that can't be grasped or stopped in any way. Seeing this scene, Director Liu of the Ghostbusters Special Operations Bureau immediately emphatically recorded the footage, and make notes ready to be included in the official compendium of ghosts and monsters, so that new training can be given to combatants in the future. In an abandoned hospital, Suyu said as he looked at the clueless few, remember, a ghost's mouth is the most deceitful. Its words must not be taken lightly, especially if you are the one in a vulnerable position. Whatever it says, don't believe even a fart of it. In order to ask the truth from its mouth, it must be suppressed by strong force, so that it knows it will die at any time. In order to ask it, Zhou Dongliang and the others and some of the viewers in the live broadcast immediately took out their pens to write down the science. Maybe we'll use it later. Now that the direction is known, let's get over there. Suyu and Zhou Dongliang exchanged a glance and immediately ran towards the ward area. The corridor in the ward area. Chen Xing and the middle-aged brown man hit the torch on their cell phones, using that weak light to illuminate the road ahead. And the anchor woman had to honestly follow them because she was on the air and her cell phone was not on her person. No, this is not the way to go. You all don't know where anyone else is. And if we keep looking like this, I'm worried that if we run into a swarm of ghosts Willow Whip won't be able to do much good. Chen Xing had watched the live video of the scene at the military warehouse. The hearts are all in the right place for the ghost swarm. The middle-aged brown man ate his refried beans with some impatience. These refried beans had come here after he had bought them home at the time to snack on for a movie and had just taken them to his bedroom. So what now? You said you were going to get us out of here. Chen Xing said, to be on the safe side. I think it's better to go back and find the gun I lost as well as the talisman. With the bullets soaked in chicken blood and the master's talisman, I can be sure. And we can't go too far. In case the master is already here. It will take a lot of time for light to find us then. That would be dangerous for the others. The middle-aged brown man ate a fried bean, his eyes looking at the blood-stained red bandage on Chen Xing's arm. Come on, don't mention that guru of yours. If a few pieces of torn paper and chicken blood could really deal with ghosts, would you still be like this? Here's the deal. I'm a lawyer. Ever heard of the South Hill Pizza Hut? I'm part of that team of lawyers. When this is resolved, I can help you guys fight the lawsuit against that master crook, and I guarantee that making him squat for a decade or so won't be a problem. Chen Xing looked at the middle-aged brown man with a displeased face. The master is of true skill. It was a complete accident that I became like this. The middle-aged brown man laughed disdainfully. You guys are really simple. So simple that I don't even want to talk about you. The anchor woman saw the middle-aged brown man chattering on, and saw that Chen Xing's face was very unhappy, obviously already angry. Worried that staying here would attract the ghosts, she rushed between them. Alright, don't argue. The talisman on Captain Chen's body was accidentally scratched off by me, leaving him unprotected. And then he stumbled into a sudden attack by a child ghost, and the gun was accidentally lost. And that's how the injury came about. Whether something is effective or not, go back and take it on and try. It won't be obvious. It's not far anyway. It's right over there. When the middle-aged brown man saw the anchor woman's anxious appearance, he lightly raised his eyebrows and said, alright, since the beautiful woman has said it, then I naturally have no problem with it. Seeing that none of them had any opinions, Chen Xing immediately led them back together. After walking through a few wards, Suddenly, a footstep came. It made a few people instantly tense up mentally. Chen Xing hurriedly ran into a ward with the two of them, then gently closed the door and hid behind the wall, not daring to make a sound at all. The corridor in the ward area. Suyu and Zhou Dongliang and the others searched for ward 305. That's when they heard voices coming from one of the wards. Zhou Dongliang several people immediately ran out of the corner, shining the flashlight over, just in time to see the door of a ward quietly closed. There's something going on here, Master? Suyu said. Don't worry. Zhou Dongliang immediately gestured for everyone to be quiet, and then approached that ward step by step with his gun. And Chen Xing's few people felt the footsteps outside getting closer and closer. They were already at the door. Chen Xing tightly gripped the willow whip, ready to fight at any time. On Zhou Dongliang's side, he had also arrived at the door of that ward. He signaled for the team to take cover against the wall in 2 rows, while himself and Suyu stood in the doorway. Zhou Dongliang slowly pushed open the ward door. Chen Xing's several people also saw the door of the ward being opened a little bit. Everyone's heart was in their throat at this moment. Just this moment. The moment the door opens fully, the anchor woman and the middle-aged brown man couldn't help but let out a scream. In the doorway stood a hideously grinning nursemaid. Those completely white eyes looked at them with hair on their heads. Chen Xing reacted extremely quickly. A whip on the face of the female nurse, on the spot, issued a painful scream. Taking advantage of this gap, Chen Xing pulled the anchor woman with one hand and the middle-aged brown man with the other, and frantically ran out of the door. Meanwhile, on the other side, a child ghost appeared in front of Suyu and Zhou Dongliang's eyes. He just wanted to ask about it. A few screams were heard in the distance. Suyu raised his hand and killed the kid ghost in seconds, then ran over with Zhou Dongliang and the others. But Suyu's speed was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, he pulled away from Zhou Dongliang and the others, running further and further away. Chen Xing pulled the anchor woman and led the middle-aged brown man to run frantically down the corridor. I don't know how many corners I ran around, but when I saw the stairs I rushed up them again, and behind him, the anchor woman had been terrified, screaming frantically the whole way. Even the middle-aged brown man who liked beautiful women was a bit unable to resist. Okay, stop screaming. Screaming again draws all the ghosts around. Chen Xing couldn't help himself and backhanded a slap over. The anchor woman came to her senses as she felt a fiery pain coming from her cheek. She looked at Chen Xing with tears in her eyes, somewhat complaining. I can't believe you hit me, the middle-aged brown man said. Is this the time to talk about this? He hurriedly followed Chen Xing and pulled the anchor woman into a ward on the 3rd floor, then closed the door tightly. In the back of his mind, he hoped that the ghosts and goblins outside hadn't realized that they were hiding in this hospital room. But before they could catch their breath, they heard footsteps coming from the hallway outside. The anchor woman's newly stabilized mood was about to ignite screaming again. Chen Xing and the middle-aged brown man immediately covered her mouth. Seeing the footsteps getting closer, Chen Xing hurriedly took the willow whip and stood at the gate. Once the door was opened, he could immediately strike. But just then, the door to the ward suddenly slammed open. The loud noise startled everyone. In this instant, the nursemaid ghost was seen with her hideous mouth open, and she came barreling in at an extremely fast speed. Chen Xing was stunned and reacted half a beat slower. Seeing that the nursemaid ghost had already rushed in front of her, he tried to back up, but his foot slipped on a bottle. The ghost of the nursemaid flung herself on top of him and pressed against him, her glowing white eyes deadpan, her mouth gaping to the base of her ears. This extremely terrifying scene caused Chen Xing to lose all his courage at once. His face was white with fear, but just as he was despairing, suddenly, I saw the ghost of the nursemaid actually fly. No, technically, it was grabbed by a figure. The faces of the nursemaid ghosts all became filled with shock. Then, the figure slammed the nurse ghost on the ground with force, and then with golden light coming from its fingers, it pressed on the nurse ghost's brow. The nursemaid ghost let out an extremely painful scream on the spot. This scream woke up the stunned Chen Xing, the anchor woman and the middle-aged brown man. The middle-aged brown man saw an even tougher one coming and panicked, but curiosity got the better of him and he couldn't help but shine the torch on his cell phone at the figure. The faint light illuminated only a man in a yellow overcoat, grasping the ghost of a female nurse like a dead dog. Take it easy. You're safe. Chen Xing recognized that the person in front of him, wasn't it the master called Suyu? The pressure in his heart was instantly released when he heard Suyu's words. For a moment, he felt a little dizzy and had little strength in his body, and the sudden sound of a gunshot from outside, and a footstep immediately snapped him out of it. At this time, Zhou Dongliang and the others also ran here after firing their guns and killing a few ghosts that popped up. Chen Xing looked at these familiar faces and his heart gradually calmed down. And the anchor woman and the middle-aged brown man's heart was solidified when they saw so many people come running at once. Chen Xing, are you alright? Zhou Dongliang went up to help Chen Xing up and saw that his arm was injured. Then Chen Xing explained what happened when he came here. No wonder you even dropped your gun. So it happened that suddenly, the other side, the female anchor and the middle-aged brown man sized up Suyu behind Zhou Dongliang's crew, because he was holding the ghost of the nursemaid that had almost gotten them into trouble in his hand. They didn't dare to get close at all. Maisie, I didn't expect this master to be so young. It's really surprising. A puzzled expression appeared on the anchor woman's exquisite face. Didn't you call him a liar from the start? Now you're actually respectful? The middle-aged brown man said. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Now that I've seen with my own eyes that the master is holding that ghost like a dead dog, it's more convincing than 1,000 words. So what's there to be skeptical about? The anchor woman also didn't expect the master they were talking about to be so young and handsome. She thought it was the old man at first. It's that yellow coat that looks weirdly awkward. And when Suyu saw that these people were all fine, he turned his head to look at the female nurse ghost that was caught in his hands. The nurse girl ghost suddenly felt inexplicably panicked at being looked at like that. Suyu said, "Your dean is the ghost king here, right?" The nursemaid ghost wouldn't dare talk nonsense in front of him. I almost thought I was going to die when I was pressed on my brow earlier. It's all still hot and sore. But it was surprised how a living person could guess about Dean being the ghost king. Yes, that's right. Dean Dai is the king of the ghosts here, and we all act at its command. Suyu continued, "Where are all the other living people here? And where is your Dean Day?" The nursemaid ghost is honest. "I just see live people here. As for the other areas, I don't know. They are covered by other nurses and doctors there. I'm only in charge of these 2 floors of the ward area. Dean Dai is in the research room in the sub-basement of the secondary building. -3. It's all there to organize doctors and nurses to operate on patients." The female anchor, the middle-aged brown man and Chen Xing suddenly all looked at Suyu in surprise. They didn't realize that people could actually communicate with ghosts in such a normal and friendly way. And the nursemaid ghost actually gave an honest account of what she knew. It's like normal questioning. It's such a strange and amazing feeling. The anchor woman stepped forward even though she was a little scared in her heart. There was an uncle with me before who was taken by a ghost. Can you tell us where he is now? Suyu looked at the female nurse ghost, and the corner of his mouth suddenly rose slightly. It's not good to tell lies. He coalesced the golden light incantation onto his finger and pressed it onto the nursemaid ghost's brow. Ah! The nursemaid ghost let out a scream of agony on the spot, her whole body tensing up from the intense pain. It struggled to break free from Suyu's hands, but how could it not? Even the ghosts who were in the wards a few wards away were too scared to come out. I suddenly feel a little sorry for these ghosts, just like we once did. I'm different. I think this female nurse ghost looks pretty good too. If it's given to me, he. I see you're really hungry. Dude bull, aren't you afraid that the girl ghost in your dream is going to cut the row bag for you? It's also possible to give you 24 stabs in your sleep, and the stabs avoid the vitals and hurt you. Suyu loosened the finger pressed on the nurse ghost's brow. If she could sweat, the nursemaid ghost would be covered in fragrant sweat by now. I say, the man we captured earlier has been sent to the negative floor of the secondary building, ready to be sent to Dean Dai for surgery. You should be able to get to it in time now. Dean Dai and the doctor in charge of the surgery will need some prep time. Suyu asked, "Where does the secondary building go?" The nursemaid ghost pointed in one direction. "Just head that way out of the ward area." Suyu nodded. Then a peachwood sword resolved it. The female anchor and the middle-aged brown man saw that the ghost was actually stabbed by that wooden sword, and immediately and painfully turned into white smoke and disappeared. It feels simply amazing. The middle-aged brown man couldn't help but ask, "Ghosts turned into smoke. What's going on?" The anchor woman kept nodding her head beside her, also wondering what was going on with this issue. Zhou Dongliang explained, "The one in Master's hand is a 100-year-old lightning strike mahogany sword, which has a strong effect on ghosts and monsters, and a ghost turned into smoke is killed." The female anchor and the middle-aged brown man were even more surprised to hear Zhou Dongliang's explanation and looked at Suyu. That's killing ghosts. What so many people had failed to do was actually being done by the person in front of them. Suyu said, "Next we will go to the negative floor of the secondary building to save people. You guys just follow us in the middle. Don't be afraid." The female anchor and the middle-aged brown man saw Suyu's methods and saw that these combatants were so convinced of him. Of course you won't be afraid. Suyu and Zhou Dongliang walked at the front of the team, while the middle-aged brown man and the female anchor and Chen Xing walked in the middle of the team, with the team members on the left and right sides and behind, protecting them. Step out of the hospital room. A large group of people were walking and running on the porch. Wherever Suyu pointed, the players behind him hit. Each shot accurately eliminates a ghost. For a moment, the silent ward area was no longer silent, but a constant succession of gunshots and screams of ghosts. Along the way, Suyu also grabbed only a few ghosts to ask if they had seen any living people, and it turned out to be a real question. There are 2 on the 2nd floor and 2 on the 4th floor in the radiology area. Zhou Dongliang hurriedly told the 3 team members to go to the other side to look for it. When you find it, meet on the first floor of the secondary building. Master, the people here are too spread out, and we're rushing to rescue people on the negative floor of the secondary building, so I'm afraid there aren't even enough men. Also, there are too many ghosts here, and I'm afraid we don't have enough bullets. Suyu stopped and looked at the beans that the middle-aged brown man was eating while running. The center gold brown man was generous. Master, would you like some? Suyu shook his head. Let's talk about it in the first floor lobby of the secondary building. After that, they walked towards the path leading to the secondary building. Not a moment too soon. They came to a spacious hall. There are also 4 white stone pillars here. There were also a lot of worn-out wooden benches and a lot of scattered papers, pill bottles and other debris on the floor. The air still smelled faintly of medicine. Zhou Dongliang just wanted everyone to take a break here. A ghost in a hospital gown was seen coming out from behind a stone pillar with his back to them, and creepy noises came out of his mouth. Suyu rushed up to him with a sword, directly seconding him. What are you barking at here? Think you're so awesome making that noise, that we'll be afraid? And walk slowly out from behind the stone pillars. And you're just sitting here pretending to be a ninny. Well now, you've played it off. You've gotten a second from the master's sword. The viewers of the live broadcast were now bold as hell on account of the screen that separated them. It was as exciting as being there, and I couldn't wait to rush up and give it a powerbomb. This time, the 3 members of the team who had been assigned to rescue the others also came to join them here with 4 men. There were 3 of them, and the moment they saw Suyu, they were like seeing their own father. Turkey bar master. I see the living master. I really didn't expect that it was actually the team led by the master himself. Those 3 people rushed to Suyu and just pounced on him, but they ended up pouncing. Suyu was already next to them at some point. You guys calm down, the 3 men said excitedly as they pumped their fists. When I watched the master live, I was wondering when I would have the chance to join him, and I didn't realize that the opportunity had just come, and I swiped a couple pieces for the master. If I had known that the master was here, I would have been scared shitless. I would have rushed out and killed those ghosts. 2 people were even excited to kneel down. Master, I, Wang Qiusheng, beg you to accept me as your disciple, and I promise to saddle up and work as an ox for master in the future. Master, I, Li Wenkai, also beg you to accept me as your disciple. I, like him, I will definitely honor your old man properly. Ha, Akio, Manchoi? Suyu suddenly felt a bit furtive in his heart. I have no thoughts of taking on an apprentice at the moment, so please get up, both of you. Some of the viewers in the live broadcast room were envious when they saw this scene. I didn't realize that a fan was actually protected by the master himself at the venue. Why isn't this person me? I live on Cross Street too. Damn. I should have known I'd go in there too. My damn vigilance. Aren't you afraid you won't see the master and be sent straight to surgery without anesthesia? Forget it then. Suddenly it feels good to watch the master live. Zhou Dongliang looked at the hall now that a total of 7 people had been rescued, excluding the one who was about to go to the negative floor to be rescued. There were still 5 people left. Master, there are too many people here right now. I suggest that just the 2 of us go down to the negative floor and save the people, while the others stay here to protect the populace. When we get that one back, we'll get the other 5. However, Suyu said, I have a better way. He watched Suyu walk to the middle-aged brown man. Hello, can I borrow your beans? The middle-aged brown man and those around him were a bit confused. Shouldn't this be the time to think of ways to save people and kill ghosts? How come there are still asking for beans to eat? The middle-aged brown man graciously brought out the half bag of beans. Half a bag of beans is a steal to cozy up to an old-timer of that caliber. All for you if you want it. Master, if you like it, I can also introduce you to that fried bean store. Suyu took the half bag of beans and said, I didn't say I wanted to eat it. These are beans that can be used to kill the ghosts here and help us save people. This statement was made. Everyone looked at Suyu and the beans in his hand in surprise. And this thing kills ghosts and saves lives? Isn't it just half a bag of refried beans? It still has that effect? Suyu told them all to disperse. Then, he cast the Tongtian talisman to draw scattered beans into Soldier's talisman. At the moment the charm was formed, he spilled the half bag of beans out across the sprinkled beans into Soldier's charm. Just the moment that one bean fell to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. There were several explosions in a row, setting off a puff of smoke. And in that smoke, a group of soldiers wearing yellow armor and holding long swords or lances neatly knelt down to Suyu. What is the order, Celestial Master? It was the first time Suyu had used the scattered beans into Soldier's talisman. Seeing a full 50 to 60 warriors in armor, mighty and extraordinary, appeared in front of him, his heart was also a little excited. I guess I'll have to carry some beans with me from now on. In case of a scene like this where you're fighting in a group and you're looking for someone else, you'll be able to hold down the fort. Suyu said as he looked at this group of armorers kneeling in front of him. You have 2 missions. 1. Kill all the ghosts here. Not 1. 2. Find the living here and bring them here. The group of formidable armorers said neatly. We honor the orders of the Heavenly Master. Then, this group of formidable and extraordinary armored soldiers stood neatly, with no fear in their gazes, and went in different directions. It's only been a little while. The sounds of armor fighting were heard everywhere, and the screams of ghosts, and on the treasure hunting radar in Suyu's mind, the red dots representing ghosts and monsters were rapidly decreasing one by one. Efficiency is so fast. He was very satisfied, just as he turned his head to me. Instead, he saw a group of people who had been confused long ago, staring at him in disbelief. Zhou Dongliang's hand in Suyu's cell phone live room. The audience was also collectively confused. I see something. Someone tell me what I see. This is the legendary magic trick, isn't it? Bullshit magic. Haven't you seen the master scattering beans to change? You've seen a man come to life with beans, and it's a bunch of soldiers in armor. Each one looks strong as hell. How scary is the master's Taoism and Taoism that he can turn soldiers out of beans? Master, I want to learn this move. I want to be a bearer. The audience in the live broadcast room saw Suyu scattering beans and turning into soldiers. Even those who hadn't heard of and hadn't seen Suyu in the beginning were surprised beyond measure at this moment. Spreading a bunch of beans to turn out dozens of soldiers in armor. This kind of tactic is difficult to explain with magic. Not to mention that it was a sudden visit to this place and impossible to prepare in advance. And with so many pairs of eyes and official personnel watching, it's also simply impossible to fake it. There was only one explanation now, and that was that the person in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. The anchor woman and the middle-aged brown man, as well as the 4 people who had just been rescued, were equally surprised. They had originally thought that if Suyu was even more powerful, it would be just like that, but now this came out of nowhere, and before anyone could react, so many ancient soldiers appeared, and on top of that, these soldiers can actually kill ghosts. Also 1 kill. The miserable cries of the ghosts and monsters kept coming from the ears, so it was evident that the efficiency was high. The middle-aged brown man suddenly ran forward in excitement. Master, do you still need beans? I'll get a bunch for you as soon as I get home. No, I'll just ask my parents to specialize in refried beans for you and give you a steady supply. What do you think? To the Ghostbusters Special Operations Bureau. The whole board is in shock at the moment. All the department heads, plus Director Liu included, saw the live broadcast image of Suyu scattering beans. The expression on each face was wonderful. At that time, Secretary Lao was still thinking of sending additional manpower over to provide support. The result was the scene of Suyu scattering beans. The scene was simply shocking. It seems the master no longer needs our support. Director Liu sat in his chair with a light sprinkle in his eyes and some loss. It feels as if I'm a little out of this fight. It was a good thing there were other areas that were also dealing with ghosts and monsters to pull him back from that illusion of being left out. It's just that the teams in these areas, due to the fact that there was no Suyu to lead them, even though they had already temporarily updated some of their equipment, they still appeared to be struggling a bit. But the good thing is that frequent casualties like the old days don't happen anymore. At most, he would be slightly injured, and after a few days of rest, he could come back and continue fighting. On this side of the abandoned hospital, Li Wenkai brought a stool and placed it in front of Suyu. Master, please sit down. Wang Xiaoxing hurriedly rushed up and wiped the stool clean with his sleeve. That's clean. Master, sit down. Suyu did not expect these two, but they were quite good at finding opportunities. But he waved his hand and refused. That won't be necessary. His heart told him that no matter which worlds Wenkai and Xiaoxing were in, as long as their names carried those 2 words, they had to stay away from them. And Zhou Dongliang and the others originally thought that they should have gotten used to Suyu's ability long ago, but now seeing that Suyu still had this kind of ability, this surprised them even more. It felt as if I was suddenly of little use. Zhou Dongliang asked in confusion. Master, what kind of skill are you capable of? Can you tell us a little bit about the science? Suyu said flatly. This is not urgent. Let's go to the negative floor first to save people. All that will wait until after the rescue. These words instantly reminded Zhou Dongliang and the others. Otherwise almost forgot about it in a daze because of that handful of sprinkles. Zhou Dongliang told all the team members to stand guard and protect the ordinary people here. Then Suyu and he together found a passageway going down to the negative floor and ran down to the negative floor. This passage has no steps, but presents a downhill path. Zhou Dongliang held Suyu's cell phone and didn't panic at all in his heart. Normally, a person coming to a place like this, even if they had been professionally trained, would not be able to be unafraid. But now there's next to it is a very bullish bigot in. Not only was he not panicking in his heart, he was also looking forward to what new skills Suyu would show when he met those ghosts and monsters when he went down to the negative floor. It's just that the closer we get to the negative floor, the stronger the smell of medicine gets here. It gave Dongliang Zhou a vaguely bad feeling. The passage echoed with the sound of both their footsteps. The negative floor also has many wards like the ward area, but the difference is that the doors of the wards here are iron. Zhou Dongliang felt that it would be more apt to call it a confinement room rather than a ward. Even the temperature was a little colder than up there. It feels like it's going to be quite a bit more eerie up here than up there. That means that the female anchor's uncle who was captured here in the first place is being held here waiting for Dean Dai's surgery? If you let me be locked up here alone, surrounded by darkness and ghosts, not to mention not knowing if anyone can save me, I'm damn sure I'll go crazy. Ha ha, I guess I'll have to change my pants 3 times. Suyu and Zhou Dongliang walked down the corridor lined with iron doors. It's a good thing that some of the iron gates here are open or hidden, so they can be opened at any time to see if anyone's inside. Tony Zhou walked into a room with an open door, looked around and didn't find anyone there, then went to the other room and didn't see anyone either. They searched several rooms in a row and didn't see a single person. Could the man have been taken to the negative 3rd floor for surgery? Tony Zhou said. Suyu pointed to a closed room in front of him. It should be there. His 5 senses were now much sharper than an ordinary person's. Feeble breathing was heard coming from that room. Zhou Dongliang hurried over, removed the flashlight under the muzzle and shine it inside through the crack in the steel door. As the beam of the flashlight kept moving, Zhou Dongliang suddenly changed his face. He saw a wheelchair in the corner with a man in a hospital gown, but whether it was a person or not, he wasn't sure. Master, is that one human or not? Suyu said from the side. There is a very simple way to tell whether the person you see is a ghost or a human. Just looking at shadows. Ghosts don't have a physical body, so they don't have a shadow in the light. Tony Zhou looked toward the doorway. It was discovered that the man was shadowed by the light of the flashlight. Target found. But the door was locked. Tony Zhou tried to pull it open, but the door wouldn't budge. That's not hard to beat. He immediately took out the lockpicking tool he had with him and shoved it into the doorway, turning it a few more times. There was a crisp click. The lock on the iron gate was picked. Captain Zhou can do this handjob. Even this kind of iron door can be pried open. If I learn Captain Zhou's craft, will I be able to unlock her heart? I think so. At least it opens her door. Dongliang Zhou didn't have time to read the live stream pop-ups. He pulled the door open in a hurry, making sure there was no danger inside before rushing in. Hello, we're here to rescue you. Can you move now? Zhou Dongliang came to the uncle in the hospital gown and saw that his face just looked like he was stunned. No matter how much you call, there's no response. Seeing this, Suyu said, Yang Qi is almost scared out of existence. That's it. It's a good thing the soul wasn't scared out of its wits, or it would have been a problem. Dongliang Zhou asked, what does it mean to have your soul scared away? Suyu said, the Taoist canon, the 7 signs of the cloud book, has a cloud that people have 3 souls and 7 spirits. The names of the 3 souls are fetal light, sharp spirit, and spectral essence. The names of the 7 pranas are corpse dog, fu yai, sparrow in, swallowing thief, non-poison, removing filth, and stinking lung. The 3 souls and 7 spirits are the fundamentals of a person, and whichever one is missing will have a great impact on a person. For example, one of the 3 souls, the sharpening spirit, is the light of wisdom, which determines a person's intellect, wits, and quickness of reaction. If you lose this soul and can't get it back, you'll be stupid. But such instances are ultimately in the minority, and most are best examined in a hospital and treated in a scientific way. Some of the viewers in the live broadcast room after hearing Suyu's science thought I had been diagnosed. As a result, Suyu added such a clarification. Instantly people were dumbfounded. So it's come full circle and I'm really stupid? Well, a fool hangs by a thread. Dead at last. You didn't tell me. I've messaged my mom about it and she's taking me to the hospital now to get my brain checked. Zhou Dongliang just wanted to push out the older man in the wheelchair and bring him back to the 1st floor. Suyu suddenly reached out to stop him. A ghost is coming. Just at the moment the words were spoken, the sound of footsteps and a cart appeared in the hallway outside. This made the wheelchair-bound older man immediately tense up, frantically trying to grab what was in front of him. Almost broken down, he shouted to Tony Zhou, "Save me, I don't want to die. I have a family, I can't die here." Zhou Dongliang couldn't even stop the uncle who was already on the verge of going crazy with fear. Seeing this, Suyu walked to him and gently pressed one hand on his head and said softly, Tai Sheng Tai Xing, the strain is unstoppable. Exorcise the evil and bind the charm to protect your life and body. Wisdom is clear and the mind is at peace. The 3 souls are permanent, and the spirit is not lost. These words seemed to have a special power when they were recited from Suyu's mouth. The uncle, who was about to go crazy with fear before, actually gradually calmed down. Unconsciously, he read after Suyu. The eyes were no longer cloudy and gradually became clear. Sanity is slowly returning as well. Although Zhou Dongliang's emotions were normal, He also felt unprecedented peace in his heart after hearing these words read out by Suyu. He saw that the situation was under control. Take the gun and walk out. The flashlight shone just down the corridor in front of them, and a couple of nurse ghosts slowly walked up pushing hospital beds. And those nurse ghosts were surprised in their eyes when they saw a new person appear, but it was able to be seen that each of their glowing white eyes was filled with joy. With us here today. You'll never hurt him. Zhou Dongliang aimed at those rushing nurse ghosts and pulled the trigger. In a flash, the muzzle of the gun spewed out a steady stream of fire. A round of bullets soaked in chicken blood was fired at the nurse ghosts. At first the nurse ghosts didn't think anything of it, until the bullet pierced through their bodies. The white smoke emanating from their entire bodies brought them unprecedented severe pain. Much to their surprise, by the time they tried to escape, it was already too late. At the moment dozens of rounds were fired. 2 nurse ghosts had already turned into white smoke. The remaining nurse ghosts were still trying to escape. Zhou Dongliang directly took out 2 improvised black dog blood fragmentation grenades. The principle of this grenade is simple. The main kill of a fragmentation grenade is to inflict a ranged kill on the enemy by exploding the fragments inside. The black dog blood fragmentation grenade, on the other hand, only requires the fragments in it to be soaked in black dog blood, and the rest remains the same. Zhou Dongliang quickly threw out 2 black dog blood fragmentation grenades before ducking back into the ward. Boo! Boo! 2 explosions rang out moments later. It was accompanied by the screams of ghosts and monsters. Zhou Dongliang exposed half of his head to look outside. It was discovered that the black dog blood fragmentation grenade had only seriously injured one of the nurse ghosts, who fell to the ground with his entire body almost transparent, and the other nurse ghost was able to run, although he was also killed by the black dog bloodbreakers. Just this instant, Suyu did not know when he appeared in the corridor and directly threw 2 coffin nails towards those 2 nurse ghosts. The coffin nails were actually faster than even the bullets, hitting the nurse ghost on the ground with precision. There's also the nurse ghost that's about to go through the wall that hits along with it, turned into white smoke on the spot. Zhou Dongliang scratched his head. Looks like the black dog blood fragmentation grenade needs more debugging. When he turned to see the older man in the hospital room, he realized he was fully awake. The faces were all surprised, etc., as normal people should be. Uncle, are you okay already? The uncle's eyes were filled with curiosity and respect when he looked at Suyu. I didn't know what was going on at the time. It just feels like the sky is spinning and everywhere you look it feels scary. Especially when I saw you guys, I thought I saw a ghost. It wasn't until this master kept saying those words, which gradually cleared my consciousness, that I could see clearly that the 2 of you were human beings. Zhou Dongliang felt that this was too amazing. Master, this is, Suyu said, this is the pure heart divine mantra, one of the 8 divine mantras of Taoism that I mentioned before. People didn't expect that the pure heart divine mantra could actually make a person whose spirit had almost collapsed return to normal in such a short period of time. And it's just a matter of simply reciting a few words to have that effect. The 8 divine incantations are really bullish. The golden light incantation can protect the body and kill ghosts. And the pure heart divine incantation can restore a frightened person to normal. It's really powerful. I was worried at first that the uncle, who was about to collapse from fear, would be as difficult to control as a New Year's Eve pig and would cause a lot of chaos, but I didn't realize that the master would just recite a few words and solve the problem. I'm a psychiatrist and suddenly I feel like losing my job when I see this. It's like it works better than a pill. Then I'll have to write it down quickly. I can save a lot of money later. Many viewers in the live broadcast room immediately recalled the few phrases that Suyu had just read, and began to move their pens to write them down. The idea is to have a few lines like this later when you, or your family and friends, are going to have a seizure. That's a lot more productive than going to the hospital and seeing a doctor. A visit to a psychiatrist is several hundred an hour away, and it doesn't always work. That's a lot of money to be saved, especially if you have someone in the family who's depressed or just rambling around all day kind of situation. A line like that is a lifesaver. After seeing the pop-ups in the live broadcast, Zhou Dongliang told Suyu about it. Master, look, if this pure heart divine mantra is so effective, why don't you say it again, so that the big guys can memorize it properly, and it can be considered a cure for psychological and spiritual problems. Suyu did not expect so many people to be interested in the pure heart divine mantra. He decided to do a good job of science before they misunderstood something. He came to the camera and said slowly, first of all, the 8 divine incantations have to be recited by someone with enough cultivation to have such an effect. If an ordinary person reads it, like I said before, at most there's a peace of mind. Other than that it doesn't have any special effect. And the pure heart mantra can only be used in cases like this uncle just now, when he was so scared that his soul almost flew away, and when his spirit was interfered with by an evil spirit to produce uncontrollable evil thoughts, etc., like what depression and other mental illnesses, and some psychological problems. It's best to see a doctor. Don't be superstitious about spells. Believe in science. Suyu had just finished speaking. Above his head, a Dr. Ghost held a hearing aid across the ceiling. It looks like they want to hang him. Suyu directly a golden light incantation in his hand, condensed into a golden light rope and backhandedly strangled the Dr. Ghost's neck. In an instant, the Dr. Ghost's neck crazily scattered white smoke in all directions and kept emitting miserable screams. Suyu yanked the Dr. Ghost down from the ceiling as soon as he could, then put on the lightning strike date wood finger tiger and shone a punch at his head. There was a bang. Dr. Ghost became smoke on the spot. Zhou Dongliang, who was watching from the side, had a heart like water and had long since gotten used to Suyu's methods, but the uncle gave a dull look. This Dr. Ghost was all too familiar to him. Among the ghosts that caught him before was this Dr. Ghost. It didn't matter how much he begged for mercy at the time, begged them to let it go. Instead of stopping, it let out a grotesque laugh from its mouth. This Dr. Ghost, in particular, looked at him teasingly and said, "I'll be one of your chief surgeons when the time comes." The words scared the hell out of him. Pissed his pants on the spot. Been dragged all the way to this place and forced to change my clothes. After that it's just a matter of waiting for death here. Luckily, these two arrived. He also saw with his own eyes that the incomparably arrogant Dr. Ghost from before was hammered by this young master with a single punch. At this moment, his heart was immensely comfortable. If he were outside right now, he would have to drag Suyu and Zhou Dongliang for a good night's drinking. Seeing that the person had been saved, Zhou Dongliang looked at Suyu and said, "Let's take this uncle up to the first floor to rendezvous." Suyu nodded and walked with Zhou Dongliang towards the passage leading upstairs, and the older man followed closely beside them, afraid of being left behind. "Master, are we going to be able to go home later?" This moment is a tiger's mouth. Uncle wants nothing more than to go back to his home and see his wife and children, but the family bedroom is too scared to go there. It's already psychologized. Suyu said, "Don't worry, since I'm here, everyone will soon be able to leave here and go home to rest. Promise absolutely no delays in getting to work the next day." The older man was walking nicely when he suddenly froze, turning the conversation around. "That bar doesn't really have to be that fast. Anyway, it is so late. More delay is not." The master is still prudent. Whether or not I make it to work on time tomorrow is inconsequential in comparison. Most importantly, master must be careful and not be in too much of a hurry, lest you fall into the traps of these ghosts and monsters. As soon as Suyu heard it, he knew what this uncle was playing at. But well, this kind of request can be granted. After all, it's good to help people. The viewers of the live stream were, at first, quite worried about the people who had mistakenly entered the place. But as soon as he heard this uncle say that, he immediately guessed what he was thinking. Oh, this is not worrying about the master. It's obviously about having an excuse to take tomorrow off. It looks alive and well now. Not at all like something's wrong. And if I don't delay a bit, I won't really have an excuse to take tomorrow off. Or not to say that my kind is born cow-horsed. On this brain circuit, Kid me all can't wait to hurry out. All didn't think of this layer. Uncle actually said it's good. What's the point of going out in such a hurry? There's the master. The sky is falling, the master can give it back. If I had to, I'd definitely have to hang out inside more. It's a rare opportunity. There are masters are not even afraid of accidents. You walk around this shithole like it's an amusement park? If you give it to me, I'll play it directly as a haunted house. It's definitely more exciting than those haunted houses outside. And there's also a master to watch over the scene. Which ghost dares to harm people without looking at it? The master won't be able to beat it. Ghost, I don't want to lose face. I'm his boss. I saw the live broadcast. Please tell him that if he dares to be a minute late tomorrow, he'll be docked a month's salary. The viewers in the live room were instantly happy to see this pop up. When Dongliang Zhou saw this pop up, he wondered if it was really that uncle's boss, just to be on the safe side. It's good to be informed so you don't really lose your job then. There was just a pop-up suspected to be from your boss, saying that if you dare to be late tomorrow, you'll be docked a month's salary. Uncle is already making up excuses for his vacation. As soon as he heard Zhou Dongliang say that, the whole person was impotent. Master, I'm suddenly feeling a bit mentally broken. Can you recite another spell for me? Suyu shook his head. The pure heart divine mantra doesn't care about this. A few minutes later, the moment they walked down the passageway to the first floor, came face to face with a lanky figure. The older man was still wondering if he could go back to bed early so he wouldn't be really late tomorrow, but as soon as you step out of the passage, he then saw an ancient soldier appear in front of him wearing armor and wielding a long sword. Master, ghosts, Zhou Dongliang said, you don't need to be alarmed. This is a soldier that the master has transformed, responsible for hunting the ghosts here and rescuing the populace like you who have strayed into this place. Uncle's thumping heart fell at this, but then he suddenly reacted. The master will also make a really big change. Yes, the master changed it with beans. Listening to Zhou Dongliang's words, the uncle's heart became even more surprised, but when he stepped out, he just happened to see a number of armored soldiers coming out of the passageway corridors all around him. All of these armored men walked with the living to the center of the hall and the center of the first floor. At this moment, Uncle couldn't help but wonder if he hadn't woken up. How come beans can turn into people? And so many of them. Same as on the set. Suyu and Zhou Dongliang led the older men over to the hall. At this point in the hall, there were already more than a dozen people. Some of the faces were a little fearful, while others were a little excited. When they saw Suyu appear, that's more exciting. If it wasn't for Wang Xiaoxing and Li Wankai, as well as those members of the team stopping them in front, it was estimated that they could pounce on Suyu and gnaw on him. It's like seeing a big star. Master, look at me, look at me. Finally, a living master. Master, take me home. People are so scared here. You're scared my ass. Your mouth is watering at the sight of the master. Master, tell me how beans turn into soldiers. I want to learn. I want it too. I want it too. Master, teach me. Zhou Dongliang hurriedly helped to calm those agitated people. And Suyu didn't pay attention to the various voices that filled his ears wanting to understand the scattering of beans. He would have to look at the treasure-hunting radar display in his head first. At the moment there are just a few more red dots here and there. These red dots are all clustered in the same location. And in that, there was a red dot that was particularly distinct. Needless to say, that must be the Ghost King here. Dean Dai. At this point, Zhou Dongliang walked over. Master, I've just counted. All 13 people who mistakenly entered here have been retrieved. Then he rubbed his head and said, I'm actually curious. How on earth did you manage to conjure up so many armorers from beans? Now can you tell us about it? He thought that if he figured out the principles, he might be able to develop this technology out of it. This adds another layer of certainty in dealing with ghosts. Suyu saw that it was also a good time for cop. You can get a lot of science points. Well, let's talk about it now. The reason I can turn beans into armor is because the charm I use is called the scattering beans into soldiers charm. The viewers in the live broadcast room and the people at the scene all quieted down when they heard Suyu begin his science. Like the students in class, they listened carefully and attentively to the teacher. Scattering the beans does not mean that the beans are scattered out and the beans become soldiers. Rather, the beans have a spiritual nature, and the person who casts the spell infuses it and scatters it on the ground to summon the Yin soldiers to appear. And what the Yin soldiers like to eat is tofu. But tofu is too soft, and when you fling it on the ground, it turns into a pile of mush. So they used beans instead. At this point, among those 13, some felt that these so-called shadowy soldiers were just that. I have a feeling you're just blowing it off, which is really all these soldiers are. Yeah. If the ghosts here were any stronger, I think I'd have to die here. I think this master is really someone with skills, but that's about it. Not too impressive. Some of these people, when they were rescued, witnessed some of the armored men fighting against the ghosts, going no more than a few rounds before they were destroyed. So you look towards the armored soldiers who were already a bit less than before. Looks like some of the ghosts here are a bit strong and wiped out some of the armorers. But that doesn't mean the armorer is weaker than these ghosts. Rather, the beans used temporarily were fried, resulting in a damaged medium and insufficient aura, preventing the Yin soldiers from utilizing their full strength. But at the same time, people were also puzzled by the fact that the beans summoned the Yin soldiers. But what's a shady soldier? Master, what is a Yin soldier? Literally, it feels like it has something to do with sinister ghosts. Impossible. I'm scared to death of seeing ghosts, but when I see these soldiers, I don't have this feeling of fear. How can it be that kind of ghost? You don't understand, don't talk nonsense. However, Suyu, said, that friend just now said it well. Shadows and ghosts do have something to do with each other. This statement was made. The people in the room and the viewers of the live stream froze for a moment. Yin soldiers, also known as underworld soldiers, are soldiers from the underworld. In Taoism there was a man named Zhang Daoling, who founded a sect in Luoyang called the 5 Pieces of Rice sect. The name derives from an interesting tradition whereby those who join the sect are required to offer 5 dons of rice. Hence the name 5 Pieces of Rice Tao. Zhang Daoling called himself the Heavenly Master. So this sect was also known as the Tao of the Heavenly Master. There is a secret story that in ancient times there was a family with the name of Wang, and the eldest son of the family was Zhang Daoling's disciple. During a time of war, his family faced rebellion, and instead of choosing to send out troops or set up defenses, he went deep into the dojo with faith in his heart, hoping to use the Yin soldiers to deal with the rebel forces. And because of his sincerity, coupled with the help of ancestor Zhang Daoling, waving his hand and scattering beans summoned hundreds of thousands of Yin soldiers. He caught the enemy off guard with these hundreds of thousands of Yin soldiers. More than just protecting the family from being killed, it's also protecting the people of the city from being harmed. The viewers in the live broadcast room and the people who were there listened to Suyu's story. They were thinking that if everyone could learn this spell, then where is the problem of ghosts and monsters messing with the world? A wave would have been pushed back to normal life long ago. Maybe even do the country a favor and play waste to whatever White Eagle and Sakura countries. There's no shortage of beans anywhere anyway. Run straight to their homeland and buy a ton of them. Then airdrop them into the city and still not crunch and kill them and go around destroying their important facilities. Even if the other side had tank artillery, they would not dare to easily fire on a city full of people. This wave is still not advantageous to me. Everyone can be a general. After all, in Suyu's secret stories, those Yin soldiers were able to be so powerful that they could fight with armies, even though it was no longer ancient times. Things like destroying facilities and causing chaos could still be done. At this point, a voice shattered the illusion. May I ask, Master, what is the underworld? Suyu looked at the time. Next time we get a chance. Our main goal now is to eliminate the Ghost King here. Mention the word Ghost King. It was as if Zhou Dongliang and the others were waking up from a big dream, because during this time they followed Suyu here like an after-dinner walk. Neither had encountered anything that counted as dangerous. Even the saves all came back easily. It also popularized some Taoist knowledge and stories. If they hadn't brought up the matter of the Ghost King, they would have somewhat thought it was a bunch of people coming here for a picnic. Neither encountered anything dangerous. And the viewers on the air felt the same way. I almost forgot there was one without mentioning the Ghost King. Ghost King, am I the Ghost King or not? Am I the Ghost King or not? That I'll say something for the Demon King? Isn't that a bit too disrespectful of you guys? It's just so easy here with the Master. I was scared to death watching the official broadcast. I've all just come from other official broadcasts, and you all don't know how arrogant those ghosts are where there's no Master around. This time, among the general public, some of them did not have it as easy as Zhou Dongliang and the viewers in the live broadcast. They didn't want to stay in this creepy place for a moment and wanted to hurry home. Hi. I was wondering if you could walk us out first? Now that your masters are back, there should be a way to get us out of here first before we do? I really don't want to be here at all. For a while, a number of people were clamoring to get out of here right away. No matter how Chen Xing and Zhou Dongliang tried to pacify them, it didn't have much effect. Suyu said, please be at ease. Since this place is a space formed by grievances, none of us will be able to get out without destroying the Ghost King. If I forcefully break open the gate, everyone will still be in this space. Plus this side of space is already in a state of time and space disarray. If you guys wander around it's likely that you'll get lost. And by that time, let alone going out, I'm afraid it'll be hard to return here the same way you came. The moment Suyu's words came out, some of the restless crowd quieted down. Some of these people were still skeptical of Suyu's words. However, among the people present, even the officials did not know as much as Suyu. There was no one else to believe in if not him at this point. They didn't dare to really go outside either. In case it was really like what Suyu said, it was easy to get lost walking out and still not be able to find the way back. It would be better to stay on here. At least there are more people here. And those who believed in Suyu helped alongside to pacify these people. How long is it going to take you to destroy the Ghost King? Can you give me a definite answer? You should be asking how sure he is of destroying the Ghost King and bringing us all home. I don't want to spend much time here anyway. I have to get up early tomorrow for the early 8. I have a morning meeting tomorrow. Can you be responsible if I'm late? Listen to these people. The middle-aged brown man just couldn't stand the sight of them all. That's enough out of you people. Master rushed over from the Western District to save us all. And it's not even if you don't thank him. You're still fucking pussyfooting around. If you're that good you can fight the Ghost King yourselves and give the Master and the official crew a break. The female anchor blurted out from the side. The other masters and officials have been fighting these ghosts and monsters from the moment they came in, and came to find out where we are on the other side. Now that it's so hard to get all the people back, you guys just wait here honestly and don't be done with the things you're asked to do. The fact that you guys can still push around here now is because the other masters and official team members came in time. Otherwise you'd be pushing around with the ghosts and seeing if the ghosts and monsters would say one more word to you. The older man who had been rescued from the negative floor earlier was also pointing his nose at them with a look of exasperation. Just you are still on the morning 8. You still have a morning meeting. There is no master and official team members to save you. You give the ghost on the morning 8 to have a morning meeting. You guys should be glad I'm almost an old man now. If I had my temper 20 years ago, I'd give you all a big pussy bucket each. Those who are impatient and want to rush back, being middle-aged brown guys and hostesses, they couldn't return a word of what they were saying. Being scolded made his face green and purple. The viewers of the live broadcast also swiped their pop-ups. If you ask me, the master is still too merciful to dislike their face slaps. Let's see what those people look like. If I had a friend who was like that, I'd cut him off on the spot. If my girlfriend does that, I'll go to her best friend on the spot. How did the master save these pussy things? Or I would have let them fend for themselves here and I would have watched the show from the sidelines. The viewers of the live stream were outraged. Suyu watched these people lower their heads in shame and felt that it was about time, so he opened his mouth. There's no need to rush. Everyone, we'll get out soon. The district ghost king is just a ghost king. It won't take much time. Wang Xiaoxing and Li Wenkai immediately ran out of the crowd and patted up Suyu's ass. Worthy of being a master. An existence as bullish as the ghost king can be expressed in terms of a district. My admiration for the master is as great as a river that stretches on and on. The two of them, Wang Xiaoxing and Li Wenkai, quietly exchanged glances. Then, Wang Wenkai suddenly knelt down. I think it's better to choose a day than to bump into it. Why don't master take this opportunity to take us in as disciples, making this matter even more joyous? Li Wenkai looked at Wang Wenkai and then at Suyu. The words that had just been so hard to think of had gone out. It's really hard to know what to say right now. I'm just like him. Suyu did not expect these two to be really persistent. Hastily shaking his hand in refusal, Zhou Dongliang was thinking of helping Suyu out from the side and said, I see that you guys are also eager to deal with ghosts and monsters. I think it's better if you guys get admitted into our special warfare bureau against ghosts and goblins. Maybe you'll have a chance to work with the master in the future. Wang Xiaoxing and Li Wenkai heard that they had to take the test against the Ghosts and Monsters Special Operations Bureau. Instantly, he was a bit of a wimp. Suyu turned his head and said to Zhou Dongliang, now my armor can still exist for some time. And all the ghosts here have been wiped out. Except for the Ghost King there. You take the team and go down to the negative third floor with me and eliminate that Ghost King. Good to settle this thing. Zhou Dongliang also felt that it was time and did not delay any longer. And the ghost is just short of being completely wiped out at the Ghost King's place. The safety of the people here is not too much of a concern. He then greeted his team members and followed Suyu towards the passageway leading to the negative floor. In the middle of a dark passage, several beams of light illuminated the path around them. They quickly made their way to the negative floor where they had arrived earlier. It still had a stronger medicinal odor than above. Although Suyu said that the ghost was just short of the Ghost King's place, but the team remained vigilant. This is the result of years of training. It is important not to let your guard down without returning to a safe place. To do otherwise is to give the enemy a chance to hurt you. This place is really just like the news said back then. It's really comparable to a prison. I remember back in the day the news started off by praising this place in particular until it was blown out of proportion with the abuse of patience, which the officials at the time didn't believe. One can only say that Dean Dai really knows how to hide himself, even fooling the officials. It wasn't until a year had passed since the revelation of the patient abuse that it was once again blown up by people with a conscience within, and that's when the attention was drawn to it. I was surprised when I read the story at the time on the force that said that at first the investigators didn't investigate anything, but right then and there, it just so happened that a patient ran out of the negative floor here, flipped the hidden door switch and just happened to be right in front of the investigators. The investigators immediately went to the negative floor to investigate, and the results became more and more horrifying the more they investigated. When the troopers also attached those photographs and part of Dean Dai's experimental records. Yes. I remember there were live-cut brains to study how people reacted to this when they were awake, as well as putting some animal organs into the human body, etc. Not to mention that the investigators at the time almost threw up when I saw this. Lao Lu, Xiao Bai, Lao Gua and other members of the team, after arriving at the negative floor, kept recalling the scene when they saw this report, especially seeing that 101 ward. They remembered the most miserable people here at that time. The viewers of the live stream listened to the players talk about these things, worthy of being the descendants of those who immigrated to Little Sakura. In terms of cruelty, it's on par with the original inhabitants of Sakura country. I do think there's momentum for a hair over. I've also heard this report mentioned by my father. He said that back then, he directly pulled this Dean Dai out and paraded him through the streets. Countless people picked up stones and stoned him furiously. If not for the police stopping him, it is estimated that before he could wait for the execution, he would have already been stoned to death. These little cherry blossoms are so harmful. How come the Oni chaos didn't wipe them out? That said, I suddenly want to support those Oni that are killing indiscriminately in Sakura country, and I hope they kill those Sakura people in agony. I do have a plan. Don't we have a master now? Let the master catch a bunch of zombies and ghosts and drop them all into the Sakura country to add fire to them. That's a great plan. I raise my hands in favor of it. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Suyu was beside him and of course saw it. He didn't expect this Dean Dai to be so cruel. It made him think of a Sakura Nation troop. Actually, well, this method works in theory, but there are a lot of uncertainties when it comes to practicing it. To catch that many ghosts and zombies and throw them over there, it's nothing more than air and sea transportation, and it's the kind of thing I haven't tried, and what happens in it is anyone's guess. It's possible that we haven't arrived at the place yet, and halfway there in case a ghost or monster comes out because of an accident. Won't it harm the person in charge of transportation? And I can't leave before we've dealt with the ghosts and monsters in the Dragon Kingdom. Not much longer. They just chatted their way to the negative second floor. There are fewer rooms with iron gates on the negative 2 floors than on the first floor, but the air smells worse of herbs. The een is also heavier. The temperature is lower. Zhou Dongliang and the others all involuntarily shrunk. Even his mouth exhaled white gas. Dongliang Zhou asked curiously, Master, when we were at the Sakura country's military warehouse earlier, Zhang Weiguo and the others encountered a ghost covering their eyes. Now we don't even have that? Suyu looked at him and said, have you forgotten what I said? Aren't you carrying the peace talisman and the evil-breaking talisman I gave you? Things like ghosts covering their eyes and ghosts hitting the walls won't happen as long as the talismans are still on you guys. And although this is a place of great evil, it's not that evil compared to the place of great evil of the extreme een. If it hadn't appeared in a residential neighborhood, it wouldn't have brought so many people in. Zhou Dongliang patted his head. It was true that he had spent the past few days too comfortably. Forget all about it. He touched the folded talisman in his pocket. A slight smile on his face. Not a moment too soon. They then came to the negative 3rd floor. The smell of medicine is strongest here. And the moment they stepped out of the passageway, they saw that right at the end of it was an eerie operating room. And at the moment, the operating room lightboard was actually on in the dark space. Seeing this scene made the crowd involuntarily shiver. You know, this place has been abandoned for years, and the electricity and water were cut off a long time ago. How could there still be electricity to keep the lights on in the operating room? And just then, the lights in the operating room went black. Suddenly there was an inexplicable pressure that surged through Zhou Dongliang's and their hearts. The pressure was familiar, like the feeling of seeing the Sakura Ghost King that time in the military warehouse before. The viewers in the live broadcast room seemed to feel this pressure as well. The pop-ups were much less frequent for a while. In the meantime, the door to the operating room opened slowly with a rusty sound. Zhou Dongliang and the others immediately raised their guns and took aim, and Suyu stopped them. This greatly puzzled Zhou Dongliang and the others, but it was too late for them to think much about it, because a group of doctors and nurses came out pushing hospital beds as if they were floating. The sound of the hospital bed's wheels rolling was particularly harsh in this part of town. Are there so many experimental subjects this time? No records of these individuals' visits were found. It doesn't matter. Dean Dai will be happy to see that there are so many experimental materials. The words just fell. These doctor ghosts and nurse ghosts came barreling in. The frightened Zhou Dongliang and the others couldn't help but take a step back, while Suyu's face remained unchanged. He took out the 2 bronze swords that he had made earlier, only to see Suyu throw the copper coin sword in his hand forward, then revolving the air in his body, then pointing forward. The 2 copper swords immediately locked onto their targets and shot out violently like arrows off the string. The moment the copper sword quickly penetrated the bodies of the doctor ghost and the nurse ghost, a blast of sound rang out. In a matter of moments, the group of doctor ghosts and nurse ghosts that had just been ferocious had turned into a trail of smoke and dissipated in this space. Immediately after, the corner of Suyu's mouth smiled as he hooked his fingers together. The 2 bronze swords turned their heads and flew back quickly, floating in front of him when they were about to hit the door of the operating room. Suyu's face was still very satisfied as he looked at the 2 copper swords in front of him. Originally, he had wanted to take this opportunity to try out the art of sentinel. I didn't realize the handling was still okay. As for Zhou Dongliang and the others and the viewers in the live broadcast room, when they saw these 2 copper coin swords floating in front of Suyu, each of them were astonished beyond measure. What kind of bullish ability is this? Master, isn't this some kind of high-tech? The drone kind? Good man. What a good man. Masters are using technology to destroy ghosts and monsters now? It feels like such a cool move. Take it to pick up a girl and you'll definitely get 1-in-1. You know, good guy. With this kind of bullish ability you use it to pick up girls? That's right. It's most convenient to use it for delivery and takeout. Did neither of you notice that it was a sword made of copper? It's the box the master bought at the time. I remembered that master said before that the copper sword could also be used to deal with ghosts and monsters, and I didn't expect it to be used now. Zhou Dongliang looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast. The mind was curious about this ability and the copper sword though, but now that the Ghost King was in the operating room in front of him, there wasn't that much time to ask such questions. Master, are there any other ghosts here now? Suyu retrieved the 2 copper coin swords in his hand and said, now it's down to the Ghost King inside. Dean Dai, let's go. Suyu took large strides forward, leading Zhou Dongliang and the others towards the operating room. Zhou Dongliang and the others followed behind thinking that if they were left to their own devices in this current situation, I'm afraid it would be difficult for them to come here. While up there, either casualties had already occurred and there was no way to be forced to withdraw the team, but there is no way to leave, and the end result is still trapped and dead. Sooner or later the ghosts will kill them all. Either they are surrounded by the ghosts here, or they end up being killed by all of them. It just doesn't end well anyway. Tony Joe didn't know how many such places there were in the city, or in the country for that matter. I really don't know what they would do if they already had a colleague in this situation. It's not like you can watch a live stream inside this kind of space, and you can't contact the outside world. Can only wait here to die in silence. Seeing that the operating room was close at hand, Zhou Dongliang shook his head and cast away the distractions in his mind. Even now, with the master by his side, it's only fair to be vigilant at all times. Otherwise one day in case the guru goes somewhere else, something will happen sooner or later with this kind of vigilance. The moment they step into the operating room, a cloudy wind came with an extremely strong medicinal odor. For a while, Zhou Dongliang and the others felt a bit dizzy. A moment of clarity came back to him when he felt the talisman on his body start to burn. How can patient actually resists physical paralysis? No harm done. It just so happens that my research into increasing the body's tolerance for pain has found a new direction. You will be the best material. The words fell. Boo! The door to the operating room slammed shut. It doesn't take much thought to realize that it must be locked up now and can't be opened at all. And the operating room was so dark that you couldn't see anything at all with the naked eye. Even the light from the flashlight seemed to be swallowed up by the darkness. It was shining normally, but the light just couldn't illuminate the front. At the moment, this place is very spooky. Even the signal of the live broadcast received an impact and lagged every now and then. Am I blind? Why can't I see anything? Don't doubt it. I can't see anything up ahead either. By the North Law. What kind of weird place is this? Even the light from a flashlight can't illuminate it. The corner of Suyu's mouth rose slightly as he looked around at the pitch-black space. Sculpture. He cast the Tongtian talisman and drew 4 evil-breaking talismans in each of his single hands to hit the direction of the 4 corners of the space. The moment the evil-breaking talisman came into position, there was a buzzing in everyone's ears. Immediately after, the darkness of the space had a momentary sense of clearing the clouds. The darkness was actually receding fast. The operating table, and the shadowless light on it, appeared before his eyes. Next to them were a variety of instruments and tools and medications used for surgery. At this point, to their left came the sound of applause. Zhou Dongliang and the others turned their heads to look. Hershey saw a doctor in a white coat and a mask standing there applauding. You're a very strange bunch. Especially you, the one in the yellow coat. You're special. Drawing so many things out of thin air can actually break the darkness of this grievance space. I really want to study you from head to toe. Especially your brain. Your organs. I want to see where in the human body this power is hidden. If I find it, I'll be famous all over the world. Come on, let me fulfill that wish. Maybe then you'll have a trophy on your grave too. Dean Dai's words grew more and more agitated, his eyes visible and crazy. Zhou Dongliang and the others immediately raised their guns to aim and shoot in one fell swoop. All of a sudden, fire flashed in the operating room. The sound of gunfire. Dozens of rounds of bullets hit the body of Dean Dai, who kept dodging, putting him in pain and laughing. But everyone had changed rounds, and Dean Dai's body was actually all just a bit frazzled. It didn't even smoke much. Damn, that kid was fast. Emptied a dozen rounds. Old Six kept shooting and couldn't help but explode. And the others didn't stop shooting. A large number of bullets poured down, and the sound of shell casings falling on the ground constantly resounded around them. Dean Dai wanted to get closer to Suyu, but he froze in the way of those strange bullets, not getting much closer. It's really strange. Bullets clearly have no effect on this state of mind today. Why is it that these men's bullets yet wound me and kill my assistants? Dean Dai, who was constantly dodging bullets, suddenly had a stern look in his eyes. It's blood. I smell blood from the bullet. Or chicken blood. Was the bullet stained with chicken blood? How is it that bullets dyed with chicken blood can harm us in our ghostly state? It's really curious. It seems like a new research path has been found. The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when they saw the increasingly insane Dean Dai. This person turned out to be so crazy. It's this time of the day. Still thinking about dissecting the master. Still thinking about researching why the chicken blood bullets can hurt it. I suddenly feel thankful. If I just let Captain Joe and the others come over by themselves. In this situation, I'm afraid that even after the bullets run out, they won't be able to drain this Dean Dai of much blood. And just the way it is now, I'm still afraid that it will suddenly go crazy and run hard against the bullets to Captain Joe and the others, and forcefully grab them onto the operating table and start studying them. As if responding to the words of the live viewers, Dean Dai suddenly laughed maniacally and stormed up, hard against the bullets and rushed towards Suyu. I'm still more interested in your body than these bullets. Come on, give me your body and let me get to know the most special you completely. I'm going to take you back to Sakura country so you can be watched by everyone in the most prominent place, watching the fruits of my research. Just as it was about to rush to Suyu, Suyu put his fingers together and pointed forward. 2 bronze swords flew out instantly, penetrating Dean Dai's body. In a flash, Dean Dai let out a pained sound and could no longer laugh. Why copper can cause me so much pain? Why? You have a lot of secrets and I want to know them all. I'm going to lift your canopy and take a closer look at your brain. Just then, a copper sword stabbed into its left arm. The intense pain made it want to pull out the copper sword immediately, but just as it stretched out its right hand, another copper sword stabbed at its right arm. Suyu twisted his fingers. The two copper swords forcefully unfolded Dean Dai's arms and hoisted him in midair. Then it slowly fell to the ground. No matter how much it shouted and struggled, it could not break it free. And the more intense the reaction, the more painful it becomes. Zhou Dongliang looked at the controlled Dean Dai and said, "Master, let's kill it." Suyu, however, said, "It doesn't like research very much. Then let it be studied and looked at." 2. Zhou Dongliang and the others looked at Suyu suspiciously. Suyu said, "When I was saving that uncle on the negative floor, I saw that you guys seem to have some new equipment. I know that new equipment needs test data to keep getting better. And now you have a good subject for data collection? And it's a Ghost King. The test data used on it is definitely more valuable than the average ghost." This statement was made. Zhou Dongliang and the others instantly understood. That's right. When they reported back to the station before this night, they did get some test pieces that had just been made. The secretary also specifically asked them to try it out when they had the chance so that they could see what needs to be changed and perfected. But once they arrived here, with Suyu around, none of them had a chance to test it. There were also so many opportunities to try out Black Dog blood fragmentation grenades while in the negative. Ha ha ha. At this moment the offense is changing shape. As the saying goes, if a KO can go, I can go. Don't you like research? So let us officials use you for research now. Let you do this kind of hurtful research all day long. Now it's payback for payback. Let's see if you're still crazy. With the master personally controlling you, you still want to run away? To the Ghostbusters within the Special Operations Bureau, Director Liu saw that he had all but hit the Ghost King. Then I'm afraid those test items that were handed to them earlier won't have a chance to be tested here. As a result, he didn't expect Suyu to discover this and give back the opportunity. And still using the Ghost King as a test target. This is the kind of good thing that you just can't get enough of. The director of the Weapons Research and Development Department couldn't be happier. Happier than picking up $1 million. When I was at the military base before, I watched the live broadcast in which the Ghost King's strength was far beyond that of ordinary ghosts and monsters. And it's still thick-skinned. So even with equipment that's enhanced with black dog blood and chicken blood, there's no way to destroy it in a short period of time. I thought of several alternatives to the Eldritch King overnight, and none of them turned out to be satisfactory. So I had to settle for the next best thing and target ordinary ghosts and monsters. I thought I wouldn't have the chance to take the Ghost King as a test target, and now I've been given such a big surprise. The director of the Weapons Research and Development Department stroked what little hair was left on his head and said to Director Liu with joy, "Director Liu, after this mission is over, can we use technical means to make the live video into 8K quality so that we can see it more clearly when the time comes?" Director Liu gave an OK sign. "You have the master to thank for this. I didn't even have the heart to ask before. After all, people volunteered to help us and didn't even make any demands. It would be rude of me to initiate such a thing." Director Liu suddenly put up his hands and his mouth and eyes opened wide, as if he had thought of something good. "I remember you have a daughter, don't you, who is 20 this year, about the same age as the master. I think we might as well help them hold a line. Your daughter is the school flower in school. The master's face value is not low, and the master's future is bright. If your daughter can take the master, I'll have to call you leader in the future." The director of Weapons Research and Development was a little distracted by the mention of it. The brain is already thinking, there is master such a son-in-law. Then I'm afraid that in the future can be transferred back to the military factory. How to say at least is also a second in command. Suddenly, an explosion came from the live broadcast, causing the director of the Weapons Research and Development Department and Director Liu to return to their senses and look closely at the live broadcast screen. "Ah! Get off me! Get off me!" Dean Dai was hoisted up by two copper swords pulling on his arms. Zhou Dongliang had his team member Xiaobai throw another black dog blood fragmentation grenade over. Boo! Another explosion rang out. Before they performed the test, Zhou Dongliang and the others had lowered the operating table and pulled it over to the operating room door here to use it as a cover. They all hid behind the black dog blood fragmentation grenade when it exploded. Many of the small steel balls that were scattered by the explosion were lodged in the operating table. "Lao Guo, did you get all the shots? That's important test data," Zhou Dongliang said seriously. Lao Guo gave a thumbs up. "Captain, don't worry. It's all been recorded." Tony Zhou said. "Good. Now let's go ahead and change the angle and do it again." Then, together, they moved the operating table out of the way and threw out another black dog blood fragmentation grenade. There was an explosion. A large number of small steel balls stained with black dog blood shot out in all directions. A number of them penetrated Dean Dai's body, although it was said to be not very painful. At the moment it felt a sense of humiliation that it had never felt before in its life. You Chinaman, hurry up and put me down. Who are you to take me for research? Even in Sakura country, they never treated me like this. Get off me, you're the ones who should be studied. But it didn't matter how much Dean Dai cracked up. Zhou Dongliang and Suyu both acted as if they hadn't heard. Captain Zhou, actually, if you guys have weapons to test, you can tell me, Suyu said. Captain Zhou scratched his head and said, it's not like we're already bothering you to help us deal with the ghosts and monsters. If I have to ask you again to give us the opportunity to test our weapons, I can't open the door. Suyu patted Zhou Dongliang's shoulder. It's all about contributing to the country and mankind. There's nothing that can't be opened. In the future, if something like this comes up, you can tell me in advance. Zhou Dongliang had some embarrassment on his face. Actually, I have a black dog blood fragmentation grenade to test here. In addition to a black dog blood smoke grenade, it says it's using chemical means to kill patches of ghosts and monsters by vaporizing the black dog blood inside in a short period of time. Suyu nodded. Go test to your heart's content. Nodding, Zhou Dongliang took out a red grenade, pulled the grommet, and threw it at Dean Dai. Almost 10 seconds later, the grenade spewed out a large amount of red smoke, instantly engulfing Dean Dai. This time, Dean Dai finally let out a scream under the weight of human technology. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh as they watched the scene. Gee, I feel like this red smoke is thicker than the smoke from firecrackers on New Year's Eve. The smoke is so thick. Not to mention ghosts. People can't even go in there. They'll be suffocated in no time. There's one thing to be said for the Ghost King finally calling it this time. And it's good that it did. It shows that we're on the right track with our technological development ideas. I guess by now the people abroad are scratching their heads trying to figure out how to develop technology to deal with their native ghosts and monsters. Luckily we have a master here. Once the final data is finalized, it can be mass-produced and sent across the country so that all combatants will be able to equip it. Now even the casualties can be able to be reduced quite a bit. That's thanks to the master's previous science. Otherwise where would we have gotten this line of thought? Yes, it's fortunate that our Dragon Kingdom has produced a bull batch character. Or else we would have ended up similar to those people in foreign countries. I have a question. Now that this is a confined space, and there's that thick smoke now, what about Master and Captain Zhou and the others? Yeah, people can't carry such thick smoke. Zhou Dongliang took Suyu's finger and saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast, and Suyu was also beside him, so of course he saw it. Seeing the red smoke begin to spread in all directions, Suyu said with a calm demeanor, how is it? Have you all recorded? The team members next to Tony Zhou said, I've got it recorded on my side. Me too. Recording complete. Zhou Dongliang saw that the team members had recorded from multiple angles and looked at Suyu. Suyu didn't say anything, but stood up and cast the golden light mantra, his entire body radiating a golden light. Immediately afterward, the golden light condensed into a huge sword, slamming down towards the closed operating room door. A violent rattling sound rang out at the same time. The door to the operating room was split apart in an instant by a huge golden blade. Zhou Dongliang and his teammates and the viewers in the live broadcast room were watching in amazement. But Zhou Dongliang and the others were not slow on their feet and immediately ran towards the door with Suyu. In the blink of an eye, he had run to the entrance of the passageway leading from the -3rd floor to the -2nd floor. Suyu looked at the red smoke that kept rising from the operating room in the distance and asked, how long will this smoke last? Zhou Dongliang said, at that time, Director Lu said this smoke might not dissipate in a short period of time due to the mixture of chemicals. Suyu looked in the direction of the operating room. The sounds of pain coming from Dean Dai could still be heard over there. Gee, this is going to be good for that Dean Dai. But in that case, I can't get in. How else can we destroy it? It can't wait forever, can it? Now the smoke is so thick that a dog going in and coming out again would have to start with 50 years of smoke. Even if he had the cultivation boost now, Suyu did not want to take the risk, because it's not necessary. He didn't want to go in there and come out as a consumptive. Now this smoke won't clear for a while. There are also no windows on this ground floor that can be opened for ventilation. The exhaust fan for the ventilation duct doesn't work either. So let's go up first. Zhou Dongliang's face was a little too much. But if the Ghost King hasn't been eliminated, this space can't be broken, and people can't go back. Suyu raised his eyebrows. I didn't say I would leave Dean Dai a ghost here. When he finished, he hooked his finger. Dean Dai, who had been stabbed in the arm by 2 copper swords, was floated out. At the moment, it didn't look as good as it did when it first started. The whole ghost is a bit of a mess. I really didn't realize that even dog blood can hurt me now. The previous conversation between Zhou Dongliang and them and Suyu, it hurt it even though it was being tested. It's just, you guys are so stupid too. The idea of chemically vaporizing the blood is a good one, but also because of the chemical composition and chemical reaction. Even if the dog's blood is turned into smoke, the effect is affected by many factors. You guys think I screamed before because of that black dog blood smoke bomb of yours? The pain that kind of thing inflicts on me is less than a tenth of what these 2 copper swords can do. At the time it said those words, Zhou Dongliang immediately aimed his cell phone lens at it. This ghost is no good though, but at least there is expertise. It's equally informative about this black dog blood smoke bomb. No, is this dude stupid from the smoke? Good guy. Still evaluating it. Should I give it a 5-star review? Hey, man, this is about studying you. And if you're so cooperative, why are you giving professional advice? I'm guessing it's still a case of sucking up too many chemicals and dumbing down the brain. So the question is, can ghosts breathe? Do ghosts even have a brain for that matter? That's really just a hell of a thing to know. To the Ghostbusters Special Operations Bureau, the director of the Weapons Research and Development Department saw the large close-up of the Ghost King, Dean Dai, given by Zhou Dongliang in the live broadcast. Hurriedly, he took out the research report on the black dog blood smoke bomb and looked at it. Then frowning tightly, he took a pen and didn't know what he was writing. Good, that's wonderful. I didn't expect to hear the Ghost King's comments on this. The rewards of this test are simply too unexpected. As long as we wait for this to be over, I'll go back and have my team compile the information from this test, and I'll arrange for a second batch of test items to come out soon. The director of Weapons Research and Development was now feeling a little regret in his heart. If only I had known that I could have such a great opportunity. There should have been more research coming out in the first place so that it could be tested at this point. Director Liu looked at the current expression on the face of the Director of Weapons Research and Development. How it felt a bit like the expression of the Ghost King, Dean Dai, in the live broadcast screen. Or are all these researchers at risk of potentially turning crazy? Director Liu looked at the Director of Weapons Research and Development. It just so happened that the Director of Weapons Research and Development seemed to sense something and looked up at him as well. Bureau Liu, what can I do for you? Director Liu suddenly winced and hastily shook his head, then continued to look at the live feed. Zhou Dongliang looked at Su Yu. Master, what are we going to do with it now that the operating room smoke has not cleared? Su Yu thought about what some people had complained about when he was up there before. Zhou Dongliang and the others or other teams must have encountered it as well. Move this Ghost King Dean Dai up then. Being able to let those who have been protected all this time see the oppressive feeling of the Ghost King with their own eyes. It was also able to make them realize how hard it was for these combatants to fight. They are the ones who protect them all with their lives. Let them still be alive to complain about the people who are protecting them and holding them back, instead of being killed by a ghostly creature and not even having a chance to complain. Of course, it would have been nice for more people to see the scene where the Ghost King, Dean Dai, was carried out by the Copper Sword. There would definitely be a lot of people curious about the Copper Sword and the art of sentimentalism by then. I'm sure I'll get more sci-fi points for public sci-fi at that point. It's simply a 2-for-1 deal. Bring up the Ghost King and show them. Tony Zhou and his teammates were pleasantly surprised. Bringing up such a scary and frightening Ghost King? And show them? You know, those people up there are ordinary people. Letting them feel the oppressive feeling that the Ghost King brings. I'm really afraid that they won't be able to withstand that fear. Master, why don't we just settle it here? I'm worried about scaring those folk up there. They're not professionally trained like we are. Mental capacity is not that strong. I'm afraid. However, the viewers of the live broadcast, in the spirit of watching the fun, were very supportive of Su Yu's move. I put my hands up in favor of letting the guys see this hanging Ghost King for themselves. Now where is the Ghost King? I wish I could have been there. When I was there I would have asked the master to give me a try with a mahogany sword. Just trying it out? I'm definitely going to make the master let me fight the Ghost King for 300 rounds. Aren't you afraid of being pressed to the ground by the Demon King and having 300 cuts made in your brain? With Master Turkey Bar here, if I'm afraid of this, won't I lose face with the master? I may not be able to do anything else, but we'll be able to do everything in the world. We'll never disgrace the master. Look at me getting a little excited. I live right here on Cross Street. Is it too late to get there? If you go over there now, aren't you afraid of going into the resentment space of another Ghost King? Ha, there's that possibility? Who's to say about things like time and space dislocation? Zhou Dongliang looked at a pop-up screen in the live broadcast. The audience of people in here looks like that's not afraid at all. One by one, they were eager to be there and play Ghost King in a different way. The variety of ways to play is endless. Even wax dripping has been brought up. Is this for sure a fight with the Ghost King? But these people are spaced out. After all, in their hearts, they knew that the ghosts and monsters could not hurt them through the screen, so they could watch unabashedly. All sorts of tawdry words, all sorts of surprisingly tricky words from different angles can be said without fear. The Ghost King couldn't hear it anyway. Even if you hear it, with the master present, what can you do to me? but that layer of psychological comfort would be gone if they actually brought the Ghost King face to face with them. I don't know what I'll be scared of when the time comes. I'm afraid I can't even get them to say flirty things. Not to mention all these people who have wandered into this place by mistake. Quite a few of them don't care about ghosts and monsters. They're just focused on getting on with their lives. Besides, some of them had already seen ghosts when they were here before. I don't know if they can handle it if they see the Ghost King again. Suyu knew the worry in Zhou Doliang's heart. Actually, it would be beneficial for them to meet the Ghost King. If the Ghost King can even stand it in front of him without being frightened. Then in the future, if you encounter ordinary ghosts and monsters on the road, or at home, you'll definitely be able to handle them with ease. And better protect yourself and your family. Guts are all about practicing. Combatants like you who often have to fight ghosts and monsters, your guts haven't been honed over and over again. Zhou Dongliang and the others felt that there was some truth in Suyu's words. Now although the internet has been organized by someone Suyu's popular science text, even on the Ghosts and Monsters Special Operations Bureau also specially on the official website, based on Suyu's popular science, prepared on the ghosts and monsters of the book. But it's not so easy to apply it properly when you really encounter ghosts and goblins. The average person is of mixed psychological quality. There are definitely a lot of factors that come into play after a ghostly encounter. This is a time when you simply can't apply this knowledge without a good mental attitude and a certain amount of psychological tolerance for ghosts and spirits. It might even harm itself instead. It feels like it would be good to practicing your guts with the Ghost King. But how does it feel? A little strange. Tony Zhou shook his head. Anyway, with the master around, what's wrong with the Ghost King going up there for ordinary people to see? There's no way to make a mess. They walked in the passageway to the upper level. The screams and curses of the Ghost King, Dean Dai, kept coming from his ears. Get off me! What do you take me for, as an animal to be watched? You'd better pray that you can keep control of me. If I'm allowed to break free, I'll be sure to study everyone here, layer by layer, to make you feel, with extreme sobriety, the pain and despair of having your body cut up a little. However, no matter how much it screamed in indignation, Zhou Dongliang and Suyu and the others did not react at all. Not even a slap on the wrist. I've got a few leftover refried beans here from the previous scattering, so let's all split them. Suyu took out the little bit of beans out. Zhou Dongliang and the others hadn't even taken a sip of water after arriving here. My mouth was dry and tasteless long ago. Now there are salty refried beans going into your mouth, which is just soothing. It instantly felt like a clearer head. And at this time the first floor hall of the secondary building. It split into two groups of people staying apart here. On one side were the few people who had made trouble earlier, and on the other side were the anchor woman and the middle-aged brown man and a few of them. None of them ignored anyone. They were all still waiting for Suyu to come back here after they killed the Ghost King. Currently the ghosts here had been killed off by those armorers, but in such a gloomy place, that was a really bad feeling. Moreover, the five senses of these armored men were not clearly visible, and no matter how much they talked to them, there was no response. Being stared at by these armored men who looked like a dead man, one's heart felt hairy, even if they knew that these were summoned by Suyu and would not harm them. Some people still feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Why are they so slow? They said it would be quick. There's no internet here, and they can't even play landlord to pass the time. Alas, my documents are to be handed in tomorrow morning. And now not a word has been moved. Really anxious. When we get out, I'm going to file a complaint against them, including that guru. The middle-aged brown man glared over. You guys aren't done, are you? It's starting again, isn't it? Wang Xiaoxing fished up his sleeves and walked over to their side. I don't mind at all if you want to be scolded by us again. The master said that a little bickering and anger will also raise your yang energy a bit. Just as they were about to argue again, a group of people came out of the direction leading to the negative floor. Female anchors and middle-aged brown men were the first to see it, but they just wanted to run up. A fierce Dr. Ghost was seen floating beside Suyu and Zhou Dongliang and the rest of them, and it also gave them a different feeling from those ordinary ghosts. Almost the instant he saw it, the fear in his heart immediately spewed out like a spring. The people present saw those whitened eyes, and in an instant, the fear in their hearts was hard to suppress. Some of the people in here had come across nurse ghosts or other hauntings here, but none of these hauntings gave them the feeling that this one in front of them now came violently. Some people even subconsciously turned around and tried to run away from the place, but when he had just taken a step away, he saw that the dark passageway leading to the main building was equally terrifying. Although the ghosts and monsters had been killed off by these armorers, the fear from instinct was not so easy to overcome. The anchor woman and some of the women reacted even more violently and couldn't help but scream. This space was already very silent, and so many intense screams, like needles, seemed to pierce the eardrums of everyone present. It made a lot of people cover their ears. It was also good that there was this scream that pulled people out of their fear. Okay, stop screaming. Shut up the noise, all of you. A few couldn't help themselves and yelled at the screaming women. All of a sudden, this side of space became quiet once again. Not bad for a woman's scream. I can feel my ears hurting through the screen. I just picked up my chicken leg for the first time in my life, and this scream made me drop it on the floor. It's fine. You can pick it up and still eat it in 3 seconds. Can't eat it. I was just about to take it here, and rhubarb snatched it away in one bite, faster than any little bitch I've seen at the village entrance. What do you mean? I just went to the toilet to pee. Suddenly this shouting, hard for me to pee, half held back. Don't mention how hard it is. In the crowd at the sight, the middle-aged brown man bravely walked towards Suyu's side. Don't be afraid, everyone. With the master and the official combatants here, this damn thing can't make waves even if it's bullish. With his words, Wang Qiuxing and Li Wenkai also walked over bravely. They scrutinized Dean Day, found this little thing to be quite chic. Surprisingly, he was pierced through both arms by 2 bronze swords, and was floating in mid-air with a hard support, and as they got closer, they could vaguely smell a faintly strange odor from this ghost's body. It's like the smell of spoiled rotten eggs mixed with stinky tofu, cured together in a pickle jar for half a year to ferment, and then when you open the lid again, it hits your nose. Master, what the hell is this? It smells so disgusting. Wang Qiuxing covered his nose, his face full of dislike for this ghost. Li Wenkai thought he didn't smell it right at first and smelled it again closer. The next moment, even ran to the corner and turned his head and threw up. A middle-aged brown man would be more cautious, smelled something wrong and immediately took 2 steps back. Absolutely no head iron, Zhou Dongliang said as he looked at Li Wenkai, who was holding the corner of the wall and vomiting. We used it earlier to test a new piece of equipment developed by the Bureau. Since it's a test item, the flavor is going to be weird, but you'd better not get too close to that smell. Li Wenkai threw up all of tonight's dinner, holding the wall with one hand and covering his stomach with the other, turning his head with a bitter look on his face and said, Captain Zhou, next time this kind of thing should be said earlier. I'm miserable enough to be here in my own right, and now I'm even spitting out the pig's feet and rice I ate at night. What a shame. Wang Qiuxing asked, Master, Captain Zhou, this ghost looks pretty powerful, able to carry your new weapons and still be fine, and the bodies are all just slightly transparent. Suyu smiled and walked over to Ghost King Daidin. This ghost is certainly powerful, because it's the Ghost King here, Dean Day. It would be best to use it to test new official weapons to provide test data. This statement was made. Everyone in the room froze instantly. Ghost King? Is it the same Dean Day? Crap now. I said, why do I feel that this ghost feels different from the other ghosts? It's actually the king of ghosts here. No, Master, if you guys can already control the Ghost King like this, why don't you just kill it and bring it up here? Suyu smiled and said, I do think that since we are all gathered here, it is also a fate. We managed to capture the Ghost King, so of course we have to let you guys take a look, take a picture or something, so it's not a waste of a trip here, and in the future, you'll all have an advantage over others when you drink and brag. To change it to the usual, if you can survive a ghost encounter, you can surely brag about it for the rest of your life, but this is the Ghost King. Just looking at it makes you almost crazy with fear. They even took a picture of it. That's crazy. That, Master, there's actually no need to be so polite. Yeah, we're all here by mistake. It's kind of a sinful fate. We don't need to get involved in this kind of thing. Yeah, you guys can just work it out yourselves. We're not interested. Those who were originally causing trouble, one by one, were almost stuck to the wall, and were quite far away from Suyu and the others. So, you guys are scared now? Suyu asked. The men nodded frantically. Nonsense. How dare we? We're just ordinary people. We don't have the guts. Suyu's words suddenly became harsh. If you guys would be afraid, wouldn't someone else's official crew be? Others are taking their lives to protect you, and you're all still impatient. Just you guys have a life and they don't? They come to protect you. You can survive and move on with your lives, but not so much for them. You can choose to run when you encounter ghosts and goblins. They have to face the ghosts and goblins to protect you and block the danger from them. So don't all tuck your faces in like they owe you. Suyu's suddenly harsh words echoed in the surroundings. Those who were impatient to make trouble, one by one, lowered their heads like students being lectured by a teacher. I don't know if the cursing had an effect, or if I was too scared to look up, or both. And Zhou Dongliang was very grateful in their hearts. Things like people getting impatient and causing trouble did happen to them a few times. Even Zhang Weigua and other teams have encountered it, although they are not understood and are complained about. After all, it is their duty and they must do their best. Getting the city back to its former normalcy is a more important goal than being complained about by the public. So they face this kind of thing and just swallow it. Now listening to Su Yu's words, Zhou Dongliang's heart was touched by them. Still the first time someone has stood up for them. However, at this time, an untimely voice broke this harmonious atmosphere. You make a good point, but it's pointless. These people forget all about it after a few days. After all, group memories are short-lived. The Ghost King, Dean Dai, didn't forget to taunt, but no one paid any attention to it. See the situation. It felt a little embarrassed about its face. Once upon a time, where would anyone dare to treat it like that? Wang Xiaoxing suddenly stood out and spoke, not giving it a chance to open its mouth. Well said, master. We can't do that thing where we put the bowl down and curse. Li Wenkai and the middle-aged brown man, as well as the anchor woman, all chimed in loudly from the side. At this point, Wang Xiaoxing felt quite happy to see Suyu. Rushing to the side, he asked, Grandmaster, can you explain why these two bronze swords are floating? This issue was also of great concern to Zhou Dongliang, them and the audience in the live broadcast. This statement was made. Li Wenkai, the hostess and the middle-aged brown man realized that this Ghost King, Dean Dai, was hanging by two copper money swords. It didn't fly by itself. At this moment, their hearts were also incomparably curious. Could it be a drone? That can't be right. Who would make a drone like that? And looking at the master, it doesn't look like someone who would modify a drone like that. Also, even if it's a drone, it has to have propellers in order to fly. And on these two copper swords, you can't see the propellers. At this time, an absurd idea suddenly appeared in their heads. It can't be possible that these two bronze swords are flying with magnetic levitation technology, can it? But there's no iron in sight either. Could this Ghost King be made of iron? The middle-aged brown man bravely touched it with his hand. It's cold in the hand and feels weird, but it is certain that it is definitely not made of iron. That's strange. How the hell did it fly? Viewers of the live stream were also speculating. But how can I guess? Suyu raised his eyebrows as he watched them being very interested in the two bronze swords. It's just as I thought it would be. Good thing too. I'll just give a little bit of science here. Wang Qiusheng, Li Wenkai, the anchor woman and the middle-aged brown man are like students listening to a teacher. They ran to Suyu and listened attentively. As for Zhou Dongliang and a few of theirs, they all looked towards Suyu. The Ghost King, Dean Dai, took a look at the fact that there was still this kind of knowledge to be gained. Instantly wanted to hear it too. After all, it had never seen anything fly without relying on any external force, either in life or in death. And it's so fast and responsive. Suyu turned his head to look at the Ghost King, Dean Dai, just in time to see its inquisitive gaze. You want to know too? Ghost King Dean Dai nodded his head and said, of course I want to know. If I can learn this technique, I'll be able to do research on the human body remotely in the future. This will greatly improve the scope of my research, and the selection of research targets. Ha 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 ha, the voice of the Ghost King, Dean Dai, laughing maniacally echoed in his ears. It made the hearts of the female anchors, middle-aged brown men, Wang Qiusheng, and Li Wenkai present all feel a little alarmed. If we really let it learn, how many people will have to die in the future? And there's also the fact that since it's a spaced-out maneuver, it's not that easy to find its location. Granted, this Ghost King, Dean Dai, is now under control, but what if we let it get away? Suyu seemed like he was not worried at all about this matter being heard by the Ghost King. Started to science himself. First of all, let's give a little bit of science. The reason these two copper swords are able to fly under my control is not the use of technology. Rather, it is one of our Taoist spells, the Art of Sentinel. The Art of Sentry? What is that thing? I've never heard of this before. Have I? Dean Ghost King Dai was very puzzled in his mind. How is it that so many things that I have never heard of have appeared since I died? And for others, the art of sentinelism is also a very unfamiliar four-letter word. Separately, they recognize every word, and combined, they don't. The viewers in the live room couldn't think of anything else. Have any of you ever heard of the art of sentry? Does it count if I've heard of magic? I probably get the Imperium, but I can't figure out how. Master didn't say it was a technological means either. So what exactly is the art of sentinelism? Zhou Dongliang saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast, asked the concerned questions as well. Master, how does the art of Imperium work again? Suyu waved his hand, telling them not to rush. Don't worry, I was just about to say that next. The art of sentinelism is the use of the air in our cultivators' bodies to manipulate specific objects. For example, mahogany swords, chopsticks, pistols, bullets, and these two bronze swords are all manipulable items, and air is an innate being. The qi, the divine qi is dependent on the qi. The qi is used to control the form. The yin and yang of the taiha, the spirit of all things is refreshing. The cultivation of qi is to perceive all things and blend into nature. Suyu's a bit of science about air. The people in the room sounded cloudy. Even the Ghost King, Dean Dai, wasn't listening very well. His brain was thinking. The viewers in the live room were also confused by what they were hearing. So can anyone understand the master's science about air? I understand the science of the art of sentry, but I'm also confused about the science of air. It's over. I didn't understand a single one of them, and I'm still talking about learning to fight ghosts. I can't even comprehend this air thing. I just got the line about the air being there from the beginning, and I couldn't understand anything after that. I'm a little more bullheaded than you. Hearing that air is something used to sense the natural environment and then allow yourself to blend in. And then, how should it be tolerated? Master's Taoism and Taoism is really profound. Such a simple sentence. Froze difficult to understand. Even if you understand it, want to apply it to comprehend the air, it is not so easy. Are all Taoist priests geniuses in the arts and sciences? That's a bit scary. Wouldn't that be the international equivalent of the highly intelligent Club Mensa kind of thing? If the Taoist priests were allowed to come down from the mountain en masse, I wouldn't dare to think of that pomp and circumstance. I'm as bold as I dare to think. So you looked at the people around him who were in thought. This thing called air, which can be understood thoroughly in a moment. Air is not that well understood, and I've only said a very small part about it. What about the back? Wang Qiuxing couldn't help but ask. The latter, only people of cultivation can understand now. Everyone just needs to know this. Su Yu's words made the people present and the audience in the live broadcast room only temporarily stop thinking about air. Next, a word about the copper sword science. It was only mentioned once before, not elaborated upon. Now that I just happen to have this thing under control with a copper sword, I'll give you a good science lesson. Just as Su Yu was about to continue on, Zhou Dongliang suddenly asked, Master, I would like to ask, how far can you maneuver with your imperial art? After this question was asked, a number of people were getting curious. Since he could defend things through the air, there must be a limit to the distance. But how far is this distance limit? If it's far enough away, the effect can be a different concept. Su Yu did not expect that he would ask this question at this time. Theoretically, when practiced to great completion, taking an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away is like picking up a bag of gold. Su Yu's words were spoken plainly, but the people present and the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned. What's the concept of taking an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away? It's the equivalent of a precision-guided missile hitting its target with pinpoint accuracy. That's high-tech. And now you're telling me it can be done with human air? That's still manipulating a weapon like a sword. If you were to manipulate bullets with the art of Makoto, this would be much better than missiles. Missiles are detected by radar, and precision-guided missiles are not cheap. And bullets are different. They are also precision-guided. One uses technology, has a large target, and can be prevented. And bullets are small targets, guided by air. Useless for radar, stealthy, and more importantly, the money spent on building one guided missile is enough to mass-produce a lot of bullets. If you manipulate a few tens of thousands of rounds, especially at night, then who can see it? You don't even hear the sound, and a division's strength is gone. Straight up win the war without injury. Manipulate the bullets with air and shoot all your people. Even if you have great technology, you need people to control it. Without people, no one can use even the most awesome equipment. It's simply unbeatable. If all the soldiers in my Dragon Kingdom could manipulate the air, wouldn't they be invincible? All under the sky is the land of my Dragon Kingdom. Thinking of this, Zhou Dongliang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Su Yu, of course, didn't know what he was thinking, but judging by that smile, he must be thinking of something surreal. Zhou Dongliang, they and those who were at the scene, after hearing Su Yu say that the art of Sentinel was able to maneuver such a long distance, their hearts unconsciously fantasized. The middle-aged brown man was thinking in his mind that in the future, if the child dared to be a bear, he could hook his finger and summon the 8 wolf belts. That feeling must have made that bear look dumb. Let's see if he dares to be naughty and cause trouble again then. Even if he was still at work, he could maneuver 8 wolves 1,000 meters apart to go to school and give him a good beating. The anchor woman thought that if she could learn the art of air and imperiousness, she would directly maneuver the black silk over through the air, then manipulate the petals to fly. That live effect directly pull full minutes to rush to the top of the hot list is not impossible. When the time comes, all sorts of Big Brother bounty tips fill the live room. I feel like I can't help but jump up and down just thinking about it. Wang Qiuxing thought that when he learned these 2 tricks, manipulate the candles to set a 520 out. What girl can't take it down? Still single by then? I change 300 a year. Even the Ghost King, Dean Dai, began to imagine it. If you can learn it yourself, you don't have to be stuck on this side of the world anymore. If you see any good research material in the future, you can cut him up and study him without realizing it. And it's also possible to perform multiple procedures at the same time. This is so much more efficient now. Okay, now let's move on to Copper Sword. Su Yu's words caused the people present and the viewers in the live broadcast room to instantly wake up from their fantasies. Lift the brass sword. The viewers of the live stream were trying to get up. Suyu did mention it before when he was popularizing how to deal with ghosts and zombies, but there is no detailed science on it. It belongs in passing. And compared to the previous puzzling science about air, there is also the art of sentry that requires air to perform. People are more interested in having the less difficult bronze swords. I think I'm still more interested in the copper sword. Yes, although the arts of air and imperial objects are even more awesome and have very many uses that can be developed, they can't be learned all at once, and as the saying goes, distant water can't put out a nearby fire. It's still easier to collect copper coins. My family is the one who owns the antique store, not to mention the copper coins. In front of you, the master has taught a lesson to an antique store owner before. It wouldn't happen to be you, would it? How can that be? My family's ancestors have been honest people for 3 generations. There's no way they could be that kind of pitiful thing. Come on, stop pussyfooting around. I want to hear the master's science on why the copper sword is able to cause damage to ghosts and monsters. Could it be some special method to make the copper so powerful? Anyway, I didn't feel anything special when I touched my family's copper. You say this? Glutinous rice can also prevent zombies. That glutinous rice is still not one eat without squeaking. Suyu saw that the people present were looking at him. Then he began to copper-bottom sword. First of all, let me make it clear that the copper sword is not really a sword, but a red rope tied in the shape of a sword. Copper coins are usually made from a mixture of metals, and metal items have a fury in themselves, which can suppress ghosts and grievances to a certain extent. Plus, copper money is rigid in nature, and the 5 elements are gold, and copper absorbs the aura better than either gold or silver. Therefore copper coins have an extremely powerful effect in dissolving the evil spirits. Zhou Dongliang and the others immediately used pen and paper to write down all of Suyu's words. The middle-aged brown man and some others, such as Wang Qiaosheng, were following the notes. Good for bragging rights later. Copper money has another name. It's called $1 million money. The so-called 10,000 people's money means that the money has been touched by the vast majority of people, and the yang qi stained by it has accumulated. Especially copper money with a long history and long circulation time is heavily contaminated with yang qi, which has the effect of suppressing evil things to a certain extent. The middle-aged brown man suddenly asked a question. Then according to that, then those bronze swords and bronze spearheads like those in the museum, wouldn't they be a powerful weapon to restrain ghosts and evil spirits? You know, in ancient times it was a war. A weapon has changed how many masters, and how much enemy blood stained, how many human lives harvested. Suyu, however, said, this can't be generalized. One is a currency for trading, and the other is a killing artifact for the battlefield. Although the materials are similar, they are fundamentally different. Due to the fact that the ancient period of war was longer than the period of peace, the weapons were tainted with an excessive amount of fury, and they were certainly effective against ghosts and monsters, but if they couldn't be subdued, they could injure themselves instead. You don't want to play yourself bloodless before you even see the enemy, do you? The middle-aged brown man nodded in confusion. Originally, he wanted to say that he still had a bronze sword passed down from his ancestors in his old home. In that case it's better to forget about it. He didn't want to play himself off before he even encountered a ghost or monster. Suyu continued to coppice. What about copper money? There is actually another kind too, called emperor money or 5 emperor money, because the 5 emperors' money is absorbing the imperial chi of the 5 dynasties in their heyday and the anger of the earth. It is more effective against ghosts and evil spirits than ordinary $10,000 money. If you guys have a chance to buy real 5 emperors' money in the future, you can make it into a string and carry it on your body. And it can also have a certain effect on warding off evil spirits. 5 emperors' money. The name sounds not simple. Or absorbing the imperial energy of 5 dynasties in their heyday. Just by the sound of it, it feels particularly bullish. Ha ha ha. Then this is not a difficult task at all for our Dragon Kingdom. You know that our Dragon Kingdom may still be lacking in other things, but its long history is absolutely unrivaled. In that case, my family's antique store seems to have 5 emperors' coins that match the master's description. And I've heard my dad mention it before. I'll go talk to my dad now and ask him to raise the price of the 5 emperor's coins. Holy shit, trader, just wait. I'm an anchor too. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow I'll knock down the price of your copper. Anchor bull, we're counting on you. I have to collect a set for my parents, as well as my wife and children to avoid the evil spirits before the news spreads. Otherwise I don't feel at all at ease. The viewers of the live broadcast heard that there were still so many hidden uses for copper. One by one, they're getting antsy. Some immediately go online and place their orders. Some whose homes are close to antique stores are brave enough to go out and have to buy overnight. There are also those whose families own antique stores that have put away a portion of the 5 emperors' coins for their own families. And in the war game against Ghostbusters, up and down the bureau must have been anxious after seeing this scene. The bureau now has a talisman given by a guru that protects those who work at the bureau from harm. There are also combatants who basically have charms to protect them, but they are the frontline troops and are to be prioritized. And they, the clerks sitting in the office, wouldn't know how long they'd have to wait if they wanted to share a talisman. In fact, those of them who are interested in the Ghosts and Monsters Special Warfare Bureau understand that now there is Suyu, and with Suyu's science, the success rate of the combatants' mission has increased a lot compared to before. Basically, as long as you don't move around, you don't have to worry too much about ghosts and goblins, but it is precisely because they are the people in charge of ghostly issues that they are very sensitive to this aspect. As soon as he heard Suyu himself say that the copper coins had the effect of warding off evil spirits, and he also saw with his own eyes that the copper coin sword could even suppress the Ghost King, how can this not make them anxious? Maybe in the future, with the 5 Emperors' money as an amulet, you will be able to go out and walk around at night like you used to. For the past half month, the vast majority of people have had to hide in their homes because they can't go out at night, and they're practically suffocating. And with a day job, how do you have time to relax? Especially since there are a lot of people who only have time to go out for so long at night, and now the nights are already haunted. In the director's office, the director of weapons research and development was also a bit perturbed. The bureau's share of the charm, just to the city's hospitals, those important places, as well as the first-line combat units, have been divided almost. Now he hasn't even fished one out for himself. Bureau Lu, do you think we should have the purchasing department purchase a batch of 5 Emperors' money or 10,000 people's money back? Although the master gave the talisman, there are still many people in the bureau who have not been given a share. I think having something like copper that can protect you from the elements also allows people to be able to work with more peace of mind. Director Lu looked at the hundreds of talismans in the drawer that Suyu had sent earlier with the 5 ghosts carrying. There's no problem with that, and I still have 600 newly drawn talismans from the master here. So if I add the copper coins, there should barely be enough for the people in the bureau and their families. But well, Chief Lu hemmed and hawed. I'd have to ask for 2 5 Emperor's chambers for that. The director of weapons research and development had just been elated to hear the news. But as soon as I heard this from Director Lu, and he got a little confused. Bureau Lu, don't you and your family have charms? In his opinion, Director Lu was the first to get so many charms and would definitely arrange himself first. Director Lu nodded. Of course I have, but I gave my share of charms to my wife and kids. Myself and my parents and my in-laws they haven't. The director of weapons research and development was surprised to look at Director Lu. In fact, what Secretary Lau wants is very simple. Gotta give the handlers protection before they can settle down and do a better job. If you think only of yourself, the people under your hand chill out and quit one by one. Then this one is gone for the Ghostbusters Special Operations Bureau, and a few of them at the scene. Zhou Dongliang. There's also some heartburn about the copper. They are protected by a talisman on them, but the family hasn't. It's better than nothing if you have copper. Suyu does not yet know that his science unknowingly brought up another line of temporary development in the industry. However, he could see in the faces of those present that they were hungry for copper. People don't really need to get too caught up in copper defense. As long as everyone stays at home at night, basically there won't be any problems. Even during the daytime, never go to a place where the first feeling is very uncomfortable. As far as cases like today's are concerned, they are among the very rare exceptions that occur. As long as you do as I say. There's nothing wrong with everyone even if they don't have a copper for defense. After Suyu finished speaking, a sudden move, much to the confusion of those present, only to see him hook his fingers. The 2 copper swords actually flew back. The Ghost King, Dean Day, was let go. Having gained new knowledge, it was very well excited at the moment. It's quite a surprise that you would let me go. Since you know so much, then I'll see to it that I can give you a chance to work with me. Since you've told me about the new knowledge I'm interested in. Suyu looked at it and said, "Oh, you still want to give me a chance to cooperate?" The Ghost King, Dean Dai, said, "That's for sure. I feel that as long as we join forces and work together, we can definitely do something great in today's world. But only if you teach me how to generate air and how to learn the art of sentry. As long as you can grant me these 2 demands, I'll let you work with me." Well, with my knowledge, you're definitely in for a treat. Zhou Dongliang and the others, along with the people present and the viewers in the live broadcast room, were all a bit surprised in their hearts after hearing this. I didn't realize it had such a mind. This is simply too powerful for a normal ghost. And, in some ways, it was stronger than even the previous Sakura Ghost King. But if it were before, Zhou Dongliang and the others would definitely be worried about Suyu being talked down. And now, they're not worried at all. Ghost King Dean Dai looked at how these people didn't look scared at all. And why do you somehow have a bad feeling in your heart? Suyu looked at Ghost King Dai Dean and revealed a perfect smile. Your offer is nice, but pointless. Having said that, the golden light incantation was attached to the 2 bronze swords, and the twin swords flew through the body of the Ghost King, Dean Dai. After a few cycles of reciprocation, in an instant, Ghost King Dean Dai's entire body exploded with black smoke. Eyes full of disbelief and unwillingness looked at Suyu. Why? Suyu said indifferently. Do you know why I let you hear it? I just want to see your dismay at knowing all these new things and not getting a chance to try them. It's the best torture for a ghost like you. The Ghost King, Dean Dai, shouted with incomparable madness. It angrily looked at Suyu and charged violently. The speed was so fast that Zhou Dongliang and the others couldn't react. But Suyu didn't move a muscle. Just the moment the Ghost King, Dean Dai, rushed in front of him, boom! It completely turned into a thick black smoke and dissipated into this world. The people present all looked at Suyu with great surprise. The audience in the live broadcast room was likewise very shocked by Suyu's actions. Good fellow. What a good fellow. To kill a ghost but also to kill his heart. The turkey bar guru knows how to torture ghosts. Isn't this the equivalent of taking a eunuch to a greenhouse, where you can only look and do nothing? If I were to be that Dean Dai, I'd be dead. Nonsense. This has died twice and is still not at peace. Master let him die a third time. That's right. Trying to use the spells of Master Taoism to do harm. Turning into a ghost to get rid of it has been its good fortune. It's going to be me. It turned into a ghost and died. And I'm going to kill it again. While that's torture enough for a ghost like it, I always felt it wasn't enough. Among the people present, those who had made trouble before, after seeing Su use such a heartless means, a sudden cold shiver ran through his mind. They thought, now he was the only one still able to contact the outside world, and of those present, even the official players were on his side. If he finds an excuse to sideline the official players, then find another excuse to turn off the live stream, wouldn't this be able to retaliate against them unknowingly? Even if they told the official team members about this by then, and told people from the outside world, it was expected that no one would believe them. Thinking of this, there was an additional pleasing look in their gazes towards Su Yu. Grandmaster is really powerful. Even in existence as strong as the Ghost King can be easily killed. Yes, with the master here, we ordinary people are relieved to be able to have a good night's sleep. Tell you what, in order to thank the master for saving us from the fire, I suggest that when we get home, we all treat the master to a meal so that we can show our gratitude. I agree. I don't have much free time, but there's always time to squeeze it in. The female anchor, the middle-aged brown man, as well as Wang Xiaoxing and Li Wenkai, they all felt quite surprised after hearing these people's words. I didn't realize you guys were quite on board. Wouldn't it have been better to make a scene? Now aren't things settled in the blink of an eye? And has the master delayed you? I don't understand people like you sometimes. You don't have the guts to lose your temper with the people who are trying to harm you, but you have the guts to curse at the people who are coming to your rescue, those who had made trouble before. Faced with the scolding of the anchor woman, the middle-aged brown man and Wang Xiaoxing and the rest of them, each one of them compensated with a smile and didn't dare to have half a word of complaint. Otherwise, they were really afraid that Suyu's face would change and what they had in mind would happen. Now that they saw Suyu's face, it didn't have much expression, but it didn't look unhappy either. All of them were secretly relieved. To the Ghostbusters Special Operations Bureau, the people in the bureau cheered one by one when they saw that the Ghost King was easily destroyed by Suyu himself. Finally, a solution to a big problem happening. Now the people of Cross Street are finally safe. Otherwise, if we had let it go, I don't know how many more people would have been involved, and then it would have been a really big deal. Thinking back on these past few days, how many potential dangers has Master dealt with in our Yangjiang city? Without Master's presence, I wouldn't dare to think of what Yangjiang city would become in the future. Yes, the Master had previously popularized the threat of zombies for us, so that we could send those injured by zombies to the hospital in time to make the most proper treatment, as well as cremating those killed by zombies directly to avoid disasters we had not foreseen. There is also the Great Wind Mountains Cherry Blossom Country Cherry Blossom Ghost King incident. This is really not at all no. We all have no one to pay attention to this kind of mountain. Actually we'll also gather ghosts and monsters, and the number is also so much. If they really let them into the climate run out, our official combat members which can block at that time don't know how many people to die. Together with the accidental discovery of the great evil place in the cross street this time, another potential danger has been solved. Otherwise if I really let that Ghost King Dean Dai come out, I wouldn't dare to think that I would be sleeping soundly at home, only to open my eyes and be in the hospital, and still on the operating table, with a group of Dr. Ghosts laughing viciously as they performed the operation. Just thinking about it makes people feel horrible. Director Liu and the director of the Weapons Research and Development Department, who had already walked out of the office, just happened to hear what the people under their hands were saying. Thinking back on the last few days, suddenly there was a feeling like a long time had passed. Who could have known before that there would be so many dangers hidden in the shadows in our Yangjiang city? Fortunately, there was a master who was able to deal with it in time. And all of this live footage and knowledge from the Mastercope has been sent to other municipalities versus Ghostbusters Special Operations Bureaus. It also allowed them to successfully prevent a lot of danger. The director of weapons development sighed softly. It's also thanks to the Master's science, and having Captain Joe and the others get hands-on experience with effectively dealing with ghostly Imperial things, that I was able to make some test gear so quickly. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Director Liu. Bureau Liu, what do you think if Master he was hired by another city's special bureau against ghosts and monsters? Director Liu smiled slightly, as if he already knew about this. In fact, I had this in mind from the start, plus the desire to retain the Master, before I so decisively allowed him to become a nominal advisor to our bureau. That way if the other cities versus Ghostbusters Special Operations Bureaus want to hire a Master, they'll have to go through me. Speaking of which, Director Liu found an empty seat and sat down. In fact, there have been quite a few other cities in the past few days that have taken on the director of the Ghostbusters Special Operations Bureau and tried to get me to give the Master help in their cities, but I've blocked them all. The director of weapons research and development looked at Director Liu with some surprise. Director Liu shook his head. It would be absolutely impossible to have Master go to another city to help right now. There are so many cities in the country. If we really let the Master go, who knows when he will be back. We haven't even finished dealing with the ghosts and monsters in our own Yangzheng city. And if we lend it to someone else, what are we going to do? And we don't know how many other hidden crises there are in Yangzheng City. Speaking of this, Director Liu looked a bit grave. Our city of Yangzheng is a coastal city, and there used to be a lot of foreign tourists traveling to and from the city. There are also freight ferries that stop at our ports. In case these international ships bring ghosts and monsters from other countries and the Master isn't there, we'll be in trouble. The director of weapons development said, that shouldn't be possible. At the moment I haven't heard of any case of a country invaded by a foreign poltergeist. Director Liu looked at him and smiled. It's only half a month or so after the ghostly chaos, and there may be longer days ahead, so who knows if it will happen. So compared to other cities, our situation in Yangzheng is a bit more special. The Master must not leave, or at least stay here until the Master has given the city enough protection. Even if the mayors of other urban areas give the word, I don't think our city's mayor will agree. The two chatted for a while longer after that. The director of weapons research and development then went back to his post. Director Liu also returned to his office. This side of the abandoned hospital. It's time to scatter the armorers. Shasta. Boo, boo, boo. One by one, they all turned into white smoke and disappeared. Zhou Dongliang saw that things were finally settled. The big stone in his heart finally fell. Chen Xing, the team leader of one of the teams responsible for the eastern district of Yangzheng City, also finally put his heart down. Earlier he had watched the scene unfolding here quietly from the sidelines. He was really surprised when he saw Suyu bring out the Ghost King Daidin like a museum exhibit. In the end, he saw with his own eyes how easily Suyu eliminated the Ghost King. And in his heart, he was even more impressed with him. Now when he saw Zhou Dongliang and the others next to Suyu, he was even more jealous in his heart. Why don't the Masters live in our East End so I can meet them first? Seeing that Zhou Dongliang and the others followed the Master all the way, they basically didn't need to make much of a move. Much less worry about any danger. And look at me. If I had reacted slower, it wouldn't have been as simple as an arm injury. Thinking about it, Chen Xing stood up from the ground and walked to Suyu. Master, it's really thanks to your help that we just had a scare. Suyu waved his hand. You're welcome. You guys are actually doing pretty well. I am merely offering you directions that have never been envisioned. At the end of the day, it's up to you combatants to protect the people. Suyu's words moved Chen Xing and Zhou Dongliang and the others in their hearts. This is because in the past, they had a low mission success rate due to their lack of knowledge about ghosts and monsters. Add to that the high number of casualties and people don't trust them anymore. And now with Suyu's appearance, it made the success rate of their mission skyrocket, regained the trust of the popular status, plus the payment was affirmed by the Master from Suyu. How could they not let their hearts be thrilled? Chen Xing touched his somewhat moist eyes and looked at the giggling Zhou Dongliang. Captain Zhou, there are many things you don't need to worry about even though you're following the Master. But fellow Captain, I would caution you not to hold the Master back. As he spoke, Chen Xing patted Zhou Dongliang's shoulder and snapped. When the first beat went down, Zhou Dongliang already felt something was wrong. The back was followed by a few more downward forceful swats in quick succession. This made Dongliang Zhou feel even more wrong. Great, this kid is trying to get back at me while he's at it. I didn't realize that your thick-eyed Chen Xing is playing this game with me too? Don't I just hang out with the Master and do all the quests like shopping? Why are you so jealous and envious? What's the big deal? That's so immature. Chen Xing looked at Zhou Dongliang's proud gaze as if he had read the thoughts in his heart. Master, when do you think you'll come and visit us in the East End? We're not really very peaceful in the East End. Suyu thought about it. When he went out this evening, There aren't too many ghostly signals on the scavenger hunt radar. It is assumed that with the method of science and technology, the few teams in charge of the West End are able to handle incidents related to ghosts and monsters very well. It's what effectively reduces the number of ghosts and goblins. As for the Eastern District, because of the presence of this great evil place in the city, the Inchi is a bit thicker than the Western District. The Ghostbusters are also slightly stronger and not so easy to handle. Okay, then I'll take a look around the East End. This statement was made. Chen Xing was very surprised. He didn't expect that he just mentioned it casually and wanted to scare Zhou Dongliang. I didn't expect Suyu to actually agree in one breath. And Zhou Dongliang instantly changed his face. But he would quickly recover again. Master. In fact, our Western District. But before he could say anything, Suyu said first, don't worry too much if you're in the West End. As long as the land of extreme evil and great murder is dealt with early as I said, the number of ghosts and monsters will also be drastically reduced. And your current state of mission fulfillment in the West is pretty good. There's nothing more I need to do. Zhou Dongliang looked at Suyu with some surprise. You even know this, Master? Things were indeed as Suyu had said. With the willow whip and bullets soaked in black dog blood or chicken blood, the success rate of the mission had increased quite a bit. Originally he was going to say that things were actually moving in a manageable direction in the West End. Other urban areas need more help from the guru. Now it seems unnecessary to talk about it. But none of these things had been mentioned to Suyu. So how did he know? The corners of Suyu's mouth rose slightly. The way has its own way of knowing. Come to think of it, didn't your director ask you to study under me earlier? You guys can keep following if I come to the East End to take care of it. It was only then that Zhou Dongliang also remembered. It does seem like there was something like that before. They were certainly happy to be able to continue following Suyu. Zhou Dongliang said, if other teams have the need, we can also go and apply with Bureau Lu to give up this opportunity. There was not much selfishness on his part above this matter. After all, he could tell which was more important. But the viewers of the live stream thought otherwise. Why do I get the feeling that Captain Zhou and the others are relying on the master? Is that hard to understand? Someone to take you to make a lot of money. One small goal a year. Do you hug your thighs? The old man hugged Tet. Someone in a Faraday to take you to girls. To take you on a yacht to have a silver party. Do you hug your thighs? If I let go I'm a dog. I'll bite whoever grabs it. Someone pays you $300,000 a month and you don't have to do a thing. Do you hug your thighs? It's better to go overboard with me or I won't be able to feel solid in my heart. I keep feeling like he's going to abandon me at any moment. Someone pressed your head. Had to send a few $100,000 pocket money for you to spend. And gave you all the big brand name clothes and new cell phones you just bought. Do you hug your thighs? He is my birth parent. So what's wrong with pressing my head? Although we are not blood relatives, we are better than blood relatives. Blood is thicker than water and cannot be separated. With thighs like that, I don't need him to tell me I'll squat down and help him lower the fire every day. Well, don't you all have any ambition? Have you all studied to the stomach of a dog? Why don't you call me when you have such a good thing? This time, among some of the people who have wandered in here by mistake, some people couldn't wait any longer after seeing the Ghost King, Dean Dai, being annihilated, summoning the courage to step forward and ask, Master, may I ask when we can go home now that the Ghost King has been destroyed by you? Suyu said, don't you guys feel it? Now that the grievance space is gone, everyone is back in the real world. After his reminder, it took all of them a moment to realize that there was indeed a slight change in the look of the surrounding area, which was not really visible without a closer look. Suyu led everyone and immediately headed to the main building. Suyu led his group quickly through the dark corridors to the silent and dark main building. Unlike before, they could feel that it was very cold and there was inexplicable fear in their hearts. It makes you feel more and more panicked and afraid to take another step forward. But as we got farther and farther away, the place still felt a little chilly, but not in that horrifyingly grim way. It's the kind of field that's cold with no people and no daylight, and even the inexplicable fear in his heart gradually receded. Without realizing it, everyone relaxed. It did feel like everything was normal and there would be no more ghosts or monsters or any of that stuff. Soon they arrived at the familiar second floor of the main building that was lined with sections. When they came here, Zhou Dongliang and the others, along with Chen Xing and a few others from the hostess, didn't find anything different from before. It feels just as dirty as ever, but unlike before, the doors to the sections here have actually all been taken down long ago, and there's even nothing in them. They've been moved clean long ago. But the older guy in the group came here with a little bit of a shadow on his mind. This is where he was targeted and then pulled away by a couple of nurse ghosts and doctor ghosts. As soon as he came here, he couldn't control the urge to get up and lean towards the side of the two captains, Chen Xing and Zhou Dongliang. Uncle, it's okay, it's all right now. Zhou Dongliang patted the older man's shoulder to comfort him. Chen Xing also said comfortingly, there are so many of us here now. and even the Ghost King has been destroyed. Now that it's safe here, you need to stop thinking about the past. The expression on the older man's face was still a bit of an afterthought, but it was a truth he understood. Suyu, they found the stairs leading to the first floor and quickly went down. When you come to the hall on the first floor, Chen Xing suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, "Look! There was originally a wheelchair next to that pillar, but now it's gone." He remembers this wheelchair all too well. In the beginning it was the sight of this wheelchair suddenly appearing behind him, and then the sound of a child's giggle, and the sight of the child's silhouette running away. No, I should say ghostly shadows. That means the grievance space is gone. Everyone has returned to normal time and space. Suyu pointed at the gate. The crowd noticed that the door was ajar at the moment, and under the flashlight, you could vaguely see the chains on the floor through the cracks. There really is no more wheelchair. It's amazing. I was hoping for a grandpa ghost that guards the door. You kids are just watching the fun, aren't you? Now it looks like it's really back in the present world and it's time to go home. So should this place be torn down? Yeah, the previous extreme in Great Foul Land had to blow up the mountains and change the terrain. This one should be demolished too, right? When Zhou Dongliang saw the live broadcast pop up on Suyu's cell phone, he suddenly remembered this problem as well. Master, should this abandoned hospital be torn down? If it's not torn down, will there be more of this sort of thing? Suyu nodded. Abandoned hospitals are definitely torn down. But since this great evil is in the city, there are various facilities as well as residents living in the surrounding area. I'm afraid it'll take longer than it did there on the Great Wind Mountain if we have to change the pattern to break it up. Not to mention the many merchants on Cross Street. The residents here alone have lived here for decades. Getting all of them to move out of here at once is definitely not doable anytime soon. Otherwise, if we let them move out hastily, where will they live with so many people dragging their families? I wonder how long it will take the government to finalize the demolition fee alone. There is also the need to seek financial approval for the construction of resettlement housing. With resettlement housing, people who move away have a place to live. It's also the case that as long as there's rehousing available, the chances of talking the residents into moving out are higher. But with more than 100,000 residents in the crossroads, that's a lot of money. And resettlement housing can take 3 or 4 years at the earliest to be built. Only after it is built can we start doing the ideological work of demolishing the residents. It's screwed up for another year or two, one way or another. It's not really possible to finish without 4 or 5 years. What's more, it's all a huge expense. And the state's finance department can't approve it all at once. There are so many unknowns involved. Unlike on the Gale mountainside, where it's just a matter of blowing up the mountain, and it's still in the countryside in the mountains. It's not that much trouble. With something like blowing up a mountain, the finance department will soon approve the funding and then the city will start the process of bidding the project out. In 6 months at the most, the execution of the bombing of the mountain can begin. However, due to the special situation on the Gale mountainside, the time might be shorter. Unlike the cross streets here, there are so many residents and merchants to consider, and it's a place of great evil. Although currently there is no longer any Ghost King or its ghosts, but left unchecked, sooner or later a new group of ghosts will be attracted to the area. When that happens the neighborhood will again be potentially at risk. Zhou Dongliang and Chen Xing likewise thought of these difficulties. Of those present, the female anchors are the first to go. The middle-aged brown man, Uncle Wang Xiaoxing and others have also lived in Cross Street for more than 10 years. If they really want them to move, how can they afford to buy a house right away? And the house has to be renovated. You can't live there right after the renovation. You have to leave it empty for at least 6 months. It's impossible to go back home, isn't it? Work can be all over town and it's too inconvenient to get around. If you rent, how can you rent that many houses for a population of over 100,000 if everyone on Cross Street is going to move out by then? And that's not even mentioning whether or not there will be landlords taking advantage of the situation to sit on their hands. The middle-aged brown man and the others asked, "Master, can this Cross Street really be left untorn? If we do tear it down, we're all doomed. Our family has lived here for decades, and we don't have a house to live in back home, and our sons and daughters work here, so we wouldn't be able to find a place to live if we really had to move." Suyu turned around and held out his hand to indicate that they did not need to worry. It's because of the problems we'll all run into that I don't recommend changing the existing pattern through remodeling and other means to break through this great evil like the Great Wind Mountain. Suyu walked to Zhou Dongliang's side and looked at the live broadcast and said, "I wonder if Mayor Gao or Director Liu of the Special Operations Bureau Against Ghosts and Goblins is on the air? Or, maybe one of you has his phone number? The mayor has to be found, or contacted through someone else, to give advice on this matter. Otherwise, if you talk half the time on the air and no one else hears you, it won't be for nothing." Who knows if they would have listened if they had contacted those directors alone? After all, people are small and light, and Suyu couldn't get what they had in mind. it's still most efficient to go directly to their top leaders. This time, a pop-up screen in the live broadcast room attracted Suyu's attention. I am Lu Jinmin, Director Lu of the Special Operations Bureau against Ghosts and Monsters. If Master has anything to say to me, I'll convey it on his behalf. It's late. Mayor Gao may have already rested. To the Ghostbusters Special Operations Bureau, Director Lu, after seeing that Suyu and the others had really returned to the real world, in his heart, he had even more admiration for Suyu. But when he heard Suyu say that the abandoned hospital on Cross Street was going to be torn down and that the Cross Street pattern was going to be changed or something like that, he immediately sat up straight again. Crossroads was certainly well known to him. If we did, the difficulty of the project and the time it would take would definitely be greater and longer than it was there at Gale Mountain. And it costs a lot of money. The finance department doesn't always approve. After all, there are other programs in the city to consider funding. If only all the money had gone to tearing down the crossroads, building resettlement houses and paying for demolition and resettlement. What about the other programs? Is there going to be a total shutdown? Then the company contracting for the project cannot collect the money and pay the wages. And the workers will not have any wage income. And they must not make a fuss at that time. There will be a lot more involved here. For example, problems such as construction companies not being able to recover their money, broken capital chains leading to the closure of the companies and the willingness of residents to move out, among others, are not easy to deal with. If it really has to be demolished, I'm afraid Mayor Gao will have to hesitate for a long time. And there's no way to make a final decision all of a sudden. In the meantime, in case another ghost gathers and a new Ghost King is born, wouldn't it be back to square one? When the time comes, we'll still have to ask Suyu to fix it. Because of the current equipment, it's not good enough to deal with the Ghost King. There was nothing they could do except for Suyu. And now when he heard Suyu say that there was still a way to do it without having to tear down the cross street, Director Lu immediately brightened up. If you don't have to remove it, it's a lot less difficult compared to having to remove it. There won't be much pressure from Mayor Gao's side. So, Director Lu was hearing Suyu ask if there was Mayor Gao or him in the live broadcast. He immediately sent out a pop-up response. I'm Lu Jinmin, Director Lu of the Yangjiang City Special Warfare Bureau against Ghosts and Monsters. If Master has anything to say to me, I'll relay it on his behalf. It's late. Mayor Gao may have already rested. Crap, there really is a director. Turkey Bar Master Bull Batch Ah. Our cities against the ghosts and monsters of the Director of Special Operations Bureau is still really watching live. It's the first time I've seen an official as big as the chief responding to an anchor's words in a live broadcast and watching it live. If this were to happen to me, it would be disrespectful to a brother to go out to dinner and ask me to pay the bill. Let's just say, if it were up to me, my own brother would have to stand up and give me a toast. The audience in the live broadcast room saw the moment Director Lu popped out. It was all a buzz. All kinds of pop-ups were swiped. The sea of pop-ups is too much to read. Suyu hurriedly said, please don't send any pop-ups for now. I have to see what Director Lu has typed. His words still work. For a while, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were 70% less. Seeing the pop-up drop at a rate visible to the naked eye, Suyu then started talking about his suggestion. Director Lu, here's what I think. Let's forget about remodeling Cross Street. But there is another way to break the great evil. That is, you will first demolish the abandoned hospital. And I will then use the method of feng shui to lay down an 8 trigrams formation in order to suppress the ferociousness of this place, so that it shall not be leaked out, and the ghosts and monsters will naturally have no way to perceive it, and naturally, they will not be able to gather again, avoiding the occurrence of such an event. But the formation has a time limit. It will begin to decay in as little as 10 years, or as much as 100, and while the abandoned hospital is in a residential neighborhood on a cross street, it's on a large lot and there's not a lot of residential housing around it. That's why it's best to convert it into a school, so that the yang energy of 10,000 people can gradually dissolve the evil spirits of the great evil place. I observed the feng shui pattern of this place, and according to my speculation, the time limit of the formation should be able to last at least 40 to 50 years, while the gradual dissolution of its ferociousness with the yang qi of 10,000 people will take 20 to 30 years at least. Of course, I will also make slight changes to help the school's feng shui pattern flourish, so that will also make the effect of the dissolution better, as well as make the 8 trigrams erase time limit more long-lasting. Suyu said such a large paragraph. The people in the room and the viewers of the live stream didn't hear much of it, but it just felt awesome, straight from the booth. After Director Lu listened to Suyu's words, there were still many things in them that he did not understand, but he didn't really care too much about the unintelligible bits. The master understood them anyway, and as long as he understood, this method was one that would take decades, if not centuries, to solve the problem of the great murderous land. And it's still going to have a school on it. This one feels a bit difficult. Of course, this difficulty is not about the difficulty of getting the project approved. After all, It doesn't cost much to tear down an abandoned hospital. This abandoned hospital also has no debt involved, and it is a place of great specificity. So there is basically no difficulty in approving the funding for the project, and it wouldn't be hard to tear it down and then convert it into a school. Due to the special nature of this place, it will be on the agenda soon on the land office's side. And why not increase revenue and solve the problem at the same time? But the hard part is, this place is a place of great evil. It's easy to build a school on top of that. Whether or not any students would dare to come is another matter. Director Liu thought of this, and then suddenly remembered that the 8 trigrams array and let the school prosper and so on. Perhaps having the guru explain this will take this worry away. So he sent out a quick pop-up. Master, can you describe what the manhwa formation is? And what do you mean by the feng shui pattern that allows the school to prosper? When Suyu saw this pop-up from Director Liu, he began his popularization of the manhwa formation. In feng shui, manhwa formations are used to determine the location and layout of buildings to achieve harmony and tranquility or to suppress evil spirits, among other things. The origin of the manhwa formation can be traced back to the ancient I Ching. The core of the I Ching is the 8 trigrams, which are Qian, Kuan, Jun, Sun, Kan, Li, Burgundy and Tue. They each represent the 8 natural phenomena of heaven, earth, thunder, wind, water, fire, mountain, and zephyr, symbolizing the changing patterns of everything in the universe. The 8 trigrams formation is to fix the mode of utilization of these 8 powers to form a unique formation. What's with the I Ching? The people in the room and the viewers of the live broadcast, as well as Director Liu, had never heard of this book. Director Liu asked in a pop-up, Master, what book is the I Ching? Where can I buy it? Suyu said, the I Ching is one of the 3 great wondrous books of the ancient times, and the 3 great wondrous books of ancient times are Lianshan, Guizang and Zhou. What's unfortunate is that Lianshan and Guizang have been lost, and the I Ching is contained in the only Zhou that has ever been handed down. The I Ching is a holistic approach to understanding and grasping the world, viewing man and nature as an organic whole that senses each other, i.e., the unity of heaven and man. It is also the ancient classic that expounds the changes in the world of heaven and earth. But as far as I know, you don't have a place to buy the I Ching here at the moment. Suyu knew of no ghost legends or Taoism in this world. Then the I Ching must not have been studied in ancient times either. So that means that a book as awesome as the I Ching is only available at Longhu Mountain, where the master is from. No. Are all Taoists geniuses? Even the law of change that symbolizes the changing patterns of everything in the universe has already been studied in the ancient times? No. How many more secrets does this world hold? That, I dare to ask. The people in the live broadcast room. There won't be any characters like Master secretly watching, right? Don't let all of you fly up into the sky and I'll be the only one running on the ground. I'll be really angry. Director Liu was also not expecting it. Just asking a seemingly simple question. I can't believe I'm asking about a secret of the world. In this moment, he felt like a modern man who at first thought he knew enough about the world. But now it seems that one's perception is like a frog at the bottom of a well, thinking that the sky at the mouth of the well is what the world looks like, unaware that the heaven and earth at the mouth of the well is not even the tip of the iceberg of the true heaven and earth. After calming down a bit, Director Liu continued to play the pop-up. Master, what do you mean by feng shui that helps schools prosper? After Suyu saw this pop-up from Director Liu, he understood what exactly he was worried about. The so-called feng shui pattern that makes a school prosper is certainly not something like a thriving business or a wealth of money. Rather, it's feng shui that allows the school to produce more talent. Of course, for this feng shui pattern that allows talent to flourish. It says so. But in the end, it's still up to the school teachers and the students to work together, and not to be too superstitious about feng shui. If you don't work hard yourself, even if the so-called feng shui is good, it has no effect. It's like if you have a supercar and you fill it up with gas, but you don't learn to drive it and you don't step on the gas. You can't go any further forward even if the supercar has more horsepower and enough gas. You have to move yourself after all. The audience in the live broadcast room, after hearing Suyu's explanation, there was some excitement in one's heart. Doesn't that mean that if you go to the school in the future, it's equivalent to a learning buff? Why was I born so early? If I had gone to that school a few years later, I would have gotten into Qingbei in minutes. Originally, I was worried about going to that school and whether or not I'd run into any bad influences or ghosts. But if you say so, I'll have to talk to my parents about repeating a grade. I just graduated early. Is it too late to go back and repeat when the school is built? It's too late. Let's leave it to us middle schoolers. Wait, like it doesn't say if there's going to be a school or if it's going to be an elementary school or a middle school or a high school, right? Director Liu saw the pop-ups from the viewers in the live broadcast room. Finding out that it's still only at the talking stage has had such a good effect. It's still got to be the master who can say it. This makes it a guarantee with the words of the master himself. When the school is built, there will be a wave of publicity along these lines, so that people's worries about the so-called great evil will be much smaller. It's also more acceptable. It's not that difficult if you let companies take over school construction projects. Director Lu nodded silently and decided to give Mayor Gao a piece of his mind about this matter when the time came. He responded with a quick pop-up. The master's method is very good. I'll give Mayor Gao a word about the master's suggestion first thing in the morning. Suyu saw that his suggestion was agreed to by Director Lu. Then he turned to the people present at the crossroads and said, "Everyone can rest easy now." The people present who lived on Cross Street were grateful to Suyu, so that they don't have to suffer and move away from the place where they have lived for more than a decade. Even those who had caused trouble before began to revere Suyu. "Master, I really have to thank you for your advice this time. We really don't know what we would have done without your advice. Maybe before it's officially dealt with, we'll have to find a place to stay first." Suyu waved his hand and said with a smile, "Everyone doesn't need to worry in the meantime. The Ghost King and the Ghost Swarms have been eliminated, and no more ghosts will gather again in a short period of time. So be it." The words were not finished. Suyu immediately executed the Tong Tian talisman to draw several evil-breaking talismans, house-quelling talismans, and break-quelling talismans with a single stroke to hit the feng shui corners of the hall on the first floor, then ran quickly to the rest and continued so. The crowd present was astonished. How did the master disappear in the blink of an eye? I just saw the master's figure sway for a moment, and then I saw a yellow residual shadow running off somewhere. Masters are so fast. Faster than my seventh uncle could run when he was young. As for Zhou Dongliang and the others, they had already seen it all. It didn't take more than a few minutes. The key feng shui spots of the entire abandoned hospital had been struck by Suyu with all sorts of talismans to repel ghosts, ward off evil spirits, and suppress breaks. Now although there were talismans here, due to the lack of yellow talismans, how much time it could last depended on how much cultivation Suyu used. For now there's no problem maintaining it for a month or two. Next moment, Suyu's figure suddenly appeared before their eyes. This was a shock to the anchor woman, the middle-aged brown man, and the others. I've just charmed this hospital. Until it's torn down, people don't have to worry about the possibility of ghosts gathering here. As for when the Bagua formation will be laid, it depends on when Mayor Gao finally starts work here. But at the end of the day, whether a school is built or not, I'll be here to set up the formation when the time comes, so there's no need for anyone to worry. His words had just finished. Suddenly a middle-aged man in the crowd slapped himself. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Li Wenkai came to Wang Xiaoxing's ear and asked in a whisper, "Could that person be possessed by a ghost? I've read the master's science before about it." Wang Xiaoxing pushed his own head against his head. "Stupid, didn't the master say that there are no more ghosts here? So where did the ghost possession come from? Besides, the master and so many official team members are here. Which ghost dares to run out at this time without a second thought? Really don't want to die, right?" Li Wenkai was right when he thought about it. The female anchor asked in disbelief, "Uncle, what's wrong?" The middle-aged uncle who hit himself in the face said, "I do hate myself for how I could have misunderstood the master so much before, thinking of him as someone with a small heart that would take revenge on us. It's me who's being petty." As soon as these words came out, the faces of those other people around who had caused trouble before were all a bit ashamed. It's understandable that there were some misunderstandings before when people didn't know each other. Suyu waved his hand, signaling that they didn't need to mind. "Okay, now everyone can go home." Zhou Dongliang was the first to run over and kicked open the door with a heavy sound. The door was kicked open instantly. Beneath the darkness, the fresh air made everyone feel soothed in their hearts at this moment. It would be better if there were no ghosts or monsters messing with the world. You can take advantage of this fresh breeze to take a walk in the street and relax your tight spirit. However, just the moment they came out, the middle-aged brown guy's cell phone rang. If it were normal, the cell phone ringtone would be much more annoying, but it doesn't feel as annoying now. After the middle-aged brown man picked up the phone, a woman's voice came from the other end of the line. "Lawyer Zhao, I've called you so many times, why are you just answering now?" Just as the middle-aged brown man, Lawyer Zhao, was about to reply, the woman on the other end of the phone suddenly came in a puzzled voice. That's something I actually said?" Just then, the woman on the other end of the line breathed, suddenly becoming alarmed. Next moment, a woman's scream and an explosion went off on the other end of the line. After that, no matter how much the middle-aged brown man, Lawyer Zhao, shouted, there was no response from the other end. The middle-aged brown Lawyer Zhao's cell phone was not on speakerphone though, but it was quiet around them now, and with the shrillness of the screams and explosions, Dongliang Zhou and the others present heard them. "What? Something happened?" Zhou Dongliang immediately asked. Lawyer Zhao, a middle-aged brown man, nodded. "It's one of my clients, Like an explosion in the house? Zhou Dongliang hurriedly said. Where is that client of yours? You call the fire alarm right away, and then I'll be there with my men right away. Lawyer Zhao, a middle-aged brown man, said. That client of mine lives in the southern district, so if it's true that the house exploded, the official team over there should know about it quickly. I'll just call a fire alarm. There's just one thing I feel weird about. Suyu asked. What's so strange? Lawyer Zhao, a middle-aged brown man, said. It was just before the explosion went off that my client said, I can't believe I actually said that. And then I felt her breathing immediately change to panic. Zhou Dongliang said thoughtfully, I think it might have been a gas leak that I didn't realize at first and breathed in too much, causing my brain to go out. And then maybe she turned on a light or something and created an open flame before reacting. But by then it had set off an explosion. Otherwise, Zhou Dongliang couldn't think of anything else that would have such a violent explosion inside an ordinary resident's home. Lawyer Zhao, a middle-aged brown man, felt justified. That client of mine is in the overseas business and has a lot of business with the Sakura country. She doesn't usually come home much. She's looked after by a nanny, and she doesn't know how to use a lot of her own appliances. He thought to himself that this customer had broken the latest model of electric water heater before because his babysitter had taken a vacation and he couldn't use it himself. Plus, she had a temper and had to get a statement from the company that made that electric water heater, which is how she found herself in a lawsuit. In that case, it's not hard to understand that the babysitter shouldn't be back yet, and she doesn't know how to use a gas stove leaving the switch on, causing a gas leak. Let's just say bad luck. Just Suyu listening to the middle-aged brown man Zhao lawyer's words, especially that sentence. I actually really said this sentence. How to feel a little familiar. Seems like I've seen something like this somewhere, but it didn't come to mind at once, and it didn't feel like Tony Zhou's analysis was wrong. If that's the case, then it's none of your business. Suyu looked at the signals he got on the treasure hunting radar in his mind. Noticed that the red spots were fading in some places on it. I suppose the other teams responsible for the Eastern District have successfully completed the task of eliminating the ghosts and monsters. So it seems that ordinary ghosts and monsters are no longer enough for the officials to fear. That's going to take some serious ghosts and goblins. There's still a long time until dawn anyway. Suyu hadn't forgotten that he had to take 3 mouthfuls of Eastern Chi at dawn and go back to feed the hairy stiffs. The bamboo tubes have all been brought along. Captain Chen, you're injured, so go back and rest first. I'll wander around the East End with Captain Zhou and the others to see if there are any ghosts or monsters you can't handle and help you out. Earlier in the abandoned hospital, Suyu had already discovered that the intensity of the ghosts and monsters varied. The size of the red dots and the depth of the color were significantly different. Like that Ghost King, Dean Day, its red dot is just red and big. However, Suyu also discovered that a green light spot appeared in the radar. That's a sign of treasure. When Captain Chen heard Suyu's words, he was grateful to him in his heart. It was tempting to follow Suyu on a mission, which would give him the opportunity to return this favor, but now his wounds really needed to be treated, and since that ghost had scratched him so deeply, now that he was relaxed, he felt little strength in his entire arm. In this state now, even if he followed Suyu, he would only drag his feet. Alright then, I'll find another opportunity to work with the master once my injuries have healed. After saying that, he immediately contacted his team members. Then together with Zhou Dongliang and the others, they led the crowd out of the confines of the abandoned hospital, and Suyu and Zhou Dongliang waited for Chen Xing's crew to pick him up. The members of Tony Chao's team were responsible for sending the 12 people who had mistakenly entered the place back home. It didn't take long. A military off-road drifted around a corner and came speeding up here. It also pulled a couple brake marks when it stopped. Captain, are you okay? As soon as Chen Xing's teammates came down, they immediately ran next to Chen Xing. I've been blessed with a great life and met the master and Captain Zhou. How could anything happen to me? Chen Xing patted his chest and said, and introduced Suyu and the others. His players were even more excited once they saw Suyu. Master, you are amazing. You actually found the place where we couldn't even find it. It's really thanks to you, or I shudder to think what would have happened to our captain. Captain Zhou, I'm also grateful to you for bringing your team to support our captain, which is why our captain and the people who mistakenly entered this place didn't get into trouble. Zhou Dongliang smiled politely. We are all comrades on the same team. Helping each other is supposed to be the right thing to do, and still more thanks to the master. Without him, there's nothing we could have done just by coming. Suyu waved his hand. Words of thanks are unnecessary. You guys hurry up and take your captain to the hospital. After Chen Xing and his teammates gave some thanks, they got into a military SUV and left the place, and the crew responsible for getting the people home ran back at that point. Then, Suyu sat with them in the car. Master, where are we going? Tony Zhou asked. If you haven't reported it, go ahead and go to Silversea Plaza. After Suyu finished, he decided to see how many sci-fi points he had and draw a prize first. and the military off-road headed for Silversea Plaza. Military Land Cruiser. Suyu saw that there was nothing special happening right now either. The surrounding ghosts were too weak to leave to the combatants themselves to deal with right now. And there's nothing special to report. If so, Zhou Dongliang and the others had already contacted the bureau, and would speak to the Ghosts and Monsters Special Operations Bureau side. So, he decided to turn off the livestream and draw a wave of prizes first. The several people beside Zhou Dongliang saw Suyu close his eyes. They all quieted down and did not dare to disturb. System, how many sci-fi points do I have now? The host currently has 123, 454 science popularization points. Over 100, 000 science fiction points is fine. System, how many science points does it take to upgrade the draw now? Current draw level LV5. Upgrading to LV6 requires 14, 000 science points. Currently LV5 level draws require 10, 000 science points at a time. May I ask the host to choose the lottery? Or to upgrade the lottery level? Suyu looked at the 120, 000 sci-fi points. Using 14, 000 sci-fi points to upgrade once. There was still more than 100, 000 left. And LV5 draws cost 10, 000 Kopek points. With an upgraded LV6, the draw should be between 12, 000 and 14, 000 a pop. If you don't consider upgrading your treasure hunting radar, you shouldn't have much of a problem drawing 8 or 9 times in a row. The main thing is, it's only good if the upgraded raffle can produce good stuff. Suyu's heart had already made a decision. Upgrade the draw level. Ding! Draw level upgrade LV6 successful. Currently, the current draw level is LV6, and upgrading to LV7 requires 16, 000 science fiction points. Current LV6 level draws require 13, 000 science fiction points at a time. Suyu nodded his head slightly after seeing the number of Coptic points required for the LV6 draw. It was pretty much as expected. System, how many upgrade points does the next level of treasure hunting radar require? The current treasure hunting radar level is LV4. If you need to upgrade the treasure hunting radar to LV5, you need 13, 000 science points. In that case, let's not upgrade the treasure hunting radar this time. The current function and distance of the treasure hunting radar is sufficient for another time. Suyu immediately chose the exciting sweepstakes. The familiar raffle wheel appears before your eyes. Better yet, another 8 wonders technique, or cultivation of immortality or something. Suyu was filled with anticipation as he watched the raffle wheel begin to slowly rotate. Ding! Obtained yellow talisman paper X200. The raffle wheel continues to spin. Ding! Obtained yellow talisman X100. Suyu looked at the continuously rotating lottery wheel. The mind is anxious for something good to come. Ding! Obtained healing elixir X20. And so on. Healing? Pills? Suyu immediately checked the system space for the healing pill he had just obtained. When he had to gather his eyes on this palm-sized white jade bottle, instructions immediately appear before your eyes. Healing pill, made by the ancient method of refining pills. The injured person can only get better after taking it for a few breaths. It is a medicine commonly used by ancient immortal cultivators. Now, even Suyu had to subconsciously say the word fuck. I actually drew the usual elixir for immortal cultivators? Even this thing is out? Doesn't that mean there's a chance to draw out a spell for immortal cultivation? At that time, won't my cultivation of more than 200 years be able to instantly cross over the foundation establishment and reach the innate? All-in-one will be stronger. Thinking of this, Suyu's heart was all excited. After holding down the excitement, Suyu proceeded to start the lottery. In my heart, I expect either an immortal cultivation spell, or an 8 wonders technique, or all of them. I'm not picking. The familiar raffle wheel reappeared before his eyes. The raffle wheel seemed to sense Suyu's excitement and felt more cheerful than usual when it spun. Ding! Gain Vermilion X10. Suyu frowned slightly. No. You can draw something like Vermilion, which can be bought all over the street. The raffle wheel continues to spin. Ding! Gain access to the Wolf Hair Brush X1. Ha! Brushes and Vermilion can be used to draw charms. It's just a matter of coming up with some due to the large quantities and quick use. But keep the good stuff coming. Suyu was fully focused on the spinning lottery wheel. Ding! Acquired Taoist Formation Treasure Book X1. Suyu saw the prompt the instant he did. One by one, all the formations in the Taoist formation treasures appeared in his mind. There are those that restrain ghosts and monsters, those that increase the chi of yin and yang, and those that turn yin and yang upside down and howl at all evils and other such powerful formations. After Suyu saw these formations, the heart was a flurry of excitement. I was worried that the ghosts would run amok when I dealt with them earlier. Now that there is a formation, there are more means of defense available. If there are enough materials, I can even try to lay down an array to drive away evil spirits in an urban area. to restore an area to its former stability. But the steps for such a large array are cumbersome. The most basic requirements are timing and location and people. If it's worse by the same amount, it's either ineffective or it's a crippled formation that's not effective at all. It's hard to do, at least for a short time. Suyu suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued to draw. The raffle wheel continues to spin. Ding! Gain 10. 000 people's money x 100. Copper money can have the effect of warding off evil spirits. Appearing in the lottery pool. Suyu was a bit surprised though, but it's acceptable. Just in time to make a few more copper swords out of it. Ding! Obtained yellow talisman x 200. Suyu looked at the total of 500 yellow talisman papers he had now obtained and was able to protect quite a few more people. System, how many sci-fi points do I have left? Currently the host has 5,454 science points left. 8 times in a row. It's okay if I don't get the 8 strange techniques or something like that though. It can't be helped if it doesn't work. That's all that's left. Suyu opened his eyes and looked at the Zhou Dongliang's several people next to him. How many people are in your family? The sudden speech caused Zhou Dongliang's few people to freeze for a moment. I don't know why Suyu asked that, but let's be honest about it. Zhou Dongliang said, my family consists of my parents, my wife and a child, plus 6 people if you add my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Others have spoken out about their own families. Then, Suyu flipped his hand and turned out multiple yellow talismans in his hand. You guys have worked hard after following me for so long. Let me draw some charms for your family. Zhou Dongliang's few people were stunned. Old 6, who was driving, even subconsciously kicked the brakes. Everyone except Suyu almost flew out without sitting on their asses. It also brought them back to their senses at the same time. Master, this is not good. We don't get anything for nothing. We already have the talisman. And as for our families, as long as we're diligent, we're already safe. Zhou Dongliang also said in a hurry. Actually, there are more people who need these charms than us, so it's better to leave them for those who need them. Suyu shook his head, taking out a wolf hair brush and vermilion sand. He immediately drew the talisman. You are frontline combatants. Of course you and your family should be prioritized for protection. If something happens to your family, there's no way you can keep your mindset to properly protect the population. And I've made some more charms today, so when I turn around I'll draw them and send them to the station. As he spoke, Suyu shoved the drawn talisman into the hands of Zhou Dongliang's several people. They looked at the talisman in their hands, feeling that there was still residual warmth from Suyu's hand on it. The heart was more than grateful to him. With hot tears in his eyes, Zhou Dongliang carefully put away the talisman for his family and looked at Suyu very seriously. Master, we don't know how to repay the favor we owe you, but as long as you ask, we'll follow you even if it means going up a mountain of swords or down a sea of fire. The rest of the team, too, made solemn statements. Suyu waved his hand. It's not that serious, just a few talismans. At the same time, Suyu also noticed that the treasure hunting radar in his mind showed that it was very close to the location of the treasure. 823 meters north. Treasure response found. Suyu saw the hints from the treasure hunting radar in his mind. I didn't realize it was so close in a flash. It's true that it's faster to have a substitute vehicle. Thinking about this, Suyu thought about his sentinel art again. When I have time I must practice the art of sentry. By then, if you were able to fly with your sword, you could fly directly into the sky, and that would be faster than a car. Suyu unconsciously laughed out loud as he imagined how he would feel when he flew into the sky. This made Zhou Dongliang and the others freeze for a moment again. How is it that the master has so much fun? It felt as if the master inexplicably smiled every time he destroyed a ghost. When you think about it that way, you can only laugh if you kill a ghost. It feels like the master's killing heart is heavier than all of us soldiers. It was also fortunate that the master was a righteous man. If he were that kind of murderous maniac, it would have been a headache. Suyu didn't know what Zhou Dongliang and the others were thinking as he was looking at the signals on the treasure hunting radar. 533 meters north. Treasure response found. And all the way around the center point of the radar are little red dots that represent regular ghosts and goblins. These ghosts and goblins will be left to the combat team in charge of the East End. There has to be an opportunity for official combatants to increase their combat experience. If someone reports a home in the neighborhood, it wouldn't hurt to make another trip then. There's no point in going to signal points like this one that aren't very urgent and are full of brats. Looking at it, there was still some distance between now and the Silver Sea Plaza where the treasure was located. So you simply opened the live broadcast, thinking to connect with the audience. Let's see if we run into any ghosts or monsters that can be solved online. This time the live feed was open. Immediately, 200,000 viewers flooded in. Mind you, it's only just opened the live stream. Not even a minute. Just about 200,000 people have already come in. Suyu was taken aback by so many people. Right now there's nothing special to be found on the east side of Yangjiang City for the time being. If viewers have any questions about hauntings, they can link up and talk to me. If it's something that can't be resolved online in the same city, I can go right over and take care of it on site. If it's a viewer who is not in Yangjiang City, I'll point out how you can safely reach the Special Operations Bureau against the Ghostbusters and ensure your personal safety. After Suyu finished speaking, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room became even more active. A line of pop-ups went by, and if it wasn't for the fact that there was a body of cultivation in place, it wouldn't have been clear. It's finally time for another exciting connecting session, but unfortunately I don't have a ghostly thing going on around me and have been very obedient to stay home. Master, there's a question I've been dying to ask. Can ghosts get pregnant? Holy shit, what kind of bold pack of words is that you have there? Well, it's the middle of the night, no less, and the netizens are getting bold. And it's the master's science that has indulged you. To have the audacity to ooh and ah the ghosts. When Suyu saw this pop up, he also had a black face. What kind of questions are these? It really feels awfully strong right now, doesn't it? This friend, it's actually best not to think about female ghosts, because female ghosts are generally a little more aggressive than male ghosts. And if you do fuck a female ghost, then your health will go out the window. Ghosts are inherently yin, and if you stay with them for a long time, your own yang energy will be affected, and it will get weaker and weaker. And by that time your yang energy is no longer enough to threaten the female ghost. The female ghost will suck your yang energy to enhance itself by picking up the yang and replenishing the yin. At that point you'll be waiting to be sucked dry. Mind you, and I don't mean that metaphorically, even if you don't get sucked dry, your body will get worse and worse, become weak and sickly, listless all day long, and you will be afraid of the sunlight. And if you get to this point, you will be like having one foot already stepping into the coffin. It won't be more than a few days before you're gone. Zhou Dongliang and the audience in the live broadcast room listened to Suyu's science. It feels like staying with a ghost even if the other person doesn't hurt you will be affected. It's almost as if it's doing more harm than good. At this time, Zhou Dongliang remembered that there was still a hairy stiff in Suyu's house. Master, in that case, wouldn't it also be dangerous for you to bring that hairy stiff home and stay there day and night? Zombies also belong to the yin and evil. If the master had harmed himself by personally suppressing the hairy stiff for the sake of the people, who could have borne such a sin? Thinking of this, Zhou Dongliang said, Master, I think it would be better to put the hairy stiff in my house, and I'll let my wife and children stay at my relative's house. I don't believe that my soldier's yang energy can't suppress it. The team members next to him were also in a hurry. Master, it's fine for us to have an accident, but you absolutely cannot have an accident. If you have an accident, our dragon kingdom will be finished. So put the hairy stiffs in my house, and I'll have my family live elsewhere, and I'll subdue the hairy stiffs myself. No, the master said before that the hairy stiffs are terrifying. How can we ordinary people possibly suppress them alone? I think it would be better to bring the hairy stiff to the bureau and be suppressed by the yang energy of all our combatants, or help the master share some of the danger. The viewers in the live broadcast room saw that the combatants actually took the initiative to accommodate the dangerous furry stiffs, and for a moment, they all admired them greatly. It's still a soldier's guts, but I wouldn't dare to put a zombie in my house. That thing isn't a pet. So if I leave it at home in case it moves on its own in the middle of the night when I'm getting up, do I just die? Or do I scream twice? That's a hairy stiff. Most human weapons don't work anymore, and only the masters have a way to quell it. If I put it in my house in case it gets out of control, I don't even have a way to fight it. Suyu looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast and then looked at Zhou Dongliang and the others. You guys don't have to worry. The furry stiff is safest and most secure when it's placed by my side. And you don't have to worry about the yin fury chi of the hairy stiffness harming me. But I have the 8 divine spells and many Taoist spells as well as talismans and spells to fall back on. In terms of yang energy, it can't overpower me at the moment, and it won't be able to do so again. So you can rest assured. Hearing Suyu's words, the audience in the live broadcast room was relieved. However, Zhou Dongliang and the others were still worried about Suyu and thought that they must do something for him. And that's when Silver Sea Plaza arrived. 189 meters north. Treasure response found. Suyu and Zhou Dongliang several people walked out of the car. He said to the live feed, by the way, are there any viewers in the live broadcast who live in the eastern part of Yangjiang City? What happened to the middle-aged brown man Zhao lawyer client before? Suyu always felt that it was not quite right. Nee. I live on the east side. I'm in the East End too. Isn't it true that Master wants to come to the Eastern District to play Let's say if Master leads the way, I'll accompany Master for the night. Suyu said. There was a guy who caused a suspected gas explosion before by mishandling it. I don't know if you guys on the east side have heard any movement around here? At the mention of this, the viewers of the live broadcast, who live in the East End, sent out a series of pop-ups. I heard it, just 700 or 800 meters from my house. I was still eating potato chips and watching the master live, when suddenly there was an explosion, which scared me so much that I dropped my potato chips on the floor, and then let my family's rhubarb eat them. Then I'm closer than you are. I was still watching the live feed when suddenly there was a violent explosion that shook my windows and almost made me jump. Now I can see the fire over there from my house. I'm closer than you are. The explosion was at Willow River International Manor, where I live. It was the 13th floor of the 6th building of the Willow River International Manor that blew up, and I could see the fire trucks and combat crews having to come in off-road. Lujiang International Manor? That's a high-grade neighborhood. Brother Fu actually watches my family's master's live broadcasts as well. I live there too. I saw quite a few of the people who live in the 6th building running down. Combat crews protecting those people, fire trucks putting out fires and rescuing people. So you saw these pop-ups. It occurred to me that since it was really an explosion, I would have to wait for an official investigation to see if the cause was caused by gas or not. We won't know until tomorrow at the very least. Can't ask anything now. Zhou Dongliang asked from the side. Master, do you suspect it was not an accident? Suyu was silent for a moment before he shook his head. Let's go. Since no one is connected, let's continue the treasure hunt and see what we can find. The teammates next to Zhou Dongliang said quietly. I've had a question I've been meaning to ask for a while now. How in the world did the master know where to find the treasure? Is it strange to know where there are treasures when a master can kill ghosts and giants? Don't ask too many questions about the master. We just need to follow well. However, I am also curious as to what treasures the master can find this time. The crowd walked behind Suyu. 100 meters ahead. Treasure reaction detected. Suyu stopped in front of a large shopping mall building. Actually, non-stop doesn't work. The big malls are closed at this time of year and you can't get in by conventional means. Also, he noticed a rather reddish red dot signal in the middle of this big mall. Captain Zhou, there are ghosts and monsters here. Can you contact the mall side? Zhou Dongliang immediately took out his cell phone and asked for the number of the person in charge of the mall before calling. Not a moment too soon. A call came in on his cell phone. It's the phone number of the security guard in charge of locking up the mall. Hey officer, I'm really afraid to go out now at night, even if you guys come to pick me up. I was really scared. The manager has agreed to let you in. So go to the left of the front door and look under the dirt of the red flowers in the second flower bed. Just for this time of year. I've hidden a spare key there. Zhou Dongliang didn't expect that it could actually be like this. He hung up the phone and went to the flower bed where the guard in charge of locking the door said he would be. And sure enough, he found the spare key to open the door. It's the first time I've been in this big dark mall. It was dark everywhere, and even with the safe passages lit up, it felt especially creepy. Don't talk about spooky, the master said it's haunted. Isn't that even more horrible? I'd have to jump off a building if I had to play and still work here too. The viewers in the live broadcast room followed Suyu into the big dark mall. For a while, all felt that horrible atmosphere. Even through the screen, it felt very uncomfortable. 92 meters ahead. Treasure reaction detected. Suyu tilted his head and looked up at the upper floors of the big mall. That ghost is moving on the 4th floor. You guys haven't done much tonight. Want to test your new gear again? Once they heard this, Zhou Dongliang and the others looked at the guns and equipment they were carrying. They looked at each other. Both saw leaps in each other's eyes. Zhou Dongliang said, then let's take this opportunity to have a good fight. Use all the knowledge of the master cope that you can. The team replied. Yes. Zhou Dongliang and the others all took their guns and wiped their cow's tears. Then they all advanced in the direction of the elevator. Master, you will wait here for our news. Suyu nodded and watched them walk up the elevator. Sure, it's okay for the turkey bar guru to just leave them on their own? How strong can a ghost or monster be that the master is comfortable letting official combatants practice and test their equipment? I have a feeling that the ghosts and goblins around here have to suffer, eating tipples and singing songs here, and then having their homes stolen. In fact, I have a feeling that the master actually has another layer of deeper meaning that Captain Zhou and the others need to read. What's the deep meaning? Isn't it just for them to grow a little more real-world experience? After all, they have been following the master, and most of the time it is still the master who takes care of them. So down the line, the master is worried that their hands will become sluggish, and wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? From what you've said, I feel like the master is really quite responsible. If I had to give it to me, I'd just do the whole street full of ghosts all by myself. You do it all by yourself, and then the official combatants don't have any monsters to fight. The actual combat and their hands will be weakened, and there will always be times when you're not there. Right, and in case you go somewhere else, won't the situation of the official combatants not change? But instead, they'll still be weaker than before, and that would be a disservice to them. Suyu looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast. I didn't realize how I could pull so many things out of my head by simply letting Zhou Dongliang and the others practice more. He turned toward the other side of the room to find the treasure. While Captain Joe and the others are busy right now, I'm going to broadcast live here while treasure hunting, and see if any of the viewers have come across something and want to connect with me. The other side. Zhou Dongliang led the team up to the second floor through the elevator. The second floor of the big mall is the clothing section. It was nighttime at the moment, and there was a silence. None of the bustle that had characterized the daytime. One of the clothing stores on the second floor had their doors tightly closed. Only through the glass walls could you see some of the inside. Although there was Suyu pointing out that the ghosts and monsters were on the fourth floor. Looking at the darkness of the store in this pitch-black situation always made me feel a little uneasy in my heart. And that was just before on the fourth floor. Maybe the ghosts had sensed someone coming and were moving to the second floor. 2. This made Zhou Dongliang and the others who thought of this, even though they were only on the second floor, not dare to take it lightly. Zhou Dongliang led the team down the dark corridor, a few flashlights illuminating the path ahead. The elevator to the third floor is just around the corner in front of us, so pay attention and watch the surrounding movements more closely to avoid sneak attacks by ghosts and monsters. After Zhou Dongliang gave the order, Xiao Bai behind him looked to the first floor, but he just happened to see Suyu walking towards the other side of the room. The sound of him talking to the live audience was getting farther and farther away in this quiet environment. A feeling of loneliness rose from Xiao Bai's heart. Suddenly, Zhou Dongliang and the others heard what seemed to be footsteps upstairs. That's impossible. It's late at night. The mall is closed. Even the security guards have gone home and are afraid to come out. So how can there be anyone else? And they definitely don't wonder if they heard wrong. Then there was only one possibility, and that was that the gargoyle on the fourth floor had probably sensed someone coming. So it came down to start dealing with people. Tony Zhou whispered, "Everyone be more careful and pay more attention to your side and surroundings." The team nodded. Then following Zhou Dongliang's pace carefully, he arrived at the elevator leading to the third floor. As they looked up from below, suddenly there was an inexplicable panic. Subconsciousness told them that the danger must be on the third floor. It made their hands on the guns tighter. Step by step, slowly walk up the elevator. But just as they were midway to the elevator at his feet suddenly moved. It left them unprepared. Several people have fallen on the elevator. Zhou Dongliang and Xiao Bai behind him barely stabilized their stance, then immediately aimed their guns around, reporting to the captain. No sign of the Ghostbusters. The others immediately stood up and alerted the perimeter, reporting to the captain. Nothing on my side either. There was no sign of the ghosts or monsters either from Tony Zhou, but he, who had been following Suyu around, had long since gained insight. The ghosts and monsters have the simple purpose of scaring us to lower our young energy. This means that it can't directly harm us right now. It's simply not enough to fear, Xiao Bai said. It's just a little ghost that only scares people. It doesn't bring fear at all. Zhou Dongliang and the few of them had seen so many ghosts and monsters in the past few days that they had followed Suyu. Even the hairy stiffs saw one, and the Ghost King saw two. You're just a little furry ghost. What are you afraid of? Do you think you're the king of ghosts? Not only were Zhou Dongliang and the others not afraid, but a kind of excitement welled up in them. An excitement to beat the crap out of the villain who would only sneak up behind him. Go! Get up there! Zhou Dongliang, lest that ghost would move the elevator again, did not dare to delay at all, and led the team to run up to the third floor at a fast pace. The other side. Suyu walked through a corridor and arrived at the playground area within the big mall. The first thing that comes into view is a huge inflatable castle. There are trampolines and other recreational facilities next door. 71 meters to the west. Treasure reaction found. In Suyu's treasure hunting radar, there was actually a red signal representing ghosts and monsters appearing here, with the one that Zhou Dongliang and the others were looking for. It looked similar in terms of strength. Moreover, this red dot is very close to the green dot signaling the treasure. Brothers and family, no one has connected in so long. It seems like there are at least 200,000 people on my live feed who are safe, who don't go out looking for excitement, who know how to protect themselves. At the moment, I'm very relieved. But it was only then that his words dared to be spoken. The request for a live link was sent. Ha ha ha, don't play like that. It's not easy for the master to be pleased for us. How can someone be so unintelligent? Maybe it just happened to happen. You can't tell with this ghost stuff. I wonder if it could have been in danger early on, and then had a hard time getting out of there, and that's why I had the chance to connect to the master? Don't you guys talk nonsense. Can't you be trying to find my master for a blind date? Bold, how dare you covet my master's body? Wanting my master to break his body to weaken his strength. When Suyu saw these pop-ups, his face was truly a forehead of black lines. Just one connecting thread can pull the sky out from under you. He shook his head and tapped on accept connection request. The connection is connected. A low male voice came from the other end of the line. Master, I'm a college student, and I seem to have encountered something. Suyu said, Can you start by saying whether you are in Yanjiang City or which city? If it's the same city, I can get over to your side right away if I can't solve it live online. The end of the connection was obviously scared, and his voice couldn't stop trembling. I'm not in Yanjiang City, I'm studying at the university in Nanhai City. Suyu nodded. Then tell me what you encountered. Connected to the other side, my dormitory is on the 11th floor. Today I ate bad stomach, and that dormitory of ours is easy to block due to the high floor being higher. I usually go to other dormitories to solve it, but it was almost 11 o'clock by then, and all the other bedrooms were locked. It just so happened that there was still some time before my dorm room was closed, so I ran out of the dorm building and went to the bathroom on the first floor of the school building. The viewers of the live stream had to admire the audacity of this connecting viewer. Good man, you're really daring to run in the middle of the night to an unoccupied school building. Don't you know that in the days when the ghosts first started appearing, quite a few people were killed by ghosts in the school building at night? I can't stop shivering just thinking about that dark stretch of road. I can actually understand that. I really can't help it if I have diarrhea. No, why don't you start with the origin of the world? The connected viewer continued. I'm actually scared, but it's really hard to hold it in. There's no way out. But just as I was halfway through pulling, I heard someone else walk into the restroom. I was shocked and it was still the sound of heels on the floor. I'm in the men's room. Why would a woman come in? At the time, I just kept reassuring myself that it was the hostess and coming for me. But just as I was thinking that, the sound of those heels suddenly sped up, like they'd found something and ran. And at that moment my mind went straight to hell, and my brain was all sweaty. I immediately subconsciously pressed the toilet door and with my other hand I immediately messaged my housemates to come and rescue me. Just as I finished my message, the sound of that high heel stopped. I knew right then and there that that thing out there must have been outside my bathroom door. And I just looked down at the crack in the door and literally saw a pair of feet in red heels out there. I'm afraid to speak up now. Master, you have to save me. So you knew that this was a ghost blocking the door. And it's still a ghost that can have the ability to choose whether or not to show up in front of people. A bit of power. He won't be able to walk out of this bathroom today without help. At the same time, it was also convincing that at a time like this, it was actually explained so clearly. I didn't think it was that serious at first. At this point, the link goes to video. Everyone saw the quivering screen on the end of the connection catch a pair of legs in red heels under the doorway.